trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me. When it's getting dark, you make it turn to brighter days. You found a way to lift me up, even when it's getting rough. You don't ever turn your back or walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't walk away.
Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. days when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Just take me for a ride.
I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off words in my mouth. Will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about if I told you
That we could have a better life. Would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf,
would she even be herself if I told you that we could have a better life?
line up, get on the track. It's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's all I lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you. Once your hands on my skin, gotta get you. Need you pulling me in. Gotta get you. Let the games begin. Games begin. Green light, it's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go medicine training. If I win, then you win too. I'll close, then all we lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you. Once your hands on my skin, gotta get you. Need you pulling me in. Gotta get you. Let the games begin. Games begin. Pulling me in. Games begin. Games
Underneath the neon, in them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip.
Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3. Chorus on the phone.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing like somebody.
Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. At win, while in the other group, Hans Niemann seemed unstoppable with 4 wins and a draw. But against Hikaru Nakamura, the momentum shifted. Hikaru traded down expertly, going up a pawn, and Niemann resigned early in the game. In Group Black, everything is settled directly after the 7th round. Hikaru Nakamura tops the group, closely followed by Hans Niemann, but things played out very differently in Group White. The 2 Uzbek players, Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Yavokir Sindarov, agreed to an early draw, securing spots in the upper bracket for both, behind Pragg. Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keimer are out. Get ready. It's
Hello and welcome to Las Vegas. I want to welcome all our online viewers just as well as the live audience here in Las Vegas. Yesterday we had seen full of drama, incredible excitement in a marathon day. It was more than 8 hours the players were competing in the hall. And today again, of course, I'm not going to be alone, but I'm extremely happy to introduce Peter Leko, a legend himself, and we are going to be commentating together. Peter, how was the day yesterday? What do you think how the players are able to forget about the yesterday's big challenges and do focus for today?
Yeah, thank you, Judith. Welcome, everyone. I think it's impossible to forget what happened yesterday. It was such an intense, incredible day of chess with so many dramas, so many ups and turns, and so on. Well, Magnus Carlsen can only be third in the event. I don't think that he can digest this. So I'm very curious to see in which shape he will play today, if he can really put that behind him and show the Magnus Carlsen we all know. But yeah, there were tremendous fights. Levon Aronian knocking out Magnus Carlsen in the playoff. That will be an incredibly memorable match. I don't think that the chess fans will ever forget.
Yes, we are going to explore all the excitement today. And of course, our other commentator is Nicholas Huschenberg. Welcome. What do you think about yesterday's performance by Aronian? He did not make a single draw. He made only wins. He won 4 in the qualification part, 3 loss, and after that he knocked out Magnus Carlsen in the playoff.
It was quite a roller coaster for Levon himself and all of his fans. He was doing quite well, getting to 4 points out of 7, which in most cases should be enough to qualify directly, but because a lot of the players, the group was very tight, so then Levon, he lost the last game against Vincent Keimer in horrible fashion, had no chance. Then to play against Magnus Carlsen in a tiebreak, I was very impressed with his emotional tenacity and stability, keeping his nerves under time pressure and not cracking. I mean, there was one moment in the second game where he ran into a fork, but apart from that, he was playing very stable chess. He exploited Magnus's mistakes, and he qualified deservedly.
Let's see now the final standings of both groups, who qualified for the quarterfinals and who stayed in the lower brackets. So here you see Group A. Pragg was playing very well in the some part from round 2 to 4. I think he won 3 in a row. It was very convincing, and the final incredible great game he had against Magnus Carlsen, his victory. So there's a tie for 3, and we have Aronian, we talked about it, and Magnus Carlsen not exactly where he wants to be on this cross table. We can see the Group B also, just to take a glance on that, and we see the happy Nakamura who won his group. It was incredible. The key game for that was against Niemann. Eric Gaisi, who didn't have a good start against Niemann in first round, but after that he did qualify. And Caruana, who made only 1 win, but in the most important moment of yesterday. So this is where we see the quarterfinals. And after this, let's see the matchups. Incredible matchups we are seeing for today's day in game one. And the players are playing 2 games, 30 minutes for each player and 30 seconds bonus per move. What do you think, Peter? How do you see the matches here on the upper bracket?
Yeah, we have some incredible pairings. Pragg against Caruana, clash of generations. Niemann against Sindarov. I remember that Niemann was very happy that Hikaru picked Levon. So I don't know exactly why that Hans is happy that he plays against a young player, or he simply felt like, I don't want to play against the man of the hour, Levon Aronyan. In any case, Niemann was happy, and Nakamura Aronyan is the El Clasico. I'm really looking forward to all the matchups, but this one particularly, and Abdusatov against Arjun Algaisi will be also an incredible fight. One thing that players will need to adjust, and Hans for sure, that rushing and playing so quickly, trying to put the pressure on the clock will not work with the 30 minutes plus 30 seconds increment games. The players need to slow down. I'm very curious to see how the players will adjust to the new time control.
Okay, so this, we are looking for great excitement. I'm very much looking forward for first move and what position they will be playing out. Let's see the other bracket, the lower bracket, what we see there in the matchups. Of course, there is a sad Magnus.
Against Vidit, yes, I think there's some mistake in the graphic. So he's playing against Vidit. And then we have Sevian against So, Dominguez against Asobayeva, and Keimer against Robson. And we should remind the viewers, these players can still get up to 3rd place. They cannot win the tournament anymore, but they can still get to 3rd place, which would mean a lot of money on the one hand, and also a good amount of Grand Prix points. So they're definitely still playing for a lot here.
Okay, so here also we see a lot of excitement. And now let's see what we picked. What's the game which we want to see really much?
Well, all of them, but Levon Aronyan against Hikaru Nakamura, I think, that was the match. 2 incredible legends, and Levon Aronyan, after knocking out Magnus Carlsen yesterday, and Hikaru dominating the B group with a stunning 6 out of 7. I think they both deserve to be named, especially as a match of the day today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Hikaru was amazing. And actually, game 2 was kind of already decisive for the outcome of his performance. As he said it yesterday, we were happy to have him in our studio, and he explained it why. He had a very dangerous position against Savian. And, of course, Levon Aronyan, he was the hero of yesterday, and he destroyed the mood of the world's best player.
So what are we expecting actually? What is the reason why Hikaru picked Levon? Is it the reason that if he would have not picked Levon, he had to pick Sindarov?
Yes.
And let's not forget about this incredible thing. We should talk about it. What happened in Weissenhaus in the very first event of the Grand Slam? That everybody was expecting that Hikaru will have to face Magnus Carlsen, and then suddenly Sindarov picked Hikaru Nakamura and knocked him out.
Knocked him out.
Niklas, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think that was quite a, I mean, maybe traumatic experience is said too much, but it's definitely something that Hikaru has some very painful memories, because he had so many chances to win that match. Already in the classical portion, in the first game, he was just winning, but Sindarov showed some tenacity in the end game, and then also in the tie breaks, he had some chances, but ultimately he couldn't really keep his nerves together, being low on the clock, and he lost against Sindarov. So I think for Hikaru it was clear that he rather plays against somebody of his generation, against Levon, than once again against Sindarov. But I think you told me the other day that Hikaru actually doesn't have a great score against Levon. Do I remember that right?
Yes, I told you, but those were the days like 2014, 15, 16, yeah? So maybe Hikaru feels like night's payback time, yeah? Who knows? Hikaru is very special. We had him luckily yesterday with us in the studio, and it was so nice to hear how he thinks, yeah? Because he thinks a little differently, no, Judith? What is your
maybe
feeling?
a lot differently. I mean, definitely. I advise to our viewers to check it out later on, because it's fun to listen how Hikaru's reaction was, what he was waiting from the match between Aranyán and Magnus, and some other thoughts. Maybe we can bring up also another matchup, Niemann and Sindarov, because that's also going to be something extremely exciting for different reasons. Of course, both of them are very young. Incredible sharp style for both, we can say. Well, probably Sindarov is more of a sharp player. But what do you think about Niemann? Can he slow himself down? And how can he challenge Sindarov?
Well, this is the very big question, because, Hans was super impressive yesterday, and he is also always very impressive in all the qualification events for the tournament. So there was absolutely no accident that he qualified here. Yeah, he was always pushing for the qualification spot. But in Granca, with the 90 minutes time control, he was suffering, because he was playing almost as quickly as yesterday in the 10-minute portion. Now, of course, the time control is changed. Now we have 30 minutes, but this 30 minutes plus 30 seconds game is a very long rapid. Yeah, I think that it's the right way to approach it, like a long rapid, not like a classical, because it has nothing to do with classical. You can't really afford to think 50 minutes on the move. Yeah, but you can slow down, make sure that you get the grip on the position. And Hans cannot rush, because he cannot bully the opponent with this time control. Yeah, every small inaccuracy will be punished. And but he also showed yesterday that he's capable of playing extremely good chess. Yeah, so I'm very curious. It's a 50-50 match. Sindarov is a person who can punish every single bullying by Niemann.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting how the players are able to switch their mindset into a very different kind of playing mode. Because, of course, they will get again 10 minutes before the start of the game to get familiar with the position, as they had it yesterday as well. And then they have to be more serious maybe about choosing their opening play, because it's a long game. So the game I'm expecting to be 1.5 to 2 hours at least, most of the games. And but we are just about to see what is going to be the next position. So let's go to the stage and see what's next.
Still very much alive in this tournament. Anything from third place all the way up to first for those top 8 in our upper bracket quarterfinals. The players, though, they need to know what the battlefield looks like before they can step out there and begin to tussle with each other. So once again, I'm going to welcome back Tanya Sachdev and David Howell. They drew us a beautiful starting position yesterday for game number 1. So come on over. Let's get these balls rolling once again. And David Howell, pick us a good one. Pick us a fiery one here. Okay, here we go.
It is position 262.
Position 262, and as you can see behind me, all the players flooding the stage and making their way to their boards. As you guys are probably aware, you will have 10 minutes to discuss either within your pods or to sit on your own and strategize, and then I wish you the best of luck as you dive into your 30-30 quarterfinal matchups. We're gonna head back to the studio. We'll catch you there in just a bit to help break down all the action. We'll see you soon.
We're black, right? This looks tricky. F4?
Yeah, F4's.
Knight b6,
Again,
A4.
F4. Knight b6, A4.
Or C.
We can play F4, F4, F6, Knight b6. But we probably get her into some trouble.
Yeah.
But F4, Knight b6, A4, F5, no? Can't.
Knight b3?
No, but wait, F4, Knight b6, A4 is like B4? Ah, rook A8? No, but then I take A5.
So F5, Knight b2, A5?
So wait, sorry, so how's it go? So F4, Knight b6, A4,
A4,
F5, ah,
Knight
F5,
b3,
yeah.
I mean, we can also play b6, I don't know, but it's good.
Doesn't. Maybe actually F3 is interesting for
But
white, yeah,
maybe it's
because
not
then we
bad.
get E4. For example, against B6, F3 is much better.
So F3 good. So b6, E4, F5, we trade pawns.
I was more worried about like some D4, because then our knight is dead. D4, what do we do?
D4, F5, and
Knight B3?
we'll have to play bishop b7. Bishop b7? Anyway, I'll play knight f6, c6. I mean, I also have a. Okay. Let's see. No, but they're gonna play f4. F3 is a bit strange. Why would they play
F4 because the knight goes to F3. It's not really going to D3, it seems weird.
But I'm not sure against F4 I like B6 maybe.
F4, B6.
Yeah, I think.
Now we can play B4, E4. We go C5.
Okay, I will get
C5
control over
bases
E4 square, I think it's fine.
If white plays B.
And something like g3? I mean, that's the moment. g3, bishop b7, bishop b2. We just take it.
Okay, G3 we go, let's say F5, and then already, I mean, if it goes B3, I don't think it's that dangerous.
Knight B3, just C5, Knight C7.
C5.
We go here.
Knight B3. Okay, this actually...
Can I do E5?
No, that's not A is very bad.
Yeah, for now.
What? You take f6?
F6.
I mean, it's not clear that white is doing that great. Yeah.
Knight B3, and you want to take E5 or B4? It's E5.
Probably e5.
Yeah.
Although, wait, why not b4? It's an important pawn, so...
I just feels dangerous, no? Like some
E5.
D4?
Okay, e5.
E5
Yeah,
then.
but d4 is strange.
Why?
You can take on e1.
Okay, King E1. There are all the dark
Bishop
squares.
b7, one castle.
We can castle, yeah.
I mean, white's king is pretty...
No, if we can castle, sure. Yeah. Okay, but like we can play knight b6, or is it actually bad?
Is there like any downside to doing this? Is it like a better version to play e5 first, or what does it change exactly?
Just 6 here. It's the same, no?
Yeah, like it's gonna be the same, right?
Yeah,
So
let's say take.
Knight F3.
knight 3 e4. Okay, so b4 is still hanging.
Like Knight G5.
Castle 1.
Ah, you're one.
Everything happens so fast.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
It's so risky.
Oh, that we can castle fast is actually hugely
this,
important.
This b4 is extremely dangerous.
With F4, B6, and if F3, Knight B6.
Okay, so what about this? Let's say a4.
F5,
Knight b3.
Is a5 not a move?
Yeah, a5. A5.
Queen a2, ab6, takes, bc7,
No,
queen
I take,
ab.
take this. If a5, queen a2,
Oh,
ab8.
there's Queen C5.
What's
Queen c5.
Oh, E6.
or,
But can't I trap the queen?
What?
but you can't take it, no? I have to play e6.
Queen d4, queen a.
Maybe, I'm not so
And
sure.
then e3, bishop d3.
Queen D4 with a K8. You mean back the rook? Knight
Yeah,
E5?
like A5.
So this.
Take B6.
I can still play rook 8 after
You have rook A, yeah, you got rook A. Yeah.
No, wait.
queen e4 rook 8. I don't think you can do this. A might queen up. And also no weaknesses.
So if queen e3, you go here, yeah?
I mean, if queen 3 also I can take and then e6.
Yeah.
No, it's
There's no way to track it.
Also with the queen on a4 I can kick it away. It's just,
So we could just go a5, yeah? There's nothing.
I can show you a comparative thing, okay? In our game,
Professor, huh?
I played g5 here, f4, he played g5, even this was bad. Our game went like this. Knight f3, queen d5, knight b3. I went like this, knight f6, and here h3 plus 1. Yes,
just g4,
this is our
bishop
game.
g2.
You played bishop d2? No, I played e4. I played, no. You played bishop d2. So this is, so even with b4, which is a stupid move, g5 was bad.
Okay, Professor Hans has spoken.
Yeah, I played the exact position.
Okay, so c4 you want. Wait a second, so there is no knight c4 at all. There's no chance something like this can work.
Before b6, yeah? Before b6.
That's what I'm saying, before b6, that's right. And you guys are laughing at it.
What now, before, no?
Yeah, this is. But before I'm not sure. F5?
Knight f9, b3?
b6.
93?
But they don't like this knight on d3. It's a bit.
No, I agree. Look at that in c7.
What if we just protect a3?
Just go
c5?
What if b5?
Yeah.
b5?
A little bit soft.
You want to play b5 here?
Yeah.
No.
Why not? Yeah, it's interesting, no?
Yeah, c6 you take.
But wait, a6?
a4?
Takes knight b6?
Knight b4.
Knight
Also e3.
Ah, e3. Oh. b5, yeah? b5 is interesting.
Yeah, that's nice.
I like this.
You approve, Professor?
I like
Okay, people will go like b6.
c6 is very ugly.
And c4.
It's such luck. The same position. No, I remember the whole game we played.
And you like b3?
No, because d3, you want to take as much space as possible. And if there's no g5, then you're just developing normally with d4.
So what are we actually doing after g5? Just take and knight f3, yeah?
Even. Yeah, you have so many times.
Queen h5.
And this is too much, yeah?
I'll play. No, I can play g.
c5, c6? Like knight f3, queen h5, c5, c6?
No, then bc.
b7, rook b6.
Yeah, b6. We had a game with rook d6, remember?
And okay, if they just play like normal chess.
Or a4 somewhere, I don't know.
a4, we can include
Or a5.
No, this is committed.
So, I think they want to play b3.
Yeah, maybe I don't
bishop.
want to. I don't want to.
Wait, d3, bishop e3.
Yeah.
How do you do
b6. b6 sometimes.
Knight d7. What exactly?
Okay, let's say d6 or b7.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start in 2 minutes.
Somewhere
Such a
a4.
big deal. Ah, knight f3 is
Yeah, it seems.
The pieces are much better.
slightly better for me.
What a gift set.
Professor gave us the knowledge.
I know the whole game.
game number 1 of these quarterfinals. I kindly ask to the audience to keep your mobile phone in silent mode and don't connect to internet. So please be aware about it. Players, you can start the games.
So day 2 has just begun for the players, and the opening moves we are seeing on the board. And we see already here in the quarterfinals, 1F4. Immediately I turn to Nicholas, because we were talking a little bit about it. Can you tell us, is it a mistake already, or?
Yes, actually the players and maybe the viewers who are listening in from the black side, they quite quickly, and I think it was Vincent Keimer who pointed out that F4 is somewhat of an inaccuracy because of B6, and you're not having the support over E4. So instead, as Vincent said, the move F3 would be better. We'll get into the details later on. I think Hans made a strong point. I believe he was talking about one of his own games even that he might have had in this specific position 262 already, and maybe he was leading the team in the direction of saying, let's go F4 and B4. That worked well for me in one of my previous games, and seems that Abdesattorov, Niemann of course, and Pragg are following his suggestion so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was also very interesting how Niemann was very active today in the analysis, because yesterday he was sitting alone at the board and trusted himself, and he wanted to be on himself, preparing for each game while the others were analyzing together that specific 10 minutes before the game. Now he was extremely active. Not only that, but he showed a position, a game he played previously. So that was quite a shocking part for me to notice. And this is a position, what we have now, number 262. So we see that the players are preparing. Of course, they cannot be preparing as they do in classical chess.
Yeah, but wait a second, Julie, sorry that I interrupt. What is going on? Is this real? Did Arjun play E5 here on move 2? What on earth is this? What kind of gambit is this? Nicholas, you are the opening expert. Tell me that this is...
This is very interesting.
And wow, also Sindarov played No, he played F6. No, okay, no, but Arjun did play E5. Insane.
You don't want to give up the center, it means.
Well, but you give up a pawn, yeah?
No, B4.
No, you just give a... Yeah,
it's really
the bird's eye view is too small of a screen for us a bit. Yeah, we have to get used to.
Okay, so it's a gambit with
this
the
is
knight on
shocking
A8.
stuff. And another big shocker, I'm just revealing that the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vidit features F3, knight B6, C4. Nicholas, you said that this is the absolute best. Does it mean that Magnus actually prepared every single position, or what is happening?
Well, Magnus, we saw him being by himself at the board, and I think that was the right decision. He was not influenced by Hans, because at this point we can already say that you see on every single board, besides Magnus, we have F4 and B4. And the starting position for White was the most promising position we have seen in this tournament so far. The objective evaluation is 0.38, which is quite a decent advantage to start with. But by going F4 and B4, all the White players have given away the advantage right away. And this is, of course, a huge missed chance for them, since they could have made much more out of the starting position, and they didn't take their time. I think they rushed here a little bit. Of course, it's difficult to say. You only have half an hour, but the first few moves are so important. We saw in the previous events that the players sometimes took maybe 15, 20 moves on 20 minutes on the first few moves. Of course, you can't do that in this time control, but still, it feels like they should have taken maybe a few more minutes to consider if they really want to follow Hans's lead. Which Magnus didn't, and he figured it out by himself and found by far the strongest continuation.
Yeah, absolutely. But you see, there is someone else also making this gambit, Peter.
Vastly. The rock-solid Vastly, which means that they had anticipated this.
But I also think I strongly have the feeling that the players were not able to switch their mindset to this time control because they really played so fast. And practically all the games, we see 2-3 moves already on the board and we just started, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, if you decline the gambit with knight b3, like it happened in the Nodiebek game against Arjun Ergaisi, then you can even get into transposition. Like instead of the gambit e5, f6, knight b3, e5, fe5, like it might feature in some of the games. Like, for example, Robson Chimera, if white plays knight b3, black plays e5, we might transpose there. Now, if Sevian plays knight b3, that's another transposition. And I believe Vidit is the one who is very upset that what on earth is happening? I got Magnus, and everybody else plays something different, and Magnus plays the best. We haven't talked about it. What am I supposed to do? It's a very scary situation for Vidit.
He just played f6.
Yeah, he played f6, but then the pawn on c4 will, of course, very beautifully dominate the knight on b6.
Well, probably just simply going b3 seems a very practical move for the long run.
b3 or e4. This is already a very nice position for Magnus.
What a center for white after e4.
Lovely. But even let's just forget about the positions. Judith, you touched a very nice point. Yeah, that this adjusting the time control. I think we should a little bit go deeper in this so that the viewers get the feeling what we are talking about. Yeah, that earlier what happened was that the 10+10 segment was the qualification, and then once we switched to the different time control, it was 90+30. Yeah, I think for 90+30 it was so much easier for the players to change because you know that now I have time. Now I can think. But when you switch to 30 minutes, then you still feel like this is rapid. How much time am I allowed to spend and so on? You don't want to fall behind on the clock. But with 30 seconds increment, and that's a very big difference. What is your take? Yeah, that probably just investing 10 minutes, making sure that you get a good opening, you still have 20 minutes plus 30 seconds increment. Wouldn't be that the right strategy?
Well, absolutely. To have 30 minutes, the classics. We understand that, okay, that's not blitz, it's a rapid. So still you want to make your opening moves quite fast because you want to keep your time for the middle game. But indeed, when you have 30 seconds per move, it means that you can go down even to 2 minutes. And you can't really call it a real time trouble. Yeah. Because if you have a position in endgame, you can make some moves, you can raise your time very easily. So it is, but it's very difficult to sense it, I think, that actually with the 30 seconds, it means that if we play a 30 move only, that's already doubling the time of the play. Well, not for the player, but for the both players. So it's like 60 moves doubling your time. That means that it's a 1-hour game, right? So it makes it a lot different. And why this is so important? Because if you can, it's basically self-control.
Exactly.
And if one is playing fast, then the other will also play fast because I don't want to stay behind, nor in time. And it's not only about time. The other problem
psychological
is
effect
psychologically, if you spend 10 minutes, then they think, well, they can think that, okay, you don't know theory and you didn't make your own preparation. But they think, okay, you don't have your self-confidence, you're hesitant, you're not ready to make quick decisions. So it's very much of a psychological element, I think, especially in today's game 1.
Yes.
In game 2, probably people will be already regretting some of the decisions and the speed they play game 1, and also their mindset somehow will adjust because it was really too much for the players playing 8 hours yesterday.
Is it only 8 or 9? The broadcast was also very long.
Because Magnus played longer.
Yes.
The other extra.
Okay.
Others only, in brackets, I would say 8 hours. And it's not only that 8 hours, because if you would play a classical chess game of 6, 7, 8 hours, you're in that single game during the whole time.
Yes.
But here, you always have to push the restart button. important.
Yeah, you lose some dramatic games, you
Exactly,
win and
huge
so on.
mistakes,
Exactly.
and yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and also with the time control, what I want to highlight that, like you said, the 30 seconds increment gives good stability, and as long as you haven't lost the control of the game, I think you can always afford it. But in freestyle chess, we have already seen it that if you lose control, you can have even 90 minutes, you start thinking for half an hour, it's too late. You can't correct it. And what we also saw so far during the tour, that whoever gets the initiative normally uses it, because practically speaking, he has such a big advantage, yeah, that his moves are coming naturally. In freestyle chess, we are not yet used to the defensive kind of concepts that we know in normal chess. Yeah, so it's much easier to have a good position and keep on going with it than sitting there in your misery and then you are regretting everything. That, okay, why did I get this position from the black side? If I would have received it from the white side, life would have been wonderful, and so on. And another very interesting point is that Hans, I think in his interview, was saying that his idea was not to be teaming up with the teams so that he doesn't get affected by some suggestions. And what happened today? He teams up and he influences everyone into the wrong direction. Yeah, it's
Nicholas,
crazy.
I want to ask you, what do you think? Maybe it's a stupid question. Do you think before castling is a different kind? You can split the game into two at least, before castling and after castling in freestyle chess? Because in classical chess, it's very normal. It's a flow, yeah? You know already the intention after a few moves that it's going to be coming. But yesterday, there were few occasions when you were analyzing, and suddenly actually the key move, the move of castling, made the difference.
Yes, in freestyle chess, sometimes it can be a very surprising castle, as we saw yesterday in a few instances, especially in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Sindarov. So in this specific position, it's not so clear where the king will end up. I'm right now having the game open between Magnus Carlsen and Sindarov against Vidit. I could imagine a king ending up on the left side of the board. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe it could also still end up on the other side of the board. I would like to take a moment to have a little deep dive into the opening game and to the opening moves, starting maybe with what Magnus did. Or maybe, actually, let's take it back and see what all the other players did and why it was not the most critical way to continue. So they went f4, now b6 was played, and here they basically all went b4. So what White would like to do is play the move e4, claiming space in the center, opening up the bishop, but here this would be a mistake since Black has the response f5. So we always have to watch out for unprotected pawns in the starting position. This is why Black went b6 in the first move, because if you allow this queen to end up on a2, you not only lose a pawn, you actually lose the rook right away. So you cannot do this. The rook is unprotected and cannot be defended. You just lose it and you lose the game. So this is the problem with e4, that after f5 it's a double attack and White is already worse. So for that reason it is stronger, like Magnus played f3, because now after b6, which was not played, but if b6 was played, now White could set up e4 and does not need to be afraid about f5, because here White could respond by going knight b3 and this pawn is defended and White is doing quite well. So in the game here with Vidit played knight b6 and now Magnus played c4, also claiming space, and of course this pawn cannot be taken. We once again have the same issue. White takes the pawn on a7 and just wins the rook on b8. Vidit played f6. Now b3 makes a lot of sense, defending the pawn. And here e5 was played. And here probably Magnus could have played e4, getting a nice grip on the center and having some advantage. Also what he did after d4 and d5. He is better, but d5 was a nice counter move by Vidit. also playing in the center himself. We see c5, knight d7, b4, and queen e6. Also here, it seems to me that both players, especially Magnus, is playing quite quickly and maybe too quickly.
Yeah,
also
look at
here,
this. Now, B6 is an amazing move because setting up bishop a6 idea, suddenly the bishop can be activated and the c4 square is there. Yesterday also the c4 square went on to hunt Magnus in the game against Levon in the first tiebreak game. And I'm already not worried for black at all.
No,
yeah,
and you're
not
correct.
At all.
It's equal, and maybe white has to be careful.
Double-edged. It's a double-edged position.
So it really goes to show that using your time here in the correct way is very difficult. Half an hour, it's somewhere in between. Yes, it is rapid, but it's also not fast rapid. It's not 15 minutes. And it seems to me that a lot of the players are rushing, but of course it's easy to be said since, well, if they're not rushing, if they spend too much time in the opening, then they might miss it later. So it is a difficult spot. But here, it seems now Magnus played knight d3. It seems that Vidit, he did a good job spending his time. He spent around, well, let's say he spent around 10 minutes because he's getting half a minute per move. And out of the difficult opening, he has made a decent position, Jude.
Absolutely. I like very much the way Vidit was playing because he played b6, getting ready to bring the bishop actively. The b8 rook is practically standing on the best place, so he benefited. He made his moves in order that the b8 rook has its role. And what I like very much is the queen out from g8 to e6. This I like very much. And I would guess, but of course in freestyle it's always very tricky. I go back to my castling remarks because it is, as you said, also we don't know where the king is going to be castling. While in Vidit's game, I believe it should be to the short side.
Yeah, I'm also very happy for Vidit because he was not intimidated. Yeah, it was very easy to get under the impression that, yeah, Magnus knows it all, f3, c4, and it's unpleasant. And he just reacted very naturally with e5, d5, looking for counter chances. And he gets a dynamic position. We don't know what's happening. Maybe after two moves, one of the side will already have an advantage. But at the moment, it looks like a very exciting position. But I do believe also we have some tremendous development in other games. For example, I see Pragg, Fabiano, Caruana having the exact kind of same position like Hans Niemann against Sindarov with a white queen on d4, very position.
Maybe let's go to have a bird's eye view and we can pick another game as well, because there are some of the games are already a little bit more towards, I don't know if I dare to say something like this, towards to the middle game, because I'm not sure I can really judge.
Look at this. These are the upper bracket quarterfinals. I see two white queens on d4 and one black queen on d5. Yeah, so Arjun saying, no, I won't push my pawn from e5 to e4, giving up the d4 square. Very interesting, super interesting. And also that will Hans's idea with this queen d4, b5, bishop b2 really work out, because positionally it's a very sound concept. Yeah, he wants to get a strategically long-term clear advantage if he can just establish the grip on the position. The big question is, will he be able to do that, or is Sindarov and Fabi in time to fight back? Look at this, the Pragg Caruana game very much goes along, it's the same position right now.
What do you think jumping into the Hans Niemann-Sindarov game? Because they already progressed quite a bit also, that pawn on b5.
Yeah, it's the same as the Pragg Caruana exactly, but because it's Hans's concept, yeah, he was the one who invented this whole f4, b4. Let's see how the maestro treats his own
idea.
Own idea, yes. Let's go there. All right. Hans Niemann Sindarov. And what I see here when I look at this position, and we will go back to the start and just to see how we get this position, the evil bar says it's completely equal. When I think an experienced grandmaster looks at this position, then he can say everything apart of that this is equal, because it looks super promising for white. Yeah, with this pawn on b5, that knight on a8 stuck. White has also made sure that he has this grip on the d4 square. So right now the queen stands there. Later in the middle game, maybe the knight will move there. Maybe the bishop. White also has ideas clearly to develop the bishop somewhere. And then the rook joins the party. The only piece which is not participating is the knight on e1, which kind of the only trouble piece. But I personally enjoy this position much more from the white side, but let's just go back to the start and see how did we reach this position, because it's kind of one of the main positions of today's first game. f4, b6, b4, f6. So finally it's kind of transposition with the gambit with e5. Actually, I was too quick to call it a gambit. It's not a gambit at all, because after f takes e5, f6, once again, e takes f6 runs into the motive that Nicholas has already highlighted many times. Queen takes a2 just wins material here on the queen side, king's the left side of the board. It's always tricky how we call it. So that's why it does not really matter in which move order the players are reaching this position. After e5, f takes e5, f takes e5, we get this transposition. White played the move bishop b2, hitting that pawn on e5 immediately, and this was the move order of Hans. I believe that Abdusattorov has played the move b5 first. If I'm not mistaken, I think he played b5. So the original concept of Hans was bishop b2. Now black played the move e4, which is kind of a move, but I would always be very cautious making such move, weakening the d4 square. And this is what Hans immediately jumps at, queen d4, targeting the pawn, but it's not only about the pawn, but the tempo. Bishop b7, now white played the move e3, black played bishop e7, white fixes the pawn structure with b5, and black made a stunning move. Judith, can you come up with a stunning, if I'm calling it a stunning move, what is a stunning move in this position? That I did not see it coming.
Castle.
Exactly. Bravo. High five.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
2,700 player talking and say stunning move. Castle.
Yes, castle. Yeah, because okay.
You know that I'm sensitive to this move.
Of course, still the big question: what will be the future journey of this knight on a8? Because black will actually have to push the c pawn in order to get it to c7, but with the king already fixed on the so-called official queen side here, left side of the board, it can also weaken the structure, yeah, potentially if white has time to go a4, a5.
Peter, I have a question.
Yes.
Before castling,
yes,
if you just go back one more move, please. What do you think, who has the development advantage, or who is better developed now? What is your feeling? And after castle?
Well, my feeling is that white is clearly ahead in development.
And after castle as well?
Also after castles, yeah. Just because of this pawn on b5, I'm super happy. Maybe I'm too much of a strategist, yeah, but when I see this pawn on b5, then...
But isn't it because you see that knight on a8 and you understand that it will not come out for a few more moves at least?
Yeah, but I also don't really understand this structure, this e4 pawn. For example, okay, we talked about the horrible knight on a8. I can also talk about the horrible bishop on b7, which is buried by its own pawn on e4. I just don't like this whole construction at all, and maybe, Nicholas, you are checking all these positions often with engine. Can you actually just give some arguments so that we understand why I'm way too biased? Yeah, that objectively speaking, maybe the position is fine for black, but I'm not feeling happy. How is the computer treating this?
The computer is saying it's equal. I just want to point out at this point we also have this position before castle in the game between Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura, as well as it's also on the board between Pragnananda and Fabiano Caruana. So this is quite an interesting discussion here. In a lot of the games we see this position, maybe in the lower bracket as well, I could imagine. I think the game between Dominguez and Asubayeva was also heading in this direction. And the position is equal objectively, but I agree with you. It seems more pleasant to play with white. You have this powerful bishop on this diagonal. The queen also seems well placed. And black has 2 bad pieces, whereas white only has 1 bad piece, the knight on e1. So actually what the computer likes to see here, well, castle is maybe the second best move. The computer suggests a c5, which is quite a radical move. You're attacking the queen. Of course, white needs to take this pawn en passant. And after bishop takes c6, the point is that you can now start to develop and get this knight into the game via c7, maybe push the queen out, putting it on e6. And if bishop c4, which looks like quite a tempting move, then black can play d5. I know this doesn't look so great from the pawn structure, but let's not forget this knight on e1 is quite an issue for white. So this seems to be okay for black, even though also here I would definitely prefer the white side. So castle was played by Sindarov, and Fabiano, Caruana and Nakamura are still pondering in this position how to continue. And after castle, well, also here, white has some questions to answer. What to do with this knight? Should I castle with the king? Should I go in this direction or not? It's really a difficult position to play. You have some good pieces, but other pieces, they're not finding their squares.
You know what comes to my mind, and knowing Sindarov and having seen his yesterday game against Levon, that his idea with long castle is maybe to go c5, b takes c6, d takes c6, sacrifice the pawn on e4, and then get c5, knight c7, bishop f6, knight d6 activity. Because like we already spoke about this, that this e4 pawn irritates us, humanly speaking. Yeah, with the bishop on b7, it would be so much more nice. Let me even show this, what I'm talking about. Yeah, that after the move long castles. Now if we talk about the move c5 that Nicholas highlighted that the computer wanted to play, I have to make like this, yeah, c5. Then if white takes, then the idea would be to capture with the pawn. Now the pawn is not pinned, so white picks up the pawn on e4. Yes, it hits the bishop, but I would say that anything like bishop b6, finally knight c7, and also c6, c5, opening that bishop could give very nice general compensation. All of a sudden, we might be liking black's counterplay. Maybe objectively it does not work out. I just wanted to highlight that those ideas are very much in game after long castles.
Yes, indeed. Of course, it's very much of the style of Sindarov to try to get his pieces very active, even on a cost of sacrificing a pawn. Though once the e4 pawn will be gone, it means also that the e1 knight will be a very good place, because it can come either to f3 or even to d3. So it's there has to be a very focused, special moment where black can do that. And still, the queen is on g8, which I'm not so happy with over there. So it is a very special position, and I think I don't think we had during the whole series, Grand Slam, that we see after, I don't know, what is it, 12 moves? Or
no, it's just 8.
It's 8. After the 8th move, and in such a complicated way that we see in several positions exactly the same position. Yeah. Because I don't think it's a forced line from this starting position. But it seems like we are getting there also in freestyle, that in some positions, some patterns, some strategies, it becomes very clear or obvious, or just they go on the same way with their brain and understanding, and they play the same. So a4, very A4. Positional move.
Yeah, but does white really have time for this? Of course, I highlighted that, yeah, if white can get a4, a5 in, then it will be fantastic, because it will be so much more difficult for black to try to break out with the knight on a8 once the queen side is already, or okay, now the left side of the board is compromised. And because of all these dynamic ideas, for example, I also realized that while I'm talking about the pawn sacrifice with c5, maybe I can also, Judith, you were saying you hate this queen on g8. Even a move like queen e6 comes to mind. And then we are preparing c5, bc, dc by even protecting the e4 pawn. Yeah, even this is a possibility. Okay, the move bishop f6 had been played. I wanted to highlight that a move like bishop c4, provoking d5, and then falling back with the bishop to e2, exactly for this purpose, then we eliminate all kinds of c5s in the future, is strategically very tempting.
But I think after bishop c4, queen f8 may be a move, or after
you
that,
could. Then
bishop
rook f1
d5.
tempo.
Rook f1, bishop f6.
And you trap the queen, yeah? Okay, I will sack the exchange without any hesitation, but yes, it's too drastic of no reason to do that. Yeah, bishop c4, queen f8, bishop d5 was your reaction, yeah?
Bishop c4 is actually on the board in the 2 games already between Sam Sevian and Wesley So and Dominguez and Nasser. So we have this discussion of the
So
position.
actually, how many games do we have with this opening? 5? 6.
Yes, also in Ray Robson against Vincent Keimer, but here Vincent played a little bit differently. He did not play bishop e7.
So this
he played
was
knight
Niemann's
f6.
idea, yeah?
Yeah, and look at this, and he gets everything what he wants. Sindalov played the move bishop f6, queen b4, queen f8. Now White gets a winning kind of endgame. Give this to Karpov, to Ulf Andersson. Okay, this is d4 square. Excuse me. Excuse me. This is
So
long terms, it should be lost.
What do
Hans
you
will be
mean?
super happy.
But what do you mean? What
Well,
do you
just
do?
trade everything and sit on the d4 square. You combine with a5, you trade
But
them on
eventually, at
pieces.
some point, I can go c5.
Yeah, okay, no, but this, my body can't take it. Okay, my heart and everything. I'm, against everything that, queens are traded. Of course, Hans is super happy, and he will be, after this game, he will tell everyone that f4, b4 are the right moves. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Sindalov is rushing. Why, with 23 minutes on the clock, are you deciding in such a committal decision?
And it's interesting that Hans is the one who is taking more time.
He's tricking everyone. He's fooling everyone, yeah? And in the 10 minutes game, he's bullying everyone by playing a tempo. Now he makes the right time management, and he did say that actually he prepared very seriously for this event. Maybe 2 weeks or something he just spent on freestyle. Maybe I should have not revealed this information because we had a private conversation, but I was not alone with him, but he was telling it to many people. But okay, this is what we are witnessing in his games. He's fooling everyone.
But it's not so simple. Are you taking on f6 or what are you doing?
I don't know, I'm just enjoying. I'm just enjoying.
Not even playing anymore.
Exactly, I don't even make a move because I'm so happy with this picture. I'm just super happy. But no, Hans will be extremely proud of himself that yes, my master plan worked to perfection. Now he just has to show technique.
So maybe before we switch to another game, I want to pull off with an interview by Hans, what he has to say after he qualified.
Hans, congratulations. You're through to the quarterfinals. You had an incredible start today, becoming the first player to officially be through to the quarterfinals. Then the last 2 games didn't go your way, but I guess overall you're very satisfied with the performance today?
I certainly played quite well. I think I lost the intensity. I had a great position against Hikaru, and even against Fabiano, I had a great position with no risk. So probably just fatigue, lack of intensity, but nevertheless, I should not have lost control the way I did. But I think it's obviously a success. There's not much to complain about, but I really should have scored. I could have won every game. I had a great position all throughout.
It was a fantastic showing. Which was your favorite game today?
Well, against Aragaisi, it was quite a nice move, knight c5, which I had seen in advance. The game against, Vidit, I had this sort of f3, c3, no one else played it. I think that sitting alone, analyzing by myself, paid dividends. I wasn't really following. I was going on my own path in the openings, which turned out quite well. I don't know, the game, for example, the game against Sevian, which I didn't win, I really liked how I played queen a1 and then I castled queenside, and I think I played really good chess the entire day. There were just slight moments of unwarranted ambition, probably in the game against Robson, where I overpushed and still managed to trick him. And then against Hikaru and Fabiano, there was no need to be so ambitious when I had such a risk-free position. So should be a bit more professional and control. But in general, I think I played really, really well.
You certainly did. You mentioned about preparing by yourself. This is something I believe you had talked about in the winner's interview when you qualified, that you were planning to prepare solo so as not to, I believe you were the one who said sometimes as a group they reach the wrong conclusions and one just imitates the other. So at the end of the day, are you happy with that decision to have prepared solo?
Of course. I think I got great opening positions and I will continue to do the same in the future rounds.
You have talked quite a bit about, not getting many opportunities to compete at the top level, especially here on home soil in the US. What does it mean to you to be playing here in Vegas?
Well, I'm sure that the love of chess I showed is an example of why open qualifiers for tournaments are very important and why all players should have the opportunity to prove themselves in open qualifiers and not having purely invitational tournaments, or isn't really in the spirit of meritocracy. So I hope to continue to play even better. Obviously, in a knockout format, losses are not as can't be tolerated like I got away with them today. But I feel very, very good, and my preparation certainly paid off.
Hence, we look forward to seeing you in the knockouts tomorrow. Congrats again on a great performance today, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
We've seen happy but not so happy Hans, I think, in this interview. It was too fast after his loss. But, of course, he's very happy later on. I met him also. Of course, it was important to qualify. And this is what you see, the position right now, live on the board. And what struck my eyes, the time. Because Hans has 13 minutes, nearly 14, while Sindarov is playing really fast. He has still 22 minutes. So knight d4 before we switch, just the final assessment, Peter.
Yeah, well, I think that Hans did extremely well, because this is a kind of endgame where it's one-sided. Clearly, White is the one playing for advantage, putting the pressure. So what we exactly talked about with 30 seconds increment, making sure that you are the one calling the shots, nothing can happen to you, and you can squeeze your opponent. I think it was a very nice time management. Clearly, I'm always exaggerating such positions, because when I think like I'm slightly better, I already consider this, that, if I'm playing very well, I'm showing true mastery, then I should be able to get the maximum out of this position. Objectively speaking, probably just a very pleasant position for White, but nothing tragic has happened with Black. Black played the move knight d6. I just want to add that it was interesting that Hans actually played knight d4 without playing the dark square bishops. Yeah, he senses that maybe this is more ambitious. It keeps more dynamic in the position.
Yes, maybe something to add by Nicholas. You think it's Peter right, or the computer, the engine, has a different view on that?
Well, I would say the engine is agreeing with Peter. It is a pleasant endgame, and White is a tiny bit better here, but Sindarov definitely has chances to hold this. And who knows? I'm not sure if it's yet a position for two results. Maybe it can be, but maybe a bit early. Now, Black has ideas like going bishop d5, maybe going for the c4 squared. You still have to solve this issue with the knight on a8. So I guess sooner or later you need to play c5. Maybe you put a bishop on d5, then you can think about c5. And this pawn on e4, it is also a bit uncomfortable for White. White has to answer some questions as well. So I think there's a lot of play left. Sindarov being up on the clock by 9 minutes. This could become a factor. But let's not forget, they do get 30 seconds per move. So Hans is not in any big time trouble, but could become a factor later on.
And Niklas, I would like to ask you, maybe you can jump then to another game. And another game I would like to highlight, you can choose, so I don't want to do that. There's the Pragg and the Fabiano, because there are some very interesting developments, and the same applies to Abdusatov against Arjun Elgaisi. In both cases, for example, especially in Arjun's case, we see how White should not have treated Hans's idea. I would love to jump into that game. Can you just show it?
Arjun, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's jump there, because there seems to be Black has a very promising position.
A change
already.
of character, yeah. This is what we want to see.
Yeah, let's see how this developed and how it developed differently than the other games. So in this position, most of the players went bishop b2, hitting the pawn on e5, then e4 was played, and the queen came out to d4. So this is how we reached the position in the game we just saw between Niemann and Sindarov, between Arnya and Nakamura, Pragnananda and Kawana, and so on and so forth. There are so many games. 6 games were played with bishop b2 here, and Nordebek was the only one, I think maybe he was also the first one to reach this position and play b5. Same idea that we saw in many of the other games just later. The pawn is attacked, by the way. This is why b5 was played. But here, after knight f6, which is given a question mark, which I think might be a bit harsh, or maybe not. It seems that there were better moves available. White could have gone bishop b2, but now knight f3, and here there's actually the black queen, which is ending up in the center. Arjun did not let himself be provoked to go e4, and I think here Abdusatov lost the way. He played e3. He should go bishop b2, once again hitting this pawn, trying to provoke e4, get the square on d4, and White is a bit better. But after e3, now actually e4 was played, because after knight fd4, Black could follow up immediately going c5, and this is a move that Peter mentioned already several times. You want to play like this because you're able to get the knight into a game, and also you're able, and this is probably even more important, to challenge this well-placed knight on d4. So here already White is in a bit of trouble. h3 was another move which is probably too slow, controlling the g4 square. c5 was played. The knight has to move. a6, hitting the knight again. Probably the knight should retreat to c3. Instead, c4 was played. Another mistake by Abdusatov. Hitting the queen, yes, but you are weakening your structure further, and this pawn will be really unpleasant to deal with. Queen to e6, knight comes back to c3, now bishop d6. Black is developing, preparing castle, and this is a dream position for Black. You have a long-term space advantage with the pawn on e4. There seems to be no safety for the king, and you have nice development. The knight can come to c7, maybe the bishop can come to b7, but really the star in this position is the pawn on e4, which takes away so much space, and you're not getting rid of it. If you ever play d3 or d4, Black says, well, thank you very much, I'm going to trade, and you are left with a lot of weaknesses in this position. So dream position for Arjun. Let's see if he can make the most out of it, but this is looking really promising for Arjun.
Well, indeed, White has a lot of weaknesses, basically. And after g4 especially, I'm not sure which will be the safest place for the king. Staying in the middle of the board on d1 or castling either side. There are a lot of pawn moves made already, so there are a lot of weaknesses. After g4, I'm not sure what's in Abdusatorov's mind, because is it something prophylactical mainly against knight h5, so the g3 weak square is not going to be occupied by the knight? Now Black has, I think, several great opportunities. First comes to mind, interesting that he played knight c7 first, because that was the worst placement piece there, so that's very logical that finally he wants to bring that out from the corner. And then the question is where the Black is going to castle. Of course, for me, it's obvious to go to the right side to castle short and then to improve the position, and later on probably b5 is something to be expected. What do you think, Peter?
Yes, b5 break is in the house. If I would have this position with the black pieces, I would just tag you. But okay, Judith, take over, and I think the game will be won in 10 moves, because really it's horrible for white to play. And there are so many possibilities for black, and we just don't see where is white's king hiding. There is no safety spot. White's right side, the classical king side, is compromised. Also with this b6, b5 coming, castling long to the left side also doesn't, basically bishop e2 and trying to rely on the g4, g5 idea. That's the only thing that white can do, and black has to watch out not to already open the champagne or something, because clear there is still lots to play for, because once white gets the g5 move in and kicks away the knight, and the knight is not able to land on g3 via h5 because the bishop controls it, then it's a little bit tricky spot. White will get the g4 square for maybe the queen. Let's just make a move. For example, black makes the castles, white pushes g5, black has to fall back with the knight. Okay, let me just put it on this and randomly. What I wanted to highlight, that a move like queen g4 maybe kind of challenges the situation, because all of a sudden the e4 pawn is weak, the queens are standing in trade. Apparently the computer does not agree with me, thinks that black is doing perfectly fine, but humanly, visually, white achieved something here.
Exactly. It's a much better position for white than it was 3 moves before.
Exactly.
Visually true. And e4 pawn, indeed, black has to be careful how to defend it. And it's not good if you're spending time defending your pawn instead of making an attack. So the question is whether can black play something against bishop g2. I was thinking to play possibly g5. Is there an outrageous move?
h4, I have to go immediately. I close my eyes and go.
After h4, h5, what do you think?
Okay, but then I'm
just
creating
for
mess.
Visually to have this beautiful.
H5, knight take g4. And now already I have something to play with. Now so your king will not feel happy going that direction. Maybe just bishop b2. Can I do bishop b2? Yeah, I can. And now already even maybe castles is possible for me, because knowing that your king does not have any safe shelter.
This we went a little too far. And if after h4, black goes rook g8?
G8, well, I'm also happy that at least, you won't be castling comfortably and crushing me. We already created some mess. Okay, bishop b2, development.
And you don't care about the pawn?
No.
On g4.
Okay, I care about my life. That's how I feel about this position. Just get into safety somehow as quickly as possible. This cannot.
And after knight g4, what do you do?
Knight g4. Okay, probably just castle. Can I, or maybe I first take ag. Okay, just let's get this in. Because also the h file opens up. Okay, again, it's at least murky.
Yeah. It's a little messy compared to a few
and Arjun actually castled. He felt like, wait a second, I can't stop this whole g5 operation nicely. Then don't see ghosts. Peter was saying that, okay, this is maybe dangerous, so white gets some counterplay. I don't buy it because black, of course, has many options. After the g5, knight d7. First of all, it's not obligatory, but I just wanted to highlight that even maybe where do we put this?
Maybe just bishop b7?
Yeah, because the queen is protected, bishop b7. Okay, I get access to the d5 square.
Oh, yeah, takes on e6,
takes, bishop g4.
Bishop g4, rook b8 to e8.
Rook b to e8.
And then knight e5
Knight e5 is coming,
There, though, on the b6...
but
there can be some.
But okay, it's clear that white is better. I mean, black is better. So sometimes it's very important to realize what your opponent wants and then to judge it. Wait a second. Okay, he wants this. Okay, great. Let's give it to him and not panic. Apparently, according to computer, there is maybe a much better move here, but often making up your mind, knowing that you have a safety move with which you are fine for sure, and then if you get here, you can think that, do I find a better move? Sometimes in rapid, you better just stay practical. And what is the time situation? Arjun up on the clock, having a very pleasant position. I think he should be very happy. Maybe it's the moment to move to the Pragg Fabiano Caruana game because we haven't talked about it, and I think, Nicholas, you already have analyzed it. We have seen some...
One thing
Yes?
I want to pull the attention. What do you think about the heart rate?
Equal, balanced, 90. I get, well, actually, I don't get any of this heart rate because Arjun has a very nice position, so he should be much more excited that, yes, wow, I have a great chance. If I win with black, then the match will be wonderful. And Abdusatov, how does he stay so calm with this 90, like if he's satisfied? No, he cannot be satisfied.
He can't be satisfied.
He can't be satisfied. He should be 110 at least by now.
Something like that.
Yes.
But before we switch to another game, let's listen Abdusattorov's interview after his qualification.
Very big congratulations. You're through to the upper bracket after a long day in the round robin. You finished on 4.5. How do you reflect on the day?
Yeah, it was quite a successful day for me. I had nice games. I could have, played even better if I would have won this game against Aronian. I would stand at +4, but I end up in +2. But I take it, and most importantly, it gives a spot in the quarterfinals.
What was your favorite game that you played today?
I would say against Vincent. I played with black pieces and I got a comfortable position out of opening and played. I really like my own play, and think I outplayed him in the end game and managed to convert it very cleanly. And yeah, that was my best game.
You have quite a bit of experience by now when it comes to freestyle. You've played in Weissenhaus, you've played in Paris, and here we are in Las Vegas in the stunning Wynn Hotel and Casino. We also have spectators for the first time. So how is this experience different for you?
Yeah, it's absolutely different from Paris or Weissenhaus because we have more players and new format and audience. So new experience, and yeah, I really liked it. I think it's very interesting, and also I think that fans also appreciate the new format, and yeah, I mean it was very exciting.
And it was very exciting following your games today. Congratulations once again on qualifying to the quarterfinals, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Nodir Pragg had a very fine, very nice day yesterday, and even in the 7th round, the easy draw was enough with his countryman. And we've seen a very relaxed and happy Nodir Pragg over there, happy with the conditions, with the live audience, which is always giving extra vibe, I think, for chess players also. And but in this position, probably he's not that happy at the moment, though I think he has some chances to somehow to balance it out, because it seemed to be better a few moves ago for Arjun.
Well, it's good anyway, but I already now moved on. Everything will speed up. Yeah, we are really talking about all the games like it's the classical time control, but we are approaching now kind of 10 minutes situation for many of the players. Nicholas, I think I
Before
already...
that, let's maybe we can zoom out, or so
get the bird's eye view.
we have, maybe the bird's eye view, and then we can jump into the analysis of the Pragnananda and Caruana game. Yes, just to observe what's happening. Also, there's some excitement between Aronian and Nakamura, where we should also go later, because there is some action.
Well, another endgame that Peter loves.
Exactly.
The same one as in Niemann Sindarov.
I wanted to say that all the action is from the white side. It is a lovely action. I'm pretty sure that Levon is enjoying himself, especially against Hikaru. You get to an endgame. Hikaru is, of course, a great defender, but let him defend. It's good news, no, that Hikaru is defending and you are calling the shots. But the Pragnananda game against Caruana has this special element that Fabiano managed to castle the classical short castle to the right side of the board.
So let's dive into that,
yes.
right?
And I think Nicholas has already did some analysis, so I will give the floor to Nicholas.
Yes. Let's see how this developed differently from the other games. where in this position after b5, so this is where the discussion happened. A lot of the players, not only in the upper bracket, Nakamura and Sindarov, but also in the lower bracket, Asubayeva and I believe So played Castle here, or was it Sevian? And there are just so many games with this position. But Fabiano went a different way, going knight f6, and actually knight f6 is a bit of an inaccuracy. It's a very interesting idea, but technically it should give white an advantage, and Pragg exploited this move, going queen a4, and suddenly you're not able to defend the pawn on a7, and if white takes his pawn, obviously immediately the queen is hitting several of black's pieces. So queen f7 was Fabi's idea, so that if queen takes a7 is played, now he can castle into the other direction, and actually black is getting decent play here for the pawn. So Pragg did not take this pawn on a7, which was correct. He played bishop e2, but not taking the pawn was correct, but he should have gone knight d4 first, stopping this idea of going c5, because after bishop e2, actually Fabi had the chance to take over here going c5. And this is again the move that black wants to play, but you have to find the right moment. This was the right moment, because here you need to take en passant. If you're not taking, black is controlling the square. I don't care about this pawn a7, I will still castle, and I will build up a beautiful center and have wonderful compensation. So you need to take the pawn. Now black takes with the bishop, hitting the queen, and now, well, white takes on a7, because otherwise all this queen maneuver did not really amount to much, but here also black castles, and black has developed almost all of his pieces except for the knight, whereas the white development is far behind, and it seems that black has more than enough compensation for the sacrificed pawn. Also, the queen is a bit out of the game right now. It's not going to be trapped, but white will need to spend some time to bring it back. So this was the way to do it. Instead, Fabi played castle right away, and here, correctly, Pragg put the knight in the center. Now c5 is not as attractive anymore. It would just lose a pawn, because the knight is controlling the c6 square as well. And already here black is in somewhat of a tough spot, because his move knight f5 is also quite unpleasant, potentially exchanging the knight against the bishop on e7, when this bishop is just an absolute monster on the diagonal. I mean, it is already, but if black's dark squared bishop is still on the board, you maybe can trade the bishops later on. If the bishop is traded against the knight, you cannot do that, and this bishop will just reign over the long diagonal. So Caruana took a long think here and played bishop d5. Not the best move, but it's already a tough spot, and now the computer wants to see a move like c4, hitting the bishop, but instead, Pragg showing his aggressive intentions, going g4 here, pushing the pawns forward, just like in the Arjun game, up to the turf game. And g4 was replied with queen to g6, which seems to be a mistake. Now knight f5 was a strong move, and what did Pragg played a very, well, let's say, slower move, h3. There were more aggressive moves available, like knight f5, but h3 is also a good move, and white is doing absolutely wonderfully here. Knight f5 is on the menu. Black is lacking harmony, is lacking counterplay, and also the knight is ready to come to g2. Finally, this problem piece as well can come into a game. This is looking amazing for Pragg right now, Judith.
Yes, and it seems that it pays off for Pragg that he spent the time in the opening. It was clear at some point I was watching, and Caruana had maybe double of the time of Pragg. So he spent the time trying to understand the position as much as he could during this time. And indeed, On the queen on a4, it seems like it's not standing there to take on a7. Maybe in a very, very later stage it might be. But I think it's more important to, well, first of all, is defending the a2. The c4 square can be important. c5 is not so easily played because b takes c6. And with the knight, there is a capture. As you pointed out, after g4, knight f5 is a great seat for the knight. But what I like very much, this knight g2 plan, because this e1 knight, we were discussing it quite a bit for a long time because of this e4 black pawn. It doesn't have so much space, but after g4, knight g2, knight to f4, or to h4, it can show up. So the queen on g6 can be disturbed there, and still black has this very difficult situation for the knight in the corner on a8. So for Pragg, it seems to be a fantastic position. And now we see that Caruana also feels it very much, as he's also very much down on time.
Yeah, this is exactly what I talked about. Yeah, that if you lose the control, you can have any time in the board because there are no good moves. This is a hopelessly lost position, practically speaking, because like you mentioned, white has all the ideas. We understand what we want to do. With black, basically there is probably only one thing, that you understand that you are lost and you close your eyes, go all in, you start sacrificing with c5, whatever, trying to break out. Because if you just make a couple of slow moves, then you are losing without any chance.
And basically, if we see what happened yesterday between what was the difference between Pragg and Caruana. Caruana was struggling in his group, making 6 draws, even though he missed an opportunity against Sam Savian to win. But he won 1 game in the last round, so that's why for the whole time it was not obvious that he's going to be qualifying. While for Pragg, it was very clear already after the first part of the tournament that he's in good shape. He took his chances, he beat the world #1, and he is not in a good shape only here so far, but also in his previous events, tournament victories. So he's definitely a rising star, and he's there in the very top, and he's very young Indian talent, and he seems to be so calm at the board.
Well, he has a lovely position. We have seen him being calm when against Vincent playing with 1 second on the clock couple of times. His moves in a winning position. Yeah, okay, it was a very crazy chaotic position, but objectively clearly winning for him, or very promising. So yeah, he has nerves of steel, he has some tremendous confidence, and now he has the 30 seconds increment. So basically he can afford any time to go down to 2 seconds, and he will always be jumping back to 32. He will make sure that he plays good moves and controls the situation.
But I don't think he will go down very much in time. For the moment, Fabiano is spending his time. He understands that it's a very difficult position. Playing bishop d6, probably he wants to go bishop e5, though I don't know what exactly after knight f5 he has in mind.
No, okay, the problem was that the position is just so bad. Against a computer, you would just resign, because you know exactly that there are no chances whatsoever in this position. And any computer versus computer, also black would lose every single game from 100. This is such a bad position. Clearly, he's hoping for some miracle. This is a game between 2 humans. No matter how strong human you are capable of making a mistake. When you have strategically such a lovely position, then the chances of making a mistake are very, very low. So yeah, Pragg is happy. I also feel that, looking at this position, I already feel sorry for Fabi, because we know what a tremendous player he is. So he understands that this position is one of the worst that he had in his life. So maybe we can move on to something else. By the way, Magnus had been crushing with it, I believe. If we have a chance, Nicholas, I think you looked at it a bit. Just very quickly give an update, because then we'll have the time travel.
Then I definitely want to go to Hans' game, because there it's something exciting. Very long time for Hans, but let's go to the other game first.
Yes, or maybe we can just take a look at the bird's eye view of the lower bracket to just get a brief picture. As you said, Peter, Magnus is winning completely. There we go. We see Magnus in the top left against Vidit. He is up a queen against a rook and a knight, and he will convert his position. Just really convincing performance by the world number one. He's still with 18 minutes on the clock, so in excellent shape, and he should win his first game against Vidit. Then we have Sevian against So in the top right. Here we say So being in great shape, an active rook on the second rank, good pieces. The knight on A8 is still out of the game, but all the other pieces are looking good, and So is clearly better. In Dominguez against Asubayeva on the bottom left, we have an endgame, which is about equal, so Asubayeva holding her own. Anything can happen there still, of course. And Robson against Keimer. We see a knight on F2. Quite interesting and quite a complex position. Vincent just played A6. The pawn was taken. There was a pawn sacrifice. It seems Robson is a bit better, but I think this can still be a very sharp game. So with that being said, let's return, and you guys want to see the Hans game, is that right?
Yes, because there is a huge time difference there.
That's right.
An
Wow.
game, which is quite interesting, I believe. They just exchanged the rooks, I think, in the last move or two.
Yes.
So.
And finally, the knight from A8 made his first move on move 27, and actually it has a devastating effect because the knight is just in time against bishop g2 to go knight 7 to e6, protecting the other knight on c5, and sets up a blockade. And probably Sindarov will save the game. Let me just show this, bishop g2. If one more tempo, then bishop takes e5, bishop takes e4 would probably lead to a technical win for white. But black is just in time to reinforce the structure with knight 7 to e6. If white takes on c5, then already knight can capture back to c5, and black will maybe even start to play for a win. So clearly white relies on his pair of bishops and this incredible strong bishop on d4. Hans will try to create some play against the h7, g6 pawns using his two bishops, but I was believing that Hans will squeeze out a win. I believe that this is much more likely to end in a draw. Sindarov managed to defend.
Yes, it was a nice escape from a very difficult position in the early middle game. And let's see how Hans wants to improve his position, because bishop pair usually gives some extra opportunities and you have more power in the position. But here, looking at this pawn structure, what is the white square bishop going to be doing? Is it really so
and
good?
This is exactly knight d7. I thought about this, that the knight from e6 goes to c5 and knight from d7 goes to e5, ready to jump already also on the king side or the right side of the board, all the weak squares. I believe there is no real way for Hans to play for a win here.
And can Sindarov play for a win?
Well, probably not with the two bishops. I don't think that black could even think about playing for a win, because after all his e4 pawn is also compromised. Yeah,
You have a very big respect for those bishops.
Very much, yes. Well, especially the bishop on h. I mean, the
On
dark
h8,
square bishop.
yeah.
Yes. Okay, this is the golden rule. Yeah, that how do you play with the bishops against the knights?
Yes.
To move the bishops as far as possible. Yeah, this
Because
is
you don't
common
want to
knowledge.
blunder them.
Yes, but okay, bishop on h8 is not exactly the bishop that I'm enjoying so much. But okay, I'm still a believer that white can never be worse here.
I'm not sure white can never be worse. I like Nicholas' question.
Yes.
Can Sindarov play better? I don't know if the time part of this, I mean, this is quite amazing that Sindarov has 10 times more the time of his opponent.
Yeah.
But of course, it may not affect the outcome of the game because of the it's an end game. But yeah, interesting how black is going to be. Is he going to just play king e7 and stand?
But
and
okay,
wait?
let's forget about this game, because this is a statical end game. I believe we might be even heading for some repetition of moves, because Hans with 3 minutes on the clock also probably does not believe at all. He might try, but there is action on the Levon Aronyan, Hikaru Nakamura board, so I would like to bring that game up. Let's see the new developments, because there is some dynamic in the position. Yeah, there we have the bird's eye view. look at this. This is now not the kind of endgame I was so happy with white. The Pandora box got opened. Yeah, black got this c5, b6, d6 structure in. Hikaru also from bishop b7, d5, f7 regrouped his bishop and putting some pressure on central pawns. Levon's clock situation is ticking down. Is Hikaru taking over? Or did he already get the upper hand? Wow.
And the knight from a8 is going to be showing up very
Yes.
soon on c7.
No, I can feel the pain for Levon here, because it looked like he has everything under control. It's a game for 2 results, and all of a sudden he got into heavy time pressure. Things are out of control, no stability, no safety at all. This is a total nightmare.
And look at the time situation as well. Only 2 minutes for Arone, who just made a move going rook to f1, which is a mistake, versus 8 minutes for Hikaru Nakamura. And the move that you want to play is also the best move here, going c5, hitting the knight on d4. You want to get rid of this knight in the center, because then you can also start targeting the pawn on d2 in the future. And let's say the knight goes to b5. Here,
and c5 is on the board.
c5 is on the board, of course. And after knight b5, you can even play the move knight c7,
Yes.
trade your worst knight, because your worst piece, because knight takes a7, king b8, knight b5 would
Wait a
allow...
second, Niklas, we are
Yes.
not having your board. We are not having your board.
Okay.
It's my board. Then okay, let me make the move. So
Yes,
yeah, what
you
we are
make the
talking
moves.
about, yeah, knight b5 and then knight c7. There is this possibility to sacrifice the pawn, because knight takes a7 check. We say thank you very much, king b8. Knight has to jump back to b5 because the knight on a5 covers the c6 square. And after knight b5, I'm believing that probably just knight takes b5, cb, bishop b3 check, and white's king is completely packed. Knight c2, bishop c3.
Yes, knight c2,
Isn't
bishop
this
c3 looks...
checkmate? Kind of.
I mean, it is definitely very
Horrible.
bad.
Horrible, yeah. Basically, when I saw the move rook f1, I felt my first instinct was that give me time to take on f6. Let me sacrifice this exchange, yeah, to get some stability. But the knight on e1 is a horrible piece. That's why it's very difficult to claim compensation. Is Levon now in a really serious trouble? Not just wars, but if things go wrong, his position can be lost.
It is lost maybe already, yes.
Well, also that bishop on a3 now is completely out of play.
Yes.
The d4 knight has no stability anymore. It has to move away. The e1 knight, we were talking so much, it's there. It didn't make a single move, and even if it would, where it would be going.
Yeah, look at the nerves. Yeah, Levon knows. Oh my God! And this knight b5, knight c7 is
He
the
went
key move.
under a minute already, but that's not the biggest problem.
Yeah, he has no moves. Yeah, there are no good moves. That's the problem.
Hikaru is very confident, very
The
happy.
position is also quite easy to play for black. You're just going to double on the d file, hit that pawn on b2, at d2.
And he opts for knight f5. Yeah. Basically, now rook d7 then fits perfectly, right? Because all these knight take g7 tricks are taken care of.
Or even bishop e8 is also nasty.
Wow, very nasty move.
Oof, let me put it on the board. Bishop e8, threatening a nice little check, saying hello to that king on d1. And we have already seen before, if the knight lands on c2, then all these c3
Bishop
squares...
c3 or
bishop
knight b3.
Yeah.
But isn't it a killer, bishop e8?
Yeah, I mean, you
Would
need
be.
to play like rook b1, then move king c1.
I can't play
And
bishop
knight
g4
b3?
and king e2. Can't I run in this direction? Can I at least... At least I have this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so simply king b8. Also knight c7, a6 pawn is there.
Yes.
Nobody is going to protect that
The
one.
position is so bad. Yeah, I'm taking care of my king. I'm
Oh,
not
bishop
getting
e8 on the board, by the way.
On the board, yeah. No, of course, it's typical Hikaru also. Putting the pressure,
He
tremendous
sees
pressure.
all the 64 squares at the same time.
Well, his bishop started from b7 to d5, bishop f7, bishop e8. Yeah, so it's a perfect mastermind.
Bishop g4 on the board.
On the board, yeah. He has to play it. There is no other. Good or bad, you have to play it.
But yeah, just king b8.
But it's interesting with Levon because he made incredible, huge blunders. His play is very, very
Up and
strange,
down, yes.
very much up and down. So it's not by chance that he did not have a single draw in this tournament so far, out of the 9 games. And because sometimes he just makes mistakes, blundering in one move, or he plays very badly like he played against Keimer, and then he plays incredible against Magnus.
Yeah.
And he has the patience, and then he has the good timing, good pace, good time management. Not here, but the time management is falling apart because of the position.
And look at this, the famous hand, the head movement of Hikaru. He's enjoying himself. He knows that, wait a second, yes, I'm not only having a clear better position, but also some direct lines to calculate, and everything works out in my favor. Look at the way he just sits there and enjoys. What should I do? Should I go for the kill? Should I just put the pressure with, for example, a move like bishop c6?
Yeah. I think he would play bishop a4 and rook e8. That comes most natural.
But then bishop f5, do I kick?
Well, there's also knight takes c4 looming in the air then.
Yeah, and then always this bishop, yeah, no, it's horrible. Where is safety? Yeah, for example, what we are talking
There's
about.
no safety here.
Check, king e8, rook e8.
Look,
and
another
then,
game for that.
And then knight takes c4, rook c4, bishop
You can
b5.
put it on the board. I mean.
Will be.
Yeah, you can play it out.
Yes, okay, let me play it out. So we are talking about something like this. Maybe even I can capture on c4 then immediately. Then
Yes, it's also possible.
yeah, this is the normal, if already Hikaru is moving with his head, then clearly he calculates this. That wait a second, I'm not winning.
Bishop e6,
And then
rook
you start
e8.
hitting the bishop, yeah.
Yeah, just rook e8. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. It's so painful to look at this position, yeah, because we know where it came from. Yeah, that white had everything perfectly under control.
It was your dream. Dream
A4 is played, and you can see the heart rate. Hikaru is excited.
Yes.
Quite a lot. So bishop a4, king e2.
And then knight takes c4. He's about to make the move. No, he's moving towards another direction.
Well, knight takes c4. It's not completely winning yet. White gives up the exchange, takes on e4.
But he goes for it.
He goes for it, okay. Yeah, it's on the board. Bishop takes c4, d3. And then white takes on f6. White at least has the bishop pair. Oops. But it should not be enough compensation.
Yeah, so what happened here?
Well, he did this, yeah.
He did
d3.
this, yeah, knight g3, bishop a4, king e2, takes. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, nice tactics.
I understand, Levon, yeah, okay. If we are already losing, at least we get some chance to breathe.
Yeah. The only problem is there is not enough pieces left.
Yes.
But at least it's not so bad. I mean, you have a knight on e4.
And the
which
knight
will-
on e1
Yeah.
protects the d3 pawn. Yeah, the horrible knight actually does the job. But yeah, of course, it's objectively just losing. You can take on a6.
Well, of course you take on a6, yes.
Well, yes, of course, but Hikaru is taking his time.
Yes,
right?
I'm curious why.
A little bit surprising.
Maybe we can, what do you think? I think we can say that this game will finish
Yes.
with Nakamura victory. If we can go to bird's eye view, and I think I would want to jump to Pragg's game, because there is some fantastic things happened by Fabiano, because it seems like he got out of that horrible position he had.
Yes.
So
It
maybe
looks-
we can pick that game, because they are down to 2 minutes for both of them, and somehow a miracle was done by Fabiano. He had such a difficult position against Pragg, and now look at that. I would take black here.
Yeah, it's out of control. Suddenly white's king on d1. Let's not forget that probably white can steal castle.
Yeah.
Yes, because the rook is still on b1 if the rook did not move. I believe it did not. Then there will be these castles. However, okay, the knight jumping to g3. White has just captured the pawn on a7. It's not really about the pawn. We don't care about the pawn because we already established a very nice kind of control there. But the queen is eyeing many things. So it's trying to tie down black's queen so that black's queen won't be able to be activated easily.
In fact, black only has one move here, and this is quite a tricky spot with 1 minute on the clock. He needs to play c5. It's the only move to not be clearly worse or borderline losing. So all eyes on Fabiano if he can find c5 here, going for dynamic play.
While going under a minute.
Yeah, let's just also highlight that white can never capture the knight on h5 because of queen f1 checkmate. Just to make that clear, the knight is not hanging at the moment.
But yes, white has many moves to... I think bishop a3 might be a strong threat.
Yeah, bishop a3 is...
Because the queen would be overloaded defending the rook on b8, as well as the keeping an eye on the f1 square to make sure white cannot take that knight on h5. So...
Yeah, what do we do? So only c5, yeah? And
only
Fabi,
c5, come on, 20 seconds.
Ooh, wow, we came at the right time.
Absolutely.
To this game.
Now he goes knight g3, but now bishop a3 is winning. Bishop a3 is the only winning move for white. But it makes a lot of sense because you push the queen away from the f-file.
And but you don't have other good moves anyway.
Is it winning because after queen d8, bishop e7 and bishop d6, or what's the reason?
Yeah, there will also be this bishop d6 problem, yeah, end of the line. But how could he blunder bishop a8? It cannot be that he blundered. He has something in mind. And
maybe rook a8.
Pragg can hardly hold himself back, yeah?
Maybe he wants to go rook a8 after bishop a3.
Yes, he has to.
But the endgame is looking pretty bad.
There is also bishop c5 pin, yeah?
Yes, and then c4 at the end maybe.
End of the line, yeah, bishop c5, that's the problem.
Yeah, and for a moment, I understand that it's a complicated game, but white has an extra pawn now.
Oh, that also, yeah?
That's not the priority, but
well,
once the queens
game,
are off,
yes.
That can be an important information.
No, white is holding all the trumps then in the endgame. The king is safe suddenly, white has the bishop here.
At the same time, bishop a3 is not necessarily so obvious when your eyes always wants to go bishop g7.
Yeah.
Yeah, but somehow, yeah, bishop a3 was smiling on me as a move, yeah?
It makes a lot of sense, this bishop d6 idea.
I think he was, look at the body language also, it's clear that, but then why he's not playing it on the board? Yeah, he just played it. And b4, yeah, that was the idea.
Wow.
Okay.
That's the idea. Bishop b4 and then what? Knight moves somewhere and then relying on this pin? Is
no,
that
after
the
bishop b4, maybe c5? Then bishop c5.
No, then bishop c5. No, bishop takes b4. I have to move the knight somewhere. Where do I put it? So that I'm threatening rook takes b1 checkmate. What a construction. Queen f1 checkmate. Any check against the king on d1 leads to a checkmate here. But how do we get this check?
But there is no good spot for the knight. You don't go back to a8.
Yeah, no. Okay,
but maybe you can go knight d7, queen d7, queen f2.
Yeah, but also there are some ideas like, no, but knight a4, queen a4, c5, but you will attack and he takes
rook
with the rook.
Takes with the rook. That is surprising.
He takes with the rook.
Now black needs to trade on e2, followed up by rook a8.
Yes, this actually I realized also in the other line that knight takes e2 is a resource for black, because all of a sudden the light squares, maybe we can get to the white king. Knight takes e2.
Well, also then Fabi will be in a lot of trouble, but any other move is just completely lost at this point.
Yeah, he needs to eliminate this bishop.
33 seconds.
By the way, Hikaru is better, but the game is not over yet. Hans is still squeezing. And what did
Hikaru gave back the exchange. He plays rook a8 right away.
But isn't rook b6?
Rook b6 is winning.
Doesn't feel right.
Rook b6 is game over, basically.
What is this?
Because in the endgame, white is just 2 pawns up.
Maybe
probably
he did
winning
not
another
believe
one.
at all. He felt like he's lost. He just did not see a way to fight because.
Or maybe he missed rook takes b6 here.
No, you cannot miss rook b6. No. No, it probably he just did not see a move.
But maybe he wants after rook b6, rook a7, bishop f8, rook a2. Rook b6 on the board.
On the board, yeah.
Pragg knows what he's doing.
Pragg is so sharp. Also, I love the body language of Pragg. Yeah, when you look at him, it looks like he means business, right? He's just so focused.
Well, there is not much of a choice for Fabi. A8 rook, you have to defend. You don't have queen f2.
Well, he does go queen d8.
He goes queen d8, yeah. But...
Bishop e7? Isn't it
Bishop e7 is just a piece up, yes.
Okay, but it's just hopelessly lost, yeah? Pragg still has 35 seconds, and with every move he will get 30 seconds increment. Yeah, this is the point. These are not.
He would win this position with 10 seconds increment,
exactly.
or probably even 2 seconds increment. So there's plenty of time for Pragnananda, who's been looking great so far in this tournament.
Very impressive.
He's gonna go bishop e7.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. It's the human move. Why to look for anything else?
Yeah, queen e8, no other move.
Yeah, just queen c7.
Queen c7.
Queen c7.
Just
Rook
sidestep.
a2. He's still going to try, but it's a formality by now.
Of course. Absolutely. I even don't know if you can take on a2, yeah? Why just play c4 and then always this rook b8 is also there?
Yeah.
But if you can't take on a2, what do you do? Yeah, it's a piece for nothing, yeah, on the board.
Everything is hanging.
I'm looking around on other games, boards. Well, yeah, time trouble is on. We can, I don't know, should we stay here or should we move around?
Because well, it feels like the game should be over very soon.
Yes.
Yeah, 1-2 moves, I think it's going to be over because there is not much to be playing for.
We can definitely say the other games are still quite balanced.
C5.
I mean, Nakamura is better, but
yeah, but not winning
anymore. And Nordebeck also made a great comeback, so we will have an eye on that as well.
Yeah, that is completely out of control, and also Hans decided to play for a win with the two bishops. So.
Well, did Hans decide to play for a win, or did Vachier decide to play for a win?
Ah, you don't think that it's obvious, yeah? Okay, yeah, it's a lot to play for. C5 played by Fabiano. Okay, this is a desperate move.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the idea is.
Yes, no, it's...
I think the idea is just to make a move because he was very much down in time.
Yeah, but...
Rook takes a2. Threatening checkmate.
Yes, I would love to give some lines that, there is hope, you want this, you want that, but...
King E1 is also not bad.
I just don't feel like... You can also probably come back with the rook to b1 if you...
Yes,
okay,
King E1 is
very solid.
And now there's rook b8 as a threat. Yeah. And the knight is hanging, so that should be it.
And we have this monster knight on d4. The lovely d4 square.
All right, that's it. Resignation.
That's it, yeah.
Congratulations to Pragnananda. Great victory, great start of their match.
Amazing game.
It will be not easy to equalize for Fabi, but he's been in different difficult positions, situations. Now we can listen their comments. But we can't hear them really. Okay, so what do we have? We have this debate continuously in this endgame between Hans Niemann and Sinderov, right? But
I still feel that Hans is the one playing for a win, but he won't be winning, yeah, because now King G6 is a threat. And if h5, then probably some knight f8, knight e6 will be in time to touch the g5 pawn.
Then how is that?
Well, and then should be just a draw. Don't see ways for white to really...
Yeah.
Okay, there is this bishop e5, knight e6, bishop f4 kind of defense, and then I still go with king b4 trying to pick up this b5 pawn. But knight g7 will hit the h5 pawn, provoke h5, then you and then you set up a blockade, and that's it.
I'm curious what's next move of Hans. Is he going bishop e5?
It's kind of funny. Then after knight g7, is black maybe then playing for something? Yeah. If we provoke the pawn from h5 to move to h6, yeah, Hans goes
He
king
goes
before knight e6.
knight e6.
So he's ready to shut the game down. Yeah. If bishop f6, h6 is coming. Yes. Yeah. So he just goes g6.
Yeah, g6 and
takes and bishop e5. Or bishop b6. Okay, doesn't matter.
All right.
Okay, so that was a good fight.
Yeah, but then the question was justified who was playing for a win. I agree. It's
what do you
tricky.
think going back to Aronyan's game?
Yeah, great. I just wanted to say that this Nodir backup Dusatov against Arjun
That's also
is completely out of control. I think maybe we should go there first.
Okay,
because the other
let's
one,
go there.
yeah, we haven't seen it also enough.
Wow.
Look at this position. Okay, black is a pawn up, but when you look at this position, you don't really feel this pawn. It's more like the pieces are very active for both sides. Yeah, the bishop on d4, knight e6, and this construction seems to be very aggressive. But at the same time, the rook on g2 is a monster rook, defending back on g7, keeping an eye against the d2 pawn. So ideas like bishop b4 are hanging in the air. Also, clearly knight b4, knight d5 is a possibility. So Nodir back goes king to b3, clock situation. Wow, they are in chilling mode. 4.5 minutes each. That's fine. That's how you have to play.
So after rook d2, rook a1, I guess.
Sorry,
right?
which move?
After rook d2?
No, but g7 is also hanging.
g7 you want to take?
Well, I don't know. I was just asking that you really want to trade the d2 for g7? If you say yes, then I will start thinking.
You take with what? With
I don't
the
know.
knight?
I was just asking a question.
Okay, so I go rook
so you
d2.
take rook d2. All right, okay, good. So you take rook d2, not being afraid of any capture on g7 because you want to
Let's make
use
the move.
some. Let's make the move. Rook takes d2. Well, if I take with the bishop, then you give knight c5 check, right?
Yeah, that was my idea.
Yes.
And if you go king c4, I go check rook c2.
No, but okay, then I should take with the knight. I should keep some more possibilities in the position. The bishop on d4 is still a piece you want to trade.
If knight c5, we would simplify it to...
I would go king c3. What is it, king c3?
Rook d3, king
c4, and then
king
knight
c4,
d3.
knight b3.
Yes, and then knight d2 checkmate is coming.
Yeah, knight a5,
Yeah,
knight
so
d2
I
is
have
the
to go
threat.
to c2. Yes, that's why I have to stay calm.
And also knight b3.
Knight b3,
But then knight
knight
f5.
f5. Then I'm already coming back. Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, knight d4, e4. How to evaluate this position? It's a strange construction.
No, but probably I don't give up the g7.
Should be a
because
draw.
that's simplifying the position too much. Black played, Arjun played h5, so he
H5.
wants to have his passed pawns.
Ambitious
running.
move. Very ambitious. So with white, we need to create counterplay. You already suggested the move rook a1 in the other position. So what happens after rook a1? Can I do it? Or can you start pushing the h1? No, I don't think so. Can I go rook
Yeah,
a1?
rook a1 would come to mind. But the question is, what happens of h4?
Yes.
h4, rook a6,
Yeah,
and my
let's check
bishop
this.
is hanging.
This was a very tough question. And king c4
king
played
c4.
by
But what's the idea
Nodir
behind
back.
king c4?
Where is he going? Yes, where is he going?
But really, what is his plan?
He's trying to somehow play move knight. No, I don't.
Okay, so h4.
What does he want? What does he want?
He wants to go bishop c3, king d4, and take the e4?
No, wait
very
a second. H4, he's setting up the idea rook h1.
Rook g4.
Rook g4?
And
because
then bishop
g5, I would
g7.
go knight take g5. Yes, I will. Basically wants to, let me just put it on the board. Yeah, the g5 I just sacrifice, and then rook takes h4, and all of a sudden, maybe white is the one who is putting pressure, no? Or it's too much, knight b4, you should...
Well, yeah, it's
You should
knight,
be fine.
knight f2 also. Rook h6.
Yeah,
huh?
then rook h6. Yeah, it's at least I feel like white is kind of safe. Okay, I'm also not playing for advantage. I mean safe that I should be able to make a draw. Probably this is his idea. King c4 on the board.
I mean, I would think that black is playing for a win.
Yeah, before king c4 I also felt like, but this king c4 shows like he's confident, yeah, that he's ready to sacrifice pieces like this.
There, probably he is ready to sack, yeah, on g7, simplify
Yes.
king d4.
And then king d4. Yeah.
But okay, knight c5 and everything is defended, right?
But yeah, first, what do you do? How do you push the pawns? Because you played h5 with the idea of going h4. If after h4, rook h1 is kind of a problem, then...
Nicholas, can you suggest something great for black after king c4?
A5 is definitely an interesting try. Yes, you guys said h4 would be answered by rook
But
h1.
wait a second, a5, then king b5, king c6. We
Yes,
wanted to
that
get...
is... Yes.
But I think he's provoking him.
He's
king b5,
Well,
then knight
it's not
b4
more than
maybe.
provocation. Come on. You go king c4, a5 on that move. Knight b4.
Knight b4, okay, this is good, yeah, because I was already getting worried. I thought like you can't push the a pawn because you get access, you give me access to the c6 square.
But actually, computer doesn't see any issue for white.
No issue, yeah?
No issue in any of the lines. This is fairly equal. And
how?
maybe in some lines, even black has to be careful.
Probably 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, yeah?
Yeah, even like a tiny bit for white, but...
Really, yeah?
Yes,
So
but
after
okay,
king
it should
b5,
be
knight
equal.
b4, what happens?
King b5, knight b4. Maybe rook h1 first
Already
of all.
on the board, king b5, of course, played.
g6.
Yes, G6.
Maybe it can come the other way, rook a1. Try to get to that king. Try to maybe set up some mating attack.
Yeah,
I don't
after
like
G6.
a5, to be honest.
Yeah, a5 is very strange.
It's just like so scary.
Yes.
You see the king coming and then you just open up the doors.
Yes, no, it doesn't make sense.
Enter.
Yeah. This is risky.
Why is Arjun doing this? And he's now 140. He's down to 1 minute 40. This is not a... This is not good. This is absolutely not good because things are getting exactly completely out of control when you go down on time.
I just wanted to say that
Yes.
things are getting out of control for Arjun.
Goes knight b4.
And the d4 bishop is unbelievable.
And we also know that Abdusatov is exactly this type of player, yeah, who he's so confident that, okay, give me the chance, and then immediately I'm gonna jump at you. You can always see and feel the excitement in Noriebek. Remember that endgame against Wesley So, yeah, when these two pieces against the rook kind of business, yeah, he was also there banging the clock, moving around with the knight to every single square. He was just doing some incredible stuff.
So is it rook a1 immediately or rook h1?
Maybe rook h1 is more precise,
Yeah.
but there are many moves that white can play. King c4, bishop c5 is also a
He will
possibility.
not go back.
King c4 is not even
He will
Rook
not
h1
go
was
back.
your first suggestion, no?
Yeah.
G6, rook
Yes.
a1 and
Yes.
hunt the black king. Okay, hunting maybe it's a little bit too much of a word, but yeah, creating enough counterplay.
But in the meantime, Hikaru is going to win. That's clear.
Yeah, step by step. Yeah, basically it took much longer than it should have, but probably for him. Wow,
King
king a5. No, no. I can't believe this king a5 because it
What a
gives up.
disappointment.
Yeah, because it gives up all this.
All the hope to win.
Well, yeah,
all chance
all
to
the-
win, and now you're just defending.
all the dynamic possibilities.
Well, probably after knight d5, he wants to go rook f5.
Yes.
Yes.
And wants to simplify, grab that pawn.
Yeah, maybe it's just a very professional way.
Well, but now only black can be better or try something. In the other lines, there was also some chance for white, it felt like to me. So knight takes d5 makes a lot of sense, because white doesn't have king c6 as before.
But
hitting
wait
the
a
two
second,
pieces.
you guys said rook f5, knight c7? Then you take on g7.
Knight g7.
Take on g7, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
That should be enough.
That's it, yeah.
To
Then it's a
hold.
draw. Then it's a
How
draw.
great position Arjun had in this game
Yes.
after the opening.
He will be kicking himself.
But this is typical Norderbeck. He finds
Yeah.
ways to complicate matters and get back. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's interesting that Arjun is thinking, should I take on d5?
Well, he's shocked by king takes a5. We were shocked.
Maybe
Can
he's
you
thinking
imagine?
on rook d2.
And Nakamura has just won against
H4.
Aronian.
h4.
Wow.
Do you have
Fearless
other games
warriors.
also running? Still? Or will you
No,
all
Magnus has won. Wesley So has won with the black pieces. And let's see, the other two games are still running and are about equal. So we'll keep an eye on this one, as it is
Yes.
the last remaining game in the quarterfinals in the upper bracket. And rook h1. You have g5, you can...
g5. And he's not taking.
King b5. Now actually, white has chances to be better again.
Why is he not taking on g5? Knight g5, h4, and you eliminate every single pawn.
Because he says, I have time. And I defend my d5 pawn indirectly because there's no knight d5 anymore.
Oh, these young guys have very good nerves, yeah? Okay, look at these g5, h4 pawns. They scare me. They scare
King
me.
f7 finally. But now rook will come, rook f1.
Yes. White is putting the pressure. King e7 only move to keep an equal position, but this is running into knight takes g5.
Exactly.
Wow, no, he wanted to play king g6. Clearly. What's wrong with king g6?
Rook f6,
rook
knight
f6,
g7,
knight g7,
and
rook
takes the rook.
d6. Yeah, and h pawn is not running because rook h6 will always be there. Ah.
King
Oh.
f7. Ooh,
Oh, no.
what a dangerous move.
And look at Norderbeck is already...
Norderbeck is ready.
Yes.
Maybe Arjun is pushing too much here. After king e7, knight takes g5, it's black who needs to be a little bit
that's
careful.
very unpleasant. Incredible.
And king g8, there might be bishop c5.
No, but this king takes a5 and then king b5, walking back, drove Arjun crazy. Absolutely. I would just die. I mean, what is this?
White made like 5 moves of the king in a row.
Yeah, the pawns are coming.
Yeah,
and
king c4.
Yes.
King
C4,
b3,
king b3,
king c4,
king b5, king takes a5,
king
yes.
b5 coming back.
It's the king dance.
Driving.
King E7,
luckily
all
he
right.
finds it good. Okay, I don't want Arjun to lose this game.
That
So
would be
after
crazy.
knight g5, what's going on?
Knight takes d5.
Knight takes e4, and then h3. Yeah, enough counterplay. But
Yeah, but
okay.
already
Yes.
you're worried here for black for sure.
Yeah, knight g5. Yes.
You're definitely worried here. Knight takes d5 played.
Okay, knight takes e4 will also be played, or rook f5 first.
Rook
also.
f5 is maybe more challenging.
Yeah, but rook f5.
Rook f5.
There is no h3. Yeah, the knight is still
Yeah.
continuing. Of course, rook f5
Knight
will
has
be
to go
played.
back, knight c7.
Knight
or
c7.
there.
Yeah.
But king c6.
Yeah, and the king is coming. This is in time trouble. Yeah, with little time on the clock.
You definitely feel the pressure.
I like
Yes.
rook f5 more than capturing the
Yeah,
pawn.
rook f5 is so much more in the spirit, and it will be played. Norderbeck, such an incredible fighter. Yeah, amazing stuff. And Hikaru now very happily looking.
Hikaru having a tremendous event so far. He hasn't lost a single game.
On the
Strong
board.
performance with black today against Aronian. It
Yes,
walks
some
off.
incredible performance.
H3, only move. Only move.
Wow.
H3 only move.
Yes, otherwise
To
black
give
is
up,
lost.
give up the golden
Because
pawn.
after that check on C7
You
and
can take on
D2.
D2, exactly. Exactly.
But this is not the good news, being 44 seconds on your clock, that H3 is the best move.
Yeah, giving
Indeed.
up. Okay, come on, Arjun, find it. You had such a wonderful position. Nodiabek should be happy.
But
that
yeah,
he
knight
saved it.
C7, king C6 is winning for white.
And he goes knight B4.
Ooh.
Where is this knight going? Okay, stopping king C6, but
Knight E4.
rook F7 check. Is this not checkmating construction? I don't know. Rook F7 check. And
King
then rook
E8.
H7. Ah,
Rook,
the knight on
the knight
G5
is
is hanging
hanging.
with a check. Oof.
Knight E4.
Just knight E4.
Bishop F6 was stronger. But knight takes E4 is also giving an edge for white. But knight C2, key
Yes,
move here.
C2.
Key move, very important.
Yeah, that, and he wants what?
On the
Knight
board.
A3 check, knight? No, what he wants after bishop C3?
Probably H3.
Just H3, yeah?
We're going to witness a rook bishop
But then
against rook.
H3, rook H5, and then rook H7 check is a threat. I don't know. I think practically this is lost for black.
Yeah, it feels like.
Yes.
Bishop C3, bishop, rook G4 is best then. This is very
Unless
difficult.
Arjun will show some incredible mastery, he needs some incredible escape.
Yeah, no,
But
this
you,
is...
what you say, Niklas, after bishop c3, rook g4, if I take knight d6, rook h5, it means that it's going to be rook bishop against rook. That's the max black can reach.
I guess so, yes.
Yeah, but that I would sign immediately already.
Yes, that's at least safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's safe, yeah.
I think knight f2 is then maybe more challenging.
What a turnaround in this game.
Yeah, if Abduzatov wins this, it would be tremendous result for him.
But it will be not the first time that he's turning over things in his career.
For sure.
He has done these things before.
So there are 3 games still remaining. We see them on the top here. And the other games are about equal. Actually, we might see rook bishop against rook in the game between Keimer and Robson, because there we are very close.
And who would get the rook bishop?
Vincent has the rook and bishop, yes.
Ah, okay.
So,
I can at least cheer from that angle. Yeah, bishop f6 check. So he's going for the more direct approach. Okay, he's maybe even planning. What is he planning?
also very good.
But his bishop and knight are hanging in the air.
But how can you take
So rook
advantage of-
g4, rook takes h4.
H4.
Yes, so this is very important. Rook g4 is rook h4. No, it just has this impression, yeah, that the pieces are loose.
This might be still playable, then rook takes e4, but...
rook e4, rook e4, king
it's-
f6.
But I don't
I don't
believe
think
in
you're
this.
going to enjoy it.
No, no.
I mean, we may, but not Arjun.
No, the best move is bishop b4.
Oh, no.
So difficult.
Bishop
Yes.
b4
No, this
in
will
this
not
position?
be played.
Going in all the different directions.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe his idea is to try to go after these pawns. Yeah, with knight on c2 is protect. I mean,
Well, it
keeping
does
the
make
knight
some
on
sense
e3.
to loosen up the pawn chain
Yes.
with bishop b4. Does make some sense,
But
but
he's down to 15 seconds.
Yes.
Can he be a computer or he's human? Let's see. Let's find
Under
out.
10.
On the board.
oh, there we go.
Insane defense by
Incredible.
Arjun. Bishop b4.
But he's not out of the woods yet by any means.
Yeah, but at least on the right track.
He's on the right track. d4 makes a lot of sense to also play d5 with check. Just looks
Wow.
very inviting.
d4, because the pawn on e3 is actually lost, but you
But
have.
the b4 bishop is hanging.
But there is knight d5 check then, also, yeah.
Oh
There
my
are-
goodness.
There are so many things and no time to figure
so,
this
okay.
out.
But there's rook e5
Rook e5
first,
check
and then
first.
Exactly.
Yes,
rook
yes.
e5 check.
These
Arjun
positions are so
66
tactical.
For Arjun,
Yes, Arjun is
he's a
relaxed.
machine. He's a machine.
I was going to say earlier, like 90 is high for Arjun, heart rate of 90. Up to the turf is always also usually very low. So he's still around
66
90.
in this position with,
With no time,
with 30 seconds on the clock.
and on the
or-
verge of defeat.
And being much better before,
Yes,
almost it looked so promising, almost winning.
No, probably he's very much in the presence moment.
Yeah, but basically this is fantastic information for us. Yeah, then we understand actually how these players are able to win so many games and cope with the pressure.
D4, of course. D4.
Fantastic stuff.
And now rook G4 is the way to do it.
It's incredible that with this pawn structure, having pawn on d4 and e3, I have like a feeling it's a middle game, but it's so much an end game.
Yes. Yes. And
No, you
usually
don't have so often this pawn structure in an end game.
don't have these pawns surviving for so long in a chess
But actually
game.
after rook g4, there's rook e5, check, king f7, knight f2. What are we doing after that?
Arjun, finding all the right moves.
He is going for it. And then you have rook g3, and you are hitting the e3 pawn. Well, okay, this is like a fairy tale. And what at the end you will have, because the bishop on b4 is also hanging.
Yes,
so
this is also problematic.
What we are talking about this rook e5 check, king f7, knight f7, knight f2, pardon me, rook g3, bishop takes h4, and then rook takes e3 you can take, because after takes, king b4, there is knight f5, hitting the bishop on h4 and pawn on d4.
No, this is study-like.
Yeah,
this is
absolutely.
ridiculous.
More than study-like.
This is ridiculous.
Piece done.
Oh my goodness.
Piece done and the pawn done, and then double attack saves the day.
And f2 is blocked by the knight, and f6 controlled by the king. Crazy.
Absolutely insane. Yeah, we have
Absolutely
little time.
crazy.
Let me.
We will show. Yeah, we can also show it later, but you can show it now. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the. This is the
key line. Key line.
Absolutely insane line. Seems like white just wins a piece and the pawn up, and suddenly this incredible construction, double attack on the bishop and the pawn. Well, if Arjun finds this and saves the game like this, I don't know. We have to stand up and upload. That's how I feel.
Well, already the last two moves were not easy, bishop b4 and rook g4.
Exactly, bishop b4, rook g4. But it means that he has foreseen knight f5, because otherwise it's completely pointless. You are losing all the pawns by tempo.
He goes knight f2 right away.
But it's the same. Rook g3 blitzed. It's not the same, but yeah, rook g3 blitzed out anyway. And he wants bishop g5. And then try to go bishop f4 and some d5 check.
But bishop g5, bishop d2?
Yeah, and then
knight
d5
e4.
check or knight e4. Yeah, okay, it's very tricky stuff.
It seems that Arjun is going to survive. He also has enough time now.
And now Nodiebek is down to 12
is down.
seconds.
Exactly.
He cannot believe it.
7 seconds.
He needs to make a move.
5.
Don't lose
on time.
3.
Oh my goodness.
Bishop h4.
2 seconds on the clock.
Okay, d5.
Bishop h4, d5.
Yeah, now it's calm because he's back to 1 minute. That's what we are talking about, the 30 seconds increment. Yeah, it changes completely the landscape.
Okay.
He's back to 1 minute, but the position does not really offer much anymore.
Well, still, where is this king going?
d7.
Yeah, and then some knight g4, knight f6 check is coming.
I mean, king d6 might be the same. Bishop g3.
Yes.
Bishop
King
g3.
D6, bishop d3.
But even that is fine. King d7.
Well, sitting here it's fine. Sitting there, I'm not sure. As long as your opponent has possibilities to give checks and chasing your king, and this knight on c2 and bishop b4 are loose, then I wouldn't be thinking that that's it.
So what move are we in?
We are move 54, I think.
54.
King d6 played.
Bishop g3,
Bishop
of course.
g3 check, yeah, king d7, and he lured the bishop to g3, so the knight cannot jump now because the bishop is hanging. Unbelievable. These are the moments when I feel that I'm old. Yeah, I would not be able to handle this at all. In the beginning, being precise, playing good chess, yes, but no, in these situations, you have to be so young and have all this energy.
And good nerves.
Good nerves, yeah, it's all together, combined, yeah. It's,
Rook g5, or what is he gonna do? Maybe bishop e5?
Yeah, bishop
Controlling
e5
some
is
important
a
squares?
nice cemento. Bishop e7 probably, and then knight
Yeah.
a3 check is coming. Yeah, knight a3. Yeah, bishop e5 played. Yeah, bishop e7 will be played, and then knight a3 check. Once the knight lands on c4 and we block the d6 square, then we feel happy.
Or maybe I can even go bishop d6 first, provoking rook h7, then bishop e7.
Wow.
To gain
and
a tempo.
knight g4,
Knight g4.
rook b3.
Bishop e7.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
finally
this is-
a move that I kind of got it. Yeah, the stabilizing bishop e7 I managed to find. Good.
Okay, rook e4.
Rook b3, draw.
Now I can also take over. Yeah.
Oh, it's just a perpetual, you say?
Yeah.
All right, you can go to c3 and give up the.
Okay,
But this. Yeah.
Basically, Arjun has done all the tough work, finding all his only moves. Now we can take over as well. Yeah? He can already rest, deserves the rest.
Knight a3 is also possible,
Yes, what a defense.
but he goes rook b3. Yeah.
And then if you ask the players, both players will be very disappointed. Arjun thinking, okay, I was probably dominating, I was winning. What happened here? And Nodibek said, no, but actually I had great chances. Wow. I
He hold
promise. Amazing, amazing stuff. Fantastic fight.
Chances for both players. I mean, Arjun, for most of the game, was better, but in the end, it was Nordebek who had some chances. Draw is the result, so we have 2 more games. And
We still
both-
have some games going.
Yes, we do.
Well,
in the
and we
lower
will have
bracket.
in for a very long day because Ray Robson Chimera, this will be played on forever.
Well,
he should
maybe-
slowly, after every 30 moves, he will pick up 1 pawn.
Well, will he though? That's the big question.
Yeah, he will probably.
Yes?
Yes, normally now, so already Ray is giving up 1 pawn.
He's not going to collect those pawns.
Well,
No,
he
one
just
he
he's
will.
just collecting 1.
He's collecting 1, but I don't think he's going to collect.
Yeah, that's always the question if you can collect the pawns, right?
Yes, well, normally, officially, it's said that there are very special circumstances when you can't.
Okay.
So I believe that the pawn on d4,
Really?
it will take a long time. It will take 30 moves, a tremendous effort.
Okay.
So 100 more moves from this position? No, probably not, but 80? 80 is possible.
And the other game,
And it's a knockout, yeah? So Vincent knows if he can somehow squeeze this out, it's a
of
giant
course he
step
will
forward.
try.
So
I mean, he would try in any situation. I
exactly.
think.
And what about Lanier's current position? Let me
Lanier.
get the...
It's not much more exciting.
Well, but good knight versus bad bishop,
Yes. but
fooling around,
this is
familiar moves.
Your 3-bet game, right? The knight on
course.
d4 still.
Of course, the game he lost 100 more moves.
But what can White do?
Yeah, nothing.
no, not
Jumping
much. Here.
around.
I mean, at least trying to give a hint that you're playing for a win.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not
I
saying
mean,
if it's winning,
okay.
just to give a hint.
If I get a chance somehow to get king c3, knight b3 check, and your king is forced to d6, and then somehow I can kick the bishop away from d1, and I'm putting king on d4, and the knight goes to b4.
You have a long list?
Yes, well, I told you it will take 100 moves, maybe 200.
You have a long list of demands.
I will slowly stay. King b4. That
But you
makes
will not
sense.
allow king,
Yes.
king c3. King b4, king c4.
Yes.
That's
The
the
king is
place
too
for
active.
The king, yeah?
You're not pushing this king back.
King b4, knight b3. Wow. Wow, it was a very unpleasant position throughout. And will Bibisara defend this?
But
Yes.
how, I mean, how not to?
Okay, yes, probably if it would be, some 2700 plus player there, then we would think like, yes, but like this, we know that it's Lenny against Bibisara, we might think
Okay,
that
but
there
in
could
these,
be.
these situations, 200 rating points or 250 doesn't matter unless...
Yes.
It's too dry. This
Yeah.
is too little.
And
to do.
also the 30 seconds increment
Yes.
helps the defender. Yeah, it's
Yes.
not like you go down to 2 seconds and then the pressure will be too much. And it's also very nice to see Bibisara starting with a draw, basically. Yeah? We kind of assume that she will hold this game. because yesterday was a very tough day. And I told her, I went to her yesterday after the dinner or during the dinner, you know, a new tournament starts. It's a knockout. There will be much more pressure on her opponents. Exactly. Yeah, just play your chess, and also that she gets more time. Yeah, because we know this 10 plus 10 against these guys, you can lose 100 out of 100 games. Because if you start losing, the more you play, the more you will lose. Yeah, because we already don't even believe that you can. But now starting with a new time control, a new format, it somehow gives you the feeling like it's a new tournament. Yeah.
Yeah. True. Yeah, it's hard to imagine how. I mean, the White King can't even come out.
Yeah, can't come out. Yeah.
Stuck.
Well, Lanier will need to show some tremendous mastery to.
No, here he has to show magic, not mastery.
Mastery doesn't help. Yeah.
Let Copperfield come over and do the job.
But just a second.
I mean, he is here in Vegas.
Yeah, just call him.
This is now move 56. I just jump back to move 42 to see where, they started here. This actually looks more promising for white because the bishop is not yet on d1. So in fact, the last 20-something moves, even Bivisala got a more safer defense, yeah, with this active king and everything. And wait a second, where was the last pawn move, this last capture? Knight takes g2.
No, but the last move should be d5.
Yes, d5.
Yes. Oh, no, okay, d5. Move
there.
43. Okay, already only 10. How many moves? It's so small letters here on the computer, I can't really read. But yes, okay, forget about the 50-move rule. It won't be relevant. They are only playing this position for some 50 moves. Wow, then maybe Vincent's game is more exciting.
Yeah,
yes, as long as Lenny is not showing the magic, some magic trick. And then
so Vincent did not decide to take the pawn, which I'm a bit surprised about.
Well, Judith said he will not take, no? Judith, you told us.
He took one already?
No, he did not.
No,
he did not take the pawn.
Because he does not want to let the white king get to d5.
Yeah.
That's his concept.
But I'm not sure. I mean, g5 is coming.
What was the last move? Rook a3. Well, he's provoking g5, then bishop e7. It's a weakness. I will collect it in the right moment. No, he's doing the correct thing. It's, of course, will be horrible for spectators and for the other participants because it can go on forever.
And we participants, and we also miss our lunch break. So
Well, forget about lunch. Yeah, lunch will be at 8 o'clock, yeah, or maybe 10.
Yeah.
And dinner after midnight.
Oh my God.
This is serious. 30 seconds increment. Rook d6. I had a game against Vladimir Kramnik in the Legends tournament, and he had like 1 pawn or 2 pawn against my knight, but the pawns were separated. A knight and rook I had. And then I used something like 30 or 40 moves to collect that pawn, and Vladimir was really worried that, okay, now I start playing for him. And once I took his pawn, I offered the draw. Yeah, it was just a matter of principle, you know, I will just collect all these pawns, and then after 10 moves or even less, then we just agreed, but it was kind of funny.
Do you remember what age you were that you learned to make a draw by heart, by sleeping?
Well, I think when I started my professional career, like at the age of 11 or something, yeah.
You knew how to make a draw?
I already had to know, yeah. Okay, with Tibor, okay, he insisted on these things.
Really?
Yes, of course. I had no choice. I had no choice. And also in Kecskemét, I was living with all these grandmasters in the room, and they were also torturing me in all these endgames. Yeah, so I had to. I played with Loginov hundreds of blitz games when I was 10, 11 years old, and many of the games started knight f3, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5, cd, knight d5, e4, knight c3, dc, queen d1, king d1, f6. Yeah, I was 10 years old or 11, and we played hundreds of games. And already e5, knight d7, a5, you know, all these kind of things I played on absolute grandmaster level, yeah? at the age of 10. But that's why I was not
So
delivering checkmates.
did you have to show it in practice, your rook
Well,
defensive skill?
Tibor was testing me on many things.
No, but I mean in classical game.
In classical game, no, I actually had it in 96 in Yerevan Olympiad against Larry Christians, and he defended very easily. Yeah, always pinning me from behind.
No, but I mean from the defensive.
Yeah, from the
side.
defensive side, I saved it against Kramnik in Dortmund 2012, the longest game ever, which lasted 8 hours for my personal, because over the board we started at 3 o'clock, and exactly at 10:56 it finished. So just 4 minutes shy of 8 hours with the 30 seconds increment, and it was a lost position, and then I managed to
save it
save it this way.
King F7.
Yeah, okay, it will be a very long journey. Now we can do all the stories telling. Judith, tell us also. Okay, I will not ask about the Kasparov experience, but otherwise...
No, but that was Rook Knight.
Yeah, Rook Knight, but we talked about...
No, I'm talking about Rook Bishop.
Rook Bishop. No, the Rook Knight was my game against Larry Christiansen.
No.
Rook Bishop.
Rook Bishop. No, Rook Bishop is a different story. I lost it against Ivanchuk in the Dresden Olympiad 2008. I lost it. Okay, he tortured me for 200 moves when we reached that position already. In Dresden, yeah. I couldn't go to the bathroom for like the last 2 hours. The game had no chess meaning at all. But I lost it and we lost the match.
No, Rook Knight, it happens rarely. But you know what's very strange? I was playing in the under 14 boys, and I had a game where...
Where in Fond du Lac?
Fond du Lac, yes. We were there together. You were playing in the under 12?
Under 12, yes.
Under 12, playing soccer every day, in between rounds and everything.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah. And then I had this game against Josh Weitzkin, and I know that I had a plan, and if he played the best way, it was escape for a Rook Knight against Rook. And he bumped into Banco, as I heard later on. Paul told me later on, and said, well, I was there, I was helping out the American team, players, so he was asking me, and then they analyzed it, and he showed to him how to go there. Otherwise, he would not find it, I think. And me, naive, very classical, we got there, and I offered a draw. Can you imagine? I'm 14, playing for the under 14, I have a Rook Knight, and now these guys, they play everything. I mean, Rook and Bishop was always normal to play, right?
Yes, of course.
I mean, that was always that you tested.
Yes.
But Rook and Knight, you don't test it, right? So that was the first that I just gave it to a draw. But Rook Bishop, I had many bad experiences.
No, but
many,
a good one, the most impressive one against Nisipiano, the way you drew it was mind-blowing.
Yeah,
showing
that was
super confident, 2011. Stunning.
Yeah, that impressed me also, but we just learned it before that. Few weeks before, we had a training session with Almashi. Yes. And I told him, you know what, Zoltan, let's study some of the very theoretical endgames. Rook Bishop against Rook. Of course, he said, well, it doesn't make any sense. What's the point? But that was not the only endgame. The other endgame was Queen against Rook. And the Queen against Rook is very tricky.
Well, I won it against Fabi in Dresden in 2008.
Well, but the question is whether he defended the best way.
Well, he wasn't a computer, but I know this idea that the Queen F4
goes back to C2 or F2.
Yeah, okay, it depends on. But already with King D7, King D5 position, then Queen F4 was the move that probably computer doesn't even want to let you to that position. But yeah, it was. Well, anyone who wants to learn how to defend Rook, Bishop against Rook, check out the game Nisipian against Judith, because that was a game, the way how Judith defended that, I think already Nisipian, who is a fantastic person, would probably already desperately offer a draw himself with the Rook and Bishop, because just couldn't do anything.
I learned it very well, so I was playing instantly.
Yeah, exactly.
Very fast, and we even played like 70 moves, and then they came up to me and said, why didn't you claim?
You were enjoying, yes.
I was just doing it.
Let me practice it, yeah? Even more. Yeah,
so one pawn is off.
Yeah. And now what to do with the G4 pawn?
King G6. Okay, Bishop goes G5.
Once I had it against Lupulescu in 2017 in the European Team Championship, and I managed to hang on to my pawn, so he was not able to get the very similar situation. And he tried, and at some point he also believed me, and we agreed. I felt like I was ready to be tortured longer than I was so happy. Yes, of course, it's a draw. Yeah, you cannot take my pawn. I wasn't sure at all during the game. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, after all, it's a sport. I mean, let's say 30, 40 years ago, people took it differently. It was much more respect for the
But also the time
approach.
control was different. Yeah, we had a very long time control.
But
then
rook
there were
and bishop,
adjourned
it doesn't matter
positions
when
as
you
well.
end up, whether in the 4th hour, 6th hour, 8th hour.
Usually on the 7th, yeah. 6, 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I understand your point, yeah. But now also people are so much more practical, yeah.
Well, and it became very much of a sport, whether you win or you win. And you do everything in order to win, right? You make every possible try within being fair play.
So now actually what we have to root for is that Vincent believes that with the white pawn on g5, this is kind of a fortress, and that he can't get to the g5 pawn. This is what everybody has to kind of root for. Of course, I'm the one who would be dreaming of if Vincent could get rid of this g5 pawn. But yeah, I probably don't believe in it.
But I'm not sure you can get it.
Yeah, this king f5, g5 structure looks very good.
And it seems like Ray who learned a lot of these endgames. The way he sits there, the way he spends his time, and this was exactly, well, okay, he had to defend this game with the one bishop against the rook, right? Against Sindarov, or against who did he play that yesterday?
Which one?
Having the bishop on b1.
Savian.
Savian, Savian it was.
The rook
So
position.
yeah. But he was concentrating, focusing, but he was also acting like...
Yeah, he did not mind at all.
Like he knows the position and he understands the possible dangers. So he takes it seriously enough, but with the great knowledge. But here, I don't know. What's going on? King has to go out, or what are you expecting?
Well, should I go there and tell Vincent it's enough? Yeah, okay, draw. There is a second game.
Yeah, I mean, now rook c7.
Yeah, then...
But
well,
maybe
bishop
G6.
e7 already,
No.
g6.
Ah.
Yeah, bishop e7, rook c7. And then...
So g6 or rook c7? Rook c7 seems a better choice.
Of course, this is the... We don't do anything committal with g6, because then you can maybe get the bishop to f8 and king g8 passive, but you slowly get out.
Is Bibisara still playing?
Let
Just
me
to check on it for a second.
Of course they are playing.
Okay. So we stick
Lenier,
here.
wow. Lenier with his magic changed the structure. Now it's 2 versus 2, but the knight is still jumping.
Okay, let's go back to the whether Vincent can make the magic
Yeah, let's
for
see.
a few moves, or he agrees to draw. Ah, he goes back bishop, f8, of course.
Exactly.
And after that?
Well, after that,
Rook
at least there is
A7.
no direct perpetual.
Okay, he's keeping his rook on the 7th.
Yeah,
right?
and then always
Rook
king
B7
f5, king
now.
g6, and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No?
No, I agree. I agree.
Rook b7, rook d7. Keep it on white.
We don't know what happened before. Yeah, that who was better and why. If Vincent was, for example, in a clearly better situation, then he's very disappointed. Then out of frustration, he might
We
play
can
it.
go back a little.
Yeah, we can let
Maybe just go to the
because it was a
middle somewhere.
very crazy opening. Yeah, we couldn't really.
Well, this is what we get from freestyle,
Yeah, but
right?
this was even for freestyle standards crazy. You remember the knight on f2?
Ah, yeah, this was the game knight on f2.
Yeah,
Strange
so
spot.
that's why I tell you that I have absolutely no idea that what was going on, who was happy, because
Yes.
look at this, bishop takes a6, beautiful trick by Vincent. So that's what he was relying on. Rook f2, bishop e2, and now with the light squared bishop, you feel like you will always have compensation. Yeah, white wins the pawn, but knight e5, ambitious move, king c8 sidestepping, and suddenly from this moment on, wow, what? Queen h4 double question mark? Is this true? Okay, we don't know. I don't see anything direct why this is so tragical. So let's see the game. Bishop e7, just to get a feeling what happened.
Well, complicated
okay,
enough.
then of course Vincent will be very angry. If he had this chance, he had this position, he was probably winning. He considers that he was winning here. Clearly with two pieces and, okay, white has 2 pawns,
D4.
but this is looking very shaky for white. So actually Ray saved something very unpleasant. Okay, Vincent here missed apparently some chances, but still, it's a horror. Okay. This is how then Ray saved it, that we had 3 pawns, then Vincent made some tremendous progress, but he captured the h2 pawn, but yeah, that's how we got this structure. Okay, now we understand. What a game it was. What a fight it was, yeah. It was,
Pawn is on g6 suddenly.
yeah, this is already some good news for Vincent, yeah?
But I'm not sure he can get. What can you do if, how can you make progress?
Well, you, rook f8 check, king, rook f7, king f6. Okay, bishop should get to the long diagonal, no?
And?
So I can play rook, yeah, bishop f8.
Okay, rook b7.
Rook a6 check.
King f5.
Kicking the king back. And then... then bishop h6.
Ooh,
bishop h6.
what an opportunity.
What a shocker,
What
right?
a shocker.
We haven't
Rook
seen that coming.
Your
B8.
rook is still on...
No, yeah, no, okay. No, I don't see any, don't see any ideas.
Rook b7. The fighting spirit is there, and also Vincent has his...
And look at this, is this Lanier behind? So it means that his game finished?
Yes, finished probably in a draw.
Finished in a draw, and chess players are chess players, yeah? You play a marathon game of 100-something moves, and then you stay there, and bishop h6 on the board.
H6.
I told you. Bishop h6 is coming.
And then what?
Well, it has such a psychological effect.
No, probably, yeah.
Because it wasn't in the position before. It's something new. Something
The
fresh.
trick is, if you go rook h7, then check and bishop g7, and you cut away your rook.
Well, exactly. I will just move my rook on the 7th rank to c7
yeah,
or wherever. How do you make progress?
Don't play spoilers. Bishop h6 was a game changer. Look at this now. Vincent is drinking from the water. He feels that, yes, I surprised my opponent. and Ray is shocked, like, wait a second, I'm not afraid. Should I be afraid? If king f5, bishop g7, so you have to
and then what?
Stay on the 7th rank. Then already rook a5 check I'm going to give. Then where are you going? Then I'm kicking you away.
Well,
I can go king e6, king f4.
King f4.
Yeah, then bishop f6.
And?
Then some rook g5.
No, but for bishop f6 I go rook f7.
Yes, okay, but then bishop goes away. No, no. This is already... But we won't get there. That's the problem. If we get there, it's heaven.
Well, we should get there.
We will get there.
Yeah.
Rook f8 check.
Well, you can put a bishop on g7. That's no
rook
problem.
f7, bishop g7.
Yeah,
yes,
g7
for example,
you reach.
yes.
Sensational stuff. Maestro. Incredible. Incredible. But then this will go on forever. This is just the beginning of the game.
So it's not clear whether you're happy or you're unhappy.
Yeah, no, okay, what is the time?
Nice formation on the chessboard. Little pack of players.
So already more than 2 hours, 2 hours, 15 minutes. I had a conversation with Vincent before, and he told me, well, there is no way your game can last more than 2 hours, 15 minutes, and now he's responsible.
What number of moves are we?
Well, actually not so much.
83?
83.
Ah, only.
It's
and
nothing.
For how long we have the G6 pawn?
Well, it's just 79.
79.
The torture is just
beginning.
Yes.
So another hour until the pawn falls, and then
the game
another-
starts. Yes. Oh,
Well, let's see. I'm not sure if Black can actually win that pawn. You think Black can win that pawn?
He didn't say he can win the pawn. He
no.
said it's just wonderful and fantastic. And
Yeah, it's fantastic that Black actually made some progress. Before it was King F6, Rook B7. It looked like we are not even able to
it's
do
not
anything.
possible I go Rook F5.
Well, I like my rook on the 7th rank. Why am I taking it away from there?
But we also have to remember, basically, Vincent gives the chance for all the other participants to enjoy their lunch, because it's a real lunch break, yeah?
Yes.
And he will be the only one with Ray who will get hungry, and we have to continue the match, because probably the schedule will be so up and down that there won't be any serious break anymore.
Well, I'm sure they will have a break, but much
We
shorter
still
than...
have Dominguez.
Oh, they're still playing.
wow,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
so-
It's because there's really nothing going on in that game
Maybe
anymore.
we can jump into there. What do you think?
No, I mean,
No?
just for 1 second we can
Because
jump
this
over.
is so engaging.
Well, this is more engaging than the other game, I can tell you that much.
This is so much more exciting.
Here you have the other game.
Here we have that. This is lovely.
You're right.
Yeah, no.
I
this-
couldn't imagine.
Yeah. We cannot sell this as pure excitement. Yeah.
Okay, let's go back.
Yes, let's go back. Of course,
This is a dead draw.
We have such a fantastic position, and Vincent is showing true mastery with Bishop H6. The psychological bomb was used.
Rook F5, your move, Judith.
What a powerful move.
Yeah, how do you even make progress here? But I like the rook on the 7th rank. I liked it there.
On the 7th?
Yeah, but I
What
guess I
about
can
the
go back anytime.
Yeah. Actually, now you can do that. Going back and forth, just staying on F5 and F7, F5 and
Oh,
F7.
that's nice.
Going back and forth, no big movements with your hand near to the clock. Or is it on
Well,
the
not
side?
that
No,
it
it's on the
matters.
other side.
Yeah.
But you can see Ray will not lose this.
No, he will not lose it, of course.
Bishop F8.
With 30 seconds increment, you just cannot lose this.
Well, if you lose the pawn, it's possible.
Yes. No, but I mean that if you lose this, then you will go crazy. Then it will be almost impossible to play the next game. So he should
Yes,
not be.
no, yeah.
Yeah,
That would
it
be-
would have a crazy effect. If you lose it in a blitz game with 1 second increment in 3+1, you understand that, okay, yeah, it can happen.
Right.
But not with 30 seconds
No, you
increment.
shouldn't lose with 30 seconds increment.
So what's the catch on Bishop F8? Rook
There's
F7.
no catch.
Rook F7 will be played. Well, I can tell you, if Vincent would be the defending side, he would be already looking at his opponent. Why are you playing this, right? This is the typical scenario. Rook A5 check.
Yeah, he wants Rook F5, but he will not receive
Then
Rook
Bishop
F5.
A6 check. Yes.
And then what?
yes.
King G4?
We King F6 now.
But again, then we feel like the moral
But I
winner.
think Vincent also gives up. By his body language, I feel that he gives up. I mean, he says, should I agree?
Yeah, and Ray is looking around. Come on, give me a break. And Vincent told me the games cannot last longer than 2 hours, 15 minutes. We passed that time.
It can't, unless it does.
I'm surprised that Vincent allowed his king to be boxed in on the 8th rank. I'm not sure if that was necessary. Maybe it doesn't change much, but here it really
doesn't.
feels like...
Bishop
Just-
H6 is out there again.
Yeah, Bishop G5 check. Huge threat.
Ooh.
Yes.
Ooh.
A scary one.
Very stressful moment.
Extremely scary. Well, now they should tune into some good music, yeah? And then you are playing this while listening
Yeah.
to your favorite songs. that would be something.
Well, I think Hikaru is listening to some music.
Is it? Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Finally, it was agreed, right? That
maybe. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but.
Well, actually, now we could even go to the arbiter and tell them that the players, if they want, they can remove their headphones because they are not revealing any secret. Computer cannot interfere. The public is just enjoying, sitting quietly. You know, they don't need for safety reasons.
Oh, Vincent
headphones
became serious now.
Yeah, I told you, Bishop G5 check and King E6. This is a big step forward, a giant step for humanity. But
maybe you can bring no. Now you would need to beam the rook to f1, but even then, rook f7.
Then rook f7 comes.
And Ray knows what he's doing.
But okay, look at the body language. Yeah, Bishop h4, exactly. Because getting there to go rook g5.
Oh, I like that.
Yes,
that's an idea.
Yeah, no, this is great news for Vincent, but not good news for us. Because now Bishop h4, rook g5.
Rook a6 he's threatening.
Okay, 6 body language changed. Vincent means business.
King f5.
Rook f6,
King g4.
King g4. No, Vincent means business now.
No, but rook g5 is the threat.
So what about rook b4?
G5 is winning
rook
the pawn.
b4.
Rook b4, yes.
Already only, yeah? Only
Why? On rook h7, what did you do?
Yeah, rook h7 is the other possibility.
But then I can go rook a6.
King f5.
Rook f6.
King e5.
Uh-huh.
Rook h7 on the board.
Feels like black is close, but not close enough.
Yes.
To win that pawn. So maybe rook a4, just king f5, yeah.
Okay, our good hope is that maybe Vincent relied on this bishop h6, bishop g5, bishop h4 idea as the last chance to try to squeeze out something. And if he acknowledges that even this was not leading to anything, then he might say, okay, that's it.
Okay, what about rook a4, king f5, rook b4? I'm trying to set up a Zugzwang.
Zugzwang.
Wow.
And after king e5?
King e5 then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know, I shocked you, but very
A
unexpected.
little touchy-patchy, yeah? King e5, rook g4, king f5, rook g5, king f6.
I mean, we have to give the option for Vincent to make a repetition of moves.
Yes.
Okay, bishop e1. Trying to get the bishop to c3.
Oof. Yeah.
This is good.
This is brilliant, no? It is brilliant. Okay, what changed? Yeah, as they say, rook c7, for example, what changed?
What changed?
Nothing changed, right?
Well, I mean, if I get the bishop to c3 and I play rook g5, I'm just winning that pawn. Right? So rook c7 makes sense.
Yes, on the board.
Well, let's see what he's up to.
Yeah, Ray is looking, but maybe Vincent is actually paying attention to Lanier's game. Did Lanier's game finish already? No, Lanier's game is still in progress, so Vincent doesn't have any guilty feelings. That's the problem. Actually, that's the problem. If the other game would end, then there would be some psychological pressure. Vincent knows that the whole tournament hates him at the moment, and then he might act differently. But Lanier continues the game that, okay, Vincent continues, I also continue.
And probably Lanier also thinks that it's okay.
Exactly, it's absolutely okay, because as long as...
They are very supportive on each other.
Yes. Oh, my God. This is very tricky. This is psychologically tricky, yeah, because
Bishop
then
d2.
they are both encouraged to continue.
By king f6 now, yeah?
I believe at the moment when Vincent game ends in a draw, Lenny will offer draw.
What is he going to do?
Then if Vincent's game ends in a draw, Lenny will agree to a
okay.
draw immediately, instantly. Look at this. Yeah, Vincent is looking at the distance like he's trying to find a setup. Ay, 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 ay. And you know what is the worst thing in the whole story? That Vincent probably thinks that I'm expecting him to play this out till the very end. Till the bitter end. Yeah? Because he knows that I love this. Yeah, if I get this, then I will also play forever.
So you're not expecting him?
Yes, my influence is not very positive here.
Oh, I mean, it makes sense. You want to try to take every chance, even as slim as it might be.
You have to. You have to. That's what I teach. But
all right, watch out. There's checkmate threat. Rook C8. So you probably need to go Rook Bishop G5.
Yeah, Bishop G5
For the people who fell asleep already.
Making one. Be careful. Let me highlight. Rook C7, C8.
Live danger.
Checkmate on the board. So don't suddenly touch something.
A bishop.
Well, actually, no matter what, king. Yeah, if you touch the king, it's finished.
Check.
G5 check.
Okay.
You were scared.
I'm relieved. Yeah, I'm relieved
Come
now.
on.
Yes. Bishop G5 check. King E6. Now I'm relieved.
But you know, the question is that I think we are starting to repeat the position. Don't you think so?
No.
Well, the
didn't
rook
have
was
this
on
one?
B7, I think. I think rook was on B7 when he played rook H7. When the first or the second shocker Bishop H4 appeared. Where is it? Where is Bishop H4? Yeah.
I mean, black
here,
would need...
Bishop H4, rook was on B7. It's only 4 moves ago. Yeah, King E6,
So-
Bishop F4.
Bishop F4.
Bishop F4.
Bishop F4. A very smart move. Attacking the rook.
Okay.
Well, you need to have the rook on B5 or C5, so you can play maybe Bishop C1, Bishop B2, or Bishop D2, Bishop C3.
And Bishop G7 at some point.
Well, Bishop started from there.
That's
yeah?
why I'm saying.
Yeah. What an improvement, yeah?
Okay, so now rook B5.
After the game, it would be nice to see on chess base the root of the bishop, right?
Yeah, was
It
there
was-
any square it did not teach, yeah?
Probably it's a nice graphic at the end.
Well, A7 square is, I think, still safe, and G1...
No, but he's pretty much going on the same squares now. Okay, your move.
But he has a plan.
Well, but
Nicholas.
now rook B7.
Well,
Only
rook
move?
C5. There rook C5.
Yeah,
There rook C5.
Rook
Of
C5.
course.
and then-
There rook C5. And we get what Nicholas wants.
Yes.
And
Then
what
you
did you
cannot
want
stop
after
me.
rook c5? Zugzwang?
Well, no,
No,
you
but
cannot stop the bishops
coming to C3.
the diagonal.
And then I play rook G5.
Rook
and then-
e5. Rook g5.
Yes. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's
the
it.
first phase is then done, and
Okay,
then
so
we can
now I go
start.
rook d5.
Oh,
Just to spoil your game.
Then rook a6 check, king,
King
f5,
f5.
rook a7. Preparing king g7.
I go
and
king
there we
e6.
go.
I go king e6.
King e6. And your rook is on d5, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't do this.
My rook is on d5.
Don't do this. I was about to be very
Already
happy.
rubbing your heads.
No, the pawn will be
Rook
taken
A2.
in move 48 or something.
Why rook A2?
To play bishop.
Yeah, bishop b2.
Yeah, but now
Following
the
your
king is
agenda.
allowed back to F5. I don't like that.
You know?
So king f5, rook g2, king.
The problem was rook C5 was king F6 again.
But okay, bishop g5 check, king e6, bishop
then-
d2.
yeah,
that was
that's
part
right,
of the.
yes,
I thought
yes.
this was my
Yeah,
plan.
yeah, that's
of
right.
course. No, don't let yourself be tricked, Nicholas. Just follow your plan.
Okay, rook A2, allowing the king back to F5.
Yeah, king f5. What do you do? Bishop h6 again?
No, rook F2.
Rook f2.
Okay.
We are coming. We are cutting.
King
King
G4.
E6.
Oh, king E6, bishop B2.
Rook f7.
Rook F7, rook G2. I'm
King
getting
F5.
somewhere.
I know. I'm
Well,
a
if
spoiler.
even that is nothing, then it's bad news. We should just tell Vincent that even that is nothing. We can give you this.
Oh my.
No, but okay, he's at least putting some psychological traps.
Rook F2.
F2.
So basically, he gives himself a purpose to go on. Yeah, he has a belief that he's doing something.
Okay, so he needs to play King E6 more or less. Otherwise, the pawn is gone. King G4.
What do you mean? What happens on King E4?
King E4, Rook F6.
Rook F6?
Yes.
But this is not a tough call. King E6 played by Ray. King E6 played. Well, I can also tell you that it's horrible to be defending positions like this because you know that your opponent can go on forever, and you try to signal your opponent that you see, but I'm doing everything right, but your opponent does not care at all because he can just keep on playing.
But the way I made my draw against Dieter Nisipiano, that specific one which you referred to before, I didn't mind, because I knew it so well that it was like playing opposition in opponent game more or less, because I understood that I know it so well, and this is what I feel with Ray, that he knows that here he doesn't have to lose the pawn. I feel that he was working on this at some period of his life.
The specific position, the pawn of D6.
I mean,
No,
in
or
the
he just
framework,
has this feeling, that okay.
I will have to ask him. Because I think when you work on rook and bishop, okay, I did not spend much time on which pawn I can save or whatever, because I thought it's a waste of time. I will lose it anyway.
Well, okay, I think that the famous position, if you are talking about this, then if you are black and you have pawn on f7, king g7, and this is the position against the white-colored bishop, bishop d no matter where, then it's a fortress finish. That's official. And I got this against Ivan Sokolov. I saved the game in Vaikanzi 2004, a completely losing position. We ended up here, and I was expecting him that out of frustration he will play on. With this position, he offered the draw immediately. He did not make a single move.
Yeah,
the pawn on f7 is the fortress.
Yeah.
But then against Lupulescu, I had a pawn on f6. And I was very scared that this is not the so-called official fortress, but even this worked out.
Yeah, I think many pawns, it's actually...
You don't have to lose it.
I think so.
And I think a g6 one is the same. It's only that most of the time you just don't pay attention, you make moves, and then suddenly you lose it. King f5.
Yeah. That's
not that king f6 seems to be a losing move,
but somehow king f5 is the natural one.
And that's what he does.
What about Lanier? What about Lanier? I have to...
He cannot be playing on still, is he?
He's still playing on.
How is that possible?
How is that possible?
This is physically impossible, no?
Can
we just for a second?
Nothing has changed.
Well, nothing
obviously.
changed. Yes. No, nothing changed. No, nothing changed. Yeah. So this
actually
is the position.
In these kind of situations, I have to tell you that when I was in such a situation and people were doing that to me, just because I was lower, much lower rated, I was very frustrated. I got kind of insulted for temporary. Because
really,
I felt that they want to do this to me because I'm a woman.
Only because of this, yeah?
Yeah.
And you think that if you would have had the same rating and
I would be a guy, they wouldn't do that to me.
Really, yeah?
I mean, this is really getting a bit extreme. I have to agree.
Probably it's not correct, but I mean, there are some limits for me. Because I was the person also I'm playing on, and I play a lot of games where I had no chance, and so I can't say that you cannot play something or you can. But when it's already going for hundreds of moves.
So actually, what is the number of moves? Yeah, let me just.
So we can be actually happy that we have the Vincent game, because otherwise we'd be going crazy right now.
Yeah, 131. Move
okay,
131.
So maybe Lenier wants to make a record.
No. The most knight moves in a game or something. No, but
the question is how hell you can lose that, right?
Well, you need to blunder knight fork, obviously.
That's
the only way. It's the only way.
No, and you know, the thing is that in such a position, I would think that my opponent really wants to win the way that I blunder my bishop. I mean, this is really the way.
No, but don't be so harsh. Lenny is a very fine player. He knows
No,
that
he's a fantastic player.
with the pawn on e3 and pawn on, so if the pawn would be on e5
It's
with
just
black,
satisfying, yeah?
then it would be, yes, because the position is not equal. It's a dead draw, but it's not equal. That's the problem, yeah?
Actually, what does the
You are
computer
tempted-
says in evaluation?
Of course it's that.
Well, it's 0-0
No, because
for
you said-
computer.
Okay.
But it's not equal position. It's a dead draw, but it's not equal. Because white has the upper hand.
But does white have the
Only
upper
white can
hand?
play for a draw. Yeah, I mean, black always agrees for a draw, and white still believes that, I can somehow win this e4 pawn. But even then, it's a dead draw. But okay, it's another story.
For how long are they playing this position
He's
specifically?
an estate. Lenny is an estate. What is the name in English for estate?
Aesthetic?
Aesthetic, yeah. He
Oh,
just
is it?
understands I have pawn e3 and the dark squares and everything, yeah?
Or is that the adjective?
No, I would like. I feel like White is actually torturing himself, not the opponent.
Yes. I don't think Asabayev
so the
was feeling a lot of pressure.
Trade happened on move 87, dc4. Wow, it was actually a beautiful pawn sacrifice by Lanier. Look at this. It was c3, c4. That's how it was making. So he's a true artist. Yeah, he finally succeeds getting his position. So, of course, he goes on to play this. But now slowly
Actually,
the
she
50...
could play d4. Oh, no, the same.
No, but wait a second. So this happened on move 87.
Well, then we must be almost there.
Yeah, we
if
are
you said
almost
it's
there.
130.
It's 136.
Okay, so one more move, basically.
One more move. And with the king on e7. I told you that he's such a fine player. Yeah, king on e7. And now, baby Sarah, make a move or you
I
don't
can't
make a
believe
move?
they played this position for 50 moves. This is
Can you call the
bit
arbiter?
ridiculous. She could, yes, but also she doesn't
and
need
she's
to.
looking at, but the players are not writing down the moves.
But
do
there's
they
an
not?
iPad next to them, so they
There
can
is
check.
an iPad, yeah.
But was Lenier completely winning that he's
No,
going
but
on?
he had a very nice position. Right from the beginning, this end game, and he was torturing and torturing and torturing. I actually believe that he will, yeah, and that's
No, now
it.
bishop e2.
She's
Professional.
checking now. She's checking.
Yeah, just check it. But you should have already checked before the professional, but there was no pressure, no danger.
Yes, I mean, there
That's
was no
why she
need
didn't.
to check.
Okay. You want to play 200 moves, I can play 200 moves.
But Lene is not.
Yeah, yeah, looking.
No, maybe the
Yes,
headset.
and
Maybe the headset
I think
disturbs
Lene is ready
Lenier.
to
Of course.
shake hands.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, there is the handshake.
All
Can
right.
you imagine if the arbiter says, let me go and check it? Yeah, and then Lenier would immediately say, no, it's draw. Enough
Oh
is
my God.
enough.
Okay, we can come back to our other
Okay.
favorite position.
So one we got rid of, yeah?
One
Yes.
we got rid of, yeah.
No, but this
But
is
actually,
of course.
Ray went down to 15 seconds, to 14 seconds last
Yeah,
move.
but he will make a move and he gets back to me.
Yeah, but
That's
it
why-
shows that he's thinking.
Exactly. No, of course. No.
I mean, Asabayeva was at 17 minutes at the end. So. Yes. Oh, he's also checking, but it's way too early still. Way too early. I think just 20 moves have been played, maybe, with the pawn on g6.
But yeah, so Vincent
No,
got the bishop to
actually-
the long diagonal, the king was forced back, the rook
G4.
left the 7th rank. So basically he made tremendous progress.
Yeah, so now rook b6.
He made tremendous progress.
King
Yeah,
h5,
Well,
bishop
then,
f6, or what?
And then rook a5 or c5, yeah? And then bishop e7, and then rook a7, rook e6, then king g7.
yes, we're getting there.
We
I
are
think we're
getting
getting there.
King g5.
Bishop c1. Well,
And what did you do on king h5? Somehow
yeah.
you say all kind of things,
Yes,
and then
yes.
you say
Bishop
nothing
A-
there, and then I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, bishop a3 maybe then.
Bishop a3.
No, but then rook f7. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what Vincent will be up to?
I think bishop c1. Yes, there we go.
Bishop c1.
King h5.
He was here before with different rook setup.
Was he?
Well, on c1 with the different rooks. King h5.
I still like bishop a3. Yeah, what do you do?
Bishop a3?
Yes.
I go rook a5.
Okay, rook b7 first. Well, if you go rook a5, we get that position we were talking about with bishop e7 then, no? That's what Peter was saying. So.
But when the bishop is on e7...
And then I put the rook on e6, the king to g7, then I should get that pawn.
Well, not yet when you're bishop on e7, because I give a check, right?
Well, maybe we'll get there later.
Okay,
For
now rook
e7.
f7 I don't like. You push back my king, so I keep my rook on the 5th.
Yes.
Rook c5. So what do you do? Bishop b2, king h6.
And bishop a3.
Now?
Yes. You're always surprised when I say that move. Like, every time it's like bishop a3. There we go, see? Yes.
Bishop a3, rook f5 back.
Rook f5, and then bishop e7. I want to get that set up with the rook on e6, bishop on
Rook
e7.
e5.
Bishop f6. Oh yeah, making progress. I'll put my king on g7 next.
And rook c5. Rook e7.
No, I mean this has to be.
Yeah, now maybe
we're getting there. I feel like we're getting there. Vince
yeah,
is going to win that pod.
Rook e6. But rook e6, rook f5.
So bishop e7 now. Rook f7 is rook b5. By the way, if bishop e7, I'm also threatening rook b4 suddenly.
But you know what I see? I've never seen that before. Oh no, that's not correct. No.
Yeah, Vincent is feeling the chance. He's
So
very
rook
focused.
f5, what do you do?
Bishop e7 still, yeah.
Bishop e, your famous bishop e7.
Yes, that's where the bishop should be.
Bishop e7. Bishop e7. Zugzwang.
I think rook e5 made sense.
Rook e5, maybe bishop f6 you go.
Yeah, no, that actually, yeah.
You go bishop f6, rook d5, king g7. Rook goes on the 5th. You go rook e7, rook e6.
Wait, why rook b1? No, I don't like this move.
Rook b1. But now he gets rook f7.
He gets rook f7 again, I guess. Yeah. We are 30 moves in, by the way. So Vincent has 20 moves left to win that pawn of g6.
And then another 50 to win.
Yes, 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 yes. Rook f7. No, I don't like this.
He missed his opportunity with bishop e7, you say?
Maybe.
But okay, he can do that anytime, by the way. He goes rook e1 and he goes bishop e7 next.
Yeah, but rook e1 is king g5. I'm getting my king out of the box.
To f5.
Yes, he goes rook g1. Okay, he has a different plan. I guess he wants to follow with bishop,
Now, bishop
c1 and rook
c1
g5.
But okay, after rook b7, what does he want?
Maybe then rook e1?
Then rook e1, and after check, king g7, check, bishop e7.
Mm-hmm. Okay, rook
That's the
a7.
goal.
Gaining a tempo.
Tempo. Good move. Good move.
Well, there are checks coming from the side, so you basically need to Move to bishop to f8, I suppose. But
Okay,
then
so
what's
he goes
next?
back, bishop f8. Rook
Yes,
f7.
white is waiting. Rook b7. And then what
Rook
do I do?
b7.
Then I can go rook e1 again, yeah?
But then king g5. And out again.
You're out.
Bishop c5.
Okay, that doesn't change anything. Or does it? Ah, rook a8, king g7 maybe, yeah?
Oh, yeah. He has to keep his rook on the sevens.
So rook c7. There we go.
Rook c7.
But what about bishop e3 anyway? That also looks
Bishop e3,
very
check,
sensible,
check,
no?
check, check, check.
All right, yes.
That would be a
Yeah, no,
draw.
this is the problem. Yeah, but he does it. He does it. I guess he's going to approach the rook then.
Because rook was on c. So rook c8, king g7, rook c7, king f6.
And then go to f5 even. That would be
Rook
even checkmate.
c6
yes.
is bad.
Yes, yes.
But rook f7, king e6, king e6,
And then there's rook g5 coming.
and nothing really happens. Does it? Maybe.
Rook f3. So Vincent's making a lot of progress, it feels like.
Wow, I just came back. I had this little break, and he's already made tremendous progress. Sensational.
You
news.
had the pressure on him.
Oh, wow. I even met the arbiter in the bathroom. Yeah,
Okay.
we were discussing. It was very funny. Never seen the arbiter during tournament before. Yeah, but okay, I'm not a player. And yes.
Okay,
It's
so
a
rook
long
c8,
game.
king g7, rook c7,
King f6, rook f7,
rook
king
f7,
e6.
king e6,
Rook f3,
rook g5,
king h4.
bishop, yeah.
Already so complicated, I can't really follow what you guys are discussing. Yeah, the line is so complicated.
But it's interesting he went rook e7.
No, that makes sense because rook g5, king h4.
Yeah, kicking.
And wherever the bishop goes, you go rook attacks the bishop. And then king h5 back.
Bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
But now king h6 is annoying, isn't it? I think he had another setup. The setup of bishop e7, and I think that was
The bishop
better.
e7 setup,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Yes, I sensed it.
And he might not have the chance to come back to that because it's already 35 moves at this point.
35 moves.
Mm-hmm. If I'm not
Because it's
mistaken.
114, yeah?
Yes, and the last g6 was at 79, yes.
79. So 127, yeah? Is the
129. Mm-hmm.
129.
Yes.
Already losing my mind.
Check. Now the king will come back to f5.
Yeah, oh, yeah. No, the house is helping black. I don't see it. This... No, I think Ray will hold this. I mean, even if he lost that pawn, he would probably hold it, but now...
But wait a second, actually this is a good strategy. So you make sure that you have some tremendous amount of breakfast, then you play a game forever so that your opponent will never have chance to be charged. And then, because let's not forget that this is only the first game. If the second game ends in a draw, then a tie break with 10 minutes game starts. And even if that is tied, then the blitz games are coming. And if even that is tied, then only the Armageddon. So basically you can just completely hunger out your opponent. With a good breakfast. Yeah.
Well, we're
This
also
is the
getting hungered out. But did Vincent have a good breakfast with you?
He actually had a good, decent
Yeah?
breakfast.
Yes, yes.
But I don't know what about today, yeah? Maybe they had even better one. So the strategy
Okay.
does not work.
Ah, Vincent was so close. Now he's back to square one, it feels like.
Even I changed now my breakfast because I had my oatmeal, of course. Yeah,
Of
the
course,
fresh
yes.
fruits, that's clear. But I somehow sensed that I should have a little bit more.
Yes,
And
good.
I also had a Danish pastry with fresh fruits as well.
A what?
And the Danish pastry.
Ah, okay.
With fresh fruits as well, and the fresh orange juice. So I'm actually ready for this game. I sense that.
I sensed very well what's going on today. I thought, okay, I just skip breakfast because we are going to have a break while we have some nice events going on in between the two games.
Yes.
Bishop C1 again.
Yes.
It's
But now
there
rook f7
again.
is an issue.
King F5, back to business.
Wait, now rook g5 and rook b5?
Cut on the 5th rank.
Rook G7
Ah,
check.
rook g7. Oh, there's always
Oh, but the
something.
saving.
Yeah,
There's
in
always
the last
something.
moment, yeah. Just like
Always something.
almost.
I think that might have been his intention, but yeah, rook g7.
No, actually, he cannot give that check because then he cannot torture longer.
Well, he cannot torture much longer anyway. It's 9 moves to go until move 50. 50 move rule. If for
Look at
50
this.
moves, no
Vincent
pawn.
senses that there are only 9 more moves, so they are very precious moves. Yeah, he has to.
I think he's sensing that he's not going to make it.
Well, actually, these are the most sensitive moves, right? Because if, let's say, move 49, you take the pawn.
That would be.
I mean, that would be a killer.
For the opponent, yeah, psychologically.
Yeah. Yeah. So now the players have plenty of time, other players.
Yeah, the players are chilling. They already finished their lunch, they had dessert, they went for a nice walk.
Well, I don't know with the 46-degree Fahrenheit.
No,
you
but
have a
also
nice
in the
walk.
resort you can
Ah,
have
in
a
the
nice
resort
walk.
You can have, yeah.
There are areas where there are very few people, yeah, because it's very big. By the way, you can get to the fountains and all this waterfalls and everything. It's a very nice area.
Yeah.
I just realized last night. I had a big walk, and
Through the hotel.
night's heaven, and it's also not so hot anymore. Yeah, basically
Outside,
from
or?
11 p.m. I went out and I came back like 12:30, 12:45. I had a very nice walk on the strip. Just lovely.
Rook H1?
Yes. Rook b7.
What's the plan?
Well, rook h5 followed by bishop b2, I guess, is the plan. So rook b7 would stop the bishop to go
To B2,
to
long
b2.
diagonal, yeah.
Rook c7. No, rook b7. There you go. That makes sense. Check. King f6.
Bishop G5.
5, king e6. And then you don't have a good square for the
You come with the
bishop.
rook down. And you go back king F5, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
6 to go?
Yes, basically.
So
So
finally,
now-
I think this bishop reached for the very first time the e3 square. No, I think like Vincent was hiding.
No, it was
square.
earlier when you had a break. He was also there.
He was also there.
5 to go, yeah? Now after
Rook
king F6,
D7.
it would be already dangerous. He would win the pawn.
And Judith, you know everything. So what is the schedule after this? Do we get a break or there is no break at all?
There will be a short break.
Short break.
But nothing what was expected. Rook D7.
Rook b5. King f6.
Well, rook D5 you could go also, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the best.
Well,
Now
at this point, I
D5.
think since there
Now
are
you
only
go
5
rook
moves
D5.
left.
What do you do? I go rook
Alpha
D7?
draw. Yes.
No. Now you have to go all the way until 50.
Yeah, now also I see Vincent body language has given up. So far there was some tension, but now no.
I think rook D5 is the move.
Okay.
King F6.
King F6.
Three more?
Yes.
Bishop C1.
Uh-huh. But too late.
And Vincent knows me. If my blood sugar drops, I'm getting nervous and dizzy and so on. So it's time to call it a day. He can't do this to me
Rook
any
D5.
longer.
No,
What's
but
the time?
now he can go King F6 wrong.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
Harry
King
is checking. Very nice. Putting the pressure.
He's ready.
Vincent
Yeah,
says-
King F6 would actually lose the pawn just in
Just
time,
in
would it?
time.
No, maybe not, because he can give a check.
Check, King E6, Rook G5.
Yeah.
But he can give a check.
Check, he can give a check.
And that
yes.
would be 50. Yeah?
Might be, yeah. But it should, Rook D5. It shouldn't get to that.
Yeah.
Professional.
No, I said Rook D5 is the great move.
Yeah.
Because whatever Rook goes there, Rook D6, Rook D7, you can block it.
Of course. Super professional. Saving the tournament. Rook D5.
Okay. So we're going to be at
Vincent, Nicholas, the reason why Vincent was putting so much pressure and playing on forever, because he played a wonderful middle game. He beautifully outplayed Ray, and then he got the upper hand. He was probably technically winning, but Ray also defended extremely well.
So we are exactly at the 3-hour mark.
Yeah.
The impossible more than 2 and
Just the first game.
Just the first game. We'll have another one like this.
Yes.
Then we have then we have tie breaks.
Yes, with
then more
10
tie
minutes,
breaks.
and then we blitz
Maybe
tie break.
we can beat yesterday. Maybe.
Yeah, we will beat this 9 hours something.
That was nothing.
That was nothing. It
just
was a
nothing.
warm up.
It was
The
a warm-up.
first day was a warm up.
Yeah.
Well, we are in Vegas, yeah.
Yes.
The
No
action never
windows.
stops.
Yeah,
What
no
happens in
windows,
Vegas?
nothing.
No, nothing.
You just go 24 hours.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe next time. It should be 24 hour. Full.
Non-stop.
Yeah, maybe we'll be in time for breakfast. Yeah, we'll not miss the breakfast. Yeah. Go full circle. Yeah.
Rook B4.
Before.
Yeah, Rook B4 makes sense, but it's just like 3 moves away.
By
basically.
now, I have the feeling that even objectively, after Rook D7, if it's possible to take, he will not make it in time.
No. Yeah.
So, we learned that the pawn on G6, having your king around, and Rook on F7, you don't have to lose that pawn.
I'm not 100% convinced yet, but because there was that moment where Vincent was really close, it felt like.
With the bishop e7?
Yes,
Yeah, with the
yes.
bishop E7 construction, king G7.
But then he
Rook
went for the wrong plan.
He will be kicking himself.
Well, not about that phase, I don't think. Maybe about earlier. Was he clearly winning or just having a nice
Well,
position?
I did not analyze, but I saw the evaluation
I will check.
of the computer, and it looked very promising. And also the way how he got there was beautiful. Yeah, so.
Yeah,
it's
he
2
was.
more moves.
He was close to winning. Actually.
But I think 2 moves before, this bishop c6 was criticized by computer or something. Huh?
Oh yeah, there. Yeah, but in the end game, then Ray made a mistake right away, and Vincent was also winning. Yep. So.
Yeah. Look at the disappointment. Yeah, Vincent needs to digest this, because we have only covered this part when, yes, he's trying, but we know that actually objectively, of course, this is a draw. He knows it as well, but he has to try it. But all the disappointment from the earlier part of the game, as long as you keep on playing the game, you are forgetting about what happened before. But when you know that, now you have to settle for a draw, then all the pain is coming back. that I had a chance. I could have played like this. I could have played like that.
So, on the 79th move, G6 was played. Does that mean he can claim on the 129th move?
Well, I
Ray?
told you that my blood sugar dropped. I'm not able to calculate anything
50.
anymore.
Yeah, so it's one more move. I don't
No,
know.
actually it can be, no, it will be 50.
Yeah, right. So I don't know what Vincent is thinking about, because next move Ray is going to claim, and Vincent is not taking that pawn in this move. So there's not really a point anymore to spend a lot of time.
And now we see the nervousness in Vincent. Yeah,
Yeah, he looks like
the time
this
is ticking out. Like
game on.
Yeah, up till this moment, everything was serious.
Yeah, maybe he's not aware of exactly when. Maybe he's thinking, okay, he will claim whenever he will claim. But Ray knows.
Now very confidently sitting there, my friend.
Well, he knows it's the next
You
move.
can think as much as you want. Yeah?
Yes.
I will just call the arbiter.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, maybe Ray should even already hint towards the arbiter that please come closer, and then just to signal, yes?
No, that's too much.
Too much already.
Thinking. He's go down in time.
I mean, bishop b2 makes sense, right? But, okay. Rook b2.
Rook b2. And no eye contact, nothing, yeah? Vincent looks like, don't dare to claim anything. I want to go on forever.
Ray could give a check on d8 now, just to
Tease him.
tease him. That would be a bit mean. Yeah.
He'll go king f5.
No, he will stop. I thought he would just stop the clock and say what his next move is. Yes,
Yeah,
he does.
he stops it, yeah. Very professional.
Yeah, there you go.
Enough is enough. And Vincent had a smile on. Finally, I can remove the headphones. Yeah, and Vincent only now starting to look.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a handshake.
All right, there we go.
Okay,
What
so
a fight.
we have a draw, and he's still ready to analyze it. It was a fight of the day so far, it seems. Longest day, and maybe now we are ready to see the standings, what was happening in all the games in game one. So it's the players are going away, and we are going to go for a break very shortly.
So we can raise Peter's blood sugar and also ours.
Hopefully. But I think also Ray and Vincent are now figuring it out. Do we have time for lunch? Do we have lunch break?
They
Because,
should.
okay, to start another game of this, for example, without having a normal lunch, it's impossible.
Yeah, we are going to see the standings for now. Well, Pragg is a winner, Wesley So, Magnus Carlsen, but of course he would like to be on the other part of the bracket. And okay, so we are going to be coming back very shortly, but we go for a short break, and then we are going to be back seeing the game 2 of all the matches. Stay tuned.
about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible. you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. I don't know, can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never fall out. We just wanna try some more. This can't go on forever. Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never fall out. We just wanna try some more. The higher that we let it fall, the harder we will fall. The longer that we sing it out, the more we wanna know. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never fall out. We just wanna try some more. This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No drink can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do. My time, my time, my time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, my time, my time. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. My time, my time, my time. What I wanna do. My time.
It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go. Take my hand and hold it tight. Something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feels. Got no plans, honey golden sands. We're California dreaming. It's a euphoric bliss. We want it just like this. We're trying to catch a feeling. Underneath the stars and neon lights. Something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer Give me the summer feel. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. My fire won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. 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 Got the summer feeling, come on. Give me the summer feel. Got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling.
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the reg, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip.
Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, Betty. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have taken slow back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, they somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, Betty. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have taken slow back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, like somebody.
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, Betty. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with my body. Twerk it like I'm ready, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I've been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host for the remainder of the day. And what a day it has been already. Out of the first 8 games, 4 ended decisively, 4 ended peacefully. That means 4 players are in a must-win situation. If a match ends tied, we'll go to rapid playoff, blitz, and maybe Armageddon, but we'll cross those bridges when we get there. For now, in order to help me draw the next position, I would like to welcome to the stage the president of basketball operations of the Philadelphia 76ers. Give it up for Daryl Morey. Daryl, are you ready?
It's 498.
Position 498. Daryl, thank you so much. A couple of days ago, you were playing in our NBA Blitz tournament. You're a very accomplished player yourself. What was that like, and what have you made of what you've seen so far today?
Love watching freestyle. I think it's the most pure form of chess in that you get the real talent of the players. It was wonderful to play with the NBA and the top players who are here in the world. I think it's a really special event that you've put together.
Well, we are delighted to have you here. Thank you so much for drawing the position. I'll invite you to put the number right here. That's perfect. The players will get 10 minutes now to prepare, so I'll let you enjoy the show. Thank you so much. And to our audience, have fun.
This does not look so good.
It's not well. You don't need but you need the draw. So what? That's what I was saying. How do you draw?
I thought B4. Maybe E4.
What if we just put the pawn and equal play? You think we could just keep it there? Then we develop knight f3 and E5?
Yeah, E5 and then queen f3 or C4. I don't know which one.
C4 may take E6, but E4 is still weak.
And G7 is also weak. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, this pawn f1's not going to get to develop.
Then you go E3, yeah?
Knight f6.
I'm not a big fan of this. This looks a little superficial. This is queen a3.
Just a6 even.
What's wrong with c4?
Yeah, c4.
C5.
B3.
B3, but I mean, some people need to win, so it's like we look for something more.
We don't care.
You can try to play
D3 and D4, yeah, no, that's okay. But C4, C5, B3, Knight C6, probably. Knight F3.
Okay, but D4 is also critical, right?
Why was E4 bad?
I just thought E4, B5.
Yeah, you can B5, C5.
D3?
Yeah.
Do you think it's good? C5?
No, it's not good.
I mean, this Fishman.
Yeah,
like B3, Knight F3.
Maybe.
We should be 2 Knight
It just feels wrong. Maybe it's okay.
C5 very quickly.
Yeah, here you get like.
Yeah, and I play Knight F3, Knight E3, no?
And you get like.
There's also Bishop.
And okay, I don't care F4, Knight F3.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe F4, Knight.
We should be 2
Not
castles.
so bad.
Yeah, this E4 is bad.
It's the best. Like F3 doesn't make much.
Yeah, F3 doesn't
No. You don't like.
No, I don't like this either.
Yeah.
We did have
C4 looks like the obvious.
Yeah, C4.
We did have to win.
Yeah, but B4, B5, what's the how do you create play?
harmonious.
You just want to play like knight F4?
Yeah, both Sicilian. Yeah,
Yeah, C4, C5, B3.
Then where do you
try to play for D4?
Bishop E2.
I not D2.
C4, C5, D3.
You should go B3 or knight
So this looks completely symmetrical.
You cannot win. Where do you put them?
D4, yeah, D4.
Should we play E3 also?
Yeah, you
Maybe I'll.
But D4, bishop E4.
Not D3, yeah, because he takes this.
This is not very. I don't like this.
Okay, so what are the other options? You don't put C4? So B4, B5, is there anything to play for?
Maybe we should start knight F3, G3, bishop G3.
Sorry?
Not so crazy, not so crazy.
Start with what?
Knight F3, G3, bishop G3.
There you go.
Very solid. So what? I mean, you're going to play B3, B2.
Yeah.
Is it crazy to go for B4 and find F4, knight F3? Sorry, I think it's a B4, B5.
It feels strange.
It's actually very close to normal chess, and then F4 cannot be
The
good.
pieces are just normal places, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Like bishop is developed.
Knight bishop e2. Okay, knight f6, knight e3, bishop, let's say. Bishop e2. You must go g6.
E6, and bishop is for check.
This is knight in this place on this place.
Wait, just play a few moves. Knight. Okay, there. Knight f6, let's see. G6 or e6?
G6, no?
I think G6, yeah.
No,
There's some queen a3 trick though. So here. Yeah, but queen a3 is not.
Just give up those, no?
Always before.
Are you sure? Yeah, that's like what's black's move here? B4? Castle? No, B4 not C4.
Castle, queen a3, I don't believe this.
For black?
No, for white.
Okay, castle, queen a3, knight e6. Knight e6. Okay. Should be fine. D3, D.
Okay, I mean, yeah,
D5.
Okay. One question, like D4, B5, B3?
B4?
B4?
I don't like B4.
Okay, I don't want B4, yeah. But you're not
Just, okay, just play knight f6.
I want to play like knight F3.
B4? B4 is also
can,
okay.
but
Because knight f6, e6, no? This looks like a very empty position.
Let's play one idea. C4 you take?
Yes.
Okay. Knight f3. e3.
C5? Bishop f3, C5.
C5.
I should be fine.
Yeah.
So C4?
C4 is the most natural, yeah?
Yeah.
C4, B6 we want to play,
But why not b5?
Ah, B5?
Yeah.
B5.
Just take, you know.
Takes and if.
What if B5, C5? B4?
Yes.
B3?
But why not C5? Just... Yeah, we can do it. Yeah.
Can.
Before B6.
This is so symmetrical. b3, knight f3, g3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just refute b5. You want c5?
Yes.
B4. E3, yeah?
B3?
Knight f6. But what are these positions with bishop f6? GF. But he's better, no? E5, knight e6. How are you gonna protect this guy? Oh! Yeah, that's it's not a big deal. Even better.
Okay, white can also go knight f3. e6 and then take.
So G6 you wanna take? Or? Okay, take G6.
Yeah, G6. I like G6.
Take.
Okay.
What can I do?
I'm fine with b5. Unless you're worried about cb, yeah? Rook b5.
This is maybe some tempo, yeah? Depending on how fast you can develop. Okay, we go back, yeah? Before, are we good? Achieving something? Before? E6?
Knight f6.
Just a3, knight f3, e3.
Okay, but then c5.
Yeah, but then c5 in the worst case.
I mean c5.
Or c5.
Yeah. I think before Wait, before b5? d3, d5.
So welcome to game number 2 of these quarterfinals. Players, you can start.
Welcome back for the quarterfinals, and we're going to witness the second game of the mini matches. And we have some winners. Pragg won a great game, even though it was not so obvious. He missed some opportunities, and then Fabiano somehow drowned. Nakamura won against Aranyan. That was a very important game. Wesley So won against Savian, and Magnus Carlsen won against Widit. The other 4 games are drawn, so there probably we'll see some more action, or we are going to see some playoffs. Let's see and start with the A group, the quarterfinal. What is the position? We see b4 on 2 of the games. Caruana is in a must-win situation. Arjun had a fantastic game, but he ruined it a bit, and even he was on the edge of the danger, but it was a draw against Abdusatorov. They both played 1b4. What do you think, Peter, about the first move?
Yeah, first of all, I think we have to talk about the starting position a little bit. If we compare it to the first game of the day, there it was clear that White gets a very promising kind of position. Yeah, it was a very dangerous situation for Black, very scary position. Here, we have also heard it, I think, from the players that they felt like there is symmetry on the right side of the board, on the traditional king side. Everything is like in classical chess. The bishops on a8 and a1, I think, favor Black in the sense that these are perfectly placed pieces. For stability, the rook on b8, queen c8 is also very harmonious. The only little strange piece at the moment is the knight on d1, but it can eventually land on c3, for example, very naturally. It's very much English kind of type of opening, yeah, with this bishop a1, probably white will play c4 and b4, try to expand on the queen side. So what I want to say is that the first couple of moves don't seem to make such a huge impact like in the previous game. However, Levon needs to win. So Levon is the player who is in a must-win situation with the black pieces. So he actually tried to spice things up immediately after c4. He opted for b5 to create some imbalance in the pawn structure. And he's willing to take the tempi after cb, rook b5, e3. The rook falls back to b8. But he at least got the structure, something to play with. I'm a little bit surprised, and Nicholas, I'm very curious of your opinion, that knowing that Hikaru actually only needs a draw, why did he pick the move c4 and allowed Levon to play b5, compared to all this b4 kind of stuff where you don't really give your opponent any dynamic possibilities?
Yeah, it was basically a question to start with b4, c4. This is also the move that we see so far happening in the quarterfinals, in the upper bracket. And, well, yes, he gave Aronian the chance to break early with b5, but on the other hand, I don't think Nakamura is so unhappy about it, because he will also end up with a very solid position here. e3 gaining the tempo, b4 now beautiful move, opening up the bishop, and it feels like you will have a somewhat normal position soon. We once again, just like many times in the preliminaries yesterday in the qualification stage, we see the king on e1, bishop on f1, and knight on g1, rook on h1. We had it at least once yesterday as well. And this means, well, the bishop will be developed. White can castle. This knight is going to c3. Actually, yesterday, we had a very similar position also, where the knight from d1 was going to c3. The bishop was in the corner. Maybe the only difference was the queen was on b1, the rook on c1, I think. That was the only difference, yes.
Yeah, it was
only
the
queen
play
and rook
between Magnus and Levon.
Yes.
That was when they traded queens also.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
That was the only difference. Wow, what a coincidence. So yesterday we had the same position, just with queen and rook reversed, but of course it does not change so much. And now e6 was played, maybe b5 now, because the pawn is attacked right now. White can develop, and Hikaru, being in a position where draw is sufficient to advance to the next stage, is probably very happy with the starting position, because there's not so much strangeness.
Exactly.
And he can develop in a normal fashion, get a normal, solid position, maybe even a bit better. And this is bad news for Levon Aronian.
Yeah, very bad news. And there is also the other aspect that, for example, Fabiano, who needs to bounce back, yeah, and also Vidit needs to bounce back, but now we are focusing on the upper bracket, that how will he create chances against Pragg? And it's very interesting that he approaches with b4, b6, f4, trying to get out of the classical directions, right? He wants to mix things up. In Hikaru's case, keeping it simple, the traditional stuff. Now after the move c5, the thematic kind of move is b takes c6 if you are playing for a draw. But Judith, from your experience, when you only need a draw with the white pieces, going desperately towards a draw, giving your opponent some chances to get the initiative, is this the right approach, or you should just play a game? What is your experience?
Well, it's not very good that if you want to make a draw desperately, like you just want to secure your victory. At the same time, when you're seeing the highest level players, if they don't want to sharpen the game, they can do it. And actually, it's good that you highlighted the starting position, that it is something that it favors the people who want to not to sharpen the game, if it draw is enough, because it's not a freestyle where we used to, where really it's a huge mess. First of all, the king stands on its initial square, but all the rest of the pieces on the right-hand side stays there. So you already visualize it very fast, that you can develop your pieces, castle very fast. And why would it be in a d4, c4 English kind of position, but to have the a1 bishop, right? And the b1 rook, c1 queen, knight jumps to c3. So very fast, a very familiar position can arise. And of course, with a player like Nakamura, it is a great help, I think, in this situation, as he won in the first game. But this is also luck in freestyle, because we were witnessing, not only in this tournament, in this round, for example, but also in other occasions, in Paris, in Weissenhaus, when there are some situations that let's say black is suffering from the very first move if white finds the good strategy in the 3-4 moves, right? Magnus was actually a victim of this at least once. So we can say that it can be lucky or unlucky who gets what positions in
But now look at this. Hikaru against Levon Aronyan. Hikaru started with the white pieces. After move 5-6, they have the symmetrical position with black to move. Do you see what I mean? It's exactly the same position, but it's less. So basically, Levon plays with the white pieces. But unfortunately, it's a very symmetrical position because Hikaru lost b4, b5, b takes c6, quite a lot of. But it's funny, no?
It's crazy.
Yes. All of a sudden, it is Levon who is playing with the white pieces, being black.
It's absolutely crazy.
Yes.
But the problem is, it's a very symmetrical position.
Yeah.
And of course, it's like squeezing water out of stone. This is the situation what Aronyan is facing right now.
But psychologically, this is something to work with for Levon. And we know that Levon is a big psychologist. I know it very well because I'm losing to him all the time like this.
Okay, but also for Nakamura, it must be a very strange feeling realizing what has happened.
Well, he went for it.
He went for it.
Yeah, but...
That's why I asked you the question, that is this the right strategy? I don't like it.
No, but you said you asked me the question whether the right strategy to go for very solid and drawish. But this is not about that. This is giving up a tempo. It's not about playing solid. I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, if I would realize, oh my God, what did I do?
Maybe it's both.
Sorry?
Maybe it's both. Trying to play solid, but giving up the tempo.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But still.
But yeah, basically just to go back.
I mean, maybe I wouldn't just play knight c3.
Let's just go back 1-2 moves, because this was the moment, yeah, when Hikaru played the move b4, b5, and then clearly Levon played the move c5. And now it's the point that I think that after c5, white is probably better if he does not capture on c6, but there is unbalance in the position. And Hikaru said, you know, I don't want to be better. I'm even willing to be tempo down, but I don't want any unbalance. This is why I was not sure that psychologically this is the right direction. What do you like? I think your attitude is that white should be punished for this, no?
Well, it's very strange. It is extremely strange what was going on. And I think also Nakamura probably played too fast to start with.
And the players are playing quickly, so bishop e7, bishop e2, castles, castles, everything is logical.
Yeah, it's a question how Levon will be able. But of course, Nakamura is a very practical player.
Yes.
You can see that he's so experienced. He's not shy. He says, I want to draw. I'm going to make a draw. I'm going to be exchanging every single piece. It's a symmetrical position. Show me. Do you want to play g5? Do you want to play h5? What do you want to do to give me a hard time? No way.
And look at this, 31 minutes, 11 seconds for Hikaru. Yeah, which basically means that, yeah, he just decided that I want to shut this game down. I don't want to give any dynamic possibilities for Levon, and I don't believe that he can use this tempo. Levon goes knight b4, trying to provoke a3, that at least maybe this a3 pawn will be then later a weakness. Let me just highlight a3, then potentially is bishop. Black maybe plays the move knight d5. Even if we are trading a lot of pieces and we are trading the queens, then suddenly there will be something to play with on a3.
Black has to try something, right?
Yes.
He can't just play the solid moves to play queen c7 and then double exchange the rook. And of course, I would rather see actually first my queen on a5 with black, and after that to play. But
I think it would be very interesting to ask Nicholas, did you check with computer a little bit? Is there some possibility to do something, or is Hikaru correct that, okay, I only need a draw, I don't care about the tempo, the position is very solid?
Yeah, it feels to me that night before was maybe a bit rushed by Levon Aronian. As Judith said, putting the queen on a5 is a very good idea here. Let's say white keeps mirroring, goes queen c2. Now the queen is coming to a5. At least you have a slightly more active queen.
And wait a second, after queen a4, what happens?
Yeah, if queen a4, I was just wondering the same. Maybe here.
You're in the mood.
I mean, we're really talking about slight initiative. Of course, it's very symmetrical, but maybe you can get something going here. Knight e4, the pawn on a2 can be a weakness. Slight pressure. So Hikaru is clearly saying, well, I think I can comfortably draw this against you, even though I'm playing from the black side now. And knight b4 can actually even be answered by queen a3. This looks strange, but since the bishop is undefended, I, as white, can now improve my queen to a4, maybe a5, and activate it, open up the c1 square for the rook.
But wait a second, does it fit the concept of Hikaru?
Well,
keeping it solid, or you think that he has this ability to change his mindset and think like, I provoked you, and now I'm gonna utilize on this?
But it's not only the mindset, I think. It's basically he's ready to play solid, but if he has to play a good move which is not solid, he will.
He will, yeah.
And queen a3 I was also thought about immediately.
It makes sense.
Sorry?
It makes sense.
It makes sense, and also you don't want to be passive.
No. And you
that's
need to
not-
do something.
Yeah, it's not Nakamura's game at all, right? And he's ready to play these kind of moves anytime.
He needs to do something with the queen. You cannot just keep your queen on c1. This is where the rook is supposed to go, and you don't want to go to b2. So actually queen a3 also looks risky, but it does work, and then you're improving your queen to a4 or a5, and you're ready to put the rook on c1, and then suddenly black maybe has to answer the question, what am I going to do with the queen? White can also play different moves, but I think queen a3 is a good one, and equalizing fully, or maybe white can even have a tiny bit of something here again. So knight b4 was maybe a bit rushed. Well, I think there are probably more interesting games going on than this one.
Exactly.
So let's go back to bird's eye view and see which game we want to dive into.
Absolutely.
I'm honestly surprised by seeing this concept of going f4 and knight f2. And in Fabi's case, I understand because he's in a must-win situation and wants to create some complications. But the same applies to Sindelov. He also went for in b4, b5 construction with f4, knight f2 against Hans. And he drew the game with black. Why do you know this adventure with f4, knight f2 in a position where you are not in a must-win situation? This surprises me.
Because this is his style.
Yeah,
That's
but I'm not a fan. Losing tempo for knight f2, this doesn't look so. Do this if you are desperate, but
I was surprised on f4 actually. Generally speaking, when you have your king on e1.
Well, to me it makes sense what Arjun is doing. Yeah, because, and I was expecting Fabiano to play the move c4 instead of knight f2. It's exactly the same like what Arjun had. We will be after talking about it, because he occupied with b4, f4, c4, and against b6, c5 was able to push b5. So he grabbed some space. This already has some harmony, and I was expecting Fabiano to play like this. Do you remember this game? Probably not, but it hurted me because Fabi beat Vincent in a very good style in Paris. And he was doing something very similar, that with b4, f4, and this bishop was dominating. Vincent could never develop his queen from b8. There was this bishop e5.
Yeah,
and,
it was not a long game.
It was not a long game at all. Well, it was long in a
but
sense because it was hopeless.
But it was hopeless,
yes, it was hopeless, yeah. And I'm a little bit surprised to see Fabi not going for this full occupying approach like Arjun is doing. Wow, look at this. I told you, even Hikaru is Hikaru. He cannot change his mindset so easily, but he's also trying to get to a4 with the queen. But he did it with queen d1. Queen a3 was too dangerous.
Tactical.
Too dangerous. Who pins whom in a situation when you want to be solid?
Well, he's very much on the safe mindset.
And
And
Levon
queen
goes,
is out.
and Levon goes queen c5.
But I like queen a3 better.
Yeah, because then the rook could come immediately to c1.
Yeah. And also the a7 pawn is
was-
under
yes.
pressure.
No, actually, I feel like if Hikaru gets careless, Levon is the type of player who can suddenly get the upper hand psychologically.
This is what he did yesterday against Magnus.
Yes. Exactly.
And you can see that he actually feels comfortable. But okay, he couldn't dream of better, to be honest, out of the starting position.
Okay, maybe he
No?
would have. He wanted to be worse, but more complex, right?
Yeah.
But from the starting position?
Well, from the starting position,
probably not. Yeah.
I mean, it was difficult because you visualize it immediately that White's castling and has a very tough, rock-solid setup.
Yeah. All right. Let's pick a game. You guys can choose. Where should I go?
I would pick Sindarov game.
But on the other hand, Fabi is a must-win situation. That game ended in a draw. And we are anyway talking about very similar with knight on f2. I just want to discuss this position with knight on
We
f2.
can
you
pick
just
the
said
other
that,
one. Yeah.
that we can pick.
No, okay, yes. Excuse me. You know, at least I have to pretend to be a nice guy, no? It's normal. No, it's...
no, but...
And also we have a little bit more development there,
Well,
no?
but up to the turf, just sacrifice the exchange, or no?
Yeah, yeah, let's go there because this is the way to react. This is lovely. d5, bishop e5, d4. I'm loving it.
All right, let's see it.
Okay,
Let's see it. Excellent. Destiny chose for us. So, what a move it is. Sensational stuff. Move of the day so far. Concept of the day.
Very beautiful.
Nicholas, you want to take it away? Or?
Sure. Let's have a look together. Let's maybe take it from the starting position to see how we got there, because we do have some time. So b4, b6. This was actually played in a lot of the games. Black wants to support and push c5 to then have some center control and being able to take back with the pawn on c5. Now c4, knight to f6. I guess also the direct c5 would be possible already, but Black is in no rush. Knight to f6, and now also f4. Arjun is playing ambitiously, true to his nature, grabbing a lot of space. Maybe it's too much. Maybe he could have instead also just continued development, knight f3, e3, but he wanted more. So f4, c5, now b5, claiming space on the queen side. And g6 makes a lot of sense to develop the bishop to g7. Here we see knight f2. And now d5. This is interesting. I mean, the normal move would have been to play bishop g7. But maybe he did not want to allow e4 or something like this, I guess. Yes,
grip,
bishop
yeah?
g7, e4. This is why Arjun played knight f2 to protect or support the pawn on e4. So probably this is what Nordebeck disliked, and he goes for d5, breaking first in the center. Computer is attaching a question mark, but it is quite interesting. And Arjun played bishop e5. Maybe he should have taken here and then play bishop e5. Because bishop e5, yes, is inviting this, or, I mean, it was Nordebeck's plan after all, because surely he did not want to go rook b7 here. So he goes for the exchange sacrifice with d4, claiming that after bishop takes b8, queen takes b8, Black has a beautiful pawn chain and has more space. And also this pawn cannot really be defended nicely. If you play e3, then you're also going to weaken your position further. And Black actually, especially with this strong bishop, has great play e5 and opening up the position. This is already better for Black. So maybe White shouldn't take this rook to begin with, and Arjun did not. He played e3, and, well, the question is, do you do something about the rook, or do you just ignore it?
Bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
A tempo, bishop g7.
A tempo even?
A tempo, yes.
Okay.
A tempo.
Do you think Arjun missed d4 or underestimated d4?
Well, maybe he from distance thought like, okay, my plan is that I'm stopping d5 because of bishop e5. Yeah, and this is what I'm always saying, that it's very important to understand, my opponent wants me to play d5 and his idea is bishop e5. Oh no, I don't like this, this is what he wants. And then to go a little further and to ask one more question. Do I have to be afraid of what my opponent actually wants, or is he right at all? And then asking this second question, you might end up asking, wait a second, what happens if I sacrifice an exchange? And I think that very often having some dialogue with yourself during a game can help you. Because often the emotions take you that, d5, bishop e5, no, I don't want this, this is what he wants. And then you ask the question, and then you automatically go deeper. And this fantastic sacrifice, and I believe after e3, bishop g7 is very much in the spirit.
It's very much Abdusattorov kind of game. I think he must have been so happy to say, d4, I give up an exchange.
For sure, yeah. Whenever you take it, then black will have very quick castles and then follow it up with e7, e5, break in the center.
And the a8 bishop is so powerful. When,
it's powerful.
I mean, in this classical setup of position, right? Having the rook on a1 is not so easy to develop.
So honestly, I'm really worried for white in this position.
Yeah.
Okay, by now everybody knows probably that I always worry too much, but I would pick black.
And bishop g7.
Okay, forget about the question mark. It's the move. It's the move. That's why black played also d5 got a question mark. Yeah, but I said that the concept is the concept of the day.
Yeah, Arjun, I guess, did not have to go for it, right? He did not need to play bishop e5 right away. Would have been better to take first, not giving black the chance to play d4, and maybe now you can put a bishop on e5 and play like this, and maybe follow with e4 also.
Yeah, probably with e4. Yeah.
Yeah, this also looks quite tempting, but the pawn on a2 is hanging. I'm not sure how I feel about this.
A2 is hanging.
But yes, there were other options available, and probably bishop e5 was not the strongest, and here bishop g7 gets a question mark. Yeah, the computer says now we should take this exchange and then go knight f3.
Please.
But you're happy, Peter, right?
Yeah, knight f3, castle 0-1. Okay, this is, come on, we were raised on Kasparov games. Yeah, this is,
okay,
Judith, what is your take on this?
But I'm not so sure, because the f2 knight is very strong defender.
This makes a good impression now.
Well, I can, even if you want, maybe take bishop takes f3 instead of castles.
Yes.
And then
E5.
gf and I castle, and then I play e5 and knight h5, and I imagine I'm Garry Kasparov, and I will come up with something later.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is definitely some compensation for black. Also, now the white king will be weak.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's better to capture first, ruin my pawn structure first, and then in some cases.
And this knight on d8 is a sleeping knight. This is not the bad knight, because it might jump to, also after e5, knight e6, knight g5 later on, creating mess on the king side. Of course, as a commentator, it's very easy to suggest, okay, please sacrifice. It's the second game. If they lose, then they lose the match. Yeah,
yes.
This is our privilege that we can just rely on our feelings. Yeah, my soul says that this is nice, but after all, those are not my pieces.
Yeah.
So what about bird's eye view one more time, maybe? Because
let's go back bird's eye view, and we haven't seen actually the other bracket.
The other bracket,
the lower
yes.
bracket, just to take a glance at some point.
Yeah, so finally actually yes, here we are. Look at the Magnus's game. Magnus's game is completely wild. Nothing reminds of the previous analysis that we have done about the other games. It had a very specific kind of opening. Maybe we can have to take a closer look. The point was that Vidit needs to win, yeah, so he's kind of going all in, and Magnus invited him. Let's have fun. And this is how this crazy position appeared. Both sides have their trumps, but who knows whose idea will prevail finally.
And then we have Keimer Robson, the marathon runners.
Yes, there is always psychologically very tricky that whom does it favor. And looking at the position, I'm not happy at all what I'm seeing from Vincent's side. And he also, who did affect Vincent to go for this B4, F4? This teamwork is very tricky. I don't know, because I always have the feeling that finally it's very important to listen to your feelings. Yeah, this is what I believe. Yeah, and if somebody influences that thinks that, aha, this is a clever idea, and then he convinces you there's only 10 minutes, besides there are so many different options from the opponent, then you go for this idea, and over the board you realize that actually I'm not liking this.
Yes, it can happen.
And with the 90 minutes time control, I always encourage Vincent, yeah, always listen everything what the guys have to say, but then think for yourself over the board, and then you combine things. But with the 30 minutes time control, you don't have the chance, so you might feel like what we have discussed I should use because I don't have the right to lose time. It's a completely different game with 30 minutes than compared to the 90.
Yeah, the time is an important element, and in Paris we had the 90 minutes.
Yes, and
game.
also in Weissenhaus before,
yes.
yeah, of course.
Yes, so those are basically classical kind of games.
Yes.
And really you have time at one point to spend half an hour by itself.
And you have to. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to. Look at the body language of Vidit. Showing like, I know what I'm doing. He just played the move Rook G1. He's setting up some F5, G4 kind of ideas on the, maybe because this is so much fun, let's pick this game, no?
Let's pick this game for some time, because we are in the opening phase of the game. So
yeah, nothing really extraordinary happening in the other games, but this one is very special. And Magnus Carlsen wanting to have fun, and Vidit wanting to come back. That's lovely to see. Wait a second, Vidit did spend already 15 minutes. Wow. Okay, so he's following the almost the time management of the classical time control with 90 minutes. Let's just soak in this position. Magnus goes Queen A6. Going after the A2 pawn, do you really have time to think about this pawn when White is expanding? Judith, the floor is yours. You love this crazy
I don't
things.
understand for first. What about F5 and the C5 is not hanging, where the knight is going to move away? F5, does Magnus want to go knight C7
or does he plan to take on A2 first?
But that's only
a pawn.
Okay, intermediate move.
I'm not a fan of this pawn hunting business, but
of course after F5, Queen A2, I cannot go Queen C1 because all kind of Bishop H6 kind of moves.
Yeah, so you just move the Rook to C1 probably, yeah?
Rook C1, yeah. And then the question is where the knight goes. To C7, Queen C5, Knight D5. And there is...
But since we are talking about a very fascinating, fun position, let's see how we reached here, yeah? Because, and then we will also a little bit understand more the psychology behind the moves, the purpose. So first of all, it featured one E4. So finally a game where White played E4. And the reason why the players did not want to play E4 because it allows B5. And B5 is like a very...
It's a tempo.
Yeah, it's a tempo, and actually Black is setting up to play a close Sicilian. Yeah, look at this, what happened here. White played the move D3, and Black plays the move C5, and Black is already very happy. Black got a very nice Sicilian, but Vidit does not care about this because he's a must-win, and he has his own idea, going BC, opening up the bishop, yeah, creating the unbalance. There is pressure on the long diagonal, and Magnus said, you know what, okay, B3, I'm going to fix you. Yeah, so he played a strategically desired move B4, but it loses a tempo, and I'm somewhat puzzled, not just because of the evil bar, but okay, you really think that trying to get access to the D4 square later is so important, and now Vidit takes it like a matter of principle, Knight E3, Knight E6, Knight E2, I'm going to punish you. What are you doing, Magnus? You think you are Magnus Carlsen, you can get away with everything? Vidit says, I'm going to challenge you. Let's find out. F4. What about these knights? And Magnus knows, yes, I went into this adventure because I want to break.
Then D4.
Objectively discussing the position, we go just to get the spirit. Black plays D4. Vamos, amigos. Yeah? And Vidit says, okay, thank you very much. Then vamos. E takes F6. D takes E3. Queen takes E3. G takes F6, and now this ultra tranquilo Rook G1. I just love this so much. Nicholas, actually, did you have a chance to look at the computer a little bit at least? Do you have some thoughts, not just about this position, but in general, that were the players crazy or that had a purpose what they were doing? What is your take?
Yeah, I don't think the players were crazy. I guess Vidit got the kind of game he wanted. He wanted to have an imbalance. He wanted maybe also to deviate from the other players, going B4, C4. And he's probably reasonably happy at this point. Yeah, apparently D4 was not the best, but going knight D7 and allowing F5 also looked risky for black. So it's understandable that Magnus went D4. And in this position here, Rook G1 was played instantly. I guess Vidit had prepared already. But also castle looked pretty good. So if Queen A6, you can always play King B1.
There was castles.
There was castles. This might have been even stronger. The king feels fairly safe here on the left side of the board.
What a golden opportunity. Then, but this explains, sorry that I interrupt, that maybe now Magnus wants to hit the pawn on A2.
Make sure that there is no castle.
And no King B1 business. Okay.
Yes, so Queen A6 is definitely quite a tricky move.
Unpleasant, yeah?
Unpleasant, I would say. Yeah, G4 should be played now, just giving up the pawn, going for it with G5. F5, knight C7, just taking this pawn apparently is not so promising for white.
Because then this knight D5, bishop H6,
E5,
bishop
you can go
E5.
Even like this, yeah?
Yes,
E5
queen takes
and bishop
C7.
D6.
No, rook C8, right? Bishop D6 is queen C4, red
that's
rook
queen
C8.
C4, rook C8.
Trapping the queen. Always these hidden tactics in freestyle chess. So after queen A6, we see that Vidit is down to 10 minutes already. Once again, Magnus is playing quite fast. And yes, he should go G4, sacrifice his pawn here on A2, and keep opening up the position against the black king, against the black forces. And this is actually promising for white, but will he go for it?
I think he will. I mean, after all, he played Rook G1. Why do you play Rook G1 if not the reason to play G4, right? The only thing is that maybe after Queen A6, he might get in panic. Oh my God, I blundered this. What is this? Should I give the A2 pawn? In what circumstances? But unless he's going to panic, he should be playing G4. And actually, he couldn't dream of a better opportunity and possibility
he goes F5.
to equalize.
He goes F5. This is what I don't like. Yeah, now that we already know that this knight C7 idea is so strong.
Yeah, it also doesn't align with Rook G1. You did not need Rook G1 to go F5.
He panicked.
He panicked, right? I mean, he could have gone C5, F5 before. But then, okay, maybe he wanted to go F5 and then G4 to protect the F5 to go out of the pin. That's possible.
Yeah, when the rook move appeared with Rook G1, I also immediately put this together. He wants F5, G4, and like this. But then knight C7 and this knight D5, also bishop H6, bishop E3 will appear. Then
no, if the bishop will appear on E3, then we switch boards before that.
Yeah, but how do we stop it? Yeah, after knight C7, so it's not about pawn hunting, but black's next move will be knight D5 hitting the queen.
Knight C7, G4.
Okay, knight D5.
Queen D2.
Yeah, and then against H5 we have G5. Yeah, this is important, yeah.
And if you go Rook G8, I go H4 and G5. I mean, what to do?
This is what he will play. I mean, I'm now very happy with black because let's not forget, black can also castle. Yeah, now that he played already the move Queen A6, black can just play King to C8, Rook to D8, and somewhere E5 and vamos.
True. Okay, what do you think going back to bird's eye view? Let's look around other games. Here maybe Magnus will think a little. And actually Magnus has a huge time advantage. So let's see what Fabi is up to.
Yes, let's take
go
a
to
look
that
at
game.
Fabi. Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, let's
pick Caruana Pragnananda.
Oops.
Because it's a key game.
It's a key game, yeah.
It's a must-win situation for Fabi.
And to see
he's aggressive.
Yes, but what I like that he is strategically sound and at the same time aggressive, yeah, because he made sure that he actually got this unbalanced like what Levon was trying to get against Hikaru, yeah, that against c4 he played b5, he traded the b pawn for the c pawn. So strategically speaking, I remember my conversation with Bobby back then, yeah, that he said that the Sicilian strategically is winning for black because already you traded the c pawn for the d pawn. So unless you get checkmated, that's the story, yeah. And
there is a great chance to get checkmated, but if not, then...
yes, and then already I'm strategically winning, yeah. So it's kind of funny that Fabi plays positionally, and it looked like I was even, let's just go back for a second, because let's appreciate what he was doing was really brilliant. b4, b6, f4, knight f6, knight f2. Yes, I was slightly harsh with this. I was criticizing that I don't understand in general if you are not in a must-win situation. In Fabi's case, he's in a must-win situation, it's understandable. And the move c5 appeared, and then he just does not react to this. He keeps the status quo with b4, c5 pawns. He just cheers with e3, and black played a very strange move, bishop b7. I can't understand this move, that why on earth are you losing a tempo for a bishop b7 and closing also your rook? This is one of the most mysterious moves I have seen so far here. Knight f3, continue. And then c takes b4. You trade voluntarily the c pawn for the b pawn. I just don't get it.
And then why did you need bishop b7?
Exactly. Rook takes d4, e6, rook b1 back, bishop e7, bishop e2, short castle, and then g4. Lovely. d6, g5, knight e8, rook g1. Fabi has all the chances to bounce back. All the chances.
Maybe black should go f5.
But what is this? So far, Pragg has been so impressive. Is this the nerves that he's up, he's leading, and he feels like, wow, I just won a fantastic game against Fabi? And sometimes in these mini matches, when you win too easily, I had this also, yeah, that we know that normally it's very difficult to win a game. You win easily, and then your opponent bounces back, and you don't understand why I played like this, yeah?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Seems it's very passive for black. That's his main problem at this point.
Yeah, let's ask Nicholas, how bad is this, or is this just visually so dangerous? We are very happy for Team White here.
Yeah, I think Fabiano Caruana's also really happy about the position he got, plus the time advantage, 22 minutes against 9. So this is looking good for him. He has a lot of attacking prospects here. The bishop is lined up against the king. Maybe the knight can come forward. There's some sacrifice ideas here. The rook is lined up on the g-file. The queen can maybe stack up as well. A lot of ideas. The computer wants to go f6, but this is a move which is, I think, for a human really difficult to play because it looks ugly. You are weakening your king, and it feels not very stable.
And what is the benefit, right? Humanly speaking.
Yes. Maybe can you move to knight to f7 at some point? I'm not even sure. I would be surprised if this move was played, and indeed it was not played. Bishop d5 was played. Well, this is also a bit of a puzzling move. The computer says, I can just go c4, hit that bishop, win another tempo, and then put my queen on c2. Let's say c4, the bishop has to move again.
But then at least he wants to break with d5. It's a very nervous move, bishop d5. It's a total panic. It's a total panic. It means that actually Pragg is so upset with himself. But what have I done?
But and what is he doing?
Well, just go back. He played bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
He played bishop from b7. He already played bishop b7. Now he played bishop d5.
Yes.
So that after c4 he can go back and then to go d5. That at least he opens up something. Yeah, so it has a purpose.
And he goes back to a8 because he wants to have his knight of b7 and c5. Yeah?
Well, this wasn't played yet. I put it on the board. C4 was not. Now c4 was played, but I would guess he puts it back on a8. But this is just too much of a loss of time here, and maybe even h4, h5, h6 or g6.
Knight g4 will show up.
Knight g4, of course, on the menu. This is a dream position for Caruana. He probably can't believe it.
Yeah.
How well this went. Yeah, just a lot of strange choices here by Pragnananda, who for the first time in this tournament, is looking, maybe a bit nervous. Not really sure how to handle this position.
Yeah, it's nerves, because, basically, we just can't explain any of his moves. They were not connected to each other, It was like constantly changing his mind. But we have all been there, we know how it is. And, he will fight, but he's also down to 8 minutes on the clock. And the problem is that he doesn't have a single natural move. Fabi will be putting the pressure, improving on the king side, putting pressure against black's king, improving the other pieces to the maximum. This h-pawn starts to advance. How do you defend yourself? Horror scenario.
Yeah, I wonder why. What was his plan? Is he want to take on f3?
Oof.
I know. It's. I understand, but otherwise you go back.
He goes back.
Also.
He goes back.
I think he will just get crushed in this game, honestly.
He will, yes, absolutely.
I mean, Fabi doesn't let these kind of positions be ruined.
You remember there is in the classical chess position, there is this knight f3, knight f6, c4, e6 kind of stuff. When white will later play g4, rook g1, black plays with d5 and so on. And even then this g4, g5 is dangerous.
Yes.
When you're already hitting the center, you have so many pluses. And here we have 0 pluses, even we are worse on the queen side as well. What has happened here? Yeah.
It reminds me a lot of the game Fabi won against Vincent Keimer in Paris too. Also
Very
there,
much.
the pawns came forward on
it was a
the
huge
right side
initiative.
of the board. This is Fabi's position. He's great in calculation, attacking.
Yeah, combining all elements.
Yes.
Yeah, but probably good positions, as many of us would say that it's our
But he
position.
creates the good positions for himself. Also here, he was very smart, and Pragg down to 6.5 minutes, and he doesn't have a good move.
But bishop d5 was a very unexpected decision.
Yeah, but it came at the moment when Nicholas just highlighted that there is no way Pragg will play f6 because it's too ugly. Pragg heard it.
But I think we are
f6,
over.
no, then what do I do? Bishop d5, panic. Yes.
Yeah, but this was already the moment where, I mean, it's ugly already.
Yes, absolutely.
And you have to block the a1 powerful bishop.
And he's thinking, well, should we stay or should we move? Maybe we move.
We move.
Bishop
He
f3.
takes on f3.
You didn't believe me.
No. Okay, b5, total desperado. Yeah, Okay.
Yeah, but probably it was, at least he's not going to get mated probably after this.
Okay, but oh no.
I think it was still the best he could do.
It shows how bad it was, yes.
I understand.
Even the endgame is horrible for black. Yeah. Just horrible. These bishops are just raining over the open board.
And the knights are stuck.
The knights, they're not coming out. You can take on b5.
What do you mean I should take Pragg's position? C takes b5,
Okay,
queen
C
c1.
takes.
Rook b5.
Okay.
Wait a second, because you don't have the board yet.
Yes, okay.
Let's just get Nicholas's board up.
Yes. So just to bring it back again, after b5, Fabi could take on b5. Now black has to trade queens to win back the pawn. Rook takes and...
Rook b5.
And then small little some king
Maybe
e2, h4.
d5.
Yes, okay, you have to play
I block your bishop, then I go knight d6.
Knight g4.
But don't pretend to be happy, because your voice actually sounded happy. You were not really worried. I did not like this, I like when my opponent suffers there. No, Judith was happy.
h5, h6.
Some knight f6, it's hard
Knight
to...
f6 might be there still.
Yeah.
But maybe Fabi is disappointed because he wants to checkmate right away.
Exactly. This is the psychological
That he's
moment.
not going to do. He's not going to checkmate in this game. He may win.
Yeah,
Probably he has to go into the endgame.
Yeah. I mean, he could also play something like knight b4 and say, well, if you take on c4, then I trade and I take on c4 with the queen. Keep the queens
also
on the board.
tempting. Yeah.
d5.
d5.
Basically, in a must-win situation, probably he will choose this one,
I would. But okay, I'm
But maybe the other one is more practical, because here maybe black can hope for some counterplay or not. Maybe not, yeah.
No, knight d6,
But then knight f6.
bishop f6.
Ah, you are willing to go for
G6.
this, yeah? G6. Knight
Maybe you have
h6.
queen c3 or something.
I have this already,
that's winning?
apparently.
And bishop g7.
Yeah,
Just
Queen
like this,
C3 apparently is already crushing.
And on king g6, what,
Ah,
h4? Or?
yes.
Oh my God. He went for queen b2 and quite quickly.
Queen b2?
Wait a second. He has such a big time advantage and he just rushes with queen b2.
Well, he's probably saying, well, what is he saying, actually? I thought there would be a checkmate threat, but no, the knight is covering.
So what does he want to do on queen
He wants to
c4?
checkmate somehow.
Yeah, he wants to checkmate, but...
Rook c1.
Oh, rook c7 wins the bishop. Rook c7, that's the point.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's beautiful. That's why that's why he opts for queen b2. This explains it all.
Also looks good.
That's a nice tactic.
This one is fantastic. And yeah, Pragg goes a6. He just keeps the tension.
Well, probably no other move, yeah?
Yes.
A
So knight
b4 was
g4.
another move.
But now there's knight g4 probably coming.
Knight
I mean, knight
g4.
h6 is not
not
winning yet,
deadly.
but it's there. You have to look out for it.
At least you can say that the d8 knight is useful, protecting the f7 pawn.
They're both useful, I guess.
Yeah.
But also very passive. All right.
Yes,
Okay, let's go
bird's
back
eye
to
view.
the bird's eye view,
Yes.
yeah. Let's go back and see what's going on the other boards.
Pragnanda in a lot of trouble.
Because
So-
we see, maybe we can go back to Nakamura Arunyan.
Well, but also, but that's symmetrical. But what about the
Yeah.
Sindarov Niemann?
Sindarov.
Yeah.
Because these two guys who are fearless and they are probably pushing each other to the limits. Let's check that out first. And let
I
the
think
class-
Nakamura Arone is still very balanced.
Yeah, of course, there nothing much could happen. Also here we see the open, here we see the open G file. The rook on G1 appeared already in the Vidit's game, in Fabi's game, in Sindarov's game. White is not castling, but now at least there is no bishop on A1. It's a completely different scenario. This is a scenario where black does not care so much about this open G5 because he has this knights guarding his king. So the last move was knight takes c6. All right, excuse me, everyone, but I think we have to start from the very beginning, just very quickly, to get the feeling. Yes, again, we see this knight f2 business, a5, a3, c5, b takes a5, very interesting, giving up the pawn, spoiling the pawn structure, and he's not in a must-win situation. This is very interesting. e3, c4, bishop e2 castles, knight d4. It's both sides play is very understandable. So far, it looks strange, but still there is a logic. Queen c5, bishop c3, lovely. Knight c6, fighting for the b4 square. Bishop b4 anyway. Queen a7. Bishop e7, knight e7. Rook takes b5. Computer somehow gives advantage for black here, but the next, bishop takes g2. Wow, we are living in the times when engines are not materialistic anymore. They don't like bishop takes g2. Rook g1, bishop c6, and then knight c6 dc. That's the current position. We are rich here. We know the spirit. We had no time to get deeper into everything, but we have the spirit why things are happening. Judith, your first feeling here?
I don't know at all what white is up to be honest. I mean, if white is exchanging on b8, takes.
But white is a pawn up at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm just counting.
Yes, I just counted it.
Yeah.
I wanted to help you out.
Yeah. So bishop c4, queen a5. Of course, the white king is standing forever in the center. There is no way it's going to find its safety. There is not going to be a safe area in this chessboard for the white king. But I would probably play it with black, to be honest.
With black, yeah?
Yeah.
More comfortable, yeah? That your king
Well, it's
is...
very dangerous for white. I think it's easier to play it with black. Though right now I'm thinking, should I go rook b to g5?
Yeah, but
Can
then
I do
also,
that?
if ever rook b1 will be a threat, it's game over. Yeah, that's a big question. Yeah, he
But rook
takes on
b8.
b8. Yeah,
Okay, so rook b8, rook b8.
rook b8, rook b8, and now it's the big question. What to do? Do you
Queen
include
A1.
queen a1 or not? This is, yeah.
Yeah, queen a1 is a serious question, but then I think knight e7 to d5.
To d5, I thought maybe also knight g6.
Yeah, knight g6 is the other option. I just
When-
thought that knight e3 sometimes maybe
Aha, you also want, yeah.
an option. Well, for now, of course,
He will
there is a
capture the
pin.
c4 pawn, yeah, okay. Takes,
And queen e1.
and queen a1, yeah. So very logical. So let's count one more time.
It's still one pawn up.
Yes, it's one
still
pawn
one
up,
pawn
but
up.
knight 6 versus 5.
And now black has to make a choice where to put the knight. Actually, he doesn't have much choice. Or does he? Actually, knight d5, I'm not sure it's possible.
Yeah, it's not possible because bishop d5.
Bishop d5, queen d5, queen f6, rook b1.
Knight d1.
Knight d1.
Yes, there is knight d1.
Okay,
yeah.
that's
This is
the
kind
move
of
I
very
forgot.
important. Let me just
So-
show it with arrows. Yeah, so takes.
You can
queen
also
takes.
move it down.
Okay, yeah, let's move it because it's a little bit complicated. So there was this pin, and black tries to solve it like this, but bishop d5, queen takes f6 using the pin. Clearly, the idea was to play a rook b1 check, but suddenly white has knight d1. As they say, the knight is the best friend of the king. Wonderful defender. Knight
Okay, so
d1.
knight d5 is not possible. So it's either knight g6 or black king can go out also.
To f8 simply, yeah? Just sidestepping. But then you give me the chance to play rook g5 with tempo. Do I want to go rook g5 at all? I'm not sure. I'm absolutely not sure. But look at the clock situation. Now, Niemann decided, wait a second, what did Sindarov do to me in the previous game? It was quite unpleasant. I had a better position, but I couldn't convert it because I was low on time, and now he's pushing on the clock. Any predictions here? Judith, and the first game was a draw. This might be a decisive game, one way or another.
I would put on Sindarov.
You would put on Sindarov, yeah? Nicholas?
Unexpected question.
Well, I like Sindarov's position. He's a pawn up, and he can also stabilize, going a4, bishop b3.
But I go Hans. I actually go with black here. Looking at the time control.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
because white, maybe objectively, if white is a computer, is better. But practically speaking, Judith, I think you mentioned that you would
I like
actually.
it for black.
Yes, you would maybe pick black. I don't know what happened in between.
Nothing. Nothing really.
Okay, I'll go
I
with a
just
draw
changed
then.
my mind.
Yes, draw. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Well, actually, draw is the most expected result.
Because yeah, both players feel like there is enough tension and it's dynamically probably equal. Nobody wants to do anything stupid.
Yeah, and of course, the pawn is not all the time enough to convert your advantage, even if you have one.
Yeah,
But
knight
now
G6.
it's knight g6 he
Yep.
goes.
Hans goes for my move. Basically, my move in a sense that it was the most natural looking move, but I wasn't sure that I want to step into this rook g5, h4, h5, whatever. But yeah, Hans decided to go for it.
Yeah, it's not easy for white to do something with his king. This is the big, big question. Because you know what black wants? To go queen h5, for example.
Yeah, but that's why I would like to play rook g5 to start
Yes.
with, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's why rook g5 is kind of...
It's on the board.
Almost a must. And also white can try to go f5 at some point, open up his bishop from c4.
Yeah, that would be a big step forward.
Yeah, so black has to go maybe queen c7. In order to, after f5, you have knight e5. Though
Yeah,
knight,
and the fork business on f3, yeah?
yeah, because otherwise you cannot go away with your knight because the pin is there. The f6 knight can be attacked.
Yeah, and after knight g6, black lost a little bit his stability.
I
Yes.
didn't want to go to g6 because I wanted
understood.
to have that on d5,
Yes.
but
Yes.
it was not possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, black should have played king f8.
King f8,
the
right?
prophylactic king f8. You
Yeah.
said that. Just king f8, not to commit anything. Because, yeah, now, as you said, yeah, white has these breaks with f4, f5, hanging in the air. You have to pay attention, this h4, h5, because whenever you play h6, then you step into all these bishop takes e6 problems in the future.
Yeah. I mean, white has a good spot with his bishop on d3 also, if I don't go f5.
And also, suddenly white's king feels safe, no?
Yeah, this is why rook g5 was important, I think, not to allow the queen to the queen side, king side on queen h5.
Yeah, so probably the king will even find a safe shelter on e2. Wow, and I picked Hans. Yeah, but I picked Hans before he opted for knight g6. Yes, because...
Now it's a big question, where is he going to put his queen, though? Is he going to play, for example, queen a4, pushing back your bishop to b3, and let's say queen a6? That could be a nice diagonal.
But do you want to... Someone mentioned bishop b3, a4 idea. Who was bishop b3, a4?
I did, yeah.
Ah, Nicholas, so that's a...
Simply a4, a5. Well, my g5 rook is supporting all this plan.
But also bishop b3, at least I'm locking down the b file, which is kind of the only counterplay.
Queen b6, queen c7.
I understand why I picked Hans as in this game, because I'm still so impressed by the concept he played in the first game. This whole d4 square, queen d4, everything. You know, I love this type of chess so much that I became a fan of Hans immediately.
And he's also going down now in time. He had a significant time advantage, but now he's going down.
He's going down, yeah, because after knight g6, rook g5, now he's asking himself, why did I go knight g6? I had stability.
Yeah, but it's also not so obvious why the knight on g6 should be bad when I have an option to go knight h4 at some point. And maybe this is why he went queen d8,
Yes.
so he has knight h4.
Supporting the f6 knight, so there is no more issue with this pin. Setting up the idea of knight h4, so white is unable to play f5 at the moment because of knight h4 double attack.
Well, and I wouldn't like to see my rook hanging also.
Yes, there is
after queen
multiple.
d8.
It's a very nice move, queen d8, and why we are here and we just don't rely on the evil bar. That we don't care if the evil bar likes it or not. Queen d8 is a very nice move.
And bishop b3, for example, would be a nice move.
Okay, good, but...
And then to play queen c3, sometimes to go king e2.
Yeah. Okay, you are pawn up. Yeah, simply you are just pawn up now.
But of course, a4 immediately is also maybe possible.
This a4, bishop b3, yeah? It's,
and also the rook on the fifth. Right?
Yeah, so bishop b3 played.
Right away.
Cemento.
I mean, I quite like just pushing the pawn forward to a6. Why not?
To start with, and then look
a4,
around.
A4,
Yeah?
yes. A5, A6.
Yes.
Past pawns must be pushed.
Judith was right that only we are not the youngest anymore.
I said
yeah?
I picked black
yes.
first. But when it got serious and you asked...
Yeah, Nicholas is not afraid of just pushing his pawn. Yeah, it's an extra pawn. Why not to push it?
Yeah, I mean, bishop b3 is fine, but there was no necessity for it at the moment.
You were for a4, right?
But
Yes.
okay, it's a practical move, bishop b3, and he doesn't want to waste any time because he was clearly behind on the clock, so he wants to, now that Hans is taking his time, hesitating.
But I think he
catching
made
up.
bishop b3 to bring out his queen to activity.
To c3, yeah.
To c3. This is why I think it's not that rook b1 would be deadly dangerous, but it's better not to allow black to do that.
Of course. And we anyway clarified already that you are the one who feels and senses Sindalov's moves the most, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, queen c3, smart, basically okay, but now I'm not really understanding what black is doing. Black is maybe just in a lot of trouble.
Well, he has to be very sharp.
And all
acting.
connected with knight g6. Yeah, how unfortunate this knight g6 move was. It looked natural, it looked like, it's a very clever kind of move, and it turns out that this causes the trouble. Chess is of course crazy, yeah, that many times the small nuances invisible moves, decisions that have an effect. Yeah, afterwards people ask you, wow, what happened? Why did you lose? Yeah, not because of some grave mistake or blunder, whatever, but just some tiny little detail. That's how the one loses the control of the game. And yeah, normally computer always find some resources, but those are not human resources, because humans are playing much stronger than when they know what they are doing. Yeah, when there is a logic behind what we are doing, then we are capable of finding brilliant moves. But when we lose the control, it's so tough. Yeah, knight d5 had to be played.
Knight d5.
Stopping queen c3.
But okay, now I have queen d4.
Now you have queen d4.
I'm even more happy, I think, if I can get...
And let me just highlight
But
this
I think
G7
it's also
pawn.
important that the a pawn cannot get so strong, because cutting the power of the g5 rook.
So always black has to watch out for this queen g7 checkmate now that the knight moved.
Though maybe after queen d4, e5. There are tactics.
Well, Sindra is about to make a move. He seems to be moving with the queen. No?
d3 or? No, but queen d4, e5.
e5.
That's a problem.
We don't want that to happen. Yeah, let me just put it. This is what Hans relies on. Again, eyeing the queen. The queen eyes the rook on g5.
Setting up a trick.
Setting up a very lovely little trick.
Knight e4.
Sindra falls back with the rook to g3. Okay, voluntarily. Okay.
Because he wants to bring out his queen, I think.
Yeah, but okay, this is at least something to play with for Hans, yeah? That white also retreated the rook.
He can go queen h4, rook h3, go back queen e7. It's not easy for either side to continue. And now also black might go c5 at some point.
Queen a5 back.
Queen a5. But actually, what has happened? He couldn't play knight d5 before. Why did he go back to d8 then?
Well, he probably felt that he's pinned. I don't know.
No?
Ah, there was also...
After rook g5.
No, wait a second, because he after rook g5, if you
He
played...
went queen d8.
If you play knight d5, can I play something like... I know h4 doesn't work, yeah? I wanted to go h4, h6, rook g6, fg, queen e5, but the bishop is not on b3. By the way, Magnus Carlsen has won his game. I'm just getting this...
You saw it on my screen, right?
Yes, this
Yes.
message.
Yes.
So you have some analysis for us? Should we quickly jump there or we stay here? What is the right decision?
We can just briefly see the end of it, I suppose. Magnus winning in the fastest fashion, both of his games, I believe. He was the first maybe to finish. Dominating performance by the world #1, bouncing back from yesterday in a way. Of course, he cannot win the tournament anymore, but he can still get to third place. And he's taking a first step in that direction, winning his match against Vidit 2-0. Absolutely clear. And when we last checked in, it was around here. And already here it felt like Vidit was on the wrong path. Instead of f5, he could have gone g4, and he might have some chances, also sacrificing this pawn on a2. But I will just quickly play through it. It was pretty messy. Vidit got a messy position, but I think it was Magnus who was having all the fun. Just white was lacking the development, not able to get the king into safety.
Oy, oy, oy.
And there were some mistakes made on both sides, but in the end, it's just this king position is the problem. The king is in the middle of the board, and
well,
Magnus,
basically, I would not even go as far as mistakes. Yeah, Magnus just went with the flow.
He went with the flow,
yes.
And it worked out. Knight takes d1.
He just
d8.
wanted to have as much fun as possible.
Knight e3, and this is where Vidit resigned, because the threat of queen b1 is very strong. So Vidit did have a little bit of a chance in this game, but couldn't really capitalize on it, or couldn't really put on the pressure. Magnus playing so quickly and so fast that it was a very clear win for the world number one. All right, let's bring it back to
maybe the bird's eye view, and then maybe we should check out Pragnanda's game against Caruana. Yeah, we know that Caruana needs to bounce back. He has a very promising position. Pragg was also heavily low on time. He did play a move d5. d5 was his last move, but yeah, g takes f6 intermezzo is happening. The intermediate move, opening up the g file.
Well, maybe before we go to this game where we can dive in, just to point out, if we go back to a bird's eye view one more time, that Arjun is basically winning against up to the turf being an exchange and a pawn up in the bottom right. So he's looking very good. Apparently the exchange sacrifice did not work out in the way that up to the turf was hoping for. So
well, I have to take full responsibility for this.
No.
No?
No, I think even after the exchange sacrifice, there was some compensation, but not the way up to the turf played it. So.
Yeah, but okay, anyway, now all eyes on Fabi, because Fabi is creating some tremendous
let's
pressure.
go there. This is very h6, double exclam.
But why is it double exclam? Isn't it the most natural move? Yeah, h5, h6.
Yeah, it is pretty natural.
And after g6, bishop h5, or what's coming?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, that why is it a double exclam? Something special is about to happen. Yeah.
Well, maybe not.
Maybe g6, f5, and if ef, knight f6, bishop f6, bishop d5, and queen f6.
Yeah, like this. No. No.
That would be amazing.
You take the e4.
Yeah, if I don't have any chances of defending. Okay, I have to play g6 no matter what. Yeah,
g6 is a must.
Let me put it there, but maybe you can just also move the knight g5 and then bishop g4. Simple chess. No? Knight g5, bishop g4, and I'm gonna get checkmated on the long diagonal. Why even to sacrifice anything? Yeah. Just g6, knight g5 is total catastrophe. This is always a checkmate, and bishop g4 is coming, hitting the e6 pawn. Not only some knight c6, knight d8, but we all know this can't last forever. By the way, your f5 is also hanging in the air.
Yeah, that's...
no, this is...
some moments it might come.
Poor
but
Pragg.
bishop g4 is...
Poor Pragg.
Well, this game was very fast on a downhill for him.
Yes. And knight g5 played already on the board. Knight did. No, not yet. But okay, I believe knight c6 will be played. Is there any other move, Nicholas? What is computer saying?
No, knight c6 is actually setting up a bit of a trap, because there's the idea to go d4. I'm still trying to understand it myself.
And queen c4, knight d5.
And then after queen c4, I can take the bishop on g4 finally, because there's no more checkmate. So knight c6 should definitely be played, and is played.
It's on the board.
And yeah, this is not over yet, guys. This is not over. I think.
Instead of knight g5, was something better?
No, knight g5 was the best. f5 did not work yet.
Yeah.
I think Pragnananda had already a worse position in this game.
Actually, he's pawn up. He's pawn up.
See, he's even a pawn up. He's suffering for something.
Exactly.
So, no, the computer wants to play it slow. Maybe bishop g2 or king e2. So there's no direct knockout here. Yeah. There's no direct way. But of course, White is having all the fun with the weak black king and long-term compensation.
Yeah, but I have the feeling that Fabiano thought that it's a faster way to finish.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because that was the feeling.
Feeling, yes, exactly. If he goes bishop g2, bishop h3, then that would be a stunner.
I mean, that's a very difficult move to find.
To step in front of the rook. Yeah, this is why it makes it. Do you even consider as a candidate move? Bishop g4 automatically, naturally with closed eyes, but bishop g2?
Yeah, but once you realize bishop g4, d4, then you might find it.
Or you'd simply give up on the idea.
But then what do you do? I mean, this is the most logical.
Strange things instead of bishop g2.
I said king e2 as well.
King e2, no,
because king e2 steps out of all these knight e5 tricks later in this d4, queen takes e4. Is that the idea? Or?
Not entirely sure, honestly. No, the computer also, after king e2, wants to go bishop g2, bishop h3 after, basically.
So you have to find this idea, it means.
Pretty much. What else can you do? I mean, the f5 break is also in the air, yeah, but I guess...
Well,
That's
but also,
the most obvious.
Yeah, but also there is this b4 square, for example. I would say a3 is a move that I consider just a prophylactic move to stop bishop b4, now whatever. But I'm weakening the b3 square.
Everything.
I weaken the b3 square. Imagine a rook landing on b3.
No.
Yes, I don't want to imagine. No, actually, Pragg is now. This is the best position he ever had after move 6.
Okay, well.
No?
Well, not 6, but maybe
yes,
12.
but for a while.
After bishop
After
d5.
bishop f3.
Yeah.
Well, wait a second, let me count. So when white played g4, this was move 9. Well, already, yeah, since move 10, this is his best position.
Bishop g2 is the best move.
King e2 is actually the best move, but I don't understand why king e2 first before bishop g2. That I don't know.
But how can also Fabi understand this?
He still has plenty of time.
Yeah, he has. But also, humanly, you are very tempted to find a knockout blow in this position, right? Because you sacrifice the pawn. You said that he wants to finish it. And if you suddenly have to play slowly, how do you adjust?
Bishop G2 on the board.
There we go.
Fabi is Fabi. Exactly. It's always nice. I always love this whenever a super player shows that, yes.
Why they are super players.
Exactly. It's lovely to see.
Bishop G2, look at that. Bishop G2.
Just like in the previous game, Pragg showed his incredible skills. Now, Fabiano, Bishop G2, tranquilo, super tranquilo.
Yeah, of course. Once it shows up on h3, it's going to be very painful.
Hey, you basically need to move knight d8 back, and you don't really want that. No, not immediately,
After
but once it
h3, yeah.
comes to h3, yeah.
And then f5 will be coming.
Well, black is also completely passive. White can just try to slowly improve. But yes, f5 looks like the break at the right moment.
And Pragg is down on time. Not a pleasant position, having 1/3 of the time than your opponent. Not easy to defend at all.
Not at all, yeah.
Yeah, you're desperately trying to find some counterplay, but where is it?
Yeah, because d4 you will not be able to play it, because queen c4.
Yes. That was a very, very direct idea. Also looking on the side, yeah, Hans is actually fighting back. Apparently there is not much happening. There is counterplay again.
Hikaru is still on course to make a draw.
Yes. We would love to focus more on that, but there's just nothing really to talk about. He's very professional, which is good news for Hikaru fans, because if there would be something going on, we would be analyzing.
Well, actually, for Arjun, it's hard not to win this.
No, but I actually exactly wanted to say the opposite.
Why?
That I don't agree that this is so easy. With a lovely bishop on d4, I understand I'm exchanging the pawn done. If you will be able to trade with rook e1, you are kicking me out. Yeah?
Well, queen f4 now, rook e3 takes, and queen f1 I would go, let's say.
And I cannot claim who is better and why.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to hear this reaction.
You think I'm sleeping?
I wanted to hear this, because this is the famous quote, yeah, who is better than why? When somebody is losing or has a bad position analysis, you still ask, yeah? Prior to computer times, yeah, one could always use this cheapo.
Queen f1, bishop c3, yeah?
Yeah, bishop g2 played. Yeah, poor Pragg. He's going down to 30 seconds, and finally he made a move. What did he went bishop b4. Yeah. Hitting
pushing
the queen.
Away the queen to c2.
At least. But now already also this knight takes h7 business appears, yeah, with bishop h3. It will be multi-purpose.
So he will go queen e8 probably, bishop h3, knight d8. But f5 is coming.
Yes. This
Hard to imagine how it's possible to survive this.
Or maybe knight e7 to put a knight on
Knight
f5?
f5.
Knight f5. But knight takes e6. Then knight takes g6, rook g6. How does it
e3
go?
is hanging.
Yeah, but then rook g6.
When?
I
Wait,
mean,
what?
knight e7, bishop h3,
Knight f5.
knight f5, knight takes e6.
Queen
Queen,
e6.
queen takes.
Ah, oh no. Oh no, that hurts. That hurts. Yeah, I was expecting a knight e3, rook g6, wonderful.
No,
Yes,
queen
c3.
c3.
Okay.
He's giving back the pawn to trade the bishops. That makes
Exactly.
sense.
Correct. Very smart.
Still bishop h3, I believe.
Close your eyes and go, yeah. Bishop h3.
Why not?
Well, knight d8, and then, yeah, knight d8. Bishop h3, knight d8. Very smart. I'm very
King
happy.
d1.
I'm very happy. King d1, yeah, super move, yeah, King d1. Stepping out of this spin,
Knight h7.
and very tough. But at least it's also a little bit tricky for white, yeah? It's not like you are in total control.
But actually,
and
Pragg is making an excellent
Yes,
defensive
fantastic
try,
stuff.
I think. Because he's somehow trying to take away the attention from the king's side. Deflecting the eyes and hands of Fabiano from action. So he's keeping him busy playing c3 to think what happens on the queen's side.
But also his presence at the board looks to me very nice. Yeah? He's always very focused. He makes a very fit impression. I think it's, yeah, I understand why he's winning tournaments. Yeah, he has this aura. He has this this kind of presence that when he starts to
And he
win,
makes
he
the
can
most
continue.
unpleasant moves.
Yes.
I mean, here, okay, it's obvious that he has a very difficult position, but c3 is unpleasant. And it's not only unpleasant, but white has to make a decision.
Yes.
Right? Bishop c3, or d takes c3, or go bishop h3, or do I have something else?
And everywhere you have to calculate, and
Yes.
everywhere there are some questions which you actually would like to avoid. You don't want to go into such a messy direction here.
I mean, even there are some tricks, you know. For black, for example, black is threatening knight d4.
Yes.
Takes,
Takes,
cd, king d1, queen c2, takes, rook
and
c8.
check. And rook c1.
And if king b1, bishop a3,
And bishop b2, rook b8.
rook b8.
Yeah. Well, let me just put this on the board. And knight d4, e d4, c takes d2 check. Yeah, because there is a question. King d1 has to be played. Then we trade the queens. King takes rook c8 check because we opened up the c file. The king cannot go back to d1 because of rook c1 check. King d3 is met by rook c1, and then we promote. And if the king falls back to b1, then Judith continues with bishop a3, threatening rook c1 checkmate. And after bishop b2, finally, there's a quite little pin with rook b8, and black probably wins the game. So, yes.
Do you think our viewers all visualize that now?
I think so. I just explained it, yeah? Okay, just to...
I was just wondering about that.
No,
I was
how to-
focusing.
but how should I, which move can I make? You know, the bishop h1,
Yeah.
is that a move? Yeah,
Yeah,
bishop
bishop
h1 is a
Yeah.
move. Just to highlight, knight d4, e d4, cd, and just to show, because it was so beautiful. And chess is a crazy game. Yeah, you make one mistake, and from all the attacking possibilities that we talked about, suddenly you end up in the wrong foot. Bishop b2 and rook b8, the final touch, winning the game. So watch out, be careful after c3. There is a lot to play for.
Yeah, because I first thought, after bishop h3, can I go knight d4? But that's
then it's not possible.
then I'm missing one tempo.
Because bishop takes e6 comes with check, hits the rook.
Yes, this is the bad luck for black, yeah, that the move bishop h3 actually stops this, and it's on the board. Bishop h3 played, because finally in the line that we already know, knight d4, ed4, cd2, king d1 takes. When white hides with the king on knight d4 played anyway, so we're gonna see this. Yeah, Pragg is going for it.
Yeah, but it doesn't work.
Doesn't work because of bishop takes e6 check.
But
You
maybe
don't
he
have
wants to go after rook takes, rook c8, king b1, he
rook
goes
b8.
rook b8.
Yes, he wants to
But
go
then
rook
bishop
b8.
e6 and king comes back.
So Fabi has calculated all this as
Of
quickly as
course.
he is moving.
Yeah, and Pragg helps us out. Yeah, I don't have to show this line again. It's played out.
No, maybe.
Judith, spot on. Knight d4.
Maybe rook c8 and rook c6 or something.
Yeah, but then white has time to play bishop b2, right? So
Yeah, okay, I go knight h5 and I take on f4.
yeah, you can try,
I don't know.
but it shouldn't be enough.
Yeah, he will
That's
try
true.
something, but
Check.
King b1, important, only move.
yes. And now we see the difference. Yeah, that black has no time to play bishop a3, like in the previous variation because of bishop takes e6, forking or winning the
But
rook.
maybe you can show that
Okay.
king b2 is not good to rook c1, bishop a3.
That's also beautiful.
Yes, king b2. It already also is a very strange feeling. But yes, let's show it.
You didn't have good feeling about blocking the a1 bishop?
Yes, certainly not. And then the pawn promotes.
Because bishop c3 takes rook c1 was also possible. No, that was not.
Yeah, so
But maybe bishop a3 first was also possible, yeah?
yeah, king b1.
Maybe. Yeah.
Professional. White has the idea of going bishop b2, covering these tricks, and then after all, white is a piece up. The black knight is unable to jump to e4 because white is controlling the e4 square. And okay, this knight h5, knight f4 is already a desperado. We are not afraid of that.
Yeah, bishop on h3 is too powerful. He's going to go maybe rook b8, but then bishop
Rook
e6,
c6.
rook c6.
Yeah, but this gives white the chance to, or the time, to coordinate forces with bishop b2 first, maybe bishop e6. What else?
Bishop
now?
e6, king f8.
Actually, we haven't missed out on any other big action going on, so we can maybe still focus here.
Yeah, it looks like the Nakamura game is heading to a draw, and
what about the
Niemann game
Arjun?
is heading to a draw, and Arjun should still win.
Still win? Not the who is better than why is not yet.
No, I don't think
Not
it will
yet
ever
on the
be at that
cards.
game. All right, so rook c6, white can either take on e6 or play bishop b2. Doesn't make a difference. The pawn on e6 is not going anywhere anyway, but you need to protect against this bishop a3 threat for sure.
Yes.
This you should not allow. So, yeah,
Actually,
take on
rook
e6.
d1 is also possible.
And then after
because
bishop
bishop
a3,
A3,
then
bishop
bishop
B2.
b2. Mhm.
But bishop b2
Bishop
seems to be
B2
the
is-
most obvious.
Yes, on the board. Played by
And it's
Fabiano.
interesting, he's not in a rush to take on e6 because he says, I don't know, maybe I want to take with the knight.
Yes, keeping his options open.
Yeah. For example, if now bishop d6, white is going to take knight e6.
Knight e4 play. Of course, black wants to try, black has to try this knight e4. Is it working or not? It does not matter anymore. The position is
Actually, it's a
objectively
great
lost.
try.
Yeah, one has to try this. Because if knight takes e4, d takes e4, then we get two connected passers. We might hope for something.
Yeah,
But
but
what
bishop
about
takes
bishop
e6,
yeah.
bishop d5.
Yes.
This is a problem.
It's not so hard.
Well, but okay, I'm going to continue with knight c3 check after
Yes.
bishop d5. Takes,
Okay,
rook
take.
takes, and I'm still settling bishop a3 and pretend that it's all part of the big plan.
Yeah.
I'm not giving in yet.
But the thing is that after bishop e6, where do you go with the king?
To f8.
Only to f8,
Only
bishop
to
d5.
f8. So, okay, I can also put this. So what are we talking about?
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
King f8.
King f8. Bishop takes
d5.
d5. Knight. Okay, let me put it then. Bishop e6. King f8. Bishop d5. Knight c3 check. It's all forced. Takes and takes. And I'm hoping for miracle.
And on knight e4.
Rook d3 probably.
Maybe knight
and then
f3.
king c2.
But then I'm
hold on.
giving your king a luft.
Well, bishop b3 and I can go back.
Yeah, no, this is...
Of course, it's winning.
This is winning.
It is
But there are other moves as well. Knight f3 should win in the end.
Well, still Fabi has to be precise.
Yes, and okay, he had a lot of time. Of course, he takes bishop e6. Yeah, he wants clarity. Everybody wants clarity. King f8, bishop takes d5. If you know that you think that this is winning, then of course you go for this. No reason for anything else.
King f8. Yeah.
Yeah, he will take on d5.
Is it the only win?
No. But by far the cleanest, I would say.
Yeah, why would we even consider anything else? For example, knight e4, d4, d5, rook e6, d6, e3. Who knows what's going on?
Yeah.
No need for this. Yeah, bishop d5, knight c3. We get to this position.
Yeah.
And now it's the question. Now it's the big question.
King b2 would be a blunder to rook c1.
Yes, but again, one more time with king b2. Luckily for white, it feels so dubious. Yeah, as they say, yeah, if your opponent has a dark square bishop, keep your pieces on the white squares. Yeah,
but king b2 would just lose the game.
It's lovely always to highlight. Yeah, it seems like king b2 stops bishop a3, but it invites the tactics that we already know: rook c1, rook takes c1, and then deflection with bishop a3, and the pawn becomes a hero.
That Fabi will not fall for this.
Definitely not.
Now the question is whether knight f3 or knight e4.
Bishop b3 is also possible.
And after bishop a3,
then
bishop
c2, yeah.
If you have good nerves?
Yes, but knight f3
rook
makes
e3, rook d1.
Yeah, the knight f3 makes a lot of sense.
That seems to be the most straightforward, collecting the point.
F3 makes perfect sense, yeah.
So this match will be a playoff.
Most likely, yes. But most likely we will not be the only one either. Looks like Sindarov against Niemann is also heading there.
We will be spoiled, simply, yeah? Today will be another incredible day. Full of action.
Interesting that Fabi is hesitating.
Yeah, he's going down to 1 minute. But okay, he has 30 seconds extra per move. Yeah, he's also doing the right thing.
Just making sure.
He played a fantastic game. I'm really very impressed by Fabi in these must-win situation games, like how he combines aggression with keeping control. Yeah, he's not burning bridges, but he is putting tremendous pressure.
Knight f3 on the board. What about rook d3?
King c2?
Rook c3.
Yes. King d1.
Rook c1.
King e2.
King e2.
Oh, I almost got a heart attack because you said with such voice that I blundered something. I'm expecting the worst things already. Yeah, so just walk out with the king. Even Fabi double, triple checks. Yeah, that okay. Yeah, then
okay, rook d1 is also possible.
Yes, that's but he feels like okay. I already double, triple checked that king c2, king d1, king e2 works. But let me check it one more time.
Rook d1 is the simplest. Yeah.
And look at Pragg, very tricky. He's looking around, turns around like, I have given up, yeah, that's it, I have no hope. And then he's ready to jump on the chance if you make a mistake. Don't
But it's
fall
not so
for
easy
it.
to make a mistake.
Yes, of course. King C2, Rook C3 will be played. King D1 and King walks to E2.
I mean, already even King B2 would win. Rook C1,
Yeah,
Bishop B3.
Yes. But okay, let's not test this crazy thing. Just King D1, keeping the light squares. Yeah.
Yeah. Tough game for Pragg.
Yeah, but the good news is that he's still in the match. We will get to a playoff.
And I think the playoffs are going to be played about 15 minutes after the last game finish of the round.
Oh, so they will not wait until everybody's done?
I think...
Oh, after the last...
I thought after the last game they start in the same time.
Yes, that makes sense. So only after all games are done, because they will all be playing the same.
Wait a second, Levon Aronyan.
Yes, Levon
he
is
sacrificed the point. Maybe we can, because okay, there is just no drama here. Fabi has everything under control. Or is it? Look at this now. Pragg is way up on the clock, 3 minutes against 30 seconds. But all eyes on Hikaru. Yeah, I think we have to move. We have to move there.
Hikaru was even better, but it seems he just blundered.
And that's never pleasant.
No, yeah, this.
Nope. This was the first game. This is the current position. Yeah, exactly, because he's pinned. He's pinned from every angle. The pair of bishops are brutally strong. Levon has time. This is very unpleasant. Actually, Levon is bouncing back. If you ask me, looking at this position, my heart says that black should win this.
Wow.
Maybe objectively it's okay for, but I'm terrified by these bishops and this pin. This is how do I move out? I don't know
Probably
yet.
you go G3.
Yeah, last moves were H5, H4.
Ah, it's even Levon's on move.
It's black to move. Yeah, look at how nervous is Hikaru. This was not part of the plan.
And you know what? What about, can black go G5?
And
With
then
the
just
idea
H4, and then
so
box
G3,
it.
Yeah, so G3 is not possible.
But can't you just play Rook C4 and then Rook A2, yeah?
Yeah.
But then Rook F4 still
But maybe you can
protects.
just stand on the
Okay, goes
second
Bishop
rank.
B7. Okay. In any case, yeah, he does not want to take the pawn. He's playing for domination. Very unpleasant. Hikaru in a lot of trouble. Practically speaking, this is terrible. With all
Yeah,
the
very
nerves,
difficult
everything, yeah. It's,
position right now. But okay, maybe knight C7?
with idea of?
Rook B2.
Yeah, no, okay, I moved the bishop to C6 or
Two?
something. To C6, yeah, I see 7 on the board. Can I play bishop C6? I don't know.
That's what he played.
Because now also this knight is stranded. No, actually, okay, Levon is Maestro Levon. He's fighting back against Hikaru with black. Insane comeback if this really happens.
Wow. From this opening, absolutely.
But also Hikaru's approach might bite him, yeah?
Yes, then we will criticize the
Yes.
approach, of course.
This is
if
the
he does
typical
lose it.
story. Yeah, the Hans Niemann Sindelov game is quite equalish, but this one is out of control for Hikaru, and there are no easy moves, yeah? So playing with 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock, this position when you only see danger and problem for yourself.
Yeah. It is not simple at all what to do. But this maneuver, bishop b7, bishop c6, was very nice.
Was very nice.
And kind of unexpected because the knight was under a pin.
Exactly.
And you just give up the pin and regroup it suddenly to c6.
Yeah, knight e8 check will be probably played by Hikaru, and then
What
knight
was the
f6.
idea?
Well, that if you go king f8, knight f6,
Yeah,
I'm
rook
threatening
c6.
rook c6,
Yeah.
I'm cheapo, but okay,
But maybe
bishop
after
d4 or
But
whatever.
maybe after knight e8, simply king h6.
Yeah,
Why
also.
should I go to f8?
Yeah, you don't have to. You were anyway thinking about g5 at some point, yeah?
And after knight f6, there's bishop d4, and the knight just doesn't have any squares.
I thought knight g8 and knight e7.
And rook b2
Rook
played.
b2. And after bishop d4?
Rook d2.
And then rook takes a4? Then bishop b5.
Well, in any case, you're just much worse here already with white.
No,
Maybe
actually, bishop d4 can work.
bishop d4 can work,
After
yes?
rook d2, rook a4, because bishop b5 is not possible, I believe, to rook a1 and bishop e5.
Yes. No, this is total horror.
Yeah, Nakamura is pushed on the edge. Very difficult to handle.
Yeah,
And of course,
basically-
the feeling is,
Yes.
you're on the edge.
With such a pin against the two bishops and this
And bishop d4 on the
monster
board.
rook on a1. And now you said that you can even just collect, yeah? With rook a4.
But then actually g3, and white is able to play bishop g2 next. That would help.
Yeah, I don't want to give up this pin.
He should not take yet.
But yeah, where do I hide this bishop, yeah? That's a big question.
Maybe to a7?
Maybe to a7, yeah? All the way to a7. Maybe. Because if we can hide it, he goes bishop c3, but after rook c2...
Maybe he wants to go bishop b4. It's not attacking the d6 yet, but let's say king f8 is a threat.
Interesting.
But white keeps attacking the bishop, right?
Yeah, because we can never take on d6
But
due to the
bishop
knight
a3
e8
I
fork.
can go, and then you cannot attack anymore.
And then I go move back to
Just to
d2.
highlight, this is always the problem. Hikaru went for
Rook
rook
d3.
d3.
So where to go with the bishop?
Bishop a5, yeah, Levon is hiding it. Hiding it as far as you can.
But now white can at least bring back the knight. Knight d5, and knight b5 he goes. But I don't
Knight
like the knight on b5. Where does he want to go? Now rook takes
To
a4.
Yeah, actually we can just take rook a4. Yeah,
He
also
wants to go to
hitting the...
d4 maybe, but
Then bishop
e4.
e6. Ah,
Well, bishop e4, yeah. Okay, we can just collect, no? No, yeah, and Levon collects.
Knight d4, bishop e4, rook d1, bishop b6.
yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
The two bishops are just...
Too powerful here. No, this is, I think, already lost territory now.
It's lost, yeah.
You think practically it's very
I think even
difficult to defend?
objectively it's lost.
Objectively, yes.
Practically was lost anyway. Yeah.
And there we
already-
go. Bishop
this
b6.
is-
Okay, knight e2.
Basically, if ever someone wants to show the power of the bishops, what the bishops can do, this will be a wonderful example. Just total domination.
Ooh,
Knight
takes
f3.
rook a2.
No, no.
Well,
Yeah, takes rook a2.
it shows that how bad is the position if already Hikaru is willing to kind of go for this. Yeah, he loses all his pawns.
I guess he's hoping to somehow attack the pawn on d7 with bishop h3 or bishop b5, something like this. But it should not be enough.
I think this knight f3 is a typical position if your opponent is down to 5 seconds, it has an effect, because suddenly you think like, wait a second, how do I win, how do I win? But if you have time, Levon goes okay too immediately.
Levon rushes a little bit.
But what is this? Rook d2?
Rook d2, yeah. And then
Okay,
he
rook
wants to go rook
a1.
a1.
He just wants to dominate.
But then rook e2.
And then rook e1.
Rook e1.
And then rook e1. Barely hanging on for
And then
dear
you
life.
mean that the knight on f3 can actually later land on e5, putting pressure on the d7 pawn, yeah? So finally, at least there is some construction.
Now, rook a2 was rushed, I would say. He could have taken a little bit more time to consider bishop takes f3, followed by rook a2. Now, rook d2 is a must. Rook d2 is a must.
We got hacked. What is this?
Well,
What is this? We got hacked.
Will be solved soon. Rook d2 is
Rook
played.
d2 is played.
There we
And immediately things are fine. Rook d2 was the key move.
Fine.
No, rook d2 was no, it kicked out the hacker.
Yes, yes,
Yeah, rook
that's
d2
right, yes.
and no more Bluetooth, finish, stability. Wow,
Okay, now he needs to find rook e2 as well.
what is happening here? Hikaru fighting on all fronts.
He
helping
needs to
us
find
out.
rook e2.
Rook e2, well, if he finds...
The rook e2, of course, was blundered by Aranyan, I think.
Well, or rook e2 was blundered. He might
Rook
have...
e2.
Yeah, rook e2,
Yes.
yes. But will Hikaru be able to find it? He has 1 minute 20, and that's on the
Of
board.
course, Hikaru.
Of course, and look at this, with the determination that, wait a second,
Yeah.
I'm back, now I'm putting resistance, yeah?
Well, okay, he can still take on f3, rook d1. It's not going to be fun to
Okay,
defend.
but that's also not something Levon wants, because he's
Because
a
then
must
he would
win.
have taken it
Of course.
immediately.
He could have taken everything before.
So, what is bishop d3? What is this endgame?
Yeah, after
Rook
rook
e1.
e1, which one?
Yeah, well, I trade the
you
rooks, I
trade
trade the
everything-
bishops, and I come with the
Bishop
king.
d6.
And then just relying on the d3 blockade, you will play f6, g5, yeah? But you have wrong corner. Does it give me chance? Yeah, if I just sit with g3, king e2, knight d3.
Bishop f5.
Bishop
No,
f5
it's
plus-
like it's his strategy for Levon to
Of
keep
course,
the
keep.
tension.
Right.
Yes.
And it's understandable, but
maybe he's keeping it too long.
yeah.
He should have traded on f3.
But okay, maybe he
Earlier.
goes rook a2, rook e2, rook a5, let's say.
Now he trades.
Now he trades.
Really?
Oh.
And
And
bishop
takes.
c5.
Bishop c5.
Of course, well, actually, it's very
Also not a
logical.
bad decision.
Very logical. Humanly very logical.
Very painful. With
But actually, a
vi-
computer is not so convinced.
Yeah, but we're talking
Seems-
about practical human.
Yeah, human. That
Right.
don't you have the feeling that it's kind of hopeless? No, Black has the pair of bishops. He takes on c5. He takes on d6. He
I don't
goes-
even understand the computer. How it dares to say something like
I
that.
guess the king, I mean, the pawns are close enough together that you can somehow set up a blockade, I assume.
Yeah, but if we would not see the river bar, would we ever consider that this is not technically winning for Black? I don't think so.
But hold on. Bishop d6, knight d4, and immediately bishop b5.
Concretico. Okay, so
Oh.
I can start with king f6. Can I play king f6, bishop b5? Is it a concrete stuff or what?
By the way, Niemann against Sindarov has ended in a draw.
And what about the Arjun game? Pragg is completely losing.
But
yeah.
Pragg is still fighting
Oh,
somehow.
fighting,
this
yeah,
is,
fighting,
this is
but-
surprising, actually. There's only one pawn left for white.
But okay, still, it's a piece, yeah?
It is a piece, but yeah,
Yeah, but he's fighting.
he's fighting.
Yeah, Levon playing king,
King
f8. But
f8.
now I could see the disappointment in Levon's face that this did not go according to plan.
But why not?
It's a question, why not? Bishop b5,
King
Or
e8.
King e8.
king e8, okay, will be played.
And it's on the board. It's not funny for white.
Of course, but I think Hikaru was almost already giving up inside.
No.
No, he was probably, no?
No, never.
Never, yeah? Oh, interesting.
Maybe with the queen down.
Interesting.
But this was a nice king maneuver. But hold on, knight g5, bishop c4.
He goes bishop c4 first with the same idea, knight g5.
But
So
okay,
in fact, it's more concrete than just
okay.
some long-term business.
But so what?
Yeah, knight g5,
Right?
f6,
Yeah.
and then what?
Or f6 first. Doesn't matter.
No, then he goes knight d4.
He
Yeah,
goes
so
knight
okay.
d4.
Bishop e4 and okay, well, this should be technically winning for black. And then okay, king e7, bishop e5, d5. If this is not winning, then what? I understand chess changed, but it couldn't have changed so much, no? It is crazy.
Well, if this game will be won by Levon, it would be disaster for Hikaru.
It would be a disaster, yes.
With white, with that position, with this
Yes.
strategy.
Yeah, bishop e4.
And of course, he's shaking his head. Very unhappy. He has all the reasons for it.
Levon, what a beast, yeah?
It's
Well,
not a good thing against him to play so solid.
yes, if
Magnus
you...
burned himself.
If you give him the upper hand or you give him the chance that he's the hunter, then
Okay, Hikaru has to pull himself together and give a good fight in this endgame. Which means it's sit and wait, right?
or pull himself together for the tie breaks. That's another question, yeah. Okay, his only hope is that the f7, g6, h5 pawns are fixed on light squares, right? This is probably the... So can he try to set up a blockade on d5 with knight, but knight e2, bishop e5?
Yeah.
You will never reach, I will never let you play knight
Absolutely.
c3. This is the problem.
Bishop e5 will be there, like after knight b5, also
Yes.
bishop e5.
Yeah, knight b5 or knight e2, we immediately play bishop e5.
Yeah, and from whatever route you want to go to d5 through
Yes.
c3.
By the way, Dominguez has beaten Asubayeva and Vincent has drawn against Ray Robson.
Ah, wow. So that game, well, actually, based on that first game, that should be the longest match of today. Knight b3. Hikaru is hoping for another route, but now bishop b4 or also just king e7. The knight is not heading to d5.
Where is it heading
Yeah,
towards?
that's what I was wondering. Maybe to c1 and d3.
Yeah, but then all this knight d4 operation was for nothing. He could have played knight e1, knight d3 immediately.
But I think he has time.
Yeah.
No?
But why to waste it then? But that looks like a decent blockade, putting the knight on d3.
Bishop b4. I was expecting that.
Well, isn't it running into knight d3 then?
Yeah, but probably he's happy.
Okay.
He wanted to move away his bishop, so the push, the d pawn will be ready.
Yeah, so now all these natural moves have been played. Now we are expecting move d5. Yeah, kicking
At
the
some
bishop.
point, he has to go d5, right?
Yeah, I think it's now the time. Yeah? Because if already white gets king e2, then after d5 there's bishop d3. Then we have
Yes.
to deal with this question, which I don't want to deal with. At least not at the moment. And yeah, thanks to the 30 seconds increment, we see that both players are actually quite comfortable with the clock situation. Yeah, d5 played. My heart is aching when I'm looking at the Arjun Nodiabek game because I have the feeling like chess changed. Yeah, whenever I look there, my exchange sacrifice, position exchange sacrifice is not getting the appreciation that it should. And Arjun is doing an incredible job, yeah? Playing like a computer probably. Bishop c2. Knight c5. Yeah, knight c5, the blockade on d3. This bishop on c2, is this a good bishop or is it a trap bishop? Try to understand this.
Bishop might come around to c4 via b3.
b3, yeah. Very smart. But no, he's moving back. Of course, the advantage for black in such positions is that he can afford everything. As long as he does not blunder something concretely, he can just twist and turn things, start new. And that's why, practically speaking, one always says that these type of positions are practically lost because you just cannot defend them in long terms. But look at Hikaru's body language. He knows that it was much worse before. So basically from that he can get comfort. Yeah, that compared to losing already 10 moves ago or 15 moves ago, he has a bad position, but breaking and knowing that Levon is in a must-win situation, so he will always be hesitant not to give any chance for the opponent that maybe this is drawish or then there are drawish chances. This is the hope of Hikaru.
Yeah, it's not so easy to kick out that knight on d3.
Yeah, well, finally you will have to find some new element in the position, yes?
Well, first of all, it would be nice to force f3.
Yes, if you can force it. Then
yeah, play some bishop g4 check to push the king back.
For example, how do you react to bishop g4 check?
King e3.
King e3, that we can, yes?
I don't know, it can be maybe dangerous for the white king. I mean, I can visualize some checkmates there after d4 and stuff, but I think maybe it's early to push that pawn.
Nicholas, tell us, because I have seen on your monitor the move bishop d7.
Yeah,
isn't the move bishop d7 that humanly you never want to play?
No, I think also the computer is realizing more and more. This will be a fortress if you go bishop d7. So this is why, by the way, if the viewers are wondering why knight d3 got a question mark, because computer was first saying bishop d7 is very good, but the more it calculated, realized, no, this would be a draw, it would be a fortress. And then actually just giving a bit of an advantage for black. So I think objectively, actually, it is holdable for white.
Wow.
But if you can do it in a practical game, it's another question.
But then this bishop f5 was unfortunate, yeah? That with bishop on c2, there was this bishop b3, bishop c4 idea that you mentioned.
Maybe, yeah.
And one thing I want to add, because when we first talk about this position, I immediately mentioned that if we trade the bishops, yeah, you set up the blockade on dc, then you only have this f6, g5 kind of idea to create counterplay, and then a g, fg. When you go h4, then it's the wrong corner. Yeah, that's what we talked about. Yeah, it was the human way of looking at position. Yeah, when we reached this position, that's what we kind of immediately understood, that those are the problems.
Yeah, I think now Hikaru starts to feel himself in a better situation.
Because he knows that he can actually fight now.
Yeah, yeah.
Now he can
it's
fight.
not going to be easy for black to squeeze out extra weaknesses.
No more horrible pins and everything.
And it's black who has to show it.
Yes. And practically speaking, yeah, it will be always very difficult for Levon to decide what is the right way forward. By the way, some tremendous credit goes to Pragg, yeah, that he still keeps on...
Still alive.
Yeah,
somehow.
Still alive. And let's not forget that Fabi needs to win that game at all costs to tie the match. If he does not win this, he will go crazy. And bishop g4 check, king e3. Is
King
Hikaru...
e3 might be dangerous in some ways.
Yeah, but we spoke that we don't want to play f3, and going passive with king f1 was
So what
not...
about d4?
Yeah, king, you wanted to go where? King e4, f4? Because you were the one who suggested the move King E3, and then luckily for me you took it back that it's dangerous. Yes.
Bishop A5.
Because I can also say that it's dangerous, but exactly how do I punish? It's another story.
Where is Levon heading to? Bishop B6 check? But, okay, white has to make a move, yeah? It's not always easy.
Yeah, very difficult. I think Levon has settled on a good plan not to do anything committal.
No, maybe he wants to push away the king, you know? Maybe he wants to go bishop B6, D4, and then bishop A5. And if you come to D2 with your king, bishop A5, king C2, you get far away.
Yeah, far away. Then also with bishop F5, you might pin there.
Yeah, and then bishop E1.
Yeah, bishop E1, also F6, G5 might happen when the king is too far away, create some other problem.
I think Pragg just plundered his rook in one move, so that will be the end of resistance.
Yes, wow, okay, but this is great news for us. First of all, Fabi deserved to win. He played a wonderful game. And there is another playoff.
Another one. So this is the third one already.
This is the
Keimer against Robson, Niemann against Sindarov, and Koana against Pragnananda.
What a day we are in for.
And much more action to follow. So stay with us for sure as we see the final moments maybe. Well,
but wait a second, why are they, with whom they are talking?
With the arbiter? It was about maybe when they will continue.
The rule, yes, exactly, about the playoff, that what comes next. Yes.
Yeah, Arjun, I believe, is on the verge of defeating Nordberg, so he will not need a tiebreak. He will win the match outright, just as he did in Paris, by the way. They were also facing off there in one of the later matches. So...
yeah, my heart is aching there. Lovely exchange, sacrifice, and brings nothing. Yeah, crazy. Just looking at the structure, you should just show it and say that this is enough compensation. Of course, now the black king is in a trouble, but black king was actually saved before, and even like this, Arjun managed to force that king out of... there was no more safe spot.
I think up to the turf is putting up immense resistance as well. The bar has been sky high for a long time, but still hanging on somehow, not giving Arjun an easy way to convert his advantage.
But I would say that he always had a good position. The evil bar was the only one
evil bar was
who did
wrong
not
all the way.
agree. Yeah, but he had a lovely position.
None of them should lose focus. And of course, for Arjun, it's very important to be in the semifinals.
Of course. And you highlighted very nicely that, he had this horror start, losing in 10 moves or 15 moves to Hans, and then actually he went on to qualify rather smoothly.
Well, he was fighting his way up. But he's a pretty good freestyle player.
He's a very good one, yes.
He also qualified for Paris, right?
No.
No?
He got invited.
Qualified.
He got it?
No, well, you mean that he made it to quarterfinals, right?
Yes.
In Paris? Yes, he did. Yes.
To quarterfinal, of course.
Of course.
No, it's no surprise. But
Pragnananda did not in Paris, but he improved.
Yeah, but it was his very first experience, I think. For Pragg it was difficult, and now we already see that he looks completely different in this event.
But also he's in a very good form, generally. In
but he was already very good form in April.
Yeah.
He already winning Vachier-Lagrave, sharing second place in Prague. He was doing incredibly
well. But actually the pairing was pretty good for him yesterday, because he made a draw in the first game, and second game he won against Bibisara. After that he had the third round, he also won.
And then he beat Magnus.
And then
He won
beat
against Vincent, yeah, who was also like in a very aggressive, in a bad situation.
After 2 losses.
Yes.
So that's what I wanted to say, that somehow the pairing favored him a lot, looking back.
Yes, looking back,
Yes.
yeah. Otherwise, one could have said that I exactly played when they were angry. They
No,
were
but
in
okay,
good.
against Bibisara, she's definitely the
underdog,
lowest
yes.
rated. Vincent lost 2 games.
Yes.
Magnus just played in round 3 this incredible game with
Against Sindarov, so he was a bit
yeah, the
shaken.
timing was somehow
Yes.
very good for Pragnananda, which doesn't take away from his great success and play.
Of course.
But still, we understand that
For example,
the pairing
I
can-
also felt like for Levon, the pairing was very good because when he lost this horrible game to Sindarov,
Yes.
then he had the game against Bibisara next.
Yeah,
So he
bounce
could come back and things like this, yeah. Those kind of things are very important.
Well, from this point of view, of course, you can argue that the B group, which Nakamura won, it was a. That was the. Some said that's the weaker group. At the same time, you
Yes,
had
but they did not have
underdog
Bibisara so-called.
yes.
Exactly. So it was. It was very tricky. You never know with these groups.
Well,
So maybe we go back.
we can. I mean, it's not like a lot is happening on the other board, to be honest. And we haven't covered this one a whole lot today.
Which one?
Well, the one that we're having right now, Arjun
yes.
versus.
But okay, on my screen actually I had all the time the Hikaru Levon game.
Yeah, but probably this one will still go on for a long time.
This one will go on forever.
This might be the next marathon game. And then Sam Sevian, by the way, is also pawn up in the rook in game, which he'll probably try forever because he needs to win against Wesley So.
And with real chances, or how is it?
No chances. No. 3 versus 2, basically. Simple draw.
Yeah, now we see there the game between Hikaru and Aronyan on our board, but we have Arjun and Nodia back on our screen, so we are now combining efforts. Well, I can also put,
Maybe you can bring
put
on
the
your
other board.
screen the other board.
Yes,
yeah.
of course. I can. I was just not sure if this is done on purpose or what happened. Yeah, here's the bird's eye view. Here we can see both. Well, Levon is trying to improve, trying to break this fortress, but at the moment I can't even say that he's trying to break the fortress because Hikaru is not even setting up a fortress.
No.
He is also trying some concrete play, but slowly, eventually, the 2 bishops should suffocate White's jumps, and then White will have to rely on the blockade, on the fortress kind of stuff. Will it be enough in a practical game? We don't know, but the jumps will end at some moment.
Maybe we can just see a bird's eye view on the other group, the lower brackets, just for a moment.
Just to update our viewers on the results there, because there's only one game left.
Yeah, only the Wesley Sam Sevian game. So Magnus has won 2-0 very convincingly. It shows like he came with the mood that I want to have as much fun as possible. I love this game. I love freestyle chess, and he actually delivered. If he would have had this attitude yesterday, I think at some point he got too nervous because of this qualification, because of his own stupidity. Yeah, how many chances he let slip, and yeah, Wesley. Well, 2 versus 1. However, this is the H5, G5 versus the F3 pawn. But
I can't imagine that Wesley would ruin this.
Yes.
On the level to lose this. You know, I won one. Exactly this structure against Nigel Short.
With a trick.
Yes.
It's in the book. It's in
Actually, it was
Voletsky's
not
book.
this, sorry. It was F and G pawn.
That's
and
better.
It was an H3.
Yeah, that's better.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's
yeah, so this is...
he put the rook on E7 or something, and then he
I played H6.
Yeah, H6 check.
No.
I mean, some pawn sacrifice.
No, it was the same. No, then it was the same. Yeah, because it was H6. Yeah, it was the same.
I remember that it was rook E7 because it's very famous.
Yeah, it was the same pawn. setup. So I pushed h4. I mean, I was
And
with the
actually,
white.
Alireza did the same mistake. He lost on time. He put rook e7 in one of these Grand Chess tours, and then realized and put it on a7, but he had already no time, lost on time.
Oh.
Yes, I have seen it live. I think it was quite recent. I was shocked, yeah, that it can happen to anyone, yeah.
But now I'm curious what you're talking about.
And Arjun has won.
Arjun has won. All right. Arjun proceeds to
We are
the
not there
semifinals.
yet. We might come back when the pawn is on
Okay.
h4, when the black king is on f4, when the rook is further.
Okay.
Okay, so we can get back here when it gets similar
Okay.
to my
Well,
game.
this will still go on for a while.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
Sam Seven has to win to force.
So, okay, then we go back to Hikaru, right?
Because the players that lose in the lower bracket, they're actually out of the tournament.
Yes.
So Sam Sevian fighting for survival. Vidit is out, and Asabayeva is out. And Vincent Keimer against Ray Robson will go to tiebreaks in the lower bracket. Bishop g4 check. Feel like we've been here before. This
Yeah,
time
but
the
it's
king
very
cannot go to e3.
Yes, there is the bishop on b6. Very unpleasant. And okay, just tell something to this evil bar that this is not almost equal. This is a horrible position for white, but maybe white can hold it. Yeah, forget about this.
Actually, at some point he will go, king goes away, f6, g5. This is what he will play.
Yeah, but yeah, this is what I don't like in the evil bar, because it gives completely wrong education for the people, yeah, who don't know this kind of things. They might think that, this position is not so bad. No, okay, no, it's horrible.
Suffering for a long time with great chances to lose.
Yeah, that's a good summary.
And of course, Levon is in a must-win
And
situation.
finally, f3 is provoked. There is the weakness on g3. Now, don't tell me that even with the weakness on g3, white can survive this.
White can survive this.
White can survive this? Okay, a computer maybe can survive this. Is Hikaru a computer? Is he able to survive this? Or is he going for some very concrete play now?
And knight f4.
Yeah, maybe that's why he opted for this line.
Very interesting. Black should go bishop c7 now. Otherwise,
yeah, no, of course we go bishop c7, but
And
then
you give,
then you play f4 and try to play knight b4. You try to. Is this now some concrete stuff?
Hey, black has to play d4. It's not.
Yeah,
so
that's
good.
bad. We don't want to play d4.
Bishop c7 on the board.
On the board. Well, I think white has to play f4. We can't play with this weakness. And look at this, like if Levon feels like, wait a second, I underestimated something. He relied on the feeling that I provoked x3, but maybe this is a move per move stuff.
Well, now the question is, he's going to go f4 or king f2?
He will play f4. I think king f2 is practically very bad.
Why?
Well, then king e6, king d6, you walk, then there are no more these tricks. Or you anyway want to play knight b4?
Knight d4, king d6.
Yes. Bishop takes d5?
Bishop a5, bishop...
It takes
king
f7.
on f2, no?
Yeah, I don't want to get into any of this calculation stuff.
But okay, Hikaru is eating up his time with the decision to be made. f4.
Of course, now look at this. Levon is also shaking his chair, which we don't see it so often. Yeah, f4 played. Of course, f4. This is so much more unpleasant for black. Because you really feel like it somehow blocks the bishops. It makes sense. Yeah, the g3 pawn will be vulnerable. It was vulnerable anyway. Yeah, bishop g4 check clever.
Okay.
Activating that bishop. Hikaru very unhappy.
Well, with the g3 pawn, I wouldn't be too happy either.
Yeah, because king f2, bishop b6 is a no-go territory, which means, but king e3, bishop b6, king d2 is, going away from the G3 pawn.
Yeah, you don't want to keep
No,
the
you
distance
can't.
from that pawn. You want to be closer.
You can't do that. Yeah.
And he's very unhappy.
Yeah, very unhappy. Yeah, once FC was provoked, it was clear that there are no more nice solutions. Well, there are anyway no more nice solutions, but at least
You still want
could
to say you can save it, yeah? With what?
Seems like it, yeah. I mean, computer is not giving a winning advantage for black.
Yeah.
Just giving a clear advantage, not even more than one point. So this should indicate it should be holdable.
No, or that the computer is wrong.
Or the computer is wrong,
Or
yes.
the computer is wrong. I
Could
would
also
love
be.
to hear this answer. Yeah, that the computer is wrong. Give
Let's
us some
see.
hope.
Let's see.
We are humans. We want to get some
King
hope. Bishop
E3.
B6 check will be
King
played.
E3. Hikaru shaking his head.
But Bishop B6 check, King D2, King E6, Knight E5. There is something to calculate. There's Bishop D7 check also hanging in the air.
So maybe King E6 immediately.
Maybe
is better?
King E6 is more
That's
professional.
What he does.
Yes. Maybe Hikaru missed this.
What about Knight V4 now? Knight B4, Bishop B6, and then Bishop F2, right?
Yeah.
Or Bishop F3 if you want to hang on to a pawn.
Yeah, regrouping it to E4. Wow. Getting more and more dangerous. Now again. While the pawn was on F2, Hikaru gave in his body language that he hopes that, okay, now it's not so easy to break through.
Yeah, not so easy,
But
but
after
okay.
F3, F4,
He didn't need to play F3 necessarily.
Yeah.
He could have also moved King to D2.
Yeah,
but it's very difficult.
Very
to play,
difficult.
even
Either
if
way,
you have
yes.
time.
It is impossible. It is just impossible.
Even for a great defender like Nakamura.
No, of course, because these are the practically hopeless positions. Yeah, black can go on forever. He twists and turns from right and left. Here problems, there problems. I told you that since Hikaru was relying on some jumps with all this Bishop E8 and like this, he was
just
not
played it.
relying on... yeah, he
Bishop
played
E8 was the best move.
Yeah, Bishop
actually.
E8 best move. But
Because you have some ideas at least with Knight E5.
Yes.
Keeping black a little bit busy.
this is the only idea that can save white.
Bishop B8.
What's Bishop B8?
Let's sit and wait. Where do you go? What do you do?
But so, we mean that Knight E5 is not a threat yet, yeah?
Okay, maybe Bishop D4.
Bishop D4.
Okay.
And then Knight E5. This Bishop E5, FE, King E5, Bishop F7.
No, but I thought I can maybe do something better than that. I cannot?
Well, I'm hitting the F7 pawn. I anyway guess that it should be lost, but there is
No,
this pawn on G6 is vulnerable. King E7, okay, professional. Bishop C6, but yeah, now King D6, Knight E5. Situation improved.
Knight E5, Knight E5, F6.
Knight takes G4.
Takes and Bishop E8.
E8. And some hopes. Some hope there.
But after Knight G4, maybe King C6.
Excuse me, where are we at all?
Knight E5, F6.
Uh-huh.
King D6, Knight E5.
F6.
F6, Knight
Knight
G4,
G4.
King C6.
And so what?
Knight F6.
F6, Bishop F2.
Then F5.
F5.
But
Okay,
no, I can go Bishop D4 first.
Well, okay, I should have something, some Knight H7, Knight F8, okay, somewhere, this. At least if there is some, okay,
Yeah, there is some.
Levon will never let this happen, yeah, he wants to control. Bishop F3. Yeah, Bishop F3.
Good move. Actually, it's nice to have the bishop on E4, of
Bishop
course.
on E4, cemento. And stepping out of the range of the knight on E5. And also potentially F6,
yeah.
yes, exactly. But okay, King E2, Hikaru is setting up some, of course it's insane how Hikaru is also holding on to this position. Not only to this, because it was with the rooks, with all these pins and everything.
It's even worse.
It would have been so easy to collapse completely, yeah? But this knight going to all the way to f3 and then rook d2, rook e2, rook e1.
What do you think about
stuff.
king d6?
Okay, what changes? Bishop e8?
f6?
Okay.
Wait, what's the point? Knight takes g6?
And then just d4?
Knight
or
g6, d4. I have one pawn and too many bishops.
Yes, no, I don't think I can chase that pawn. I should probably just go back to d3.
Yep.
And then I say I created a weakness with f6 and you are tied down.
King e7.
And then coming back.
To b5.
Okay, I'm sympathizing with Levon here, yeah, that okay, if he's not winning this, then I say this is total injustice. This is crazy. What our beautiful chess became.
But now already bishop c7.
Yeah, it's played.
And he can exchange. If bishop e5, king e6, bishop e8 takes, bishop is protected, the g6 pawn and d4. Probably knight d3 will be
Knight
the move.
d3, yes.
Because imagine if chess would be a game of scoring system, yeah, then in this game, yeah, how much extra score Levon would get for all this mastery, creating all this so-called technical winning position. And Hikaru can only get the score for holding on, for not much else in this game.
Well, it will be quite a performance by Hikaru if he can hold this.
Yes. Okay, but Levon will go crazy and I will understand him. I perfectly understand him.
Well, he should not go crazy, but
he should not
equalize the match.
Yeah, he should equalize the match. Exactly. That's his only.
There are ways to avoid that.
Yeah, that's the only way of not going crazy tonight. Today,
but
tonight.
Look at the heart rate for Levon.
Very calm.
Very calm.
Yeah, what is this?
As he knows that, okay, no problem. I will play until I'm going to win this. I don't know how, but I'm going to win this.
Well, I want to see his heart rate when suddenly the game is about to end in a draw. Because this is just... king d6, bishop e8.
Yes, he want to go f6.
I don't like that the knight went to f3.
Yeah, he
I
goes
like it on
f6
d3.
finally.
f6.
Knight d4, Hikaru jumping with the knight.
And after bishop b6, what, king e3 is coming? No, king c5.
Yes, no, I don't know. This
is too much.
No, he cannot get into a pin. Then g5 break will come at some point.
I like the knight on d3. I don't know what's doing on d4.
Yeah.
After bishop b6, you probably have to go to b3? No.
Bishop
b6. Knight b4, but okay, knight b5 check. No. Already losing total control. But king c5 runs into knight c3, double attack. Knight takes e4 and knight
yeah,
a4.
you cannot go king c5. That's important.
That's the trick.
Very important.
That's what he's...
But king e6.
Yeah. Bishop c6.
Yeah, hoping for king f5.
Self-made, I noticed that too.
Yes.
Yeah, actually I realized, okay, Levon is not fighting to equalize the match, he's fighting not to go crazy if he does not win this. This is a much bigger kind of threat.
Yeah, it's... who did it benefit, f6?
So if king e6, is there also knight c3? Or does that not do anything? Bishop f5, yeah? Doesn't really achieve anything.
King e6, bishop c6 he will play.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and then bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
Yeah, Levon is
bring the
doing...
king, bring the bishop around to f3.
Yeah, Levon is doing great. Okay, chess is just the most brutal of sports. It's people just don't understand this. Yeah, what's at stake with the human body and brain and soul and everything. Yeah, with all these games.
When today I was coming down to the game. Two ladies were there, and they saw my accreditation card. Say, Chess, yeah, you have some event going on, right? I said, yes, it's very interesting. Chess, interesting? I said, we had full of drama yesterday. Drama?
At chess,
you could see that they were so surprised about in your break because they were from a conference. I said, in your break, come in. Probably we'll have today too.
Yes, for sure.
In a slower form, but
for us, every game is a drama.
Bishop c6, the only move to maybe stay somewhat in the game, but even then here the advantage is growing and growing according to a computer. So.
Yeah, no, it's very difficult to imagine the fortress. Yeah, there are too many weaknesses, and as you highlighted, Nicholas, yeah, the knight is missing from d3. That gave some stability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not coming back there. Far away now from d3.
Yeah, it's so interesting, no? That the knight was standing so well on d3.
Because it was controlling f2.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And it's such a rare situation when black could take on d3 and play bishop f2. Because of the wrong corner, it can barely be good at any time.
Yeah, now this is actually hopeless. Bishop d4, for example. I can kick that knight away. There's no square. What's happening after bishop d4?
Knight b5.
Knight
probably.
b5.
Yeah, but okay, knight b5. Then that's why he moved the
bishop
knight.
G. Oh no.
He moved the knight back to c3 because he wasn't happy with.
Well,
okay, knight b5, bishop c5, and if knight c3, then bishop b4. I'm just hunting down this knight. Yeah, no, now there is no hope.
Well, I think there's still hope, but objectively it is, I think, losing now. The question is, can Aronian convert it now?
Yeah, white lost complete harmony between his pieces.
Well, now we see the heart rate of Aronian increasing because he knows that he made tremendous pressure.
Great progress.
I mean, great progress, great pressure.
No, but he puts pressure
he
on,
puts pressure,
Nakamura
of course, yes.
continuously.
Yeah, and okay, Hikaru is constantly this 126, yeah, because okay, there is just no way of changing anything in the position, yeah. So he's sitting there fighting like a maniac, but he cannot change anything.
15 seconds for Aronian. He goes bishop a5.
Yes, bishop a5. So he is hunting the knight like this.
Well, knight b5 still probably.
Yeah, where to hide this knight? No more good spots. Yeah, knight b5 has to go back, but this knight on b5 makes such a bad impression. But okay, it threatens knight d4 check.
Yeah, bishop b6 back probably.
Yeah, but it really drives Levon crazy, I think, that he can't win this. It already looks like he made tremendous progress. It's time to cash in.
It feels like he's going in the wrong direction. I mean, we've seen his position already after bishop b6. And bishop b6 is the best move now.
And he's low on the clock.
Yeah, we've seen this already. Now knight c3 was played, bishop f5, king f3. But bishop c6 is a better move here. Let's see if Nakamura finds it a second time around.
But on the other hand, it's also tempting to try to repeat as many times as possible so that the threefold repetition maybe somewhere could be missed by Levon.
Yeah. But Nakamura is taking his time. He was probably not too happy with knight c3 anyway. But also bishop c6, to be fair, is not that much better.
And what happened in the Sevian game?
Yeah, I'm just checking if it's still ongoing. It is, of course.
It is, yeah.
We might Might have another 3-hour round. I mean, we're already at 2 hours, 30 minutes, I think. And no end in sight. Because Nakamura is holding on. And, well, Semsevian will try until move 50 probably to win his drawn rook end game against Wesley So. Knight c3
Knight
back.
c3.
Bishop c2 is not the right direction.
Yeah, but he wants to change something.
Yeah, but he should have changed something with the bishop on f5, king on f3.
To g4, yeah?
The idea to put the bishop to g4 and later to f3 is certainly right. Huh?
Yes.
Or bishop g2 and bishop g4 and bishop e2?
Yes, something else. Now bishop c6 and... White is somewhat back in the game, at least objectively. But,
well, Hikaru is looking around like, wait a second.
Bishop c6, king d6. Or it's not good.
No,
Bishop
bishop
e5.
d5.
Bishop
and bishop
d4?
e4.
And then bishop e4.
Yeah.
Always, no?
Ah.
I have bishop e4.
No, bishop c6, you need to play bishop b3 suddenly, and it feels like you have definitely put your bishop in a worse
Okay, but
position.
he was
than
not
before.
there yet.
But
after
okay,
bishop
yeah,
e8, bishop e8,
Yeah,
that's
bishop
the
e8 again,
question.
yes.
Bishop e8.
then d4
Then you have to go bishop c4 maybe, then bishop
c4.
d3.
Unless king d2, then bishop a5.
Well, Nakamura going down to 20 seconds now. He does
very
not look
unpleasant.
happy. What's wrong with bishop c6?
Yeah, bishop
Or is he
b3.
afraid of d4 at some moment?
And also d4. Yeah, too many things
But
to
d4
take care of.
Maybe bishop e4 again. Yeah,
Down to
who
7
knows?
seconds.
He needs to
5,
make a decision.
4,
Bishop b5.
3. Oops.
This is not it.
Bishop
Bishop
b5.
b5.
But the best way to play is again to put the bishop on f5. But I guess he can already not do it anymore, right? No, he
But-
can. He
No,
can do it one more
He
time.
can still do it, yeah.
It wouldn't be a threefold repetition yet.
Yeah, this is actually a very good point, yeah, Judith, what you are highlighting, that Hikaru's clock jumped back to 1 minute 3 seconds. He made a move with 3 seconds on the clock.
Aranyan is heading up with his heart rate.
Of
yes.
course.
Yeah, that was very strange. Yeah, Nakamura was down to 7 seconds, and now we see 1 minute 30. 1
1 minute
3?
3 seconds.
Can we
yeah.
actually have a? Can we see the camera on the
Can we
clock?
see the
because we
clock, yeah.
see a Ronin's clock ticking down, 33 seconds.
Yes, that is
But we
correct.
don't see Nakamura's. There we have it. Well, we don't really because of some
Don't see it.
reflection.
Bishop a5
Bishop
played.
a5.
No, I think Nakamura is down to 30 seconds as well here.
Knight d1. Again, white will be able to reach to d3.
Yes.
Levon is forcing him to do so.
I think Hikaru is now very relieved. I somehow sense the way how he played knight d1 is, yes, I'm going back to
I'm
d3.
back in business.
Yes.
Or maybe e3 could be also an interesting
And
square.
look at this.
he's-
Yes, yes.
Bishop e4 back.
Knight f2 will be coming.
Or bishop e8. You have a feeling the time for Nakamura is not correct right now. But on the other hand, he's taking a sip.
Well, he played bishop b5 and then he played knight d1 quickly. So actually he could get back to 1 minute plus something.
Mm-hmm.
And the knight is heading towards d3. Knight f2, covering bishop g4, covering all the squares.
Yeah, the knight is well placed on f2 also.
It's a lovely piece. You remember the knight was on b5, far away from action. That was the golden opportunity
Got
for Levon.
lost in the forest.
Well, now it should be back to very much holdable, but if he can do it, it's another question.
Okay. Now, next try. No, this is what Levon said.
This is
Okay.
what Levon
Yes.
said. Yes.
Okay, next try.
You got your setup? Okay, good. I will use another 50 moves to break
Maybe
it.
you're more happy than you were before, but I still have a pawn up, I still have my bishop pair, and I still have to win to
And he
equalize
still
the
has a lot of moves he can play.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And Hikaru is very happy.
These are one of the most brutal positions in chess, yeah, that you can play on forever for a win. You can never make a draw with white. Yeah, you can never force it. But eventually, maybe black will not be able to convert.
Well,
And eventually
Levon got
black
lost
will
a little
just
bit
move
on
another
this.
pawn and then go around for a while again.
Knight to d3.
Bishop g4. Let's start the dance again. Yeah.
King f1.
King on
There's
f1.
the F1
It was
even.
not there yet.
No, but it is correct.
It is correct, yeah, because he did not want to play king d2.
So eventually, d4 has to be done. He will not be able to.
And look
avoid
at
it.
this. Now, because probably Hikaru was so upset with the knight on b5, was looking that,
Yeah.
wait a second, I had this construction with knight d3, king f1, bishop b5. It
So-
was a solid one.
Can the black king can come in via e6 f5 now?
Can it?
I don't know. I mean, that would be a try, at least.
Well, of course, we will try everything.
Bishop a5.
Bit mysterious.
Well, and then king d6, bishop e8, bishop f5, and then, okay, we start again, bishop to e4, shuffling back and
But
forth.
okay, how many moves did we play since
Well,
f4?
No, since
Since
f6.
Since
F6
Just
is
15.
Just 15, yeah.
Nothing.
Yes.
Nothing. No, we might
Isn't
break the
f5
record.
possible and knight
from last
f4?
round.
It's a
I know.
question, yeah.
F5, yeah?
F5, but probably it's
But
too
bishop
much.
f5 and d4.
Yeah, F5 is no good, unfortunately. Would be nice, but no.
King e2. We've been here before.
With the idea of f5? Or not? We anyway don't want to touch it. Okay,
No, now f5 is a threat.
it will not get to that anyway.
But then black could trade on d3 and play bishop e1, yeah?
Oof.
Okay, anyway.
Anyway, it's not
No
even-
dreaming.
King d6,
There will
bishop
be
e8,
no
bishop
f5.
f5.
So now there's bishop takes d3 followed by... No, it's not,
No.
sorry. This is never a threat.
But now
Well,
both,
king e7 first, and
Aha.
then it can.
But then
both
bishop e5 doesn't
both
help.
players
Yeah.
are back on 3 minutes. Yeah, this
This
is what
will be long. This will be long.
this is what the 30
And we thought the last round was
Yes,
long, but
yeah.
this...
This one.
this is the real one.
this is the
Actually,
real
how much
deal.
time are we into already?
It's like 2 hours 35.
2 hours 35.
Yeah. This is the real deal. And then we have another tie break, then maybe another
Yeah.
tie break, Armageddon. I think we are...
This is the warming
What?
up
It's
phase.
15 plus 5.
Yes.
No,
Wow.
10 plus 10, I think.
No, the clock.
Oh, yeah. So we're
15
already
plus
here for like 6 hours.
6
15.
hours, and okay, the whole story starts only. Yeah, with all
Well,
the
the
playoffs,
playoffs.
everything.
Yes.
Okay, we will be here till 9 o'clock. I don't mind it. I'm saying I'm preparing people. Yeah, that make your plans accordingly.
Well,
Yeah,
I think... Well, Europe is asleep at this point. Most of Europe, probably. It's 2 a.m. in Europe, I guess.
yeah, it's very tough to follow from Europe. Yeah. My wife was holding on till 3 a.m.
Oh, wow.
last night. Yes, holding on,
Holding on.
holding on.
Well, it was exciting too. You
Was
want to see
amazing.
who can finish
Yeah, it
in
was
the
amazing.
top
And
4.
then in the morning they had to finish everything. They checked it out till the end.
Now, this is the best position White has had in a long time. All the white pieces are making sense.
Yeah.
The bishop is keeping on the pawns. The knight is keeping the king out. Stability, controlling
the
squares.
problem is for Levon that this is where we started, right? He made all these nice maneuvering until this d3 knight got lost, and was on
And
C3,
then he let it back.
B5, but definitely not on the square where it should have been.
Yeah, it was on C3. It was so bad on C3.
When it was C3, you said it's so far away from D3.
It was.
And it's here again.
Yes.
Took an overseas flight, and it's there again.
Yes. But wait a second, the night before?
Night before,
Bishop E4, F5.
You always want to play that
But
F5,
I don't
huh?
know if we want this or not, yeah, because we are holding a blockade. Why should we go desperate? I'm
Well-
just saying that there are possibilities like this, but I don't like it.
Yeah. I mean, if we can trade the F pawn against the D pawn, that would make us
be
happy.
again for white.
But even that is a total horror. I'm not sure if I'm so happy about
Really?
that.
2 bishops.
2 bishops will
Wow.
be cut again. Everything? No.
I mean, either way. Either way. So,
But
Hikaru to
actually,
move.
it is possible to play. I mean, now it's Hikaru's decision.
Yes, yeah, no, he could, I guess, play knight b4.
Yeah,
And
it's
he
on the
does.
board.
He has played it.
Okay,
Bishop E4.
knights. The
And
big
he goes
question, yeah,
F5.
Jadubs. Okay, we don't know.
You think
just,
so?
He goes F5.
He just Jadub the knight.
F5 is possible.
He
Then
goes.
G5 is actually the best move.
Wow.
G5. Wow.
Yeah, but
But
this,
yeah, sometimes I'm also not liking F5. But knight will be really visible if Hikaru
he
F5
goes
is
goes
for
for
it.
it.
He has enough of sitting around, just waiting.
Exactly.
He wants to do something.
But this also means that he was absolutely not comfortable with this fortress, yeah? Because he changes the...
Well, also, he thinks that
Character.
exchanging a pawn is one step forward to saving the game.
Which is
yeah,
true.
but on the other hand, black will not have any weaknesses now. Okay, the G6 pawn is still weak, but he doesn't need to worry about how do I protect D5 pawn. It's traded, and king gets access to the E5 square. Bishops are working. Okay, very interesting. I would not be able to judge this. And
I don't know. At first, I don't like G5. Giving up the H5 pawn. I have also postponed suddenly.
Otherwise, it's completely equal according to the computer.
Yeah. Okay, give me a
No,
break.
but the problem is that after
Computer.
bishop F5, knight D5,
It's
and
a
knight
double,
F4.
yes, it's double attack, yes.
That's
so
the problem.
hitting the bishop on B6.
So basically,
You have to.
That's why G5
by
has to be
elimination, you
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
go
Bishop
G5.
F5, yeah, very concrete. Yes.
because otherwise I think technically that is a horror, if not for concrete reasons.
Well, let's see if Levon finds G5.
Well, he must.
He must basically to
Basically,
potential.
bishop F5, knight D5, knight F4 is clear. If GF5 you
Cannot
don't want
be.
to play,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So there is no other way.
But I also feel like Levon is kicking himself, yeah, with that he was already in such a dominating situation that he should have never let this happen. That now already he needs to find some only moves to keep the game going.
True.
And he's down to 30 seconds to make a decision.
To come up with this G5 move.
He's going down in time.
And GF5, what about GF5? He takes GF5.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't like it, but yeah, it's a justified question. What happens after GF5?
Bishop H5.
Yeah, Bishop H5, and then I have this incredible center control, and I can also
But
try
I go
to...
knight D3 after
Knight
that.
D3, yes. I know.
Bishop G6, H5 is possible.
Yes, yes. I don't know how Levon wants to. Heart rate over 100 now.
Bishop D4 and Bishop E5 or what?
Yeah, but even then, Knight D3
And knight F4.
and Knight F4.
Maybe
So,
F4 black should try.
Yeah,
Where?
Now.
Now.
Maybe
So
he needs to.
the knight doesn't have that square, and then go king c5, come in with the knight, come with the king.
But then
This is-
and he's down to 15 seconds.
This is not what Lev wanted.
No, of course not.
He
Of
just
course
wanted
not.
to enjoy the position going around 1,000 times. He goes Bishop D4, but now Knight D3.
And white is very stable.
Knight d3, knight f4, bishop g6, and h-pawn is there. And look at the eyes of Hikaru. Oh yes, I'm very close.
He has a little different body language.
Yes.
Tells
the story immediately.
Yeah.
Wait a second, sir. I'm actually surviving this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it looks very likely he survives.
Yes, look at this. Just as expected, yeah. Hikaru, and Levon in a total horror state of
Going
shock.
crazy.
Yes, absolutely, because now already he cannot play around
No.
forever. Yeah,
No.
It's already concrete. Yeah, look, now he's shaking. Oh, he will go crazy. This is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
If
that
he
would
does
be a
not win this,
big disappointment.
very big disappointment.
Yeah, he had an incredible opportunity.
Yes.
Practical opportunity.
What an effort it took to get Hikaru in the situation where Hikaru was finally, yeah?
Yeah, he created for himself this
And now
great
the
opportunity.
nervousness is coming. Yeah, knight d3 on the board. Knight is going to f4, cemento against bishop e5. Also, I'm not sure how clear head Levon is still having, yeah, because it's very easy to lose total control. Clock is ticking down. You think like, what I have done? And Hikaru signals, that's it, I have done it again.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, bishop
heartbreak for
e5.
him.
Yeah, look at the body language, yeah. For Levon, he just cannot believe it.
I don't see what black can do at all.
Yeah. Yeah, d4. And the king will have to start going back to f8. He got signals like, what is my problem?
But what is his problem?
Well, that's
I just wanted to ask you.
that's the point. Yeah.
When
What
bishop
is
f7
what is his
or
problem?
bishop e8, I go bishop b5. How?
You don't even push h5. You just sit.
Just
so
sit.
that there is no entry with king g5, because if the pawn gets to h5, then there is potentially this walk with the king if the pawn gets to h5 and king g5 trying to dislocate the knight. Probably it also doesn't work, but normally you don't want to give your opponent any chances.
I could even push my pawn to h6, no? h5, king f8, h6. What are you going to do then? I will just sit.
push it to h6, yeah?
Yes, I'll just sit. This is completely dead.
This is the straightforward business, yeah. h5, h6, and just sit. And then move the king. King d2, king e2, king d2, king e2.
I mean, you can even push it to h7 because you can never control the h8 square of
Yes.
the bishop and at the same time get your
Knight
king out.
d6, knight d8.
It's a total fortress. Don't start playing for a winner. Judith is Judith, yeah? You can't
No,
change.
I didn't have the intention to play for a win.
Your
It's just
attitude,
knight
yeah?
f7. I have a bad image.
Yes, yes. You like to win.
Poor Levon, he was so close.
Yes.
But what a fighting spirit by Hikaru, after all.
Of course, of course. Yeah,
What
but
a
also,
saving for
what a
him.
fighting spirit from Levon, yeah, with the black piece in a must-win situation, creating chances against Hikaru, who was trying to shut the game down, yeah, from the beginning. It's also, that's why it hurts so much, clearly, for Levon, because he made tremendous efforts in this game. He played some incredible mastery.
Hikaru doesn't go h5. That is somewhat surprising. But
So, okay, after king f8, he goes knight e6 check, king g8, then he jumps back to f4, but then king g7. It's
Bishop e8.
there's
Yeah,
also
and
no
then you
progress
just-
to be made.
Yeah, you just sit and wait.
Of course, he goes around.
Okay, he just waits. Hikaru just sticks to this king d2, king e2, king e2, king d2 business. But yeah, no, probably he goes bishop e8.
But it is surprising to me he didn't put a pawn on h6.
Yeah.
That
Maybe it
is very
just didn't come
surprising.
to his mind.
Well, he listened to our broadcast because I was saying, so he will do this king e2, king d2 business. Just not to weaken anything.
Well, I'm curious what Levon can come up with.
Yeah.
I mean, this knight on f4 is just glued there. It's not going to be moving.
It is, and we were laughing that we wanted to make this f4, f5 idea work, and finally it happened in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was blundered by Levon completely.
Yes. And then he couldn't recover. He
Well,
couldn't recover.
there was also not too much to recover, I guess.
Yeah, but after f5, g5 was
yes,
the...
at least.
Yes, because, okay,
Better
this is...
try.
This the reason. I mean, this reaction of GF and then Bishop D4, Bishop E5 reminds me of a box match when you're already dizzy. You don't know exactly where you are. Yeah, it really is. It is like this, yeah, because you just the clock is ticking down and the incredible tension, the nervous tension. People just cannot imagine. And what if I start activating my bishop, bishop c7, bishop a5, bishop d2, I try to get in from behind,
and then?
I won't be able to reach anywhere, yeah?
Well, let's say you reach d2, and then you want to play d3, yeah? Something like this.
I don't know what I want. Honestly, I don't know what I want. No, there is the idea that if I somehow lure your bishop away to b5 to attack the d3 pawn, then I take bishop f4, gf, king h5. That's how I would win, yeah? That's the only way.
King g3.
And d2.
Bishop e2, bishop
and
d1.
Bishop d1. And I go,
King
no,
F2,
but I go
and
bishop
I
to
have
h5.
King
Bishop
F2,
d5,
king
bishop
F3.
f7, bishop h5. You will be in time, yeah?
No?
I don't know. It's tricky. Because I have double f pawns, yeah? Pawn and game can be
maybe.
tricky.
Maybe, yeah, because you have double pawns. Bishop c2.
Bishop c2. So
Nakamura's still shaking his head. I mean, he's not 100% happy.
No, of course, he's not 100% happy. Wait a second. Bishop d7, he is...
Yeah, d3.
Willing to
bishop
go for this...
f5.
Yeah, bishop f5.
But what's that? Bishop f4 takes king h5.
King in g3. I mean, it's crazy
Bishop
that he's even
B1.
allowing this. Bishop what?
Bishop b1.
Bishop b1.
Yeah, but there is always this bishop g4 check.
King
your
h6.
defense.
But now I can go bishop e8 and bring the king back, right? For example.
Mm-hmm. King e2. Yeah, I mean,
which one?
Sorry?
Which one did you want to play?
King e2.
King g2, e2?
e2.
e2 actually loses. Then black can take and play king h5.
Ah.
Yes, be careful on this bishop takes f4 business. This is why Hikaru is nervous. This bishop takes f4, gf, king h5.
That was crazy
idea.
that he didn't go h5, h6.
Mm-hmm.
Probably he just didn't see it at all.
Yeah, who knows?
Well, or
Maybe
he was
saw
afraid
something he
that with
didn't
king
like.
g8, pawn h6 position, the bishop starts going around. I don't know.
Okay, he can wait. Bishop e6.
What?
He moves the
d5?
knight.
The knight is moved.
Didn't
Look at
expect
that.
that.
Knight f4 would lose now. Takes king h5 and d3, d2.
Oh, already has to play bishop e6 or bishop c6 now.
Oh no,
Why did he move the knight?
This
Oh my
is-
goodness.
Levon is coming back
Oh my goodness.
with 47 seconds.
This is another twist in this game.
And Hikaru is shaking his head.
Bishop c6 or bishop e6, but
These are very
this
shaky
does not
moves.
feel stable
Not at all.
anymore.
Well, he probably will make it because there is no other. I mean, others look much worse.
Well, but clock is ticking down. 20-something seconds. He did not already expect to face such. Yeah, look at this.
Oh
He's in
my
a
goodness.
state of shock.
He should not take that pawn on f6. That loses.
He takes on
does
He takes
take
it.
it. He does take it.
the 11 second on the clock here.
Bishop
Bishop
e5.
e5. The knight just doesn't have any squares. You don't really want to put on e8, do you?
But also
No,
King
there is
G6
no
I
other
can
way.
play.
King
no?
g6. Oh my god.
Hikaru just cannot believe. And Levon cannot believe. Look at this.
Yes, that he's
Suddenly
getting
he has
another
hope, yeah.
chance. Yeah, the knight will be just trapped on e8. You can never move it again. You can
can
never
never.
move it again. The
Yeah.
bishop on e5.
Bishop on e5.
And then the d-pawn should decide the game somehow.
Yeah, the two bishops.
This is crazy.
Unbelievable.
I mean, if he plays h5, h6, I think there's really nothing that black can try at all.
Probably. Bishop e5, knight e8, bishop f7. He traps the knight and he just wins the game because it's even Zugzwang. He has this king h5, king g4 ideas as well. The bishop on d7. Okay, bishop has to come back to b5, but no, this is it's feeling hopeless. By the way, there is even king h7, king g8, king f8 walk. Yeah, there is also this possibility.
Yeah.
And there are all kinds of problems. This knight is trapped. And also the king can come from other angle.
Oh, man.
Yeah, bishop h5
Bishop
check.
h5 and king
Yeah.
g6, no?
And Hikaru just
For example,
cannot
yeah.
believe. Look at this. And how will he play then the playoff?
Yep.
This is the problem.
That is for sure a problem, yes. The knight is trapped on e8, cannot move.
Unbelievable.
Bishop h5 check, push the king back, king g6, king f7, king e7. Just wins. Bishop d5. Also, bishop e4. Okay.
Also not a
Okay,
bad.
he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, as long as the
knight
bishop
is-
stays on e5,
Yeah.
you can do whatever
knight is
you
trapped.
want, basically. Yes. Yeah, knight d5, knight takes f6. The knight was
Knight E.
perfect on
Yeah.
f4. Ah,
No, these are nerves.
yes.
These are pure nerves.
Absolutely.
And always the problems appear when you have 1 minute or 30 seconds and it's impossible to control.
King g6. Nobody will stop Levon playing king f7, king e7 and collect that.
Well, maybe white can push the h-pawn forward, but that should not.
Well, actually, Levon will not even let that happen, probably.
Well, if I can get the pawn to h6, I can play knight g7.
Yes, I don't want to give you this option.
Yeah.
No, I want this bishop back on f7.
Yeah, it was good there.
The bishop on f7 was a winning bishop because king f3, bishop h5 check, and then the king walks. What was the problem?
The nerves.
The nerves, yeah.
That is the problem.
Levon has the 2 minutes. He had over 2 minutes now.
But now bishop d5. You want
Yeah,
to go
he
back?
should
Bishop
go back.
d5,
Yes,
go back.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Will he do it?
Not easy psychologically. It is never easy. Yeah, he goes back. Bishop d5, yeah. This is one of the most important things in chess, yeah, that to acknowledge
admit your mistake.
Yes, yes. Exactly. It's very difficult to do, but yeah, this is the only way forward.
Bishop b5.
Bishop b3.
Bishop b3.
The other game has ended in a draw, by the way. So Wesley So advanced. This is the last game remaining.
So basically, we have Sam Savian and Vidit exiting the tournament so far, right?
And Asobayeva.
Yes, very so.
I think we're about at the 3-hour mark, so I think we're breaking Vincent's record in this game.
Now Vincent will feel how it feels, yeah? What he has done.
He has to wait, because he will still need to play a playoff as well, as these two might as well if Levon Aronian wins on demand here with the black pieces, and he is on his way to do so.
Yeah, Bishop is going to h5. Yeah, this is the...
It's a nice one.
This is the winning diagonal, yeah?
Yeah, but it's better to go Bishop h5 and then King f7, King e7 than Bishop f7.
Yes. I mean, he could have had it earlier too, when he could have given a check on h5. But yeah, he's just collecting the piece, isn't he not?
He's collecting.
I mean, white can win the pawn on f5, I suppose, but...
Yeah, and he will play Bishop d7, bishop somehow d7. Trying to collect that pawn in return.
Yeah, but okay.
It will not be enough.
That is already a very pleasant problem.
Actually, now black wants to go King f7 next, not even Bishop h5.
Yeah, there is no more...
He will go Bishop g4 on Bishop d7.
Not even giving me that pawn, yeah?
No,
cruel.
That's an important pawn.
Cruel.
Yeah, just King f7, Bishop
King
e7, Bishop
e7,
g4.
pushing away the bishop and then...
Yeah.
Well, I guess I can still get it if
Bishop
I play
d3.
Bishop d3 at the end, but yeah, it is lost.
On the board, King f7. And the handshake.
He resigns.
He resigns, of course.
Well, yeah, it is not too early. Well, so Vincent's record remains.
And look at, Hikaru just says, okay, it was a dead draw. I could have done this. Everything was a dead draw.
Wow, what a comeback by Levon Aronian, forcing a tiebreak.
So he got white, yeah?
And Hikaru has to recollect himself now before the tiebreak will start.
Okay, very big congratulations to Levon Aronian for this heroic effort, of course. Amazing stuff.
Once again, coming back. Yesterday, after his loss against Vincent, beating Magnus Carlsen in the tiebreaks, and now another tiebreak. He has taken down the number 1. Can he take down the number 2 player as well? This will be the question.
Bounce back for Levon Aronian. I mean, what a day so far. This was heartbreaking at some point for Levon, and then...
Heartbreaking for Hikaru.
Yes. It was bouncing back and forth from practical way, right? Because practically we said that Levon was winning, and then with miracle, Nakamura somehow was on the way to saving the game, but wow. What a game. So we are going to be witnessing 4 matches. We are going to have that 4 playoffs with Aronian Nakamura. Of course, this is still heated up. And we are going to see Vincent with Robson. Pragnananda lost against Caruana because Caruana was playing amazing, very accurately. And also we are going to see Niemann Sinderov. So the excitement and tension is just rising. So stay tuned. We are going to be coming back shortly, and see you later.
Magnus, congratulations. You just won your 2 games against Vidit, but it was in the lower bracket quarterfinals, which I think not many people were expecting. What do you think went wrong yesterday?
I think it started well yesterday. I felt all right. Relatively rested, at least compared to other days. And then I don't know. I didn't enjoy the whole process of just being pretty isolated there for many hours, and not being like able to talk to Peter or Ala in between rounds, and not being able to use my devices and so on. And yeah, what happened then was just like kind of a complete collapse of my nervous system. And I could have scraped through, of course, with some help, but it would have been completely underserved. So it was a complete collapse, and sometimes you have one bad day, and I've had that in freestyle before in the preliminaries, but then there's been a bit of a wider margin to get through, and this time it wasn't.
Do you feel just one day is not enough to have such an important stage?
Yeah, it's okay. Like you have to kind of balance everything, and like it's not an excuse. I should make it regardless. But you know, it happens, and I feel like it's been a thing recently that when things are going well, I play really well, and then I'm not really able to sort of change bad trends, and when sort of my nervous system starts collapsing, then it's all quite bad.
Yeah, you had dominant displays in Paris and especially in Karlsruhe. Then in Zagreb recently, you mentioned you didn't really enjoy. Do you feel it's just a bit of a down moment at the moment, and the trend will change again?
Yeah, I mean, I have bad days in pretty much every tournament. It's just, sometimes they happen at inopportune moments, but yeah, I haven't felt like in Zagreb or here at the top of my game, but at least now that there's zero pressure, that I don't have anything to play for, at least I can maybe enjoy the games a little bit more. Today, more than anything else, I was just trying to play fun chess and play dynamically from the start, and that worked out well. So that's the advantage of playing freestyle, that even if you don't have anything to play for, it's kind of a little bit easier to play kind of for the love of the game than in some other forms of chess.
Today were fun games, but they weren't that long. There wasn't that much time for you to enjoy them. They were both done quite quickly. But did you take pleasure at the board playing those games today?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm under no illusions that I'm not thinking that everything that I did was correct and so on, but I enjoyed the kind of the process of mucking up the games from early on, and that's kind of what freestyle is here for, right? Just putting pressure on from the start, and I see the others as well, like they're following it, like they're doing better than I am, so I shouldn't it's working, but like they're all playing kind of the same setup that they've discussed for 10 minutes, and I find that utterly ridiculous. And I imagine people sit at the board and they will think for themselves as well. Like in the last game, for instance, the setup that everybody chose immediately led to a very fine position for black, which I mean it's kind of mind-boggling to me, and I don't think that's the intention of what we do. But what can I say? It's worked out. That strategy has worked out better than mine has, for sure.
You mentioned you missed yesterday being able to talk to Peter Heine or Ella in between the games. Was it missing being able to talk about the chess, or just in general to be able to get out of the bubble?
I just wanted to get out of the bubble, like especially when things start going south a little bit. Then I feel like I'm just kind of left in my own head a little bit, and it would have been probably a little bit easier to shake off if I could talk to somebody very familiar.
And the final question, you're not the only shock exit into the lower bracket, also Vincent Keimer, who won in Weissenhaus, so we will get a new Grand Slam champion in this event. Who is your money on?
I really don't care.
Was there anyone yesterday who surprised you doing really well?
No, I mean, some people played well, others didn't. It happens.
Magnus, congrats on the win today. Thanks for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome back. As we go into the rapid playoffs here, there are 4 matches still to be decided. 1 in the lower bracket with Vincent Keimer and Ray Robson, and 3 in the upper bracket. So we are yet to figure out 3 semifinalists. Those matches will be Hikaru Nakamura against Levon Aronian on this side, then Javor Kirstendaurf against Hans Niemann, and Fabiano Caruana against Pragg. The players will get 10 minutes to prepare as always, and we are now going to find out what the next position is going to be. I would like to invite to the stage to help me with the draw former chess boxing world champion. Give it up for Matt Thomas. Matt, are you ready?
All right, we have number 101, position 101.
Position 101, Matt, thank you so much. I'll leave you put the position in here. And just a quick question before we let you go. You are a big chess boxing champion yourself. Now you're training Team USA. If you had to pick one player to train as a fighter from the field here, who would it be?
Oh, I'm spoiled here because we have multiple United States patriots here. Man, for the last year and a half, I've been talking to Fabi about it, and my fingers are crossed there. But after seeing Hans yesterday, the mindset, the grit, the bounce back from adversity, I really like his mindset. So I'd love to train all the USA guys, but if I had to pick one, I'd pick Hans.
We'll ask him what he thinks about it. Thank you so much, Matt. We'll leave the players to focus now to our audience. Have fun to the players. Good luck.
Yeah.
Take and then b5 for example.
So what?
Bishop b7. Oh. Because also our queen is out.
Yeah, this is true.
That's why I think maybe we don't like.
Okay, yeah. Knight g3 here?
Knight g2 also.
Yeah. Yeah, I like knight g3.
Probably have to go like c4, yeah?
Yeah, second would be 3, c4.
But f5 is maybe premature.
If you get e4 with knight e4, I think it's quite.
Yeah.
e4? No, you want to go again. Now I think we have bishop f3.
Yeah, this is better than should take.
I don't know. Also yeah, but bishop b7, bishop f3, knight g6.
h4.
But we cannot play 6. We cannot play something like c4 takes.
I don't like what we do with our queen.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like d4 either. But what else to do?
You could play b4, for example.
Okay, b4, e5, c4, or
b4, e5 feels wrong.
I don't know. But what else is black playing? Because b4, b5, a4 should be good. I assume.
Or e4, e5, e4. Maybe we get this position.
Okay.
I think b4, e5 is not.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say. Because at least we have b5, a4.
Yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense. You have more space now.
So we still think b5, a4 is good.
I don't know.
Maybe not. Something. I don't know.
After knight g6, you want to go g3 or? Just d3,
g6 now?
Yeah, I'm just thinking whether we need it. Like whether we can make it.
Yeah, what I'm worried with g3 is we get h4, h5, but like white plays d6 and that's the point. H4, h6 and knight on e7, like what's it really doing in this whole thing? And then black plays f5. I don't think g3 is good enough. Knight g3? Or e3. What about g3? Is knight e3 b6? How do we...
d3? I like this d3.
Knight e3 d3, this is our setup?
Yeah, I like this setup.
Why is the knight on e3 better than g3?
Like c6 you can never really push because of pawn a.
No, this I like.
d6 is no longer good, you get the knight to e6.
Okay, let's say b6, because then you would black.
Yeah, very logical.
Do you play like c4 then?
Knight c6? Yeah, knight c6, knight c4. That's that position.
So if you go bishop b2 and d4 is something good for us? How about
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about this position.
I can still play f6, I'm not so scared.
Yeah, no, this.
It looks reasonable.
Also, d6
Yeah, d6? No, but okay, d6 you can just go knight g3 and castle, yeah? Because knight g6 you might have knight h5.
This feels wrong, d6, d6.
Yeah. Okay.
So what's wrong with d6, d4? Taking knight e6?
I just thought maybe d6, d4 or knight g6.
Ah, but anyway, it was on d.
Yeah.
think it's D5, but D5 is
Just go on like A3, right? What is...
Okay, sure.
Unless like knight C6.
Yeah, no.
C6?
Knight C6 could be an issue.
Yeah, C6 is actually C3.
Yeah, I mean, you can go C3 and gambit something.
Well, actually, I haven't taken knight before. I'm not so sure if that's...
Why shouldn't we play this with pawn on B3 maybe, instead of B4?
So
Yeah.
I probably can get this and then...
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe 5 is a must.
B5, bishop B2. 6, we don't want to play.
Wait, oh no, this bishop B2 starts.
96.
No, I don't think the symmetry will work. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that it will be a disaster very soon. Also, maybe they don't expect this stuff.
E5? But it's logical, no?
Yes. But professor is there.
No, professor is out.
Professor. Journey, that's this guy. Look at him.
Yeah, maybe we should take this nice Indian stuff, no?
Yeah, we'll slowly try to come out. I mean, it's slightly pleasant for white, yeah?
D6?
Maybe D6. I mean, we have to play D6 anyway. And then bishop E6, yeah. Let's say bishop E6.
Yeah, the bishop is back, but we can go C6 and...
Knight D7, yeah. I just don't know what we're going to do with our queen. That's the problem. Queen C8,
C6, bishop C7,
It's slightly worse, but it's not the end of the world, yeah? I can also play some H5 or something, yeah?
But bishop C2,
Yeah, let's say bishop E6.
93.
You want to play with D4, yeah? I understand. Yeah. Okay, and...
maybe some knight C6, yeah.
Also knight D7, I'm not so afraid of this D4 stuff. I can take it.
Knight C6.
Yeah, 97 C6. Play like this.
And a bit better for white. Also, we can think here, yeah? We don't have to rush. Knight G6 we can go. Yes, yeah. Okay. So castle H4 is coming, yeah?
Yeah, that's why we shouldn't marry with knight G6, I think. So anyway, H4.
Why don't you like knight C6 then?
Yeah.
Right after, anyway, knight G6 and knight C6.
Here, yeah? Here. Knight E3. This.
No, anyway.
And if B5, knight D4. Yeah, then C6, yeah.
I think other first moves are fine, right? I don't know, it's coming. Especially when B4 is there.
It just looks so scary that other moves I don't even consider. H5. You mean immediately, yeah? Some stuff.
But okay, we can maybe go E5, yeah? H5 or 6.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's one of those positions. 070 for white. Yeah. But this is very dangerous also, yeah? Because once he goes here, knight is coming too. No, before I don't care.
For tiebreak for the first rapid game, you can start.
We're back with the playoff of the Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And let's see, the games just have been started. We see 3 matchups. We are going to see the first one also. We are going to see the first with the Keimer. And yeah, that game is still missing, don't worry. We have the other 3, which is actually... hopefully we will get back on the screen those 3 games, which are really crucial because they are from the upper bracket. So those boards are still playing for the championship. Who is going to be the champion of this event? So we saw drama just before this. The last game finished between Nakamura and Levon Aronian with ups and downs. Levon Aronian just bounced back, so he equalized the match. So we'll see how Nakamura was able just in about 10-15 minutes to stabilize his nerves. How did he calm himself down? And let's see how he's playing with the white pieces. Peter, what do you think about the starting position? I see it is very much like a castling setup for the king already.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that if we look at all the games, all these 3 games, then we have E4, E5 structure, but it kind of all features from B4, E5, E4, yeah? So I don't exactly know all the details. We also have to basically, honestly, say that during the break we ate something just to recharge, and I think also we rushed to the bathroom and so on. We missed out on the discussion of the players, so our audience, our viewers know more about the position, what the players discussed, and I'm a little bit puzzled to see on every single board very much the same thematic. One thing comes to mind, that having the king on g1 and rook on h1, now that white plays the move knight g3, white will be able to play a very quick short castle. Yeah, the king stays on g1, the rook from h1 jumps to f1, and if white will get the chance to push f4 quickly, then one would be able to claim a fantastic king's gambit. But for that reason, the black knight jumped to g6 already in the Levon Aronian game, and also Hans Niemann follows the same path with d6 knight g6, trying to slow down white's initiative. Judith, what is your feeling, or Nicholas, do you have already any big news for us that you checked with the computer?
No. No big news. I think this is a very reasonable way to play for white. White is grabbing some space on the queen side, on the left side of the board, also playing in the center. The king has already castled, so this is always, I mean, has not castled, but it is in a castling position, you could say, on g1. And now, actually, Nakamura has just castled, but the king stays on g1. The rook just swings over to f1. That makes a lot of sense, a lot of harmony there for the white pieces. But black is also having a solid position. One can kind of imagine this being a Roy Lopez of sorts, except for the bishop on d1. Wouldn't quite fit. Usually it's outside of the pawn chain. Here it's on d1, but if white maybe at some point plays c3, we can imagine this being some kind of Roy Lopez. And yes, in a similar fashion, also the other games developed. And to my eyes, it looks a bit more pleasant for white, but on the other hand, black is also quite solid.
Look at this, what Hans is doing. He's giving up the center, and quite quickly with knight c6, e takes d4. Judith, your feelings? Giving up the center just like this with ed4.
Having the queen on A8?
Yes, exactly.
This is the second part of the sentence you wanted to say, right?
Absolutely.
So why don't we zoom into
Yes.
one of the game? What do you
Well,
think?
since the most action is on this game, I believe.
I also think
the
so.
other games are a little bit slower. Fabi has also played the move D2, D4, putting some pressure, direct pressure on Pragg. Let's go to the Cinder
of Niemann.
Niemann game, yeah. Let me open it up.
And then we keep an eye on the others also.
And there you go. Sindarov sacrifices the pawn. It's interesting. I was thinking, like, does he want to sacrifice, or he also had the option of pushing b5 first and kicking the knight away. However, then he did not want black to be able to open up the queen with a6. Yeah, let me just show this quickly. We have, I think, as much time we have, that it was very natural and tempting to play the move b5, but he did not like it because then the knight moves some. It can also move to e5 and cd knight d3 fork. That's a problem. That's a problem. But also just highlighting that eventually a6 will open up black's queen. So that was the reason why he did not say it. And apparently, do I see it correctly? The computer says that f4 was a way to go. Is that, but I don't have access to analysis, but I just see that f4 is kind of suggested by computer. Okay, in 10 minutes game, extremely difficult, so I perfectly understand what Hans is doing, that he kind of felt, I will challenge this center construction, and now we have this cd4, knight takes b4 position. What is this Evans gambit, Danish gambit, but knight d3 is a threat, be careful. That's
yeah, the
bishop
pawn
d3.
sacrifice is something I'm very much favoring generally. Vote a center.
Of course.
I need one more move. I would like to have that pawn on f4 already. But rook e3, knight f4.
Knight d4.
Yeah.
Look at this, just a
Hans
couple
is
of
just
moves
capturing
ago.
the pawn.
That knight from b8, what a career.
Yeah. Knight c6, b4, d3, f4.
What a career.
And actually it stands extremely well.
Well, yeah, this is a lovely combination.
Yeah, and we still have our pieces, knight on b1, queen on a1. So I think I would take black, to be honest, even though I love to sacrifice pawns.
Yeah, also kind of nice. Let's just highlight that black's rooks are out of the game, normally into the game already. Normally the rook is on a8 and you have to develop the bishops. One has the feeling that black will, anyway, with some b5, also activate the queen. Where is the compensation? Is there a compensation?
After rook f3, f4 knight is hanging, so can black defend it by bishop g5? Is that going to be the move? Because probably he doesn't want to go back with the knight to e6.
Yeah,
bishop g5, maybe h4? Does that work?
H4 business. H4 business. Otherwise, you could fall back with the knight to e6.
You have to, I think.
We have to even, yeah. I felt like it's my emergency solution. It's my exit, yeah, because, okay, putting the knight in front of the rook, closing down the bishop on c8, and white having the chance of potential, but I don't want to push d5, of course, because then the knight jumps to c5, the other knight gets access to the e5 pawn, e5 square. Well, but rook f3, I think it's a very good practical choice in a rapid game, and we already know that the players are exhausted. You have to create some problems, you have to ask questions.
Absolutely. But it's very interesting that bishop g5 may be the wrong move because of the immediate h4.
H4, yeah, it would be the desired move, yeah, bishop g5, but then...
Yeah, you don't want to go back. That's why it was so nice to have the knight on f4, because it's a great spot for the knight. And he's back knight e6.
Back knight e6.
So will white go knight f5? But then knight g5.
Mm-hmm. I have the feeling that this 10 minutes time control suits Hans so much. Don't you have this feeling? Because he plays with a lot of confidence, he puts pressure on the clock, also with his presence.
Well, so far he made a great time management, it seems, but it is quite hard for the players to switch back and forth. It's like you have a running of 100 and then you have to run a marathon and then you go back and forth. It's not so extreme for chess players, but still it can be extremely challenging to switch back. Like today, both of the games were played with 30 minutes. each plus 30 seconds. And I think this can be also something very difficult, that after a move, you get 30 seconds in the first two games, and here
Yes.
you get only 10 seconds per move. And if there is a playoff of the playoff, so if we're going to see 1-1 in any of the matches, we move on to a 5 minute and then only 2 seconds per move.
And if it's Armageddon, then no increment at all. Can you imagine? This is insane. Yeah, 96 d5 on the board. The knight is kicked, but the knight lands on c5 and finds a lovely eternal outpost. Yeah, so now Sindarov, will he play bishop c3 and then knight d2? And that looks like the natural, no? Kind of setup.
Yeah, it would look better, the bishop on the long diagonal.
Yes, and also to provoke f6, which means then the black bishop is kind of restricted. He goes rook e3.
He wants to go f4.
Ah, so against bishop g5, he relies on some knight h5, f4 kind of tricks. Did he calculate, like in 10 seconds, he spent some time before d5, but still, it's quite impressive. Navigating after 7 hours, because one could argue that yes, not all the players played 7 hours and so on, but believe me that just this uncertainty that you don't know when the next game starts and you are hanging around even in the players lounge or whatever, but it's not like you can really spend this time effectively. Yeah, and very often just waiting. For example, you lost a game and you just go crazy there, locked down for 1.5 hours. Come on, when is the next game? I want to bounce back, I want to fight, and so on. Should not be underestimated.
Yeah, I mean, here you have to be very resilient in such an event where there are different kind of time controls, different kind of adjustment in the game, because it's each time in each round that after the last game finishes, compared to that, there is about 10 minutes break for the players. And this is what we've seen with Hikaru also, right?
Yes.
That they were the last one to finish, and then he had to recover in very fast.
And
Bishop
speaking of
f6.
Hikaru, he is not recovering well, it seems, if we go over to that game.
Yeah, let's go. You can pick it. Nicholas, can you pick it? Is it
well,
working?
yes, for sure. He is in a lot of trouble already with the white pieces. Black is doing an excellent job here. We see a strong bishop on c4, pinning the knight. This bishop is really unpleasant. The last move was knight c3 back to b1.
How to go knight d2.
Wants to go knight to d2, but here already maybe e takes d4 is possible. This is what the computer wants to do. Take on d4, take actually on e2 potentially,
Knight
and then
f4.
bring the knight in. Knight to f4.
That's
and
a beauty there.
potentially bring the rook to g6, going after the g2 pawn. Reminds me of this other game that we saw between
Caruana and Nakamura.
No, Nakamura and Caruana,
Yes,
right?
Nakamura.
Yes, so it's not the first time for Nakamura to be facing something like this. But yes, something in the opening went pretty badly, and the computer is already giving close to a winning advantage here. This seems very strong, but d5 also a very tempting and satisfying move to play.
Yeah.
Opening up the position. Black is ready to open up the position like this, and Nakamura is in a lot of trouble early on, and once again finds himself in a defensive position against Aronian, just as he did for several hours in that last game where he ultimately lost. So Aronian might be continuing his incredible comeback here in the tiebreaks.
Wow.
Well, it's a very promising position. Now probably he's thinking of taking on e2 or possibly going back to a6. But this tension in the center looks...
Yeah,
not
what
easy.
about the clock situation? Yeah, it's more or less equal, 5 minutes each. And Levon having everything under control. Well, one could argue that he hasn't castled yet, but with the pawn on h4, one doesn't have the feeling that he needs to castle, right?
It's funny you said it at first. I didn't understand what you're talking about. I think he castled the perfect way. The king stands great on g8, rook on e8, no other place could be dreamed of.
Yes.
And the rook from h8, it will not go to f8. It will come to rook h5 or rook
Yes.
h6 at some point. It's the best spot it can be.
Yeah, unbelievable. But we know this, yeah. How do you recover after such a shock like it happened before?
Let's go and see the Pragg Fabiano game, because we were not there yet, and we still have a little time switching between games.
Yes.
Let's go and see Fabiano playing with the white pieces against Pragg. It was a great comeback for him and equalizing the match, so he is happy to be here and fighting for his qualification.
It's
for
some
the
kind of
semi-final.
Italian, yeah? Some kind of an Italian. The players managed to get some stability. The knight on d6, this is supposed to be an extremely useful knight, covering square on c4. But white also has some initiative, because that bishop on b7, if that bishop is able to be activated nicely, it's another thing. That white has the knight on e3, which is a very mobile knight. This is the kind of the Italian, Spanish knight, can go in every direction depending on the situation. And this e4 f3 construction very nicely shuts down the bishop on b7 and also the queen on e8. b5, I think it's a nice move, yes.
Nice move. I like it, because black wants to go probably c6, bishop b6, and then he can move back bishop c8, bishop e6.
Or even some queen a7, c5, also possible. Yeah. In any case, b5 is a lovely move.
Yeah, that's a very powerful move.
A very nice move.
My question is going to be g4 a plan of Fabiano? Let's say going king g2 now and then later g4.
But the knight on d6 is actually such a lovely piece, because it blocks out the knight on e3. Yeah, the knight can never really get to f5 effectively. Rook h2, a professional move.
But why is it? Queen a7? Where does that rook wants to go?
Yeah, well, rook d2, knight c4. Is this the reason why Fabi is hesitant?
Going out from that diagonal.
Going to that direction, yeah. But then actually I prefer black. In a practical, rapid game, it looks like black has quite a lot of dynamics. And maybe objectively white can be even a little bit better. But I don't even think. I would just be happy with black.
These last two moves of black I like very much. b5, keeping an option and planning queen a7.
Yes.
And rook f8, having in mind possible f5.
Yeah, this diagonal, maybe next move black can even just move the king back somewhere in order to prepare f5 even better.
Yeah, it's funny that eventually he's going to be castling, going back to g8, but not in a natural way.
Bishop b3, okay, Bishop very natural. B3. Computer is a little bit critical about the move, but humanly speaking, this is clearly the move you want to play.
Maybe he was afraid already about rook e6.
Even that, yeah? Rook e6, rook g6?
Rook g6, yes.
Okay, I don't know if I'm so frightened, but yeah, it's an idea. King h8, yeah, just get out of this spin and get ready for f5.
f5 might be coming.
f5 might be coming. It's very unpleasant, and the bishop on c1 is a horrible piece. The knight stands in the way. Nicholas, any thoughts? What does the computer say? Is it dangerous for white?
I think the last few moves really turned around the trend of the game or the objective evaluation. White was doing well, but b5 and rook f8, especially this plan to play f5 and use the queen and bishop lined up on this diagonal to put pressure on this pawn chain, possibly open up the white king, it is quite dangerous. Maybe white should prepare himself, going rook f2 here already, queen d3, but f5, here it comes. This can be played now. And white would need to find already the difficult move, queen d1, to have an eye on the pawn on h5.
Wow.
This is a very difficult move, I would say. So I think Praggnanandhaa slowly but surely taking over in this game. He should play f5 now, but I think it is also the by far most logical move, given that he has just prepared that with the last two moves as well.
Yeah, definitely. Black is playing with very nice energy, nice ideas, and f5 is on the board.
Is on the
Though
board.
that pawn on h5, something can go wrong also. Maybe Black will be playing g6 at some point.
Yes, that would make
but
sense.
much later, because then the h6 square can be vulnerable quite a bit. But yeah, queen d1, I understand that that's...
He goes knight d5.
Knight
Okay,
d5.
this is the
Human
human way, yes, exactly.
Though I wouldn't be surprised if Fabiano would have played queen d1.
No, impossible.
Queen e2 or queen d1, because you want to hunt that h5.
Yeah, no, okay, it would have not crossed my mind at all. If Nicholas would have not said that, okay, computer after f5, queen d1, you asked me to name 6
When we had the
candidate
queen
moves.
on b1, I had this in mind somehow to how can I attack the h5.
Yeah, but then I would have argued that queen c2 would have been more natural than queen d3, and
That's
you still
true.
have the option of queen
That's
e2, queen
true.
d1. If you are having queen d1 in mind, you play queen d3, you already keep an eye on the d6 knight, you have some different thoughts. Queen c8 coming closer, setting up potential fe,
Queen
g4 ideas. Just in case, of course, Black will release the tension when he feels that it's the right time. You often don't want to release it too prematurely, because then White will also get access to bishop d1 defenses. Wow, the heat is on. What's the clock situation? 2 minutes for Pragg, and Fabi is also getting into dangerous territory, 3:42. Only 10 more seconds increment for the players, so everything will be so much more dynamic. Once it's time trouble, it's an eternal time trouble. That's the very big difference.
Yeah, with 30 seconds per move, you can get out of it if you play a few quick moves, or you can at least have a bit of a cushion. But with 10 seconds, it helps, but you never get out of this time trouble.
Wow, but wait a second, there I see some knight on e6 in the center position.
Yeah, Hans is doing
We
fine.
should-
Maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view and then
Yes.
focus on Hans' game, because he has also quite a lot of time advantage.
Yeah, and Sindelov is down to 1 minute and 30 seconds, but he has some initiative going. What a crazy position.
There are quite impressive pawns on the queen side, a4 and b4 pawns.
Exactly.
But pawn on e6 is also quite convincing. Cannot be taken to f5.
Now finally we'll see the exchange sacrifice after f5, just knight e5, thank you very much. So I don't think that this is really a threat. The knight on e5 would be too strong. What is White at all threatening then?
Well, I think maybe just bishop g6 and f5.
Bishop g6, f5, but okay, the b pawn is also coming. I don't know, I would pick black, that's my instinct, but of course it's very sharp.
Yeah, but for now, rook e6 is not possible.
Yeah, rook e6, f5, that would
Bishop
hurt.
c4 maybe?
Yeah, bishop c4 is possible, but yeah, Hans goes for the more
B3.
straightforward, yeah, b3, ab, he is looking for direct clarity.
And after queen c3, what is he planning?
After queen c3, then
Knight f4.
So many tactics
No, knight
also.
f4. No, that's too much. The rook is hanging, everything is hanging.
Very shaky position for White. I was always trying this bishop c4, but then queen takes c4 and e7, but e7 check, rook f7. Wait a second, then after queen c3 I can just play bishop c4.
Just bishop c4.
Can I
The
shock you
simple
like
bishop
this?
c4.
Yeah, because we always wanted bishop c4, but I somehow felt like, no, I'm stepping into this trap, but it's not a trap. And I can do this.
But also you can go rook b8. Maybe it's even better going out from the pin.
if I can. But then I'm afraid that maybe somewhere some knight f5, bishop g6, knight e7, rook h3 checkmate is coming. Knowing you, I would be terrified. No, I would. Wow, what a game. And the clock situation also.
Sindarov is under 30 seconds.
Under 30 seconds, yeah. Queen c3 will be played, yeah, on the board. All
Bishop
eyes.
c4 or rook b8 are both good.
Both good, yeah?
Mm-hmm. But the advantage has shrunken.
Well, forget about the advantage.
Yes, it's about the time situation and how easy the position
exactly,
to play.
Yeah, this is the point.
The b3 looks more frightening than the e6 boss pawn.
And this spin along the b6 g1 diagonal, yeah, this is the real problem.
Yeah.
If white would have already h3 king h2,
Rook b8,
it
bishop
would be chilling
g6
time.
takes.
Bishop g6 was wrong.
Rook b2, now bishop c4.
But also rook e8 maybe. Then f5.
But okay, I just want to get this bishop c4 going, because then I will go rook a8. I'm opening up the on the board.
And bishop c4 on the board.
And then rook a8, rook a2. I don't know this how long you can hold on to this. And even you don't have luft with h3, so even rook a1 check will be a problem. Hans will take this.
Well, e7 is possible. Rook f7, then f5, of course, protects the e6.
And again, it does absolutely nothing, no threat. Can I just continue with rook a8? This pin, so annoying. Yeah, just rook a8 and then rook a2, the queen gets overloaded. Just you have no time to evacuate with h3, king h2. I would love to pay any amount of money to get h3, king h2.
Watch out,
here.
e7 is threatening.
Ah, now e7 is threatening. Wow, okay, that's good news. That might give us the time to play h3, king h2 then. If you have to play a move like rook e8 or something. That's a different story. Well, Pragg is also pressing tremendously. Yeah, rook f8 played.
Yes, best move.
Stability, but does white have time to... he goes king h1. I don't like this king h1. There is back rank issue all the time. How is this supposed to work?
This is really inviting rook a8 now.
But he goes queen b4. Okay. Human move.
End game.
Not bad.
Yep.
But
Very logical.
white will not trade.
Queen c1, not much of an option.
Because he's hoping queen to h5 somehow, yeah?
Somehow checkmate, yes.
Yes, queen c1 will be played.
No.
h4.
Yeah. This is...
You're shocked.
Aren't you?
We had the same reaction.
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, definitely. This is a move, it would not come to mind out of 10 or 20. If there is 20 legal move at all.
But okay,
It looks like everywhere black is winning, at least in the upper bracket.
Wow.
Levon again is...
Levon has the same pin as Niemann had
Pin and fold up.
a few moments ago.
Yeah,
All right,
takes,
queens are
rook
off.
b4. And preparing rook a8, rook a2.
Exactly, and the knight on g3, how it will come back, or where is it going? Where can white look for the counter chance? F takes g6 maybe?
Yes. Rook takes e6 and then give the exchange.
Rook
But
c4
this
and rook
cannot be enough.
b3 and knight f5 and...
Okay, it's on the board, yes. That's the spirit.
Yeah, the shaking is already there with Sindarov.
Yeah, I did not believe in the position, but yeah, if action sacrifice is possible,
No,
h5, and
first.
then we will have rook c4 when it hurts the most.
Maybe
d5.
Oh, d5. And
this
what?
is difficult.
And then rook e1, rook h4 checkmate will be
It's
bishop
also on the
d5.
menu, yeah.
Rook
But
e1,
no,
rook
no,
h4.
no. Rook e1, knight f5 after bishop d5.
You have time to play knight f5, yeah?
Well, white makes moves too.
That's good news
It
for
just
Sindarov.
seems that it's only black making
Yeah,
moves. that
because
they
actually
ask.
with the knight on f5 you also create some threats on the back rank. Yeah.
When the knight is around the king, you can get surprises.
Rook e5.
Wow,
good
rook
move.
e5. But okay, the exchange sack is coming. Rook c4 takes and
Yeah,
rook
but
b3.
will it be enough? King f8.
And check rook
Rook
e8.
e8 back.
Oof.
No, rook e5 was good.
Knight f5 maybe.
Rook c1.
But he can get rook a5.
Yeah, I don't
And
like
then
this rook
and
c1.
then rook c4.
But in general, I noticed the young generation doesn't like to give exchanges. For older generation, it's like a tempo, of course, we give, and younger generation, no, but probably according to computer, it's not good.
But now black is in complete control.
Yes, absolute control. Also on the clock as
19
well.
seconds for Sindarov.
Wow, Pragg is beating Fabi. Pragg is beating Fabi.
And Hikaru has made a comeback. It's equal right now.
Should
He
we move
sits down
somewhere else
pawn.
because this has calmed down now?
Well,
This is what comes down. Rook c4 finally is there.
The commentators curse just when you said it, and white is back in the game.
Now the d6 pawn is vulnerable, and also
And
the seventh rank. Yeah.
The seventh rank is key.
Oh, actually,
Rook
right,
b4, rook
anybody's
a3.
game. Rook b4, rook a3.
Players are on their seconds. Rook b8.
Oh, knight f5.
Knight
And white is better
knight
already.
f5.
White is better, yes.
Well, it's
Oops.
equal still, but this is the trend is going in white's favor for sure.
Unpleasant surprises.
Very unpleasant.
And
No, you
white
need
has
to-
only one rook, but it shows up on the seventh rank in a second.
It will.
In next move, nobody can stop it.
You need to go c4 and give the exchange back on f5.
Yeah, now Hans needs to survive this suddenly.
Yeah, one bad move, c5, allowing the exchange sacrifice with more strength.
With the seventh rank weakness.
And look at this already. Sindarov is up on the clock.
And Nakamura has blundered. He's losing right now. He is losing.
Yes, Nakamura is losing. But yeah, this is very tense. And c4 played by Hans. He's
Best
not
move.
collapsing. Yeah, he finds the only move.
Rook a7.
Rook a7 has to be played.
And rook
then
f5 and then rook
f5.
c8.
Rook c8.
Yes, behind the pawn and enough counterplay. But okay,
Takes,
king
rook
f2.
c8.
Yeah, king f2.
c3.
Yeah, then rook a1. And my king is coming closer, and I have these crazy pawns there. With h5,
Very
g6,
unusual
very
pawn
unusual.
structure.
And with g4, I can even protect the f5 pawn.
Knight
What?
d6.
No!
What? He does not go rook a7?
What is this?
This is madness. Madness.
Yeah, Hans cannot believe. Wow, I got away with it. Knight takes c4, no.
Really?
This is practically lost.
Rook g5.
And also not putting any pressure on the opponent. So Sindarov is trying to set up some voters, but yeah,
Rook
f takes
a6.
c5.
Well, now it looks like Niemann will take this one.
Yes. Okay, knight e3. Rook e7 check.
Just king f6.
Just
Can you
king
step up?
f6.
Knight e3. King e4.
No, rook a6 check. King f5, knight d6 check.
King g4.
King g4, you have the g4 square. Oh no.
Oh no.
Yes, I thought that I am having counterplay, but no, I don't.
King g4.
On the board, yeah. Hans is merciless.
Well, Sindarov had his chance.
Yes, Sindarov had his chance. And now that's it. This is hopeless. No more tricks. Besides, yeah, Pragg is winning.
Levon is winning.
Levon is winning. Ah, wow, knight f7. Knight rook g6, knight takes e5. Can white hope to get this?
Yeah, but it's also lost, no?
I don't know. I don't know. Practically speaking, if he can set up some defense with very little time on the clock.
Rook g4 would be most clean then.
Ah, there is rook g4.
And he does it.
Yes.
With a lot
Very
of confidence.
This is Hans's territory.
In the meantime, Pragg seems to be winning.
Yes, completely winning.
Queen up.
So is Aronian against Nakamura.
Just as well as Aronian will be winning against Nakamura.
We might see 3 black wins here in this first.
Black is the winner, yeah?
Might as well be. Senderov still fighting, but he is a whole exchange down.
Yeah, Hans still needs a little
Wow, wait a
technique to
second.
show.
Wait a second. Hikaru end up in a queen endgame. There are chances to save for him.
How the hell did he do that even?
Well, Levon gave up the h3 pawn.
That is crazy.
Unexpected.
That is definitely unexpected.
Okay, it's a very unpleasant queen endgame.
Yeah,
but
Yeah, he will centralize his queen to
But
e4.
it's much better than resigning, right?
Indeed. Just like last game, where Hikaru went from
there we
a
go.
very bad position to a bad position to an equal position, then to be lost again. Let's see if he can save this one.
Down to 12 seconds. Yeah, queen d4. Queen h5. What is this queen h5? Okay, he had to protect the
He
h4
had to
pawn.
protect
Yes.
both of his pawns.
Yes.
Queen g5, controlling some important squares, and then bring the king. But it will be not so easy.
Actually, that white king is better than h1.
Queen a7. Again, he's moving away with his queen. Queen
Yeah, why?
f4 and d4.
There was no need to do that, right?
No.
Yes,
Again,
no.
from the best square, he gives up these great spots. Strategic spots in the position.
Yeah, now I think it is maybe close to lost again.
Well, king h7.
Yeah,
go
queen
to
e4.
safety.
Also,
Queen
this is
e4,
queen e4.
beautiful, beautiful
Everything,
center.
yes. Every light squares are covered.
That's
so the
very unpleasant.
King on h7 will sit extremely safely. The pawn will get to d3.
Check,
King
king
h7.
h7.
Yeah, now it's lost for sure.
Yeah, how did he move his queen from d4? These are nerves. Queen g5, d3.
d3. Well, it seems hopeless. Queen on e4 is just controlling all the important squares.
Yeah, but how to win now? This is the big question. Because it
probably
seems
you
like
can
everything
start-
is perfectly placed.
There's applause as Pragnananda has won
collected the
against
point.
Kawano of black.
Yes, king g8. Yeah, the king starts. King f7 and he goes through the center. Yeah, queen d8, king f7. Yeah, this is the winning method. Because there will always be this queen e5 check. And finally the king will march in.
Yep, no perpetual for white.
Yes. That's like now also g5. You can just play g5.
G5 is very nice.
To threaten always queen
Introducing
f4.
queen e3, queen f4.
Look at everybody is following this game. All the players.
What did Vincent do, by the way? Let me see.
Another draw.
Another draw.
That's a marathon fight. G5 on the board.
And Hans has just checkmated Sindarov. So Hans takes the lead, winning with the black pieces.
And Pragg takes the lead.
Pragg takes the lead, and Aronian should also be able to take the lead.
Which would really mean 3 victories for black.
Unless he steps into some perpetual checks.
Yeah, but he's willing to give up all his pawns on the queen side just to get the king to e2. Yeah, king e5, queen c5, king f4, queen f2. This is the defense Hikaru is relying on.
But maybe queen c5, queen d5.
Queen d5, of course.
Queen e3.
It's
yeah, game goes on.
Yeah, king f5.
King f5, king g6, king h5.
Well, also king f5, queen f2, already king e4. You can just do the Magnus dance, right? He was also coming like this. It had to be played. Now queen d5 will be played.
Check. King will go out.
And then after king g6, now white has to put a queen into a passive spot. Or maybe there's still queen b6.
Yeah, going passive is not an
resigning,
option, yeah.
basically.
Queen b6 check.
King h5.
Queen c7.
Queen c7.
Yes.
Queen f5.
Okay, queen f5, queen d8. What is this?
Wait,
queen
queen
d8?
g7. Queen g7, he's back.
G7.
Queen g7.
Can
if he finds queen g7, he's back in the game. It's equal. Oh,
queen
no,
d8.
queen d8. Oh.
But queen g7 is a difficult
Very difficult move, yeah. I also wanted to play queen d8, yeah, it was the move.
Queen f4.
And look at this, and now he realized,
happened?
wait a second, I could have played...
No.
No?
What happened?
No, he just
Yeah,
realized
I think
that...
he realized queen g7 was the way. Or he
Queen
saw
G7.
queen f4 now, followed by d2.
You just cannot believe, yeah.
Queen e5. That's the wrong way.
He gets another chance.
He gets another chance. Oh my goodness.
And Levon had over a minute.
And king g1 was actually better than king h1. Well, this is too deep. All right.
Yeah, king h1 is the human move.
So what is it? Queen
e4 he has to try now.
Yeah, but that's already very difficult also that... But yeah, he came from there. Yeah,
Yes.
he came from there. That
Yes.
was the plan, that he can give up the pawns. He needs to find queen e4.
28 seconds for Aronian. Can he win? Can he convert? How difficult position Nakamura is having game after game.
Yeah, Levon is
He still
putting
hopes, still sees hope.
tremendous
Nakamura.
pressure. Probably now he will first give checks.
Yeah. But a check again, and then king g1 is better.
King g1 is better, but he
goes
will not
back.
play it.
King h1 and now queen e4. He has to go queen e4.
This
He's
feels
down
so
to
similar
10 seconds.
Yes, there we go. Queen
Queen
e4.
e4. Yes.
Lack of other options. And the queen is actually well placed on d8. He should move the king. King g1.
Well, if he finds
But
that.
so
this is
difficult, yeah.
impossible. This is impossible.
Because he did not want to play. If he would have played king g1, he would play now king h1, yeah?
Yeah, I think even coming closer, apparently. I'm not sure why. Somehow maybe to be able to block the king coming in. I'm not sure.
Or somewhere that you are ready to trade queens. Or...
That would be a very disturbing move, to play king g1 for black.
It's the only move.
Maybe he will find it.
Out of
Because he
desperation.
knows king h2, queen f4, I think he knows is bad. No, he goes back to h2. But now queen f4 or bring the king back should be both winning again.
Yeah, king on h2 is so badly placed.
Queen f4 followed by d2, yes.
And he's making
Followed
it.
by d2. Because there's no perpetual here.
Yeah, the queen on f4 stands incredibly well. And the king can go around.
Yes, d2.
And he goes d2.
Queen d3.
Queen d7. Queen d6.
Now king h6.
Yes, be careful. Checkmate is a threat. Queen
Well,
h7.
king h6 is obvious.
There's a checkmating
Well,
threat.
there is no other move, right?
Yes.
Basically. And now
King g1. What else?
Queen e2.
Queen e2. What? Queen d4 check?
Queen d6, that's it.
No.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, now
Queen
it's
d6,
over.
yeah.
Now he's passive.
Queen d4.
Queen d4,
e3.
queen e3, queen e5, and that's it.
Queen e5 done. Well,
Look at this. The emotions. Hikaru cannot control himself. Hikaru just
nervous, painful
He is
loss.
Also not
But
happy
yeah,
about
he
that
was on the
pass.
back foot. Yes, right. He was completely lost before. Then he got this chance.
Levon, taking a breather. He does it again. Taking down the number 2 in the world. In 2 consecutive games now, and he just needs one more draw to advance to the semi-finals. Levon Aronian.
Levon has, if we've seen now, several games against Magnus, and after that, today against Hikaru in this second game. These end games.
Mm-hmm.
He has
the
this.
end games.
Yeah. He has these end games where he's squeezing and then he makes mistakes, inaccuracies, gives away the advantage,
But
whatever,
he has the control.
almost, but still has the control. But he gives away. I mean, against Nakamura, he gave away, right?
Okay.
Nakamura
yes, he
had a
cannot
draw,
play.
but the pressure is so much during the whole game that even if the opponent gets an opportunity, it's hard to take it.
Yeah, but probably Levon can say, all right, but please count how many moves I was winning and how many times my opponent had a chance to make a draw. Yeah.
Yes.
If you add that up, then you understand that Levon feels like it's an absolutely justified win.
Yeah, I mean, what you said, Queen G7. Maybe we can bring that back. What was the last?
Yeah, let's just show this Queen G7 because it was absolutely insane that Queen G7 was, and this is what Hikaru was highlighting to Levon at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think so?
Yes, definitely.
You think he saw it?
Yeah, of course. Once he played Queen D8, he saw it. That
basically this was the last mistake for Levon Aronian, right? Queen F5.
Yes. He should have not put the king on h5, I guess, maybe to begin with. The king should go somewhere else, should maybe go hide somewhere else. No, it's not so trivial.
Not easy, not easy.
trivial
No, I
by
think
any
King
means.
H5 was good. Only after Queen C7, Queen E4 must have been the move, no?
But then Queen F7
Then Queen
check.
F7.
Yeah, no, you cannot do this now.
No,
this is
here
very
already you
tricky.
need to come back. No, it's not easy. So Queen F5 and now Queen G7 was quite strong, because if you now give a check, you always there's always this checkmate threat. The king is not coming out. The king is boxed in, and if you go D2, I will give a bunch of checks and then probably just pick up your pawn. Check, check, and let's say King E5.
No, Queen D8 already. You can give Queen D8
right,
and pick
yes,
up the
that's
pawn.
easier.
Yeah.
That's easier. I just go Queen D8 here, and I pick up the pawn, and this is a draw. So after Queen G7, I don't even think there's much that Black can try, honestly. So this would have been.
That's why Hikaru was going crazy. That
Yes, of
Queen
course.
G7 would have ended the game on the spot. Yeah, it's not
Basically,
like Hikaru. I mean, Levon can just go back and start new. No, Queen G7 ends the game on the spot.
Well, crazy opportunities are missed, of course. And maybe we can take a look until the next draw, just to see the other games, what happened in Pragnananda's game, because we didn't have really time to look at it from a certain point, because it seemed like from distance, we keep an eye on the other monitors. It seemed like Pragnananda was somehow continuously putting pressure on Fabiano. And here we see the brackets, the upper bracket, and Arjun already in the semifinals. And we're still waiting for the others.
Yeah, he can already enjoy the playoff from his room.
Exactly, and this is where we see the lower brackets. Stage 1, Magnus Carlsen won with a very convincing 2-0, but I doubt that he's already happy man after yesterday's drama after drama in his games. So we are back now with Caruana Praggnanandha game, where Praggnanandha played very well. At the early middle game we were seeing that, and what is this position?
Yeah, so I just went in somewhere and see how it developed. But I think Praggnanandha played very powerfully around here, exploiting the weaknesses around the white king. Now rook f7, bishop g4, trading the bishops so that you get access to the weakened light squares. Rook d1, trading, and rook d7. Queen b1. Now knight d2 was a very powerful move, hitting the queen but also trying to come in. Here, queen a2, bishop takes, and knight f1 check, hitting the king and the g3 pawn, and this is basically game over. Knight takes g3. Now there's just no protection anymore for the white king, and the king was basically hunted down.
Yeah, probably every move wins already.
Yeah, knight g2 was by far not the only way. But
maybe Praggnanandha felt that it's the safest way.
Yes.
It's the most professional way from point of view when you have a queen up with 2 pawns, passed pawns, no matter how many seconds you have, you're going to be collecting it if you get 10 seconds per move.
Absolutely, and he converted this without any issues. Very strong performance by Praggnanandha.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah,
bouncing back after the loss, which... No,
yeah,
yes.
Okay, first Fabi bounced back and now he bounced back.
Yes, yes.
Well, we've witnessed 3 victories from the black side. Levon Aranyan won with black, Praggnanandha won with black, and Hans Niemann made an incredible performance there versus Sindarov. It was ups and downs and opportunities for Sindarov also to save the game, but he was not able to save the game because the last mistake was done by him. And we are shortly going for the next draw for the second game of the playoff. So this is something very exciting, and we see some players who has to win to bounce back for the match. And of course, this is going to be difficult, but those guys out there, they will fight until the very end. So let's see what position they are going to be playing in the next game.
Position draw.
Welcome back to Game 2 of the Rapid Playoff. In Game 1, we saw 1 draw between Vincent Keimer and Ray Robson in the lower bracket, but we saw 3 decisive results in the higher bracket wins for Hans Niemann against Sindarov, for Praggnanandha against Caruana, and for Aronian against Nakamura. So their opponents are now in a must-win situation to take the match to Blitz. We are ready to draw the next position, and in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage Arjun Kapur from Left Lane Capital. Give him a round of applause.
Oh, 639.
Position 639. Thank you very much. You can hold the number into the camera and then drop the ball right here. No, not in the right here, since the players will not be playing that position again. Thank you very much. Arjun, we are going to let the players prepare now. They will get 10 minutes. So thank you very much, Arjun, and to our audience, please have fun.
does look kind of interesting.
Yeah, it looks imbalanced. But I mean, okay, so we need imbalance.
What about f4?
Okay, so against f4, what are we doing?
Kind of have to copy, right?
How are we going to win this? No, I mean, how do we? I mean, because I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, we just go e4 and then. Yeah, we just go e4 and
take the bishop.
Yeah, and you can go e5 and make a draw. No, I think at f4 we have to play d5.
Okay, so we just play.
I think we just go. We just play d5 and f6 or something, or d5 f4.
And okay, g3.
G3. There's f5 home. f5 d3.
This is the close position. And g6.
Yeah, g3 makes sense.
Anyway, if you play d4, you should play f5.
Yeah.
No, I mean, d4.
So we have to go f5 ourselves. But d3 here also is.
No, I don't like this at all.
Okay, well, can we try to play like d6, g6, and like that? I don't know.
It's too much time for d4, d4.
We kind of have to play unless we do this kind of French thing with d6.
Yeah, but the bishop on h8 is very bad.
We get g5, but yeah, it's gonna be a bad position if we do this. Maybe we play g5 next.
Yeah, so it's, yeah, that actually makes sense.
e4, g5 is already annoying because if g3 you take queen f6 and you win a pawn.
Yeah. No, this I actually kind of like. No, this I like. I do like this.
Maybe
G5.
Yeah.
We've got our game.
G3, g5,
G3, G5, what?
knight c3.
Yeah, d5 or?
D5, yeah,
Or
D5.
knight g6 here.
Maybe knight g6.
Yeah, G6.
Knight g6, e3, d5, and then play chess.
Can I just x e3 what happens?
Yeah.
No, this.
Yeah.
What's in here?
Yeah, and d4, queen d4. d4, queen d4.
This play for you. Should be good.
Yeah.
That looks good. F4, let's see. What do you guys do?
Yeah, f5 is definitely not coming.
Yeah, I'll play with d4. No?
e5?
Let's see if
Five 93, no? Oh no, still not. Definitely not. E4 here, yeah.
just this and F4. But it's very comfortable for both.
Yeah.
I like the structure on c3, d4, you bishop on h8 as well. I don't think e5. Okay, if someone is a must-win, they'll play e5.
Which one?
Here, since we're playing a must-win, I think they'll play e5. Yeah, and a must-win, that's what he played.
Why not d5 also is...
Yeah, but not just g3.
Yeah, d5. E5.
So what if they make it different?
e5, okay, take.
What if they just play g6 or something?
G6, e4. No, maybe we can...
Then take.
No, but why not do g6, even something like d4? Since we're only to draw.
And why not d4?
Well, also possible.
Chicken shit, huh?
Well, we only to draw. Yeah, but
You can go alone.
no, but why not?
Like computer usually likes this.
No, exactly. Exactly.
Because here, I don't know. So, I think like knight c3, f5 is kind of...
No, you have bishop d4. Knight c3. Is it? Wait, sorry. I need to sit. But I don't see how like d4, e4.
Before, okay. Takes g6, f5.
Yeah, but okay. The main thing is, I don't know.
It's not worse. The bishops.
Yeah.
No, fair enough. Very decent.
No, but knight c3 first. Wait, why not knight c3? Here?
F5?
But, no, then d4, knight e3.
c6?
Oh, you have wait.
I'm sorry?
Some bishop.
Oh.
No, I meant like d4 first. F5
e4, d4 also. So we should play d4.
Yeah, d4, rook e8. Wait, I just want let's just try to make e4 work on the tempo.
But f5 is coming.
What about g4? Wait, what about knight c3, f5, g4?
Why?
Okay, yeah. What you want? No, bishop e3. Sorry, no. Knight c3, f5. Anyways.
What about e4?
E4 take g4.
I like the sound of it.
Yeah. That's, I think.
D4?
No,
D4 he will not play, right?
No, then e5. E5. Yeah, I think this is it.
This is it, yeah?
I like this.
Yeah. This looks very
Am I back to being the professor?
Professor. No, but...
Get 96, take knight f4, queen f3.
No, but professor is something that I say with utmost respect. Understand?
Oh, this you have a clear initiative.
This looks nice.
This is h3.
Gentlemen, it's 2 minutes to the start. Again, I want to remind the audience, please stay calm, stay silent, take silence, not to disturb the players. Thank you.
Even e4, g4 here? Yeah, maybe g4, e4. But no need. Everyone is nearly ready.
So, welcome to the second game of the tiebreak. Gentlemen, please start the games.
And we are back to the quarterfinal playoff game 2. And we see 3 matches where there is a must-win situation for the players. And it is Fabiano who has to win with the black pieces. It's
It goes for a gambit, f4, g5, fg6.
Sindarov and also Hikaru Nakamura. And I think generally, Nakamura is struggling the most in this situation because what he had to go through in the second game of the 30 minutes portion, that was very painful and he did not have enough time to recover. So he actually lost with the white pieces again against Levon Aronyan, who actually, by the way, I would like to remind our viewers and you guys, Aronyan did not make a single draw yet.
Yet in the whole event.
So he won 8 games altogether and he lost 4. Yesterday in the 10 minutes portion and also already today playing 2 longer games and 1 shorter game again. So will he be making a decisive game again, winning again, or being unfortunate and go on and play the next playoff against Hikaru Nakamura? Just to make the show ongoing forever.
Yeah, that's what we want to see.
So what Fabiano did, is it a gambit story?
Yeah, and
but that's not the only one.
Yeah, it's basically teams versus teams. They know that they have to go all in order to try to create some imbalance, because after f4, like Vincent playing f5, g6, g6, that leads to symmetrical positions. That was an absolutely no-go. Now the big question is that did Team Hans and Pragg and Levon actually anticipated this? And also Levon, Nakamura, yeah, it's team versus teams, and the team of players who prepared with the white pieces, we could see that they were very happy. They were very cheerful. Can you imagine the mood of the other team who need to bounce back with the black pieces? Yeah, so it's very interesting, and they are trying to create chances.
Yeah, and actually it's a very interesting situation that it happens extremely rarely. I'm not even sure, I think we haven't seen this during the Grand Slam, where we see a playoff and all 3 players are playing with the white pieces. Yes. Who has to, draw is enough.
Yeah.
And all of them, they work together before the game and they know they have to bounce back. Of course, we have the 4th game between Robson and Keimer, but they are not in the upper brackets. They are already in the lower bracket, so they can be 3rd in the tournament, but they cannot be the champions of the event. So what do you think? Let's pick one of the game, for example, Nakamura?
Well,
or you want to stay like this until it develops further?
Yeah, maybe we can just keep the bird's eye view for the moment, because, okay, the Robson Keimer game, yeah, it's the lower bracket. Also, looking at the position, this is a very quiet affair. So we clearly will be focusing on all the other 3 games where we see the same thematic. However, what I don't like that Pragg is taking way too long. Yeah, he was also part of this team. It means that it came as a surprise. So the other guys are just pretending that we know what we are doing, yeah, Hans and Levon. But Pragg is an honest dude, and he's basically showing what the real situation is.
Honest dude.
Yeah, he's just lovely, yeah. And h4, h6.
Yeah, this is what he was thinking about, to go for this. Playing the pawn to h5.
But okay, Fabi will be happy. Yes, it might be a clever idea, everything, but we have unbalanced. There is so much to play for, no?
Absolutely, and I love the idea of g5, either in the first move or as Hikaru played in the second move. And none of the players actually responded in the best way. It was better to not take that pawn, but to go f5. But either way, you're creating this imbalance, you're asking questions, you're playing something that they were also not ready for, most likely, that they didn't look at. This g5 was very surprising, so I think this is exactly the right approach that players with the black pieces who need to win to stay in the race that they took was exactly the right approach.
Yeah, maybe now already we can pick a game so that we can have a closer look. Guys, let's go to Hikaru.
I agree.
I think let's go, because I see that already also Levon plays the knight on h5. Is this a good idea? I don't know. Hikaru already developed everything on the...
And castle.
Yeah, exactly. Knight queen out, knight c6, long castle happened. So he's
I don't know, for
Actually-
some reason it seems like black has a wonderful position.
Yes, he's getting a Nakamura position. Yeah,
Black
that
is better.
where he has chances to fight. There are counter plays, not like he is tied down to some horrible defense.
Yeah, I want to ask you guys, in some way this match reminds me a little bit of the match that Nakamura had against Sindarov in Weissenhaus.
Yes.
Because also there in the match, the classical match there was of course longer, he was shorter, it felt like he didn't put it away. And he could have put it away. He won with black, he had the white pieces, it was a symmetrical position, it was equal. And then it went to tie breaks against Sindarov, and there he also lost the thread and lost the first game. Then he had chance in the second game, but ultimately couldn't convert.
But there he was always outplaying Sindarov. But here,
yes, that is a bit
he is
different.
many
Yes.
times on the defensive side against Levon. Yeah, he's about to save a draw, but finally he gets a game. Yeah, this is why we were so unhappy with his choice, that he was trying to shut down the second game with white. Yeah. I asked you the question, yeah, B takes C6, because we know from our experience that such decisions can backfire. Of course, not necessarily, but you are really playing with the fire by playing safe.
Well, here he has a fantastic position. Right now, d4 comes to mind first, but it's not possible because bishop can take it, and knight and the e1 rook is going to be hanging. So that's why I guess Aranyam plays c3 to be able to play d4. Also maybe developing with knight a3, not so
But okay,
nice.
will he be able to develop? Because one time you asked me the question that who is better developed? Well, if we ask this question here, then we see that in order to castle for white, he needs to move the knight, he needs to move the queen, and only then he can castle. These are 3 moves.
But it looks an awful position for white. What about knight c6 to e5? Pointing
horrible.
out the d3 weakness.
It's
Maybe
horrible.
d4 then?
Knight c4.
I'm even
Bishop
afraid to
somewhere,
ask
bishop h6?
Nicholas, yeah, because if we ask Nicholas to please also ask
Bishop
computer, I don't think white will survive this.
Well, yeah, the computer is not...
Not so
it's
upset?
The computer is upset, but only if you go f5 here. Only if you go
Really?
f5. Then black is it's better.
And then you start storming with your center pawns, d5, e5, and you are coming.
Yeah, f5 is
But
a big
really?
move. But it makes sense because you want to activate the bishop on g8 as well, and you want to try to open up the position while white is still behind in development. So it does make sense. But f5... Yeah, you have to check for bishop g5.
Yeah,
so
that's
this is,
what I wanted to
Yeah,
ask.
but okay, this we give.
Well,
No,
Peter
you don't have
gives
to give.
all
You just
the participants exchange.
You can just play the knight to
Knight
e7.
to e7, yeah, but okay, yeah, this is not a concern.
You would just sacrifice their exchange, yeah, again.
Yeah, of course, and then d5, e5, Vamos mate to checkmate finish.
Yeah, no need. But a big moment for Nakamura, who's taking his time here to find the
Maybe
right
he
way
wants to
forward.
put d5.
D5 is also interesting. It's the
D5,
second
yes.
best, but f5 is clearly best. It's the only move which gives black a clear advantage.
Because, for example, after d5, ed5, what do you do?
ed5.
ed5, then d4?
Yeah, white gets more stability. Yeah?
Yes. I was maybe thinking like
I
ed,
don't
rook,
know.
d5.
Knight takes d4.
Yeah, okay, cd, bishop, d4,
Bishop,
but
d4.
okay, I have bishop, d2.
And you're happy. Don't tell me you're happy there.
I'm not happy from the beginning. What is this knight doing on h5 with the king on c1? Yeah, this is a very nice strategical idea. I
And
love
actually,
knight h5.
Levon had this knight on h5 already, where he got punished by
Against
Sindarov, knight
Sindarov.
c4.
Exactly. And also there he did some c3 was the losing mistake. I just don't understand, yeah, that why is Levon doing this to himself? All he needs is stability. Why he gets provoked? Yeah, he's such a strategist. He understood that the knight is going to h5. It's a good idea, but once the king is safe,
Knight e5.
your move is played. Knight
But I
c5.
don't like when you say it's my move and it's a question mark there. Should I really be proud of it?
Well,
Or
but
we should just ignore it as you say? No, that's not a question
of course,
mark.
this question mark is nonsense. Yeah, because okay, knight c5, d4, knight c4 made perfect sense. And otherwise, then maybe queen e2, but I'm not sure that I can
No,
play
queen
queen
e2,
e2.
knight e3, rook is, knight is hanging, so knight d2 as I think you said before.
No, I mean in the queen e2
now.
here.
Now.
Yes, but I'm very afraid. Yeah, d4, but then knight
He goes
c4.
knight d2.
Yeah, but now black is just better.
Wait, he just gives this bishop on e3?
No.
That was not necessary. You could have
Yeah,
moved
but
that
he
bishop.
got sick of that knight on b1, which is also understandable, I think.
Take
Oh,
that
the
bishop and
nerves.
play f5 again. But this time it's a bit more difficult because you have to check for e5, but you can break the pawn
Then
to
you
f d6.
change d6. This is horrible. It's lost. This is crazy. Yeah, no, because
You're
okay.
very harsh on the guy.
No, but come on. What is this?
You will talk to Levon afterwards.
No, I don't
Tell
need
him.
to. He will tell. Yeah, he knows.
He knows.
He
This
knows.
is
It's
lost.
just nerves. Okay, dark squares, everything. Knight on h5 had a purpose to fight for the dark squares with bishop g5 connected.
Queen g5.
Queen g5 back. Black will start pushing in the center. But I
But
don't
why
even
queen
understand
g5?
why. Yes.
Because it's a logical move. He doesn't want to keep his queen on a5. Because
Yes.
after f5, e5, he felt that it stays very much out.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not good, but I understand his logic.
Yeah, but queen g5, it will step into some h4.
h4, knight
No, no,
f3.
queen e2
yeah.
now. Okay, queen e2, f5, h4. Now already h4
And
will
queen
make
h6.
some. Then ef and the rook on e8 is hanging. Yeah, there are suddenly some
Issues.
hopes for white for no reason. Absolutely no reason.
But I think so far all the black players are happy with the positions they got out of the opening.
Yeah, they got-
Fabiano is also better. Vachier has a fighting position. Well, Hans is very solid, but still, it is a fighting position. So the opening went well, I would say, for the three players who need to win to force a blitz tiebreak.
And
The
you
next
know,
one.
I did not like the attitude of the white players. Like they cheerfully were going towards the stage. Like we are leading. I don't like.
They
I may
did
be
not see
old
G5
school.
coming.
They did not see G5 coming. You before the game, you cannot be in such a cherished mood because it means that you are not alert. At least this is the old school. I think that you normally the people always said, as long as the match is not over, your opponent did not resign. You have to be super serious.
Absolutely.
They were just enjoying, cherishing the moment way too early.
So I have a question to you. Which of the match will go up to 7 games?
To 7 games. Well, I believe that every single match will be continuing.
Every single one.
Every single.
All
Because
four.
of punishment for this attitude. You can't be
all
laughing.
three, all three
all
Yeah,
from
every,
all
because
four.
Vincent will make
Yeah.
a draw,
Yeah.
it will go on forever,
Okay.
and here they are bouncing
No.
back because you have to punish this attitude. You can't be smiling, thinking that yes, I won with black, and I'm enjoying. I'm already in a driver's seat. This attitude should be punished. Yes.
Okay, what are the odds that all four are going to tie breaks? That
Well,
must be
I
really
think
bad
that
odds.
the Vincent game, it was symmetrical stuff. It's very
Okay, yes,
logical,
yes.
and nobody wants to really do something crazy there. It's
But all
understandable.
three here winning with the black pieces?
Why not? Why not? They are playing on the nerves of their opponents.
But they're also having nerves themselves, right?
Yeah, but they have nothing to lose already. They have nothing to lose. But why did Hikaru play Queen G5? That's the only
Yeah,
thing.
now Levon is completely back in business, to say the least.
Yeah, now
All
you
these
know,
97 is a good move.
you know it.
We take it with
what
white.
it reminds us? The Rossolimo with G6, Bishop C6, BC, and then Knight H6, F6, Knight F7, when White occupies with D4, CD structure. And this is what Hikaru is relying on, that it's always long-term playable, but he should have punished. Okay, maybe he's punishing. This F6, Bishop F7, Knight E7 reminds us of Hikaru against Savian, how he was activating his bishop.
Yes, the bishops. He has the bishop pair.
He hides that bishop on H8 and creates... No, this whole day is only beginning. Guys, believe me. Trust me. Only Sindarov is in trouble.
Sindarov is struggling a bit, yeah.
Sindarov is in trouble. I haven't looked at this position. I just believe that, yes, punishment time, but no. Yeah, Hans knows what he's doing.
Maybe you can jump in, go to bird's eye view,
Yeah.
see all the 4 games
Let's
at
get
the same
bird's eye
time,
view.
and then just to observe a little bit, because on the other games also very exciting. Pragg, Fabiano.
Yeah, it's a total
awesome.
mess. Yeah, it's impossible even to
Wow.
evaluate. Knight
Let's
takes
go
D4.
there. Let's go there.
Oof.
Let's go to Fabiano
Tactics.
because he took a pawn. Of course, it's there is some tactics, but is it really so good for Fabiano?
Well, if he could take this pawn and yeah, Pragg castle.
And castle, the famous castles. It just changes the whole evaluation of the game.
Yes, let's just go back 2 moves. So this was the position where Fabi used the chance to play knight d4 because e4 runs into bishop g5, winning the queen. But obviously this was part of the plan for Pragg. He goes for long castles and he says that, wait a second, yeah, you won a very important pawn, but you opened up the d file, the queen from d8 can't move because there is always pressure against the c7 pawn.
It looks so dangerous for black, doesn't
Very
it?
dangerous. Knight b5, but bishop e5 is a
big important move, bishop e5.
is a defensive resource at the moment.
So black has a pawn up, but the queen on d8 completely tied down to the c7 pawn. Yeah, bishop e5 is the move. Maybe bishop c6 will be captured.
It was.
Yeah, but then rook b8 now.
Yes, the rook is coming out.
The pair of bishops are working. By the way, knight g5, knight f3 also exists as a plan.
Yeah, now the knight is not coming forward. I don't like this trade.
Bishop c6, no, this was...
He was afraid of bishop e5.
Yeah, but...
Well, he could have moved the queen.
Exactly, and now the rook, basically black does not need to castle anymore. The
Yeah.
king is super safe, rook b8, rook b7, yeah, queen a4 is played, but black can do whatever he wants. Yeah, even even some a5 business.
A5 is the best move.
Yeah,
Actually,
A5.
it's a clearly best move, so not whatever you want. But
yeah,
he
but
does it.
okay, a5
It's
is the
obvious.
most natural.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
yes.
obvious. Yeah, you go. And let's not forget about this knight g5, knight f3. This
Queen
guy is
e7,
coming.
Queen b4 also.
Yeah, also this
Yeah.
from every angle. Fabi is bouncing back, Hikaru is bouncing back. All eyes on Sindarov.
Hikaru has
D3.
won a pawn at a2, apparently. Also very interesting.
Okay, what do you think? Let's go back to Hikaru's game.
Well, just a second.
Let's stick with this one.
Let's
maybe.
just wait a little.
This is also very interesting.
I'm thinking that, okay, queen e7, but also knight black is spoiled with incredible
Well,
choice. Yeah,
knight
queen
G5.
e7, the professional move, Judith.
And queen b4.
Yeah, that was your suggestion. I loved it. Yeah, because if queen b4 comes, it's game over, finish. Yeah, then. Okay, black is pawn up.
But that is
Black is a pawn up, plus
And
better pawn structure, plus
and
bishop pair.
pair of bishop and the knight on h7 is a brilliant piece coming to f3. So
But now queen f4 comes back.
what are the hopes for white here?
Yeah,
Queen
queen
f4.
f4 makes sense. Rook a7 or?
And it's completely crazy, and that Pragg plays brilliantly, and whenever he gets the lead, then he's second, and then the nerves or something, yeah?
Rook
Totally.
d1.
Okay, bishop e6, cemento.
Cemento, for sure. But bishop e6, queen f4.
Okay, queen f4, rook
D6.
a7 is no
You can
problem.
also go
Rook
d6 already.
a7. No, but rook a7 is very nice. Yeah, of course, d6 is also possible, but rook a7 just shows that I have everything under control.
a3, now the knight,
Knight
can come
G5.
forward, knight g5. This plays itself, basically.
No, I did not like this. You remember, guys, when he played with this g4 and then h5?
Yes. Mhm.
Creating.
He took
This
a lot of time
This
and-
is not an
Yeah.
end game.
Yeah.
Excuse me, this is not an end game. You are giving up the center. You can't just give up the center like this.
Knight g5.
Knight g5. Again, Fabi cannot believe that. Wait a second, I was so stupid in the previous game, and now I'm bouncing back immediately.
Knight d2.
I had matches like this in knockout rapid World Cups and Grand Prix and like this that, you know, there was this tendency. I lost like a stupid idiot in one game, then I'm bouncing back with a great game, then I'm losing again, bouncing back, and normally we are not even losing a game per year. And then finally something happens.
It happens.
It happens, yeah. This is
It's a very, very special psychological situation.
Hans has also blundered apparently. Now everybody is winning from the black side. Can you believe it?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, there we go. Already changing the Hikaru game. My goodness. This is crazy.
Okay, maybe now we can go back to the Hikaru game because, okay, Caruana has everything under control here. I don't see the big drama. We will have plenty of drama in this match in the future, but not at the moment. So, Hikaru finally, Levon stabilized. He gets the e4 square. Is black now pushing e4, sacrificing the pawn to open up the bishop?
But queen takes.
Yeah, of course, e4 and then knight c8. And you somehow try to...
But don't tell me you would play this with black.
Yes, I would.
You would?
I like this knight c8 and then queen g6. I'm pinning this look on d3. No, this is still very interesting.
Well, I go queen e4.
Yeah, knight c8.
Queen a4.
Okay, queen g6.
d6.
Okay, c6. I'm not calculating. I'm already unable to calculate. I'm just relying on my feelings, but...
Bishop e4.
Okay, I move the queen to h6. And then rook e6, I take on d6. I'm like in Berlin defense. Sometimes you cannot touch.
But you can even play d6 yourself with black, right?
Yeah,
if you don't want to allow
Yeah, that's what I thought he's going to do.
Yeah. No, I'm just super excited that this is still good for black. I'm
Yeah,
still
e4
picking
is
black.
a good move to get rid of and open.
Yeah, open up the bishop.
Open up the lines.
Yes, and also we need to get closer to white's king. Yeah, queen e4. Knight c8 will be blitzed out by Hikaru instantly. Come on.
There we go.
I'm always rooting for the guy who plays better in the game. Yeah, this is my attitude. I'm not rooting for a person. I'm rooting for good moves. e4, queen e4, knight c8. All this deserves something. All this deserves something.
Yeah, there's missing some harmony in the white position. All the white pieces are
Yeah,
somewhere.
a little mess.
And 1:38 on the clock.
Yeah, all of the black players are up on time right now and having a better position. We might indeed see a lot of tie breaks continuing.
Yeah, I remember I was very angry with Hikaru in Paris, right? When in the qualification he started drawing, trying to somehow squeeze in, and he even said it in the interview, his approach. And then I went to him afterwards, apologizing him.
Yes.
Sorry, Hikaru, I was actually criticizing you. And he said, yes, it was justified, because you should play chess. Forget about draw, symmetry, whatever. Play, you can play fantastically.
Queen h4.
All right. You can
Rook
activate
f8,
the
bishop f6, or rook
e1.
Rook e1 is also possible.
Why not? Right?
Because the
Bishop
rook is on a2, yeah, but it's so unusual, that this rook is not on a1.
And after bishop e4, what you have in mind?
Knight d6.
Yeah,
Knight d6, but why? Now queen a4 will...
Well, queen a4 is also
Just
always a6, right?
Okay, good.
Still not sure what this knight is doing on d6 necessarily.
I'm afraid that white will somehow trade the knights. I don't want this.
No, yeah. This would be bad.
I don't want this. But okay, black wants queen g6. I think that's the reason why he played knight d6. He wants this queen d6. Queen g6 business, covering the e4 square. Rook a4, smart.
That's a nice move.
That's a lovely move.
That's a good move.
Levon's of course fighting, but he's kicking himself. Yeah, that how could he play such a bad opening?
But it's not so awful. I mean, at this point, why
At
is
this
it so
point, no, of
Rook
course.
comes to g4,
Already
f4.
he survived the worst.
Yeah, in the last 2-3 moves, now with queen h4, rook a4, very nice idea.
Yeah, this knight d6 was unfortunate.
Yeah, black needs to make some space for the queen, it feels like. Because rook g4, rook e5 makes sense.
Rook e5. And then after rook g4, where is the queen hiding? Where is it hiding after rook g4?
Well, I guess needs to go to e8. I mean, it needs to keep an eye on the...
So basically we just sacrifice the h7 pawn and then hope to get enough counterplay, yeah?
I guess so.
Yes.
Or can we go bishop g7? No, bishop g7, rook takes. That doesn't work. No, queen e8.
Okay, we're gonna see this. Rook g4, queen e8 on the board. But Levon down to 40 something
Oh, there's rook
seconds.
h5 after queen takes h7.
Oof.
Oh, he missed that one, or did he?
No, he
Queen
wants to
G6?
trade queens, but okay, this is a horrible structure
This
nevertheless.
is a horrible endgame.
Takes rook h2.
Yes, definitely.
And then rook
Bishop
e8, maybe
F3.
even b6, b5, I don't know where, and king to b6, rook to e2.
Well, bishop f3, knight f7,
Or knight c4, yes.
or knight c4.
Knight
yeah.
c4.
A nice square on e5 is awaiting that knight.
Knight c4 is a cool move.
Oof. This will hurt badly.
Rook g5 only move, right?
What a knight that is.
Oh, the first game ended. Is it Vincent? No, what is happening?
No,
There's
Yakov.
some applause.
Sindarov won.
Sindarov won.
Ah, Sindarov won. Yes. So Sindarov strikes back.
Strikes back.
Vincent is winning, by the way. You will be happy to
Also
hear.
with black.
He is winning, but it's not over yet. But he is winning.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody is winning with black, and
This is insane.
Fabi is doing extremely
Knight
well.
c4. So we're definitely going to see at least one more tiebreak between Sindarov and Niemann. Rook g5, only move. And now, get that rook into a game on d8, maybe.
Yeah, now Hikaru needs
Can Nakamura strike back as well? That's the big question.
to control his nerves because he knows that he has a chance. It's a great chance. Does White want to play rook h5 after
Maybe.
rook e8? Yeah, so he goes bishop f6 so that he can move the rook to f2. Keep the pressure.
Yeah, that's nice.
You don't want to trade pieces.
Okay, rook h5 is forced, actually. Wow.
Rook f5, rook d2, knight e3, fork. The rook can never go to f5 because of these tactics. Rook d2, knight e3, winning a piece.
Ooh.
Because of the fork.
It's easy to overlook.
Oops.
And Levon is thinking, which means he didn't realize yet that rook h5 is an only move. Because if you go to g6, then
Rook
it's
f8?
just rook f8. And knight e5 is deadly.
Yeah, but rook h5, rook f2, he still has problem because his bishop is hanging as well.
And it seems that Koan has won as well. But Lisa here, or maybe Vincent won, because I heard applause again.
Okay, yeah, because this game is still
Yes,
on. Of course, it's
Vincent won. Vincent won.
then
So
qualified.
he stays in the tournament, succeeds, proceeds to the next round. Robson is out.
Well, what a day this is.
Yeah, rook h5 was finally found by
And rook
Levon.
f2, and Levon is down
Rook
to
f2.
17 seconds in a horrible position.
Bishop d1 he needs to play. Whew.
Quite an only move.
Not an easy move.
And you are still completely
Bishop
tied. Yeah, he goes
e4,
bishop
rook e8
e4.
is winning now. Rook e8 is winning now, and he plays it instantly. Hikaru Nakamura.
And the bishop from f6 covers the h8 square, so there is no back rank
The
issue.
rook is coming to the second rank, putting more pressure on the pinned knight on d2.
And the bishop cannot escape. Where do you run? Clock is ticking down.
Rook
Rook
f5.
f5 played.
Just take knight e3
Takes knight e3.
and the winning
Material.
That's it.
winning the exchange, and that should be it.
Hikaru bounces back.
Hikaru is also bouncing back. Here it looks like
Well, gonna take in g4, but
yeah, this
he
is
will play
hopeless.
on, but this is pretty hopeless.
This is hopeless, yeah.
knight e4.
Yeah, Levon is fighting, but okay, just bishop e5. You can't even take
Bishop
on d7.
e5, but bishop e5, king d2, and bishop d7.
Okay, that's why
Well,
bishop
bishop-
g7, so to have
Yeah.
bishop h6, yes. But he goes bishop e5, king d2,
Oh,
rook
he goes
f3.
bishop. Rook f3.
But now you can take on g3.
Okay,
Bishop
it will take time, but okay.
Rook f1.
He goes rook f1.
Wait, why doesn't he take that pawn off the board?
What is this move?
Why he's doing this?
Oh, because of king e2, probably.
But then rook f7.
Bishop e6 and,
And
then
then
rook
bishop
e7.
e7.
That's what he missed, yeah. Koan has won, so he also strikes back.
And look at this, Hikaru is shaking his head.
Yeah, because this is not clear
This
anymore
is not
now.
clear. His king is boxed in.
Oh
if
my
the king
goodness.
would be on e7, it's a different story. But with king on b8 and Levon very smartly playing b4, stopping a5.
Yeah, b4 is a great move.
It's an amazing move. What a presence of
And
Levon.
Hikaru had enough time on the clock. He could have taken his time before going bishop e5 and before going rook f1.
He will go a6 now.
Got very enthusiastic, feeling that he is close to win.
Yeah, he
Bouncing
got
back.
overexcited.
Yeah, and he played
Yeah.
just so fast.
Exactly. And Levon, incredible, yeah, finding this setup with knight e4, king d2, bishop d7.
Yeah, bishop f5 will be there.
Yeah, well, it is quite a stable position. But black has the possibility to create a passed pawn at some point. So on the a file.
Yeah, well, this will be now a marathon
It's not
game.
going to. Yeah, it's not going to be easy to
Yes.
convert this for black.
No, not at all. But now Levon will have the same problems like before Hikaru, that he can never force a draw,
Yes.
and black can play on forever.
Now it's
But his king
Nakamura
cannot.
will be the cat.
Yeah, but now the king cannot really come. Even king a7, king b6, you can never get to b5.
Yeah, it doesn't really help you. I guess you need to play with b6 at some point.
B6, A5 you want to
Yeah,
do,
something
right?
like this, but...
And then
Yeah.
white will come up with the king to d3 and c4.
Like
Yeah,
this,
this
yeah, you
is-
open up the long diagonal.
No, king d3 and king c4.
Ah, king d3, king c, yes, of course, yeah,
Yeah.
the pawn stays on c3, yeah,
Yes.
that's why I was shocked that I was mishearing.
Bishop g7. King c2.
Rook f3. Rook f3.
Well,
But white can
what's
defend
next?
so well with bishop and f5.
But then the king can start to go to b5. Yeah, you cannot really rely on...
c4.
Oh no, c4, really? Is it
Maybe he wants to
possible?
go c5.
He wants to go c5. Yeah, maybe
Black
it's a-
should maybe go b6
Actually-
now.
Anyway, c5.
Maybe it's a clever move, but a surprising move.
Because actually it seems like pretty stable for white, even these pawns.
Yeah, the knight
if
on
you go
e4
c5.
covers all the squares, yeah?
The knight is excellent. The bishop can defend bishop e6 or bishop f5.
B6 plate, c5 plate.
a5 should be played. Well, he takes on c5. I think white could have maybe taken
But I
the
think
knight
he's going to go d6. You know, or bishop f5 and d6 and d7.
Yeah, d6 is played. Yeah, how
This
much
is-
is this?
How
This is nothing.
straightforward active play
This
by
is
Levon.
actually,
This is very clever.
This is basically... It's not enough.
It's not enough. Yeah, it doesn't look enough.
Just too much activity.
Wow.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f5.
Bishop f8. What is the
What's the idea behind it?
big idea?
After d7, he wants bishop e7.
He wants to set up like this. Okay,
Yeah,
he can
because
also
then the
play
knight
king-
is controlled.
Well, okay, you are a little overloaded with the bishop, yeah?
Well, there's
Well-
also bishop takes d6 maybe sometimes. But it doesn't quite work.
G5. Really?
So what about bishop d6 here? What is this? Oh no, knight c4 in the end. Attacks the pawn on a5
Yeah,
and
knight
that's a
d6,
draw.
king c7, knight c4. Yeah, so this is not working. 'Cause takes, king c7, knight c4, and the final pawn will be eliminated. That's not an option.
Too many passed pawns for white.
Too many, yes. Unbelievable, it was completely winning, and Hikaru had 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that's
3 minutes
so
on the
painful.
clock.
Telling you, it reminds me of the Sinnerov match in Weissenhaus.
The nerves.
The nerves, yes.
Now on bishop c6, bishop d6 maybe? No, it's not because
but king
takes
d3,
an...
no? King d3 is coming.
King d3 is simple and good.
King d3 is coming, I guess.
Well, bishop c6 is also good. I mean, bishop d6 is not possible, but king
Yeah,
d3
but king
is
d3,
the
yeah, just-
healthy simple way.
Yeah, the bishop on d7 takes care. Maybe I will even play king e3 and come closer. Yeah, rook f1. Preparing now bishop takes, but somewhere even bishop d6 will not work if the pawn advanced to g6 already.
No, I mean, it never works, it feels like.
Yeah, it never works.
Soon I will have the question who is winning and why.
Yeah, this is it, yeah, because now it's very easy play for white. Everything is protected and black cannot make progress. King b7.
Well,
stepping into all kind of checks.
Bishop g4 or bishop a4?
Well, just... You can leave the construction as it is.
King
it's perfect.
c4. And king b6, king d5 or what? Where is this king going?
Yeah, why not coming in? Why not?
Yeah, the
There's
bishop
nothing
on
that
d7
black can do anyway. The pawn on
controls.
a5 is not going anywhere.
King b5.
King b5.
King d5?
King b5.
Oh, to b5. Oh,
King
okay.
b5 was a funny
Fancy,
move.
fancy.
Yeah. And king d5, king b6. Okay, we get the same position.
King b5 was not so funny for
King b5 was very funny.
Nakamura.
From your perspective, it was very funny. Yes.
This game is for 3 results.
Well, Levon just needs one result. He needs a draw to advance to semi-finals.
But he cannot make a draw. It's not his result. He doesn't know what draw is.
Yeah, but also Hikaru is now very low on time because it's very difficult. What can he do?
12 seconds.
He can only make nervous moves. Yeah, rook f1, but this king e6. Inviting rook e1. Please repeat if you want.
Rook e1, maybe king f7.
Mm-hmm. Yep. King f7. Bishop h6.
Yeah, already now it's getting very dangerous. King e6.
G7, D7, G7, knight G4.
Yeah, now okay.
What about knight G4?
Yeah, Hikaru just cannot believe. Knight g4, rook f1, check maybe. I still have king e6 back.
Knight D5, D7, G7.
Yeah, Hikaru just
I'd be
cannot
worried
believe.
here of black.
Unbelievable. He had such a great chance.
Levon continues his success story, it seems.
Yeah, no, there are already no good moves for black.
King b7 is not looking like a winning attempt.
It's a nervous move, yeah. Just
Okay, he has to play on, right? It
Yes,
was against knight D5 check, I believe. Knight D5 comes anyway.
rook e1 check, king f7, rook f1, king e6. Yeah, now already d7 will be a big threat.
Yeah, too many pawns. Too many passed pawns.
Yeah, nothing to be done.
Maybe he goes king c8.
Yeah, maybe king c8, yeah, only move to... But then knight
Knight
e7
d7,
check, yeah.
knight c6, yeah.
No, you cannot even, yeah, he has to repeat. Down to 6 seconds. There's nothing else than to repeat. Otherwise he loses. Heartbreaking, really heartbreaking, because he had the chance to fight back. Because king c8 and a knight e7 check. He will lose it.
He says threefold.
Knight d5 threefold.
At this point he's actually winning if he goes bishop b5, but not that it matters.
Levon old school, taking care of everything. Yeah,
Hikaru knows that's it.
Well,
That is
regardless
the third
whether it's
time.
3/4 repetition
Yes, it
or
doesn't
not.
even matter.
Interesting that they didn't stop the clock, or what's going on?
No, he did stop the clock, I think. Yeah, someone didn't transmit. Hey, Hikaru won the exchange and looked like way on his win. On his,
Yeah, and agreed.
Looked on his way to win.
No, what is this?
No, he did not win. It was a draw.
It was a draw.
You can listen them.
Levon. Once again, succeeding in the tie breaks, just like against the number 1 in the world, Magnus Carlsen. He has beaten Hikaru Nakamura, the number 2 in the world. He has both kicked him out at this point, you could say.
Wow,
Absolutely.
I'm speechless. Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant fighter.
Yeah, it's Levon all smiles, of course. He survived this incredible scare. And he was the only one who survived from the white group in the last round.
Yeah, the game was just amazing what has been played between actually all 3 matches. And we are going to see a follow-up, a playoff between Fabiano and Pragg because Fabiano was able to bounce back just as well as Sindero versus Niemann. And we have a winner we just witnessed, Levon Aranyan, who won his match because he had more energy somehow. This is what happened today, and we have to say that, well, poor Nakamura, he had a very unfortunate afternoon today, but we are going to go for a very short break, and we'll be back very soon.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new.
Position lottery.
Welcome back. So out of our 4 matches, 2 have ended in wins for Vincent Keimer against Ray Robson and for Levon Aronian over Hikaru Nakamura. 2 matches remain. They now move into Blitz playoff. They will play 2 games of 5+2. Those matches are Fabiano Caruana against Pragg and Vachier Lagrave against Hans Niemann. Without further ado, we are going to draw the next position now, and I would like to welcome to the stage Sam Schmalzer from Advantage. Give him a round of applause.
893.
Position 893. Thank you so much, Sam. The players now will have only 5 minutes to prepare for their game, so the preparation time will be shorter. Sam, thank you very much. To the players, best of luck, and to our spectators, both at home and here, have fun.
We just interchange them. Which of pressure can be
Yeah, before is 45 match. Match 3. Oh, it's do a half maybe. F5 to 20. 5 to 6. They come again. But C4 is not good, right? C4 6. Yeah.
Once if they want it,
No, first C6, no, first C6. Then you can take. Bishop B6, F6, Bishop B6, you can. Dark players. If you take Bishop B6, then G6.
Not sure.
No, this first. I think there should be some initiative.
Yeah, this was
But you know, I don't want to lose. I'm worried about this.
But you want to get on it now?
Not B5. It's too much. Okay, what's the simplest here? Yes, see?
Yeah, looking for it.
How does the bishop? You have to go.
Gentlemen, it's 1 minute to the start. 1 minute.
Bishop B6. Move A5. You can delay castle.
Yeah,
Because now that is 6, there's not much pressure. Black's playing for E3, D4. You can play C5. The bishop is bad. I don't think so. No, the bishop is like, you lose 2 minutes.
So, welcome to this first blitz game of this tiebreak. I kindly ask the audience to take silence. Players, you can start.
Welcome back, and here we are going to see another playoff session. Today already for these couples, pairs between Pragg and Caruana and Niemann Sindarov. They play their number 5, the 5th game against each other, because they've had the long time control, 30 minutes, 30 seconds, plus 30 seconds, 1-1. After that, they have played the playoff with 1-1. There was a bounce back by Fabiano Caruana and also by Sindarov in the second game. So now they are going already to the blitz game. 5 minutes for each players and 2 seconds extra per move. So let's see what's going on, because they are already playing for starting the 10th hour of chess.
Wow. And it's only the beginning. Yeah, it's the first it's the first blitz game. Yeah, it's
the first, there might be a second, and there might be Armageddon.
Exactly. If we are lucky, we get Armageddon.
And Fabi, he has been in 2 legendary tiebreaks already.
Yes.
Once against Levon Aronian and once against
Sindarov. No?
Sindarov.
Yes.
And they both went to Armageddons.
And he both times won.
He both times won, yes.
The marathon man.
The marathon man. And he might do it again. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a very tricky position because, I wanted to say, computer says that white is better, but I don't really understand why. Black is threatening to go d5. That's exactly what Fabiano is stopping with bishop b3, and all of a sudden computer says it's a mistake, black is fine.
Mm-hmm. Black should trade and go knight e6.
Well, it's a question if how Pragg will be deciding. Does he want to keep on the bishops, or after bishop b3, the a1 rook suddenly becomes active. It doesn't seem to be natural to capture on b3 to me.
I
Knight
understand,
e6 seems
yes.
to be
Knight e6.
much more logical, and that's what he's playing.
And bishop b2 played, bishop f2 played.
Preparing
Isn't-
to castle.
But yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, knight g6 is coming.
Oh, this is almost a symmetrical position. We're talking about the left board, by the way, between Kawan and Pragnananda.
Yeah, bishop f7. However, here now it's working very nicely for white because black has played the move queen c7, which is not necessary. And Fabiano going knight f5, threatening knight takes g7.
Castle.
Yeah, so
Makes
castles,
sense.
protecting the pawn on g7, just in time.
And now what? How does white continue?
This is the big question.
Should we focus on one game at a time, or should we keep it like this?
Yeah, good question.
Because there's so much action, it will be
Well, actually,
difficult to follow.
both games are very similar.
Maybe for the moment, for a minute, we can keep it this way.
Yes, exactly.
And then
Yeah, let's keep it. Knight c4. Sindarov goes knight c4. Knight d6. Check is there.
Ooh, that's an unpleasant threat.
How is Hans planning to meet that?
He needs to castle, I suppose.
He needs to castle to the
right
to the g8 square.
To the right side.
Oh, but it's not a happy move because knight this.
Oh, he goes king b8. Interesting.
King b8. But anyway, white will get the light square bishop. And if white gets the light square bishop, this is a dream come true. Bishop will be a monster on b3 later on.
unexpected move, isn't it?
Actually, he couldn't castle short because I mean
H5,
all the H5
H6,
and
all kind of unpleasant
well,
stuff.
knight H8, knight E7 checkmate.
Oh.
It was
awkward.
Checkmate in 2 moves, yeah? Crazy. So king b8 is a desperate move. Incredible. Yeah,
we have so many knights there, F5, F4,
Yes,
the
on
other
every board.
also knight and F5.
King H1, preparing maybe to go G3 in the right moment.
But
on
it's
the
very
left board.
interesting that in one board we see the kings being on the right side, and on the other board most of the kings are on the left side. Though there can be, Sindarov can still make a choice.
D5. Niemann is striking in the center on the right board.
Of course, he understands that he has to use drastic measures because the position is...
Are you surprised Sindarov didn't go for the light squared bishop? And took
Exactly.
the dark squared bishop?
I'm shocked.
Yes.
I'm completely shocked.
Yes, yes. That is indeed
That's why
shocking.
Nicholas asked.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely correctly. Nicholas knows me.
And it's not only that the bishop, we would choose maybe the other, but also the a8 rook suddenly.
Yeah, it's in the game.
It's greatly active. It can go rook a5 at some point, maybe rook
No, and
a4.
especially after 10 hours of chess, why do you give your opponent any chances of counterplay, whatever, yeah? Knight d6, knight takes f7, put the pressure and just enjoy.
By the way, on the left board, it's completely symmetrical except for the queen position. That is funny. If white plays queen c2, it would be completely symmetrical, but
Yeah, but
Koala
it is
will
white
use his
to
extra move
Yes.
the better way.
He goes d4, clearly he goes d4 yeah, on the
nice.
board. ED-CD, d5, I'm expecting. Otherwise, you don't give up the center unless you think
Yes,
that you
but
can.
d5 is a pawn sacrifice.
Well, but then I will have some rook
Play
d8
rook
at the end.
And
I don't think that
queen
we will
b3,
take
knight
the
d4.
pawn. Yeah, many tactics. Then it's like Petrov. But he goes g6. No.
Wow.
No.
Allow
And he
knight
goes
h6?
pawn hunting. No, 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 no. Again,
Really?
giving up the light square bishop. No, you cannot do this.
At this time of the day?
Wait, so
time of the
knight
day.
f7, rook f7, g3, knight h3, bishop takes e6, knight f2, rook f2, bishop e3. Somehow works for black, yeah? Barely.
Yeah, but there are also some knight d5 intermezzos as well. I don't know.
This looks risky.
Oh, please calculate this.
On the other board, Niemann is taking over, going d4, grabbing space, and he's looking good. All his pieces are
Blocking
well
the
placed.
G1 bishop.
Yeah, the bishop on G1 is completely logged. How on earth knight takes B6? Yeah, just one terrible move changes everything.
Look at that. Goes knight f8 and wants to go G6 probably.
Okay, I believe that Fabi just cannot believe that there is no win here. Finally goes queen d2. Settles on a quiet move.
Oh, that feels too quiet,
A
honestly.
little bit too quiet.
Well, that's also
Maybe
a
he
good
just
move.
wants to go knight G4 from E3 in the next move.
Yeah, knight d5, what you said, Peter, that was actually strongest.
But okay, I could not calculate that. I saw the motive, but where does it lead? I had no idea. And anyway,
Yeah,
it's not
this
my...
leads to probably better, a little bit better position. Queen d2 also fine, keeping the tension.
Yeah, putting the pressure and the clock situation. Do we see the clocks? Fabi
1.5 minutes for
1:30?
both players.
Yes.
And Sindarov is down to 45 seconds actually against 2 minutes 12 by Niemann.
Wow, and Niemann going h5, he wants to really also trap this knight on f5 with g6. Because if the knight goes to h6 with the pawn on h5, that's a completely different story. Yeah, horrible.
Yeah, the knight is just gone.
The knight is
out of
trapped
the game.
forever. But this is the thematic that we have seen also in the Carlsen Chimera game in Grenke, that actually Magnus could have placed the knight on a6 in a certain structure like this. Peter and Nielsen also made this fantastic analysis on in the New Chess magazine.
And Fabiano is winning at this point.
Yeah, knight e3 to g4. Judith already said it. It's on the board.
Just everything's coming now. G3, F4.
Yeah, everything is falling apart.
Should we tune in to this game?
We can.
Yeah, let's go move on to the Caruana Pragnananda game.
Because the other one will be clearly longer.
Well, who knows, but...
But that's the impression.
Yeah,
Rook c1, just like this.
He has time for everything. Against
but
D5.
why?
Why Rook
Against
c1?
D5, prophylactic.
Against d5, but he does not want to win the game?
D5 can be still played, apparently.
E takes D5.
Well, man, what's the problem? Knight takes?
Bishop.
On the
My
board.
queen is defended.
Okay, at least he's breaking
No, Rook
out.
ac1 was a huge miss by Fabiano. He could have just pushed g3, f4 and take over
That
completely.
would have been over, yeah?
Well, basically.
Okay,
Close
he
to
anyway
being
has
over.
a very nice advantage. It's a
It
wonderful
is true,
position.
yes.
Queen E5.
And Pragg just done to 13 seconds.
Oof. That is a tough spot with just 2 seconds increment. Let's
And
not
everything
forget.
is hanging.
Rook
But-
E1.
Yes,
Queen
Rook
G5.
e1.
Queen G5.
Wow, Queen G5, Queen F4 played.
Yeah, with
But
the
not
same idea.
trade and bishop c5 wins material. Trade and bishop c5 wins the exchange.
Oh, but there is knight d3 fork as well. And then takes and rook e8 check at the end. You take everything and knight and rook e8. You get out like this. But it's not
Not easy
trivial.
to see.
Yeah, he goes for it. Takes bishop c5
Bishop
on the
c5,
board.
there we go.
He sees it. Yeah, and Pragg relied on knight d3, but there's rook e8 check at the end. Fabi calculated precisely.
Well, he
He's
needs to
good in
play
that.
something. King g7, just giving up the exchange.
Knight f7. And he can't even hold the blockade. Yeah, he spinned and then rook cd1
Rook
followed by
cd1
g3.
followed by g3. Everything's collapsing, it seems like. Rook d7, g3, the knight has to go to a rim.
The bishop from b3 protects the rook on d1, so no tricks with knight e3. Wow, Fabi took on d5. And he just wants to double, and the knight is not in time to protect the pawn.
F4
He's going
even.
down on time.
Wow, insane.
5 seconds.
Knight f5 and king knight to e7.
And knight e7 protecting a pawn, hanging on.
And Fabi also down to 6 seconds. King goes to D6.
In the meantime, Niemann is winning completely against Sindarov. This game should be over soon. Okay, the madness. And Niemann wins. So let's focus on Fabi.
Yes. Niemann won his first game.
Niemann wins again with the black pieces. Fabi improving the pawns on the queen side on the left side of the board, but he still needs to break through somehow.
Yeah, rook d3, now he doubled, now he enters rook e6.
He enters with rook e6. Takes on f6, knight d6.
He still has to win the game.
Rook d1.
5 seconds, 4.
Cannot lose on time, d4.
Rook h8.
But black is getting some play, rook c3 check, getting some activity here. Rook takes h3, can take the pawn.
Why not king g2?
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Why not take the pawn on h3? This is just
b7? Rook
madness.
b1 first.
Pushing the pawn forward. Black has some play. Knight b2.
Yes, but okay, white
b1,
just collects.
d2.
Oops.
Not to run into some.
Oh, king c7.
King c7.
King c7.
And he plays it.
And rook c1, and Fabi is losing.
Fabi is losing. My goodness. Fabi is losing. King d7.
Fabi is losing.
Oh. Queen,
rook d8, rook d8, what a move! What a move! Now he's winning. Why does he take rook c1? Amazing! Rook c8. Are you kidding me? Knight d3. F5. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And now it's a winning endgame.
Gf g5.
What was that?
What?
This is unbelievable. And Pragg can't believe it. He cannot believe it.
Unbelievable.
Fabi cannot believe it either.
Wow. What was that? We have to take a look at that in slow motion because this was crazy.
Incredible.
He can't believe it himself.
Yeah, he can't believe him. Okay, if he would have lost this, he would just die on the spot.
Well,
first of all, to let it slip away like this, and then
but with this 2 seconds increment, if you go down,
insanity. But Fabi was in the critical moments. Then he found it. As rook takes c1 and rook c8.
Yes.
We'll take a look at it in a moment.
He was very
together.
focused.
We have to calm down ourselves.
It was like second to second. It was white is winning, black is winning, draw, and also you could see the bar also jumping from up and down.
My goodness.
Absolutely unbelievable.
But
can we pull that up?
Yeah, of course. Nicholas,
I'll take us through.
I just wanted to add that basically I think the players are also not used to this time scramble with the headphones. Yeah, who has ever played, because then you need all your instincts, all the reflexes when you hear the surrounding.
Yes.
Yeah, this is, I think, a very big challenge because I haven't seen them making so many mistakes in the time scrambles. Normally they are handling it better with an increment. I think
it's interesting what you're saying because they have this headset, and indeed, when you play this action, it comes together with a noise, right? The voice that you're hitting the clock, you're making your movements, you're breathing, you're coughing, you're whatever. But it's part of the game.
Exactly.
The little noise.
All right, so let's have a look at this critical phase.
Yeah, now the drama
Black
starts.
is banking all of his hopes on the d-pawn, which is a good try, admittedly, in combination with the knight and the rook supporting, so knight b2. And here, I think what white should do is somehow give up the exchange, like the computer is saying, king e1, give up the rook, take the pawn on a7. You have a lot of pawns.
But I go rook c2.
And it should win.
And then rook d2.
Rook c2, rook d2.
Rook d2, yeah, that's it.
Enough. So, but Fabi, of course, he doesn't want to give back material, so he goes rook to b1. But now there's d2 already. And now, of course, he should approach. But already here it's tricky because there's rook c1 looming.
Yeah,
and this is just working out because the king is approaching and black cannot keep the extra knight. So Fabi probably panicking here a little bit, noticing rook c1, trying to get behind the pawn, going rook b8, but after rook b8 there's king c7, gaining the tempo, not allowing rook to d8, and now rook to e8 seems to be exactly the wrong square. So what was correct here is somewhere else I should go.
Isn't it king e2?
King e2 maybe also, but why is rook f... What is the difference here? If rook c1, now this b6 check somehow, and yeah, forcing the king away, and then you are able to...
Rook d8.
To give a check here. Okay, this is super complicated, but white is somehow making a draw in this instant. But with the rook on e8...
Yeah, why not with rook on e8?
Rook on e8, then black is winning this tempo
because king b7
against the rook.
Yes,
now b7, and now the winning move here, which is of course very difficult to play, is knight d3 check. Knight d3 check, king moves. Well, you don't want to go to e2 simply, because of d1 queen with check, so king e3. And now you take the rook.
Yes.
And I guess if the rook was not attacked, I could take this
king
pawn.
d2.
Pawn, yeah.
And that should be a draw. But here I have to take care of the rook. If I get a queen, black takes the queen and promotes himself. Okay, this is very, very difficult. And it's no surprise that Pragnananda with 6 seconds on the clock.
Actually, it's simple if you have time. Yeah.
Yes. And queened, but now white should actually take on c1. Take on c1 and then promote, I assume. You have to take care of the checkmate threats. So you have to take on c1, and then actually the king can escape. There's no perpetual, and white should win. So if queen takes... It
seems like it is complicated. We are going to throw it to the drawing for the next round.
It is already continuing, yeah? Okay, so... Well,
in several seconds. Yeah,
okay. So we have to continue.
Yeah, unbelievable game. What we've seen with the heart attacks for a few people, we were close to it also. And let's go and see what is the next.
Welcome back to the second game of Blitz. First of all, I'm really impressed how many of you are still here. So give yourselves a round of applause first. It's been a long day of chess. We saw 2 wins at the previous games, a win for Fabiano Caruana and for Hans Niemann. That means Sindarov and Pragnananda are in a must-win situation now to force the match into a potential Armageddon. We are going to draw the next position, and in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage our tournament director, Sebastian Siebrecht. Sebastian, are you ready?
$132.
Position 132. Thank you very much, Sebastian. The players will get 5 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, best of luck, and to our audience, please enjoy.
I don't understand what this is. Before. 93 also, no? 93, 93. That is 94.
No, that's not good. No.
C5.
Usually, such quick to change. For example, C5
This is.
You know, yeah, you've seen it. Minus.
Yeah, minus can.
Yeah, you know. I think D5, D4. You open both bishops. This is not possible.
Five.
E4, take continues.
Also E5 here. Wait, so you go C4?
And if E5?
C3,
And you E5, you play D4, take no D3.
yeah, it's just Sicilian, right? What is it? D4, C5.
I thought H4 was interesting. Then you can play C6. Yeah. H5 and... yeah, maybe. E5. Okay, not good. Because I think playing G6 is not so bad. Yeah. But why isn't it good for you also? Huh? It's also good for you. I think why pieces stay on people. Yeah, maybe. C6, G6, no. So first move, what options do you guys have? C4. C4. Okay, C6 is good. C4, C6? No. Yeah. C6 is for equality. Looks good. E5. Yeah, I would be pretty sure. C6. Even also to play for win? No, okay, yeah, for win. Change and try to reach 5, so you take you.
So, gentlemen, it's 1 minute to the start. 1 minute.
I think black is okay, right?
Yeah, black should be okay.
How do you play? Take 2. I don't know. Okay. Oh, maybe D4 to 6.
So, kindly welcome to the second Blitz game in our tiebreak. Players, you can start.
We are back and looking forward for a more excitement, what there is going to be in the next Blitz game. The bounce back, will that happen? Will Sindarov be able to bounce back again while Caruana is leading and Pragnananda is the one who has to bounce back this time?
Yeah, in the break we were discussing this situation, yeah, that it's very unfortunate for the teams because the players need completely different results, which means that very difficult to come up with a common strategy. Yeah, Fabiano has won his game, so he wants to be solid. Sindarov needs to win at all costs in order to stay in the match and in the race for the tournament victory.
But probably anyway, first of all, they have only half of the time, which they had been previously. So they had only 5 minutes to get familiar with the position. And already if they start understanding a little bit what are the plans, right, then already they are They
Wow,
understand it
Fabiano got a dream. Look at
Yes.
this. He got everything that you can just dream of. Center already, very harmonious development. The bishops on b8 and c8 are perfectly placed. The knight from f8 can go to g6, even to e6. It will be very difficult for Pragg to create something. Also, Sindarov is building some, again, 2 bishop versus 2 knights, but it's a locked position. There is something to play for. The knight will get to e6.
You mean the A8 one?
Well,
Either one.
depends. Yeah, depends. I don't know yet. Because the game that comes to mind is which? From Weissenhaus, the Caruana Sindarov tiebreak, which was also this locked, and then which knight should go where and so on.
It was even more locked than this.
Yes, even more locked.
And with more pieces on the board.
Yeah. Queen f2. White has this luft on the f file and the f4 square.
The b1 bishop cannot be too proud of its
well,
power.
that's the price White is paying, but otherwise everything is great. Goes bishop c2, tranquilo.
He wants to go a4, I guess.
Pragnananda is already in a tough spot because the natural move bishop a1 would run into knight a3. Going after
bishop
this other
c1,
bishop.
a
Bishop
very
c1 is
sad
sad move.
necessity.
This is going horribly so far for Pragnananda. He's down on the clock and he is just clearly worse. Black has a dream position, dream center, and it's looking good so far for Caruana. But this is a blitz game. We have seen the craziness that happened on the last one. So everything to play for. Whereas on the right side, Niemann against Sindarov is a more quiet position, a maneuvering position. Sindarov bringing back the knight, probably wants to bring it to d6 or e7.
Or e7, yeah.
White is solid, but does not really have play of his own, seems pretty passive. So not an ideal situation for Hans Niemann, who just needs a draw to proceed, but...
There is a great spot for black for the f8 knight. I can imagine to stand on h5.
Yeah, that would be lovely. And then combine it with knight h5, knight f5, targeting the g3 pawn and winning the game. That would
Bishop
be ideal.
a3, trying to exchange the d6 knight?
No, I don't think so, but he just wants to activate the, for example, against knight h7, maybe queen f4. Knight g6. Yeah.
But maybe he will play rook h5, which is also quite nice, and knight f5.
Yes, rook h5
Though
is very
still,
natural.
the g6, I mean, f5 square is great for a knight, but...
But yeah, now Hans goes h5. I was not sure that we want to let this h5 happen. That's why rook h5 that you mentioned already a move earlier, maybe. But maybe he wanted to provoke it.
At the same time, it may be a weakness in the long run.
Exactly.
If there is a long run.
Try to understand this and evaluate.
Because he wants to go rook h4 and take the g4 pawn.
Yeah, clearly black does not want to play f5 because then you are giving up the f5 square, which is so vital. But then how do you stop this? Suddenly it's not so easy.
Knight f5.
Wait, what about the pawn?
I was just wondering, what is that?
Well, queen g4, knight e3.
Queen e6
queen
and
e6,
rook d2.
fe6. Rook d2, okay, but this is a very tricky structure. Then knight d6 to f5. I don't think that Hans will go for it because this is very tricky. Especially when your opponent was thinking and was inviting you to take like this. Don't believe he will do this. Why double question mark?
Yeah, and that
No,
seems very harsh.
because there was something. No, it's a concept. It's a concept. Queen take g4, knight e3. He needs to win. Actually, it's brilliant.
Yeah, first of all, that it's a surprise.
It's a big surprise.
And
yes.
also knight on e3, it can bother White's position.
And it forces Hans to burned time and he's not happy. He thought like, now I know what I'm gonna do, and all of a sudden things are different.
And Hans is thinking how to react because he feels that it's a crucial moment.
He goes for it, okay, he takes, all right, we will see this knight e3 business. This is very interesting.
Queen g5.
Oh,
he blundered
this
queen
is
g5.
the trick. This is the trick. That's why double question mark.
Oh no.
Hans spots it.
Queen g5. Just winning.
Wow, how easy it is to blunder this on the tensor in the blitz game.
Oof.
Hans doesn't let this chance slip.
Hans is incredibly sharp.
Yeah, he's very sharp. And also it seems to me like he has incredible stamina. Looking at his body language, I don't have the feeling that what happens if I have to play 4 more games. I think he's ready.
All right, Sinnerov has to continue. Knight takes c2, knight e8, just gotta continue, gotta move.
Well, he's at total shock at the moment. It's easy to say he doesn't know what's his name at the moment. Yeah, this is how one feels itself.
I guess he can also go knight df5. Then queen d8, king h7, then take on c2. Maybe this is a better version, actually. But either way, of course, it's bad. He's losing an exchange.
It was not the concept. Yeah.
No. The concept was great, but just that did not work.
The unprotected pieces. Double attack.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Will he play queen e7 now? Or that would be compensation for black knight a3, knight f6, knight g4.
Yeah, that is tricky.
That looks good. That looks good.
That is very tricky.
No, I would like to keep that bishop. Maybe bishop c1.
Bishop c1, yeah, to avoid any knight
queen
jumps.
e7. Now knight a3 and knight f6. Sinnerov is back in the game.
Back in the game.
I mean, it's still bad, but he is back.
Is it bad?
In the blitz game?
I would pick black.
Oh, he trades the queens.
Oops.
Wow, and traps the knight.
And then he wants to play castle? Bring the king over? Damn.
Oh my God.
Beautiful.
Incredible.
Wow. This is genius. Genius. You
Knight
gotta
d6.
be aware.
Okay, but knight d6, we sacrifice it on c4. We damage the pawn structure.
This is not clear, but Sinnerov
okay,
has to win.
Exactly.
This is the problem.
Yeah. What is the time situation?
Wait, knight f5. Knight f5? And black is doing definitely okay again. Knight f5.
The knights are jumping.
And he misses it. Oh no, knight f5 was the chance.
He relies on this compensation.
So, Peter, are you happy with the exchange down?
Not this one. Not if you have to win.
Yeah, now that white was able to get the king to a2 and a4, the knight jumps.
Yeah, how are you going to get that rook out without allowing white to activate his rooks?
Yeah, you might even have to play a6, yeah, just to keep the queen side.
Like king b3, the king might be coming in. Now a5.
King b3, a5. Tricky stuff. Still not easy for white also to untangle.
Indeed.
Pragg is also trying to... Pragg is down to 15 seconds.
Oof, that is bad
Maybe we
news.
can go to that game?
Can we? Should we? What is the clock situation?
We should go to one of the games, I guess, or... Oh.
But then we are missing out on the other one.
Just let's keep it like this.
Because Fabiano still has everything under control, but he doesn't have advantage, but he doesn't need advantage.
There can be some tricky things on the diagonal.
Oh, there's some rook c4 looming right now on the left side. Rook c4 followed by queen h7, g6, weakening the king.
But this also not so easily seen the position. Yeah, e5 played, but now all eyes on Pragg.
Pragg
It's
is
his
going
time
down in
situation. His
time.
time situation. This is the problem.
4 seconds for Pragg.
But it can also drive the opponent crazy.
Well, Pragg is sacrificing an exchange. He wants to take on g6 and take on h5 afterwards. Good try.
BC. Wow, but this is lovely for white in a must-win situation. It's all to play for.
Knight h5 next. Even f6 pawn is weak.
In the meantime, Niemann is looking good. He is winning, and he just needs a draw. Can he finish the job?
Okay, still.
Because the knight is
G3
still
will be
jumping.
As long as the knight is on the board, Sinner has hope.
Fabi down to 6 seconds as well. This will be a crazy scramble.
Oh, the bishops. These bishops. They're powerful.
Wow.
Rook
Pragg is
c3
winning.
going for the checkmate. Going for the checkmate.
But also he has 3 pawns for the exchange.
g4, just pushing the pawns.
And he pushes.
Rook d1. Rook e1, f3 is very secure, very safe for white. Everything's protected.
Rook a2.
Rook a2. Good try.
Tricky in
g5.
In time trouble. Very
And the
tricky.
rook is
d1.
coming in. Rook e6, king f4. And h5.
H5.
This looking...
And
the
it's
pawn is
there.
rolling.
10
h6.
seconds.
What can you do? The pawn is going through. Bishop g6. No, h7.
Rook d7.
Rook d7. That's it. That's
Wow,
it. Pragg.
what a bounce
Forcing
back.
Armageddon. All right, we have the other game still going.
Absolutely
But this is
insane.
about to finish.
Let's go to Niemann's
It's
game.
about to
Also
finish.
finished.
And
Wow.
Niemann wins. Niemann wins.
Niemann wins and
he
advances.
proceeds to the semifinals. Hans Niemann.
Wow.
What games we witnessed. Of course, it was very fast, everything what was happening. But incredible how sharp Hans is. This triple exclamation mark of castling
Yes.
after
Beautiful.
sacrificing
Beautiful idea.
this piece on
Yeah,
a3
completely
bishop,
chaotic
right?
position. Nobody knows what's going on. And then a tempo long castle has forcing it all.
Game number 6 in the 10th hour of chess. He plays this, he sees this, he presents this castle where nobody expects it. Incredible. Well, Sinderov is a great player. He's a great fighter, but it seems like Niemann is the guy who is going and proceeding into the next stage as
Actually, do we have the brackets that who is playing whom? Yeah, because there are pairings already, yeah? It's a good question.
We'll get to that later.
Yeah, no, I'm
Shortly.
already curious that Niemann already has an opponent, or is it Fabi and or Pragg, yeah? Because
we'll
I think
see
he would love
shortly.
to play against someone who also has a very long day.
I think Levon is playing against Arjun. And
Yes.
Yeah, here we go. Arjun against Arjun. Niemann is waiting for...
But this is fair play, no? The two winners who completely exhaust each other will face
will
each
face
other
each
in the
other, yes.
semifinals.
Exactly. So Aronyan will face Arjun. Aronyan worked very hard, long day, but it was worth it to go to the semifinals, and Hans Niemann secured his spot in the semifinals very convincingly, winning 4-2, 6 games today, double playoffs, tie breaks, while Pragnananda Caruana, they had 3 wins, 3 losses, right?
Yeah, incredible. Incredible. I already don't know what's happening, but yeah, they did not have a single draw.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was going back and
While
forth.
yesterday, Fabiano was practically making all draws except one, the
Yes.
final game. And today they are just playing, winning, bouncing back and going back.
And what about the lower bracket? Because let's not forget that Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and many brilliant other players are there as well. If we will have the graphic, let's take a look.
Oh, so whoever loses now between Caruana and Pragnananda will face Carlsen. This is
the punishment.
This is the punishment.
This is the punishment.
Sinderov So, Nakamura Dominguez, and up to Zatorov against Keimer.
Wow.
Yeah. This is the problem. No matter whether you win or lose, you're going to get even a stronger player.
Exactly. Well, it depends, but yeah, in that case...
It can happen. It can happen.
All right, so...
Yeah, but what a tournament, yeah, lower bracket, it's
Carlsen,
like a world championship.
Nakamura, Keimer, the
Yes.
three leaders of the tour
of
on the lower bracket.
But this also means that there will be a lot of catch-up, which actually makes it the whole tour all the more interesting.
Definitely.
Yeah, because Levon is also now trying to qualify for South Africa, yeah, because if he collects a lot of points, and now he's very much Hans Niemann, very hopes to be there for sure, and everyone, Caruana, can make a giant step forward if he survives and goes on to fight for first place.
Absolutely. We have very short time, so maybe we can make a summary, highlight Niemann's highlights the game, or you want to go to Pragnananda? Because we have, I think, about a minute or two until it's the next playoff starts.
Well, maybe covered the Niemann game more, we covered, yeah? Maybe just to see where things went wrong for Fabi.
Sure.
But it's up to you,
Well,
Niklas.
if we can figure out in such a short time.
Yeah.
We are going to be witnessing the next game. It's going to be number 7 of the players between Pragnananda and Fabiano. The next game is going to be an Armageddon. I'm not sure what is the time control.
Well, no, it's a bidding procedure. So the players are doing the bid.
Exactly, it's a bidding procedure. So they can say, let's say 426. The other one says 5. And then who gets white? The lower.
Well, basically you bid to be black, I guess, no?
Yes.
No, you can choose, no?
No, you bid to
It's
be
not
black.
that you can choose?
No,
Then
the
how
lower
much
time that you
have-
choose,
yes.
then you have black. And you take the time that you bid, basically, I think.
Yes.
So
And
if you say
then, yeah, you get
426,
that-
then you have 426.
Yes.
All right, so since we don't have much time, this was a key moment here. Pragnananda, 5 seconds on the clock, realized he can sacrifice the exchange in this way, go into this endgame. Queen Beast takes C6 was already a mistake. And then this endgame is just really difficult for black because this pawn is going to drop. White has the 2 bishops. And already here, white is better. And the position is very difficult to defend practically. Fabiano did not manage to do so, and Pragnananda won. Just very impressive how he managed to create chances being down 5 seconds on
And
the
in
clock.
all this time scramble, he's amazing because let's not forget he won the Tata Steel against Gukesh in a crazy blitz playoff.
And he won in Uzbekistan.
He won in
just
Uzbekistan
recently.
also this after the crazy comeback and then winning the blitz
Against
playoff
Sindarov
against
and
Abdusattorov and Sindarov. Yeah,
Yes.
incredible.
No, he's very, very good in blitz. And now it will come down to the Armageddon. So one game to decide who wins this match. White needs to win. Black can draw. If black draws, black proceeds. So
What do you
it will be
think?
decided.
Who does it favors to play with the black side?
Well,
I
seeing
think you
what-
want to take white,
Yeah,
basically. You want
probably.
to have more time, plus you can also have a chance that you get a favorable position, that you can immediately put pressure on the opponent.
But on the other hand, with a draw in hand, you always have a safety net. Yeah,
I would
that's,
take white, personally.
You would take white, yeah.
Maybe Fabi would take. Yeah, that's a
Fabi
good
will
question.
take black.
But I think, yeah, last time he had black.
He always takes black if he has a
Against
chance.
Aroni and Sindarov, he both times had black and won.
But one thing is clear for Fabi that whenever it gets down to a couple of seconds, Pragg is faster.
Yes.
In general, this one
Yes.
has the feeling.
Now we are about to start and see the final position of today, game number 7, and let's see what will be the outcome.
Very first Armageddon game, no draws between these two players, such a fighting match. This is the only match that goes to Armageddon. Hans Niemann won his match against Sindarov. And what's going to happen now is we're going to do a bidding for the time control. So the player of these two who bids lower will get the time they bid, they will get black, and they will have draw odds. So our chief arbiter, Gerhard Becktaunuli, will now give the notepads to both players. Both of them will write down a time that's under 5 minutes, and the player who bids lower, as I said, will get black and will get draw odds. So we get for Pragg 4 minutes 27, and for Fabi 4:02. So Fabi will play with black. He will have 4 minutes and 2 seconds, and a draw will see him through to the next round. Now it's time to move over here to the table to find out the final position for today. And we have Jermaine here, who's the captain of Team USA Chess Boxing. The World Championship is coming up in September. Give it up for him. And Jermaine, are you ready?
$356.
Number 356. Thank you so much, Jermaine. Give it up one last time for our players who've given it their all. They will have 5 minutes now before we get to the decided Armageddon. To the players, best of luck. To our audience, please enjoy.
So gentlemen, 1 minute to the start, 1 minute.
There should also be
So, welcome. So, for this last game, it's an Armageddon. As Fiona already explained, it's 5 minutes for Pragg and 4 minutes 02 for Fabi. Are we ready? We are ready. I kindly ask to the audience, please be quiet until the end. After a big applause is fine, but please be quiet during the game. Thank you for this. Dear players, you can start.
Hear that?
Well, this is going to be the last game of today. This is completing the 10th hour of play of those two players. And we are witnessing here the game which will decide who qualifies to the semifinals and plays for the title.
And it's the same opening like in the last game, except for, of course, a different starting position. But once again, c4, c6, and Pragg is thinking. He should not let go already so much of his time advantage so early. I'm surprised because c4 he should have expected in his preparation time already. No?
c4, c6, yeah, it's Fabi's style.
Trademark.
Okay, now it's a Dutch after all.
It's a Dutch, the queen will come out, so black can castle.
Well, during the match it
D5.
seemed like
A stone
Pragg
wall.
is lower, yeah? So
Who?
Fabi is faster.
In the beginning, yes,
Generally.
but Pragg does not seem to mind getting low on the clock, yeah?
But
look
Pragg
at
is
this-
good in the time scrambles.
Yes.
That's his big strength, as he also
Especially
showed
when
in
he
the
goes
last game.
under 5 seconds, yeah?
Yeah, then he's incredible, yeah.
Knight g6. Is f5 a weakness?
Well, it's also a very aggressive move because the knight can never really comfortably jump to g3 because of f4. Yeah, f3, knight f2. He's setting up this kind of setup.
But what about the
then
queen? We need to
on-
move that queen out of g1 first.
Exactly.
Queen f2, but maybe f4 now, locking the knight in.
Yeah, this looks horrible.
I like f4.
f4 looks like a very strong move.
Because you're also opening up the bishop to go to f5. It is committal, f4, but he goes e5. Also makes a lot of sense. Castle, knight b6, the knight is developed. But now white can at least play knight g3, also getting that knight into the game.
Also,
Black is a
maybe
little
bishop
bit better.
a3 first.
Bishop a3 is the move, yes.
Okay, yeah, first let's get the knight.
Let's get that knight into the game. Black is doing okay so far. Time advantage still for Pragg, but just a bit over half a minute. e4. e4 is played. Does make sense opening up the bishop on b8, which is hitting or pointing towards the white king.
Pragg had problems also in the previous game with playing with white. Somehow Fabi is very good getting this very energetic position. This is absolutely great active position for black. Those bishops again so powerful.
But yeah, Fabi is
Absolutely.
the one who has tremendous experience, yeah, playing all these St. Louis events
Knight e3.
for a very long time already.
Oh, now white can take on f5. White can take on f5, give up the two knights against the rook, and take over the center. He
Yeah,
should do it.
white
And
to
Fabi has
e6.
recognized it. Fabi has recognized it, yes. And he plays it. The queen should not have gone to e6. This is nice for white.
But okay, how nice and how easy, it's another question.
Yes, but white
F4.
moves the bishop back, will push the pawns forward. The knights don't have any outposts.
Time-wise, there is a very little advantage, only a few seconds for Pragnananda.
e4, knight c3 is possible? Knight c3 is possible, and the pawn on d4 can be taken afterwards with the fork on e2.
Wow.
This would win one of the important pawns.
But knight c3,
Rook
rook
d3.
d3.
Exactly.
Rook d3 is the
Knight
problem.
a2 is possible.
He goes knight
knight
f4.
e5.
Locking out the bishop.
Blocking the bishop.
But okay, then I will set up a blockade on d5.
King
But
h1,
then-
best move in a position to play g3.
He
To
goes
get
for
to
it.
push that knight out.
Bishop c7, bishop b6. The idea.
Now e5. This was committal, giving
Yeah.
the d5 square to the knight.
This
You
is
don't
good.
want to give these squares to the knights.
And bishop b6 is coming. Now Fabi in control.
Knight d5. Trying to set up a
move late.
blockade on the light squares.
Yes, one move too late.
The knight should go to d5 here. Yes.
Besides, this is now a different time scramble because there is no increment. Yeah, which
There's
changes
no
everything.
increment until move 60. Then they get 1 second per move, which is not a lot. But we're also far away from move 60. We have move 19 right now.
Yes.
E5. This move really
Was very
hurt
committal.
Pragg's chances.
Bishop f5. f5 now. Whatever.
F5 sacrifice in the
It's
the
basically
exchange.
feels like the move, but again, it's not our pieces.
And Pragnananda is behind in time. He started out nearly half a minute more.
No, he started with 5 minutes, I believe.
Sorry?
Yeah.
He started with 5 minutes, so he had a minute.
He
did sacrifice. He did sacrifice.
He had to sacrifice.
He had to do it. This is at least more difficult to play for black.
Bishop d8.
Got to move the bishop back. Bishop b6. Queen g4. Knight e6 is possible. Very difficult move, but very strong move as well, going after a d4 pawn.
Because the rook on f1 is pinned.
It's very difficult to see. 1.5 minutes for Caruana. He's feeling the pressure. Knight e6, he plays it. Amazing. Amazing
Incredible.
tactical awareness. This could be the key move in this game. Black is winning.
Yeah, and also now everything frees up. It will be easy to play.
King g2, protecting the rook, but leaving the pawn behind. Now e6.
Knights.
Queen f6, and against bishop g5, knight takes c2.
Ooh, nice trick. Nice trick. Well,
queen
this is just a
f6.
piece up at this point for black, basically, because the attack is
He goes to e7.
pretty much over.
He still wants to have knight f6.
Yeah, safety first.
Yeah, now
But
he just
1
has to
minute.
watch out for the clock.
Yes, he just has to be fast and not
queen
blunder
d6,
anything.
queen d5.
But his position is very safe at this point.
Bishop
Queen d5
G.
is coming powerfully,
Yeah.
but the king can still go to h3.
Knight f3
Goes
is
to
the
h3.
problem. After queen d5.
Yes, knight f3 is threatened. Knight f3 can still be played, and the knight can go to g1. Knight
Wow.
f3. Knight f3. Yes, he plays it. And knight g1. Knight g1.
And
King
then
h4,
knight
queen
e2.
g2.
Even queen g2.
Ooh,
Wow.
he has to take on g1.
He has to
Now he's
take
down a rook. He's down a rook. Now this is.
That seems much.
It seems basically over.
Bishop f6, queen
King
c7.
g5. Bishop d4 back, trading. Just trading down. Fabi should take this one, but it's not over yet.
Queen f3.
It's
Well, it's
only
very
move
close to-
36. It's only
Yeah,
move
he even has
36.
to offer a trade of queens. This
And
is
now it's just
hopeless.
about getting to move 60 and not blundering. And being fast, being very fast. But this position is so safe for Caruana, so safe. Just has to be fast. That's all he needs to do. Just be fast. He's up a rook.
Even
Rook
draw would
d8.
be enough, but he's going to collect the full point.
Well, he would take a draw, of course, but Pragnananda is not going to.
Knight F1, Knight G3.
And they're almost at move 60. They're almost at move 60. And now they're getting 1 second per move. They're getting 1 second per move.
And once Pragg realizes this, he will resign.
Well, he probably has realized already. And yes, well, okay. Okay, there it is.
And we have a winner, Fabiano.
Incredible fight.
Fabiano just always pulls through these moments. Incredible.
How
he
happy.
always wins these Armageddons for the 3rd time.
Incredible.
In the freestyle chess tournaments.
Unbelievable.
What a victory. What a day for Fabiano. Going forward, qualifying.
My goodness.
Semi-final in the upper bracket. Also give it up for yourselves one more time. You've been here a very long time today. Thank you so much to everyone for coming out. We hope you all had a great time today.
Marathon, man.
And hopefully we'll see you again in the future.
And of course, very big congratulations to Pragnananda for his amazing fight. What a match it was.
Well, absolutely. What a match it was. Of course, Pragnananda is a player. We are going to see him many times in such a situations, I believe. It is a happy Fabiano. He worked hard, very hard, for today's victory to be going into the semifinals. That was very hard. He was sweating so much yesterday to be able to be in the quarterfinals. And today he knew from the very beginning that he's going to have one of the toughest match by any means against the talented and very good form, being in very good form, Pragnananda, a very talented Indian player. Let's see the standings, how and what happened today, who won, who went into the semi-final. So we've seen this match, Pragnananda versus Caruana, and we've seen a very convincing Hans Niemann winning, also getting into the semi-final against Sindarov.
And on the lower side here, we saw Aronian coming back against Nakamura and then winning in the rapid tiebreak, as well as Arjun actually winning right away in the classical portion of the match. So this will be our matchups. Aronian against Arjun and Caruana against Niemann. If you had told me before this tournament this will be our semi-finalists, I would have not believed you, but this is freestyle chess and all of these players absolutely amazing, and we're looking forward to big semifinals.
Well, absolutely. It's going to be an incredible semifinals, and they worked very hard. Arjun is the player who is going to be the fresh guy, because he won out of 2 games. He played only like 4 or 5 hours today, contrary to the others who worked more hours in the office with a lot of nerves.
Yeah, more than 10 hours.
Exactly. So this is where we see the
and
lower
look
bracket.
at the lower bracket. And poor Pragnananda, after losing this incredible match to Fabiano Caruana, is facing Magnus Carlsen, who was the fastest in the office today, winning 2 very nice games against Vidit, Sindarov against Wesley So, Nakamura against Dominguez, and Abdusatov Kaimer. What a tournament this is.
Incredible, and we can say that Pragnananda Carlsen, looking at this pairing, it could be easily a final of this tournament. Also, just seeing the names, of course, but this is sport, this is chess, that you have to be there focused until the very last moment from the very first moment. So this was all for today. And it was great to be with you, Peter and Nicholas. It was a lot of fun, a lot of excitement, a lot of nerves, nerve-wracking moments. And we hope that you enjoyed it with us. And see you tomorrow, the same time, same place.
Bye-bye.
got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place.